Reborn, he refused to be a gullible fool again. Qin Feng supposed he must have died. No, he had been driven to death by sheer rage. An old body worn with years had been burned away by the fire in his chest. It had happened that very morning, to be precise, merely 2 hours earlier. He had been sitting in the rattan chair in the main room, a cup of freshly brewed jasmine tea placed before him while the radio droned on with the weather forecast. The door creaked open and Shen Meihua stepped inside. She had grown old. They both had. Yet Shen Meihua was still a comely old lady. Her graying hair was meticulously combed, not a strand out of place. She wore a half-new Dacron shirt, its fabric the very bolt he had asked someone to bring back from the south 2 years prior. On her wrist gleamed a Shanghai brand wristwatch, also acquired through one of his approval slips. She pulled over a small stool and sat opposite him. Unlike in the past, she did not call out Brother Qin, but instead remained silent for a long while. Only then did she raise her head, eyes reddened, and say, "Elder brother, we are no longer young. I have been thinking, while we can still walk on our own, the two of us should go and get the marriage certificate so we can have someone to rely on." Qin Feng's hand, which was holding the teacup, paused in midair. Decades had passed. From youth to old age, she had kept him waiting. He had thought the hope long dead, and yet now she uttered those words, "Get the certificate." But there was not the slightest joy in his heart, only an indescribable bitterness. For he knew this woman far too well. Every time she spoke of getting the certificate, there was always something she herself could not obtain behind it. As expected, when he probed a little, Shen Meihua could no longer keep up the pretense. Her eldest grandson, 22 this year, had failed the university entrance exam after graduating high school and had been idling about ever since. Now he wanted a permanent position in a state-owned factory and even demanded a marital apartment. The second grandson was no better, registered as unemployed at the street office for 2 years, longing for an iron rice bowl. For others, such matters were as difficult as ascending the heavens. But who was Qin Feng? He was a retired section chief, his network intact, his former subordinates scattered across every department. As long as he was willing to speak up, things could be arranged. "Elder brother, just help one last time," she pleaded. Grasping his hand, Shen Meihua let her tears fall in heavy drops. "The eldest and the second are both children you watch grow up. How are they any different from your own grandsons? Can you really bear to see them without work, without a home?" Qin Feng pulled his hand back. He did not say yes, nor did he say no. He merely gazed at Shen Meihua's face, aged yet still pleasing, and a flood of memories suddenly rose unbidden. He remembered her 3 false engagements. 3 times she had turned her back on marriage. The first time, after they had courted for several years, he had busied himself preparing the wedding, buying new bedding, inviting guests, even having the wedding candies ready. On the eve of the wedding, he had gone to the Shen family home with gifts full of excitement. Pushing open the door, he saw Shen Meihua and that cultural center instructor Lin Shu sitting side by side on the edge of the Kong, hands clasped, faces closed, murmuring some foreign poem. He was stunned on the spot. Lin Shu, terrified, leapt out the window and fled. Shen Meihua, however, rose unhurriedly, smoothed her hair, and uttered words he would never forget in this lifetime. "Elder brother, don't be anxious. Lin Laosher and I are merely engaging in a communion of souls. We did nothing improper. I have kept myself entirely pure for you. I am worthy of you." Qin Feng trembled with fury from head to toe. "We are about to be married, and you are still clinging on to another man." Shen Meihua's eyes reddened. Instead, she turned aggrieved. "Why are you so narrow-minded? Can I not have a close confidant to share my heart with before marrying you? Besides," she lifted her head, enunciating each word, "if it can be washed, it is clean. What are you fussing about?" That sentence almost made Qin Feng faint with rage. The wedding fell through. She cried all night, accusing him of not trusting her enough, saying marriage must be founded on respect, and that she would never marry a man who did not respect her. Besides, she argued, she was a widow, not some untouched maiden. Qin Feng had known this from the beginning. Oh, why then was he looking down on her? Worn down by her tears, Qin Feng's heart softened. He felt that he had been too impulsive. The second time, he obtained a Shanghai brand watch as a betrothal gift through connections, and also cleaned up the new apartment allocated by his work unit. Shen Meihua accepted the watch, took the key, and agreed readily. She moved into the apartment and lived there quite happily. Yet 3 days later, she changed her mind again. "Elder brother Debao says he doesn't want another man as his father. I cannot be so selfish. Let us put our matters on hold." She lamented the child is threatening to kill himself. "Oh, what am I to do?" She did not return the watch, nor did she hand back the key to the new home. When Qin Feng pressed her a couple of times, she snapped, "Why are you rushing me? Is it just my person that you're after? Where is your respect for me? The more you push, the less I want to marry." She cried. "Do you want to drive my son to his death? You cannot marry the mother and discard the child, can you?" Again he made excuses for her, believing he had pressed too hard. The third time he issued his final ultimatum, and at last Shen Meihua yielded, agreeing to obtain the marriage certificate. He busied himself with wedding arrangements, once more inviting colleagues and relatives. Even the dishes for the banquet had been prepared. Yet on the night before the ceremony, when he went to the bridal room to fetch the bride, he opened the door and saw Shen Meihua and Lin Shu, clothes disheveled and tangled, on the Kong. On the Kong table sat a cup of unfinished brown sugar water. By the pillow lay that Shanghai brand watch. This time, even the excuse of communion of souls could no longer be spun. Yet Shen Meihua's expression did not change. She even spoke with a kind of brazen righteousness. "Elder brother, listen to my explanation. Lin Laosher and I were simply saying our farewells before the wedding. From this day on I will spend my life only with you. We did nothing at all, just shared a few heartfelt words. Qin Feng's vision darkened, his finger shook as he pointed at the chaotic bedding on the Kong. You call this nothing at all? To his astonishment, Shen Meihua actually lost her temper, raising her voice. And what if we did do something? If it can be washed, it is clean. You are a grown man. Do you not have even this much tolerance? I am the one who will spend a lifetime with you. Is it meaningful for you to cling to a trivial matter before marriage? Qin Feng felt as if a ball of fire had been stuffed into his chest, burning his 5 viscera with pain. The wedding was cancelled yet again. But every benefit Shen Meihua had extracted from him, the watch, fabric coupons, meat coupons, coal briquettes, sewing machine, the new apartment, and even her children's jobs, none of it was ever returned. These thoughts spun through Qin Feng's mind, and in the end condensed into a single sentence: Shen Meihua, I cannot help your grandsons. Shen Meihua's expression shifted. It was not disappointment, but anger. And anger bared once rejection tore away their masks. She rose to her feet. The gentle demeanor she had cultivated over decades vanished in an instant, revealing a face he had never seen before, cold, sharp, and fiercely self-righteous. Qin Feng, you cannot help. Is it that you cannot, or that you will not? Do you think I do not know? With your connections and your former subordinates, this is something you could settle with a single word, but you simply refuse. Do you have any idea how miserable I am at home? If I do not resolve the issues of my grandson's housing and jobs, my daughter-in-law will throw me out. How can you bear to see me harmed? Qin Feng did not reply. He only looked at her. He was too disappointed. Even at her age, this woman still planned to sell herself one more time. Did she think that what she had to offer was edged with gold? He shook his head and waved a hand, motioning her to leave. The more Shen Meihua spoke, the more worked up she became, her voice growing shriller. You refuse, is that it? You refuse. Do you think you are any good yourself? All these years you have treated me well only because you covet this face of mine. How are you any different from those men who you gave me those things of your own accord? Oh, I never held a knife to your throat. She scoffed. In this pathetic act, who are you putting it on for? The words drove into Qin Feng's heart like a nail. But Shen Meihua was not finished. Perhaps realizing that her last chance at squeezing benefits from him had vanished, she could no longer hold back the disgust in her heart and spilled out what she had suppressed for half a lifetime. What do you think you are? You helped transfer DeBao's household registration and found a job for Erbao only to keep me tied to you. How are you any different from men who pay money to buy women? Do you not understand? I have never liked you. When I talk literature with Lin Laosher, I am 100 times happier than, and you. You only wave a few pathetic approval slips in my face to threaten me. Let me tell you, Qin Feng, the greatest regret of my life is having met you. Qin Feng began trembling violently all over. Decades of grievance, fury, and unwillingness surged up at once, coalescing into a brutal force. He suddenly thrust out his right hand and clamped down on Shen Meihua's wrist. She screamed in terror. What are you doing? Are you mad? Let me go? Qin Feng did not let go. His grip tightened like an iron clamp, veins bulging, his clouded eyes widened, and through clenched teeth, he forced out his final words: Shen Meihua, go to hell. Shen Meihua struggled with all her might, but Qin Feng's still capable hand was like a steel vice, squeezing tighter and tighter. Panic-stricken, she used her other hand to pry at his fingers, but could not budge them. Locked together, they staggered and crashed into the 5-drawer cabinet behind them. The enamel mug's old table clock and picture frames on top all clattered to the floor. A sharp pain flared in Qin Feng's chest, his vision went black, and he toppled backward, ramrod straight, yet his hand never released its grip. Shen Meihua was dragged down with him, her occiput smashing against the door sill as the world spun. She heard a hoarse, muffled sound emerge from Qin Feng's throat, and then the hand that had been clamped around her wrist. All was deathly silent. Cold. A chill that cut to the bone. Yet it was not the damp, seeping chill of old age, but the sting of a winter wind slapping one's face. The kind of cold that only the young would still find painful. Qin Feng snapped his eyes open. Yellowed whitewash on the walls, exposed wooden beams, window paper billowing and rustling in the wind, a few wan shafts of daylight piercing through the cracks. A portrait of the leader was pasted in the corner of the wall, and beside it hung an old yellowed calendar. Something was wrong. He lowered his head to look at his own hand. His right hand, long-fingered with distinct knuckles, gripping the corner of the quilt with firm strength. It was not that pair of withered twig-like hands of an old man. His hand could move. Qin Feng jolted and flipped himself upright to sit, his whole body breaking out in a cold sweat. He took in his surroundings. A faded blue cloth curtain over the door, an 8 immortals table missing one leg and propped up with bricks, and on the table an enamel mug printed with 5 red characters: serve the people. Beside the mug stood a kerosene lamp, its glass chimney polished to a shine. In the corner leaned a half-used Fiji bicycle, his briefcase hanging from the handlebars. He knew this room all too well. He raised a hand to touch his own face. No wrinkles, no age spots, a jawline still firm and sharply defined. Qin Feng swung his legs off the bed and rushed to the half-man-high round mirror in the corner. The man in the mirror, tall of stature, just past 30, with sword-like brows and star-bright eyes, dressed in a dark blue Zhongshan suit, every button fastened with meticulous precision. He fixed his gaze on his reflection, his atoms, apple bobbing, once then reached out to tear the old yellowed calendar from the wall. March 1960. He had come back. Back to the very beginning of all those rotten peach blossom entanglements. In this year he was 35 and Shen Meihua was 24. Qin Feng slowly set the calendar aside and sat down on the edge of the bed carefully, putting on his cotton shoes, tying the laces, then standing to smooth out the creases in his Zhongshan suit. From outside came the crowing of roosters, and in the distance the loudspeaker of the supply and marketing cooperative was blaring songs. Facing the mirror, Qin Feng let a smile curl his lips. That smile was icy cold. Shen Meihua, in this lifetime, you can forget about taking so much as a single grain of rice from me. Without me as your walking cash machine, let us see how you survive. Chief. Chief. Knocking sounded at the door, followed by a rough, booming voice. It was Shen Gang. That scoundrel was Shen Meihua's elder brother. Qin Feng recognized his voice. The warmth he had once felt in his past life was utterly gone, replaced by an indescribable sense of disgust. He pulled the door open. Shen Gang stood outside, his thin face crumpled into a fawning smile as he rubbed his hands and said, "Chief, why don't you come over to my humble place today? My wife's fried up 2 dishes. We brothers can drink a couple of cups." And he lowered his voice, waggling his brows suggestively. "My younger sister is there too. You could meet her." Looking at Shen Gang's face, Qin Feng felt waves crashing in his heart. In his previous life, it was this very face that kept calling him brother-in-law in front of him, while behind his back, he flaunted every approval slip Qin Feng signed. In places Qin Feng knew nothing about, Shen Gang was the first to sever all ties, even taking the lead in spreading rumors about Qin Feng's so-called improper conduct. Yet Qin Feng's face remained impassive. He even let a faint smile appear. "Fine, I happen to be free today." Shen Gang was overjoyed, exclaiming again and again, "That's wonderful," as he bustled ahead to lead the way. Qin Feng followed behind. His pace was unhurried, but his mind was racing. He had been reborn. And Shen Meihua, if she too carried memories of their previous life, recalling that final moment when he clutched her wrist and they collapsed together, Qin Feng's gaze darkened. Whether or not she had been reborn, the rules in this life had changed. Shen Gang's home was at the easternmost end of the commercial bureau's family compound, 2 small rooms with a makeshift stove built of broken bricks by the door. A woman in a gray cotton jacket was squatting by the stove, blowing at the fire, coughing hard as the smoke choked her. That was Shen Gang's wife, Lin Xiu. Qin Feng knew her. He had also come to this house on this very day in his previous life, but then his eyes had only Shen Meihua in them. He never even noticed the sallow hue of Lin Xiu's face or the bruises around her wrists. Today he saw it all clearly. Lin Xiu was so thin, she was almost unrecognizable. Cheekbones, jutting high cheeks hollow, her hands knotted and calloused, every nail bed clogged with black grime. On the stove simmered a pot of thick mushy gruel. Cabbage stems mixed with a bit of cornmeal, not a single glint of oil to be seen. Beside her were Shen Gang's 3 children. The eldest girl 6, the second a 4-year-old boy, and the youngest about 3. Each clutched a chipped bowl, eyes fixed hungrily on the pot. The 4-year-old had his fingers in his mouth, a long thread of drool hanging from his lips. Qin Feng's steps followed. He remembered that in his previous life on this day Shen Gang's table had held white flour buns and fried eggs. Precious fine rations Lin Xiu had scrimped and saved, all used to entertain the chief. Yet that day Qin Feng had not taken a single bite. Shen Meihua had taken everything to feed her 2 sons instead. Lin Xiu and her children had stood by the stove, stomachs empty, watching them eat. Qin Feng tightened his fists and followed Shen Gang through the door into the house. Inside was scarcely warmer than outside, but it was kept reasonably tidy. On the 8 immortals' table lay a tablecloth washed almost to white with 4 bowls set out, one of fried eggs, one of stewed cabbage, a saucer of pickles, and half a plate of peanuts. In these times such a spread was a near mortal sacrifice. But Qin Feng's gaze did not rest on the dishes. Several people were seated inside. 2 little boys, one for the other 2, Shen Meihua's sons. The older had half a white bun clamped between his teeth. The younger clutched a piece of egg in his hand, grease slicking his mouth. When Qin Feng saw Shen Meihua seated between the 2 children, his breath stalled for a beat. He could not deny that even after being reborn, he had to admit this woman was truly beautiful. At 24, Shen Meihua was younger and more radiant than when he first met her in his past life. She had clearly dressed with care today. A light blue floral cotton jacket, the collar slightly open to reveal a strip of fair, delicate neck. Her jet black hair was neatly combed, braided with a red ribbon, and hanging down over her chest. Her face was fair and unpainted, yet lovelier than any heavy makeup. Most striking of all were those peach blossom eyes, always so languidly seductive, as if tipped with tiny hooks that made one's heart itch. She lifted her head, and her gaze collided with Qin Feng's. Their eyes met. Qin Feng saw Shen Meihua's pupils shrink sharply. She froze. In that instant Qin Feng read 3 words in her eyes: vile man. There was no mistake. She too had been reborn. Qin Feng sneered inwardly, but outwardly his expression did not change. He strode forward with measured ease and sat down on the chair Shen Gang pulled out for him. Meihua, hurry and greet him, Shen Gang urged. Shen Meihua's lips moved. Oh, she seemed about to call him the brother Qin she had used for decades in their previous life, but the words died in her throat. Her mind was still in a fog. Reborn and flung back into the past, she had not yet fully recovered when her brother dragged her here for a blind date. In her previous life, the instant she saw Qin Feng, she had decided he was a man she could use, as she had never expected that in this life, at first glance his gaze would be as cold as a blade, utterly unlike the Qin Feng who had once looked at her eyes full of stunned admiration. And in that fleeting moment of eye contact, her heart had lurched. He had come back too. Shen Meihua unconsciously straightened her spine, silently warning herself, do not be afraid. So what if he had also been reborn? In their previous life, he had bent over backward for her, which only proved that in his bones he was fated to be in the palm of her hand. As long as she kept her aloof posture, he would eventually come crawling back to her. This time, given another chance at life, she had no intention of walking the same old path again. The men from her past life, Qin Feng, Lin Shu, Zhao Yu, they were all in the end leftovers she had cast aside. In this life, she would choose a better one, a younger one, a more romantic one. Qin Feng, an old man 11 years her senior, burdened with 2 children in tow. Who would want him? She adjusted her expression, curving her lips into a perfectly measured smile. Hello, Director Qin. Not Brother Qin, but Director Qin. She was testing him. Qin Feng caught the probe, offered a faint smile without exposing her, and simply nodded. Comrade Shen, hello. Shen Meihua was taken aback. In her past life at this moment, he would have already blushed and pressed food coupons into her hands. But now he sat upright, not sparing her a single glance. Instead, his gaze drifted toward Lin Xiao and the children by the stove outside. Comrade Shen, Qin Feng suddenly spoke, his tone calm. Have your family and the 2 children eaten yet? Shen Gang was startled, instinctively looking toward the door. Lin Xiao was crouched by the stove, ladling the last of the cornmeal mush into the bowls of her 2 children. Dianai held her bowl, sipping slowly, while Erwa blew on his in a hurry, stamping his feet from the heat. The plate of white flour steamed buns and scrambled eggs on the table remained untouched. Well, Shen Gang let out a dry chuckle. The women and children will eat after we're done. Qin Feng didn't respond. He took a sip of water from his enamel mug, his gaze sweeping over the plate of scrambled eggs on the table, then landing on the greasy sheen at the corners of Shen Meihua's 2 sons' mouths. He spoke again. His pace was unhurried, as if discussing official matters. Comrade Shen, I hear you work at the textile mill. After your husband's sacrifice, the organization also provided a pension, correct? The room fell into instant silence. The smile on Shen Meihua's face froze for a moment. Qin Feng continued, the textile mill is a state-owned enterprise. The grain ration isn't low. By regulation, the pension is not insubstantial. Logically, raising 2 children alone wouldn't be easy, but it shouldn't be impossible to get by. He paused. He looked at Shen Meihua, his gaze frank, yet like a scalpel precisely dissecting something. But when I entered just now, I saw your 2 children eating white flour buns and scrambled eggs, while your sister-in-law and her children were drinking cabbage gruel by the stove. Comrade Shen, doesn't this allocation of grain seem a bit unreasonable? Shen Gang's face changed. Shen Meihua's face changed too. Qin Feng wasn't finished. I heard from the neighbors in the compound that you've been staying at your parents' home for quite a while. Your sister-in-law manages the entire household alone. Between your brother's salary and her work, points supporting several mouths is already tight. You bring your 2 children to share their meals. Where's that grain coming from? He turned to Shen Gang. Comrade Shen, I don't need to check to know your monthly salary. Can you afford to support your sister's entire family? Are you skimping on your wife and children's rations to give to your sister? Shen Gang opened his mouth, his face flushed crimson, but no words came out. Qin Feng then looked back at Shen Meihua, his tone still flat, but each word like a driven nail. Comrade Shen, you have a job and a pension. You can manage your own small family. But taking the grain rations of your sister-in-law and her children to feed your own, that by any reasoning is indefensible, isn't it? He paused, his voice not loud, but carrying immense weight. In these times, a single ration is a life. Your sister-in-law is also someone's daughter. Your niece and nephew are also lives. A woman who would stoop to taking her own sister-in-law's children's rations. He looked into Shen Meihua's eyes, enunciating each word. I, Qin Feng, cannot aspire to such a match. A deathly silence filled the room. By the stove, Lin Xiao's hand trembled as she held her bowl, her eyes instantly reddening. Dao and I and Erwa didn't understand, but felt the terrifying atmosphere and burst into loud wails. Shen Meihua sat on the chair, her face cycling through shades of red and white. She had never dreamed that Qin Feng would say such things. In her past life, when he entered, one look at her had made him blush, stammering incoherently, and before leaving, he had pressed 10 jin of fine grain coupons into her hand. Whatever she said, he nodded. Whatever she asked, he agreed. That was how a man looked at a woman. But now, he was judging her. He was scrutinizing her with that condescending gaze like she was a class enemy. Shen Meihua burned with shame and anger. A surge of inexplicable fury rushed to her head. She had returned to this life, carrying the superiority of her past one. She had seen countless men in her lifetime, and even in old age there were still lines of men willing to take her in. Shen Meihua had always been the one held aloft. She shot up from her seat. Director Qin. She raised her voice, her almond-shaped eyes wide. You speak so lightly. A big man like you talking without feeling the strain. Do you have any idea how hard it is for me raising 2 children alone? What's wrong with me staying a few days at my parents' home? I grew up in that house. My brother hasn't said a word, so who are you, an outsider, to stick your nose in? Qin Feng leaned back in his chair, watching her unhurriedly. Shen Meihua grew angrier as she spoke. The arrogance she had been spoiled with by men all came bubbling out. Besides, Director Qin, you're 11 years older than me. An old ox eating tender grass, aren't you ashamed? A woman who looks like me could find a first marriage young man. Why should I be a stepmother for an old man saddled with 2 brats? She caught her breath, stuck out her chin, and delivered her final blow. I, Shen Meihua, would rather be a spinster for life than marry a doddering old man 11 years my senior. Look in the mirror. Do you even deserve me? The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Shen Gang's face turned pale with fright, and he was about to smooth things over. Qin Feng laughed. He truly laughed. Not a bitter laugh, not a sardonic smile, but a relieved, heartfelt laugh. In his past life, why had he never heard such words? If he had known back then what this woman truly thought, why would he have been her patsy for decades? Qin Feng stood up, straightened the collar of his Zhongshan suit, and walked unhurriedly to the door. He glanced back at Shen Meihua, at her face flushed with rage, yet still breathtakingly beautiful. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, and his voice, though not loud, was heard clearly by everyone in the room. Huh. I wouldn't take you even if you were served to me for free. Whoever wants to be the sucker raising a widow's sons can go right ahead. With that, he stepped over the threshold. Walking through the yard, he paused by the stove. Lin Xiao was wiping her tears, her 2 children huddled in her arms, staring at him timidly. Qin Feng pulled a 5-gene coarse grain coupon from his pocket and placed it gently on the stove. Sister-in-law used this to get the children some extra food. Lin Xiao stared at him blankly at a loss. Qin Feng said nothing more and strode out of the yard. Behind him came the sound of Shen Meihua smashing a bowl. Exiting the gate of the residential compound, Qin Feng mounted his flying pigeon bicycle and pedaled leisurely toward the Commerce Bureau. The March wind blew cold against his face, but it couldn't extinguish the fire burning in his heart. Shen Meihua, you think him too old, don't you? You want a first marriage young man. Fine. In this life, let's see how you survive without my approval slips. But there was no rush. Dealing with Shen Meihua didn't require his own hand. Cut off her roots, and she would panic on her own. In his past life, Shen Gang had ridden his sister's coattails to a thriving career in the allocation department, embezzling plenty of supplies. The moment he retired, Shen Gang turned his back faster than turning a page. Qin Feng remembered that score. But playing this game required finesse. If the higher-ups wanted to find fault, they always could. The key was to operate within the rules, leaving no handle to be grasped, yet making the other party suffer in silence. Qin Feng already had a plan. Arriving at his office, he sat down and reviewed the day's work orders on his desk. The top one was a coal briquette allocation request from the Chengdong Street office, signed by Shen Gang. Qin Feng picked up his fountain pen and wrote 2 precise characters on the application form: rejected. In the remarks column, he added a line: the Chengdong allocation plan shows excessive fluctuation compared to last month. Data is questionable. Recalculate and resubmit for review. This was called sending it back for redo. It wasn't a punishment nor a reprimand. It was perfectly reasonable. Your data fluctuates wildly. I'm asking you to verify it. Who could argue with that? But this back and forth would delay things by at least 10 to 15 days. With the coal supply delayed in Chengdong, the neighborhood committee ladies would flay Shen Gang alive. Qin Feng tossed the application into the pending tray and picked up another document: the Internal Division of Labor Adjustment Plan. Shen Gang currently managed material allocation for 2 districts, Chengdong and Chengnan. Chengdong was the large area filled with factories and mines with high material flow and plenty of perks. Chengnan was the small area, mainly residential with little to gain. Qin Feng picked up his pen, crossed out Shen Gang's name from Chengdong on the duty chart, and reassigned it to Chengnan. Beside it, he scribbled a note in pencil: the Chengdong district has a heavy workload. Comrade Shen Gang has a relatively short tenure and lacks experience. Temporarily reassigned to the Chengnan district until he gains proficiency. This was called a demotion disguised as a promotion. The reason was high-sounding. Your experience is shallow. Starting small is the organization's way of training and protecting you. Who could find fault with that? But in reality, the Chengnan district was all about residents' daily necessities, trivial, tedious, and utterly devoid of perks. He'd be stuck all day dealing with elderly men and women applying for introduction letters and coal coupons, running his legs off with nothing to show for it. Shen Gang had spent over half a year building connections in Chengdong, just learning the ropes of the benefits. This transfer rendered it all wasted. Qin Feng put down his pen, looking with satisfaction at the 2 documents. No rush. This was just the appetizer. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hello, old son. It's Qin Feng. Do me a favor and look into someone. There's a man named Zhao Yu at the Chengdong transport team. Pull his file for me. Zhao Yu, the pitiful sucker who had been Shen Meihua's beast of burden in his past life. In this life, Qin Feng planned to cut off all of Shen Meihua's escape routes first. Not a single one would be left. The Jeep rumbled over the dirt road of the family compound, jolting the window frames with a clatter. Driver Xiao Zhou gripped the steering wheel, stealing a glance at Director Qin in the rearview mirror. Ever since leaving the Shen family, this man had alternated between sneers, frowns, and shakes of the head, as if possessed by some strange affliction. Xiao Zhou dared not speak, focusing solely on driving. They rounded 2 rows of gray brick bungalows and stopped before a standalone courtyard at the westernmost end of the compound. Director were home. Qin Feng came to his senses and stepped out of the jeep. Xiao Zhou quickly jumped out and retrieved a canvas bag from the back seat. Inside were 2 steamed white buns from the unit's cafeteria, a portion of braised pork, a serving of turtle and chicken soup, and half a caddy of loose liquor. It was the director's habit to bring home some meat from the cafeteria every few days, a treat for his 2 children. All right, you head back. No need to pick me up tomorrow, they'll ride my bike. Xiao Zhou acknowledged and drove off. Qin Feng stood at the gate, canvas bag in hand, not rushing inside. He looked up at the home before him. A standalone courtyard with blue brick walls, the gate made of 2 green-painted wooden doors. On the doorframe was a small iron plaque, Commerce Bureau Compound No. 03. In the entire Commerce Bureau family compound, only 3 households had standalone courtyards. One for the top leader, one for the bureau chief, and one for him, Qin Feng. Why? Because he was the head of the planning and allocation department. This position controlled the city's lifeline of supplies: coal, briquettes, cotton, cloth, grain, and oil, steel, timber, cement, none of which passed without his seal. Which factory's allocation application didn't need his signature and stamp? Which street's requisition didn't require his nod? Outsiders spoke of Director Qin in 5 words: real power, tough nut. He entered the courtyard. On the left was a small vegetable plot, still empty, half-turned soil waiting for warmer days to plant cucumbers and beans. On the right was a shed beneath which neatly stacked honeycomb briquettes were stored. Speaking of these briquettes, one couldn't help but calculate the accounts. In those days, ordinary households relied on rationed coal briquettes before winter, 300 briquettes per household per month, priced by quantity. Each briquette cost less than a cent, seemingly cheap, but 300 barely lasted the month, and during the bitter cold of winter, they had to be used sparingly. Many families extinguished the stove right after dinner, huddling together in one bed, relying on body heat to survive the night. As for Qin Feng, he had 800 briquettes in his yard, all high-quality, long-burning fuel. How did the surplus come about? When the briquette factory applied for an off-plan allocation, he approved the requisition. The factory director, feeling indebted, sent over 2 truckloads, calling them scraps from the factory's own coal supply. No one believed that story, but no one could find fault either. The receipts matched, the paperwork was in order. Where could you investigate? This was the shadow of power. Invisible, intangible, yet omnipresent. Entering the main hall, there was an octagonal table in the center with 4 long benches covered by a plastic patterned tablecloth. On it sat a thermos and 2 lidded teacups. Hanging on the wall was a portrait of the leader, beside which stood a Red Lantern brand radio. This device was unique to the entire compound. The Bureau's top leader was just a figurehead sent by the Military Control Commission, actually not managing affairs, relying entirely on Qin Feng to get things done. As for the Bureau chief, he came from a wealthy capitalist background before liberation and had studied abroad. He had to keep a low profile to avoid the limelight of the Military Control Commission's appointee. This era valued impeccable class origins, and those in the know understood. Naturally, he had no objections. Qin Feng had joined the army at 15, fought on battlefields, battled the Japanese, participated in numerous defense campaigns. He was a combat hero and officer, and now a capable cadre. Thus, in the entire Bureau, Qin Feng was the invisible power broker, who among ordinary families could afford it. A Red Lantern radio cost 96 yuan, equivalent to 3 months' wages for a second-grade worker. Even if you saved enough money, you couldn't buy one without an industrial coupon. Where did industrial coupons come from? They were issued with major purchases like sewing machines, watches, or bicycles, or radio didn't qualify. But Qin Feng had channels. The Commerce Bureau's internal store exclusively for leading cadres, commonly known as special supply. Items that were hard to get even with ration coupons outside were available at half price, and an unlimited supply at the internal store. White sugar at 80 cents per caddy, hard to find even with coupons. Tea at 3.5 yuan per caddy, half the market price. Soap at 20 cents per bar, requiring 2 months' worth of coupons outside. Qin Feng went there once a month. Had come back with a net bag full of rare goods, making the neighbors' eyes bulge with. The east room belonged to the 2 children, furnished with 2 wooden beds separated by a mattress. Each bedside had a small wooden chest for clothes and textbooks. The west room was Qin Feng's, a metal-framed bed with a military green mattress neatly made like a barracks. Beside the bed stood a 5-drawer cabinet on which rested a half-height round mirror and an oxhorn comb. In the corner leaned a flying pigeon bicycle with a briefcase in the basket. The flying pigeon bicycle, in those days, it was equivalent to a car today. Priced at 162 yuan, it took an ordinary worker 4 months of not eating or drinking to afford. Even with money, you needed a bicycle coupon. The entire unit issued only 2 or 3 such coupons a year, and queuing for one could take until retirement. But Qin Feng's flying pigeon was delivered personally by the bicycle factory director when they applied for steel allocation. No coupon needed. The kitchen was behind the main house with a flue connected to the indoor heating. In the entire family compound, only his house had indoor heating. The stove always had traces of grease, and iron spatulas hung on the wall alongside a small jar of lard. Lard. In those days, how many people saw meat, even a few times a year? The entire city had a ration quota for meat, half a caddy of pork per person per month, often unavailable. The slaughterhouse couldn't meet the demand. The ration tickets existed, but the counters had no meat. People could only stare helplessly. In Qin Feng's home, a jar of lard was always on the stove, a scoop for stir-frying, a dab for steamed buns, ensuring his growing children didn't go without. Where did this lard come from? When the slaughterhouse cold storage applied for steel allocation after he approved the requisition, the director felt obliged and sent over 3 caddies of leaf fat a few days later to be rendered and stored for gradual consumption. 3 caddies of leaf fat could yield over 2 caddies of lard, enough to last 2 months if used sparingly. Salary 172 yuan and 50 cents a month, not the highest, but not low either. An ordinary second-grade worker earned 37 yuan and 60 cents, while an apprentice got only 18 yuan. With that salary of 172 yuan and 50 cents, he could hardly spend it all, as most of his food, clothing, and daily necessities didn't come out of his own pocket. During festivals, factories below would report work and bring 2 cartons of cigarettes, 2 bottles of liquor, and a few caddies of pastries. This was called work relations, not bribery. When the textile mill needed off-plan fabric quotas after signing, they'd send a few feet of floral cloth scraps at month's end labeled as scrap material disposal, which no one could fault. And then there was the unit cafeteria. The Commerce Bureau's cafeteria was unmatched among city institutions, with a dedicated supply channel for meat and eggs. Braised pork cost 20 cents a serving, scrambled eggs 15 cents, and steamed white buns 3 cents each. Outsiders couldn't buy these even with money, but bureau staff used meal cards. For director-level cards, an extra 2 yuan was credited monthly. Don't underestimate that 2 yuan. It was enough to buy 13 servings of braised pork. This was power. This was social status. Standing in the yard, Qin Feng recalled these good old days, one by one, and suddenly found them ironic. In his past life, most of these benefits had ended up in Shen Meihua's pocket. He recalled from the very first blind date how the Shen family had gradually bled him dry. On his first visit, he gave them 10 jin of fine-grain coupons and 2 jin of meat coupons. What was that worth? Let's break it down. On the black market, fine-grain coupons cost 3 mao per jin, so 10 jin was 3 yuan. Meat coupons were more precious at 1 yuan, and 5 mao per jin, so 2 jin was 3 yuan. Together, that was 6 yuan, equivalent to 5 days' wages for an ordinary worker. But to Shen Meihua, it was merely a token of goodwill. During the first year, when Shen Meihua's eldest child had a birthday, he gave a jin of white sugar, a pack of pastries, and a set of comic books. The official price of white sugar was 8 mao per jin, but you needed a sugar coupon. Urban residents got only 2 liang of sugar coupons per person per month, so a jin of white sugar required 5 months of saving. He got it directly from a special supply store without spending much, but for an average family, that was something they'd only buy for the new year. Winter arrived. He wrote another authorization, adding 200 jin of coal briquettes to the Shen family supply. An ordinary family had a ration of only 300 jin per month, yet he casually added 200 without even a frown. The second year, Shen Meihua said her second child was frail and needed eggs to build up strength. He contacted an acquaintance at the poultry and egg factory, arranging for the Shen family to receive 5 jin of eggs every month. What did 5 jin of eggs mean? Urban residents got only half a jin of egg coupons per month. 5 jin was the ration for 10 people. With one note from Qin Feng, the Shen family's second child had eggs every day, while other families' children only had one during festivals. The third year, Shen Meihua tearfully complained that the house was leaking. He helped apply for repair subsidies nominally from the Bureau's welfare fund, but that fund was also a project under his management. The subsidy approved was 20 yuan plus 2 bags of cement and a cartload of bricks allocated from the building. Shen Gang privately hired someone to work from the blueprints, not only fixing the roof, but also renovating the stove and the heated brick bed. Such work would have cost at least 50 yuan elsewhere, but Qin Feng didn't charge a cent. There was even more afterward. And Shen Meihua herself, from head to toe, everything she wore and used, hadn't it all passed through his hands? That corduroy jacket required 3 CUN of cloth coupons for every foot of corduroy fabric. He wrote a note, got 6 feet of fabric remnants from the cotton mill, and when Shen Meihua wore the new clothes that day, she twirled around the courtyard 3 times. The neighbors' eyes were wide with envy. That Shanghai brand watch priced at 120 yuan plus a watch coupon. The entire unit issued only 3 watch coupons a year, and the waiting list stretched forever. He helped the manager of the watch shop allocate a batch of steel quotas. In return, the manager set aside a Shanghai brand watch. The coupon was still issued, the money was still paid, but that act of setting aside was worth 50 coupons. That sewing machine, a Butterfly brand, a famous Shanghai-made brand, priced at 152 yuan, even harder to get than a flying pigeon bicycle. In that era, it was a famous luxury item. Countless young women and married ladies yearned for one in their dreams. He allocated a batch of extra-plan steel to the sewing machine factory, and the factory director sent him a sewing machine coupon along with a spool of thread and 2 boxes of needles. Listing all these items would fill 10 sheets of letter paper. And what about him, Qin Feng? He hadn't even held her hand. Thinking of this, Qin Feng exhaled deeply. This was the revolutionary cadre style, too upright. He pushed open the door and entered the house. The main room was empty. The kitchen light was on. He glanced over and saw cornmeal porridge warming in the pot, 2 coarse-grained cornbread buns covered on the stove, and a plate of pickled vegetables, not a trace of oil. The braised pork and white flour steamed buns he brought back were still in his bag. Hai, Yinzi. He called out twice toward the east room. No response. Qin Feng frowned, walked to the east room door, and pushed it open. His son Qin Hai, 11 years old, was lying on the bed, holding a copy of How the Steel Was Tempered, not even lifting his eyelids. His daughter Qin Yin, 9 years old, sat on the edge of the bed, her two little braids sticking up her mouth, pouted, as if it could hang an oil bottle, using a small pencil knife to carve marks on the wooden box at the head of the bed. Dad's back, Qin Hai said in a muffled tone, as if reciting a lesson. Qin Yin didn't even say that. She carved more forcefully, leaving 7 or 8 scratches on the wooden box. Qin Feng felt a pang in his heart. In his past life, these two children were never close to him, and he always thought it was because they lacked a mother. Only later did he understand it wasn't that they lacked a mother, but that they lacked a father. As their father, he had devoted all his attention to work and to Shen Meihua, giving his two children pitifully little care. Worse still, the gossiping women in the courtyard spread rumors. They said he had abandoned their biological mother, causing her death, telling the story so vividly it was as if they had seen it themselves. The two children believed it. Why wouldn't they? He never explained things to them, never talked about their mother. When they asked too much, he would darken his face and shout, "What are you kids asking about these things for?" In his past life, by the time Qin Hai was 17 or 18, they were like strangers, and he even ran away from home once. Qin Yin fared worse, becoming increasingly withdrawn, later marrying a shiftless man and living a miserable life. All of this was Qin Feng's sin. "I brought you some braised pork." Qin Feng tried to soften his tone, opened the canvas bag on the table, and lifted the lid of the aluminum lunchbox containing white flour steamed buns, letting the aroma of meat waft out. Qin Yan's nose twitched, her eyes flicking toward the lunchbox before quickly looking away. Qin Hai put down his book, glanced over and swallowed, but didn't move. "Eat up." Qin Feng handed over the chopsticks. Qin Yan finally couldn't resist, shuffled to the table, picked up a white flour steamed bun, and took small bites, all the while keeping her eyes fixed on her father's face as if trying to figure him out. He picked up a piece of braised pork with his chopsticks, chewed it a couple of times, then suddenly said, "Did you go on a blind date?" Qin Feng's hand froze. Qin Hai didn't look at him, kept his head down, while eating, his tone eerily calm for an 11-year-old. "Everyone in the courtyard said you went to see that young widow from the Shen family." Qin Yan stopped chewing the bun, her small face tense with anxiety. Qin Feng was silent for 2 seconds, then said, "I did." "Are you going to bring us a stepmother?" Qin Hai asked. "No." Qin Hai looked up, surprise in his eyes. Qin Yan also looked up, her little braids swaying. Qin Feng sat down on the long bench across from them. Looking into his two children's eyes, he said word by word, "Dad went to meet that comrade Shen today, but didn't take a liking to her. And I won't go again in the future." "Why?" Qin Hai asked. Qin Feng thought for a moment and told the honest truth, "Because she's not worthy of entering the Qin family's door." Qin Hai looked at him skeptically. Qin Yan bit her bun, her eyes blinking rapidly, as if judging whether this could be. Qin Feng continued, "About your mother, Dad never explained it clearly to you. That was Dad's fault." As soon as these words left his mouth, both children's bodies stiffened. This man whose style was like a warlord, would he admit fault? Wasn't he an autocrat, always only burying him? When did he become so good at speaking with such sentiment? And admit fault? Had the sun risen from the west? The two children completely disbelieved. Their father seemed like a changed person. Qin Feng continued, "Your mother didn't leave because father didn't care. She passed away from complications during childbirth with Yinzi. Father was working overtime at the office and couldn't make it back in time." He paused, his voice tightening. "This is my fault. I shouldn't have kept it from you. I always thought you were too young, that I shouldn't bring up these matters in front of you to spare you the pain of remembering your mother. I believe time would heal everything. But some rumors have become utterly absurd. I used to dismiss them as nothing more than gossip from a few women. As a man, it wasn't proper for me to argue with them. In a cadre, it wouldn't be right to go bickering with those women. Besides, they'd never admit it, and who knows what other slander would spread then. Today I want to tell you solemnly, all that gossip from those people in the compound is nothing but lies. My job puts me in charge of many people who I have to handle countless affairs and easily make enemies. After all, I distribute welfare supplies. There's always someone who thinks they got too little or too much, squabbling out of envy. They place the blame on me. Women will haggle over the smallest things. Whether it's one less briquette, a missing needle, or a scrap of cloth, they can argue for half a day. Those who can't get what they want harbor resentment. So malicious people stir things up to turn you against me. Those troublemakers want nothing more than to destroy our family's harmony and happiness. They are unhappy, so they want to drag us down. Today I'm telling you, don't listen to those wild rumors outside. Your mother was the best person. She shared hardships and toil with me. Just as we began to enjoy a better life, she was taken by childbirth. She gave her life to fulfill her duty as a mother. She was a wonderful mother who loved her children. Childbirth complications are due to the inadequate medical standards of our time. So you children must study hard and advance science and technology. Only then can we prevent more women from leaving their children suddenly like your mother did." Qin Yan burst into loud sobs, dropping her mantle on the table. Qin Hai didn't cry, but his hand clutching his chopsticks trembled. He swore to himself that he would study hard and one day become a supremely skilled doctor. Qin Feng reached out, drawing his daughter close, and patted his son on the shoulder. This was a gesture he had never made. Men of this era were generally stern and unyielding, utterly avoiding any sign of sentimentality. having lived through natural disasters, wars, and human catastrophes. Any man who showed weakness was long weeded out. Survival was impossible otherwise. In his past life, it wasn't until both children had hardened their hearts and left him that he learned these things. It was too late then, but not in this life. Qin Hai suddenly asked in a low voice, "So you're really not marrying that young widow?" "No. Is it because she thinks you're too old?" Qin Hai's voice carried a hint of probing and an undertone that was hard to decipher, whether it was sympathy for his father or a touch of schadenfreude. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. "This kid, she thinks I'm old. I think her character is poor," Qin Feng said gruffly. "A woman who would snatch food from her own sister-in-law's children. Do you think she'd be good to you? Do you want a stepmother like that?" Qin Hai shook his head decisively. Qin Yin, still sniffling, said, "I don't want her. She wouldn't even give her own niece and nephew white flower mantu." Qin Feng was taken aback, then understood. The girl must have seen something in the compound today. Children have the sharpest eyes. They can tell good from bad instantly. "All right, let's eat." Qin Feng pushed the braised pork belly closer to the two children. "From now on, I'll bring food home for you every day. No more shortcuts, or I'll hire a cook to prepare 3 meals a day for you." Qin Hai gave him a skeptical look, but said nothing more, lowering his head to eat in silence. Qin Yin, however, was about 70% convinced. She picked up a piece of braised pork, chewed it, and suddenly blurted out, "Dad, you know your braised pork isn't as good as the cafeteria's, right? Your cooking is terrible. If you don't want to poison us, you'll have to hire a cook." Qin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and gently tapped the back of his daughter's head. "Can't you shut your mouth while you eat?" The atmosphere finally eased a little. But Qin Feng knew that one conversation couldn't bridge over a decade of estrangement. The road ahead was long. Over at the Shen family's place, things were far from this warm. The moment Qin Feng left, Shen Meihua exploded. But not in a hysterical, rolling on the floor kind of way. Shen Meihua never threw tantrums. Throwing a tantrum was so ugly. Shen Meihua was the most beautiful woman for 100 miles. She did everything with grace. Even if a storm raged inside her, she had to sit upright on the outside, back straight, chin slightly raised, like the goddess of mercy enshrined in a temple, dignified, compassionate, and inviolable. But only she knew that fire was raging in the heart of this goddess of mercy. She sat on the edge of the Kong in the air. One hand rested gently on her slightly protruding belly where a child was growing. Conceived with her one true love, Lin Shu, though it wasn't showing yet. Her other hand held a handkerchief which she dabbed at the corners of her eyes from time to time, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. The benefits she had reaped from Qin Feng in her past life flashed through her mind like a lantern slide. That corduroy jacket, 6 chi of fabric tailor-made. It made her look so spirited. When she wore it out, the other women and young wives drooled with envy, their eyes turning red. That Shanghai brand watch, a white dial with a black leather strap. When she wore it on her wrist, who wouldn't take a second look? So dignified. That butterfly brand sewing machine humming when she stepped on it. Hers was the only one in the whole compound. And the eggs, sugar, lard, coal briquettes, cement brick spots at the Key Primary School, the senior traditional Chinese doctor at the city hospital. Later, when DeBeo went to the countryside as an educated youth out of spite, Qin Feng helped transfer his household registration back to the city, gave him a house and a respectable office job. Erbao, who admired everything foreign, got the study abroad quota that Qin Feng approved. Those were treasures more valuable than gold. All gone. Not a single one in this life. How dare that man? Shen Meihua crumpled her handkerchief into a ball, her fingertips turning white. It wasn't Qin Feng himself she mourned. To be honest, she had never cared for him. A man 11 years her senior, with a square face, thick eyebrows, a loud, coarse voice, and who smacked his lips when he ate. Vulgar and rude. What did someone like that have to do with her? What she mourned were those things, the real, tangible, precious goods. You just decide not to give them. Who do you think? What do you think you are? But then she steadied herself. She knew the Qin Feng of her past life too well. He seemed tough, but he was soft-hearted. Give him an inch, and he'd take a mile. His outburst today was just a show of temper. He'd regret it in a couple of days. When he calmed down, Head realized that a beauty like her was the most pleasing to the eye, the most captivating. To win her smile, Head come crawling back on his own. Widow Shun was still lost in her confident thoughts. Men, they're all the same. He's just putting on airs, waiting for me to coax him. I won't bother. When have I, Shen Meihua, ever bowed my head? I'm the one who tames men. Who does he think he is, daring to throw a tantrum? She took a deep breath, suppressing the restless fire within her heart. She rose, smoothed her clothes, and touched her hair to ensure not a single strand was out of place before lifting the door curtain and stepping out. In the main room, Lin Xiao was crouched by the stove, clearing away the bowls and chopsticks. The 5-gene coarse grain ration ticket left by Qin Feng was carefully folded by her and tucked into the inner pocket of her cotton-padded jacket. Shen Meihua saw it. Her gaze lingered for a moment on the hand that had tucked away the ticket, and the corner of her mouth curved slightly. Not a smile, but the arc of a hunter spotting its prey. In her presence, how could a man's gaze fall upon another woman? Wasn't that an insult to herself? She was the one who should be in the spotlight. It was about saving face, not just the steamed bun. She would teach this restless sister-in-law a lesson. A 5-gene coarse grain ration ticket. On the black market at 15 cents a gene, that was 75 cents for 5 gene. 75 cents was enough to buy over 3 jean of cornmeal, enough to feed her 2 precious darlings for a week. But who had earned this ration ticket? It was given out of respect for her. Qin Feng had come to see her Shen Meihua, not Lin Xiu, this sallow-faced woman. By all rights, this ration ticket should belong to her. Shen Meihua wouldn't snatch it. Snatching things was so tacky. She had plenty of ways. She strolled unhurriedly to the stove, picked up a bowl, and wiped it slowly with a cloth, her tone casual, as if chatting about household matters. Sister-in-law, that ration ticket Director Qin left just now, did you put it away safely, eh? Lin Xiu's back stiffened. Without looking up, she mumbled, That's for the children, right? Yes. Shen Meihua nodded, placed the wiped bowl into the cabinet, and picked up another, continuing to clean it. Her movements were slow and graceful, as if she were embroidering. Sister-in-law, tell me, whose face do you think Director Qin was saving by giving that ration ticket? Lin Xiu's hand stopped. Shen Meihua didn't look at her, speaking as if to herself. He came to see me, not you. Strictly speaking, this ration ticket is mine. But I didn't say a word and let you take it. Do you know why? Lin Xiu dared not respond. Shen Meihua put down the bowl, turned around, and looked into Lin Xiu's eyes, her tone as gentle as coaxing a child. Because I think as one family we shouldn't be so particular. My nephews and nieces having a full meal makes me happy too. How beautifully said. But the next sentence took a sour turn. But sister-in-law, you must have a conscience. You didn't earn this ration ticket. Taking it, you should know to be grateful. Don't let people think you used some underhanded means behind my back to steal his favor. Lin Xiu trembled all over, jerking her head up. You. What do you mean? Shen Meihua smiled faintly, a sweet and soft smile like a blade coated in honey. I don't mean anything. I'm just worried about you, sister-in-law. Think about it. Director Qin came to see me, but left the ration ticket with you. If word gets out, what will people say? Won't they think you were exchanging flirtatious glances with him behind my back? She reached out to smooth the stray hair at Lin Xiu's temple, her voice light as a sigh. Sister-in-law, you won't blame me for speaking my mind, will you? I'm saying this for your own good. A woman's reputation is worth more than a ration ticket. Lin Xiu's face turned pale, her lips trembling, unable to utter a word. She wanted to retort, but she was as tongue-tied as a clod of earth, unable to squeeze out a single word for a long time. Meanwhile, Shen Meihua, with a few choice phrases, had doused her with a basin of dirty water, doing it so elegantly that no foul word could be found. Shen Gang came out of the inner room. He hadn't caught the earlier conversation, only saw Lin Xiu standing dumbly by the stove, clutching a bowl without moving. What are you standing there for? Are the dishes washed or not? Shen Gang said impatiently. Lin Xiu snapped back to reality and quickly lowered her head to wash the dishes, her hands trembling so much that the bowls clattered against the basin. Shen Meihua watched from the side, inwardly gloating. This was her skill. No yelling, no quarreling, just a few words to make a person feel utterly worthless in their own home. But she still hadn't gotten her hands on that ration ticket. That mute Lin Xiu, though she looked spineless, had a stubborn streak. She held the ticket tight, refusing to produce it. Shen Meihua wasn't worried. The monk may run away, but the temple stays. Once mother returned from aunt's house, she would have her ways. A mother-in-law has a natural dominance over her daughter-in-law. It was only right for a mother-in-law to discipline her daughter-in-law. Lin Xiu, just you wait. That evening, Shen Gang drank 2 liang of cheap bulk liquor, a harsh, throat-burning sweet potato wine at 80 cents a jean. As the alcohol went to his head, Shen Meihua took the opportunity to drop a few casual remarks. It wasn't a complaint, it was venting her bitterness. She sat on the edge of the Kong, head bowed, voice timid. Brother, did I do something wrong today? Director Qin came for a matchmaking meeting. He was supposed to see me, but in the end he gave the ration ticket to sister-in-law. Is there something wrong with me that he didn't fancy me? As she spoke, her eyes reddened. Shen Gang could never bear to see his sister wronged. Fueled by the alcohol, his face darkened. Ration ticket. What ration ticket? Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, get over here. Lin Xiu came in from the kitchen, her hands still wet with dishwater. Where's the ration ticket? The one Director Qin left. Shen Gang glared. Lin Xiu instinctively covered the pocket of her cotton-padded jacket. That's for the children. For the children? Director Qin came to see your sister-in-law. That ration ticket belongs to Meihua. What do you mean by pocketing it when no one's looking? I didn't pocket it when no one was looking. Director Qin gave it to me with his own eyes. He saw the children Daniu and Erwa. You still have the nerve to say that? Shen Gang slammed the table. He came to see Meihua. Give it to you. Who do you think you are? Did you say or do something to him when Meihua wasn't paying attention? Lin Xiu's face was ashen. I didn't say anything. I was just standing by the stove. Shen Meihua softly interjected from the side. Brother, don't ask anymore. Maybe sister-in-law didn't mean to. These words were more vicious than pouring oil on the fire. Shen Gang roughly pulled Lin Xiu's hand away, fished the ration ticket from her cotton-padded jacket pocket, and turned to hand it to Shen Meihua. Take it. What good things does your sister-in-law deserve? Can't spoil her. Lin Xiu panicked. Shen Gang. That's for the children. The children haven't had a proper meal, and don't you know the monthly rations have been cut again? We adults can make do, but the children. Stop your shouting. Shen Gang slapped her across the face. Don't I manage the household expenses? Who are you to boss around here? Lin Xiu staggered from the slap, her shoulder hitting the corner of the stove, bruising an ugly purple. She crouched on the ground, covering her face, wailing. Ever since her sister-in-law had come home with her children to eat and drink, the whole world had seemed to collapse. It was filled with darkness. Seeing her own children's skin and bones crying from hunger every day, it broke her mother's heart. Daniu and Erwa were terrified and threw themselves onto their mother, wailing along with her. Shen Meihua took the ration ticket, glanced at Lin Xiu, and sighed, a hint of regretful disappointment in her tone. Sister-in-law, let me say one more thing. Don't bear a grudge against me. Think about it. Why would he give you a ration ticket? What are you to him? You're not related. He kept calling me Comrade Shen, pocketing things like that. If word gets out, what will it look like? Shen Meihua paused, lowering her head, her voice growing even softer, as if speaking to herself. I'm just afraid of gossip. That people might say the elder sister-in-law used her eyes to lure a man away while I was talking to someone. Elder sister-in-law, you wouldn't do such a thing, would you? You must act with integrity so as not to bring shame upon our Shen family. Lin Xiu trembled all over, lifted her head abruptly, her face streaked with tears, her lips quivering, unable to utter a word. She was not angry, she was disheartened. In this household, she toiled from dawn till dusk, washing, cooking, tending to her husband, raising the children. She scrimped on her own monthly rations, saving the finer grains for her man and her little ones. Danny, only 6 years old, already knew how to light the fire and cook. Erwa at 4 was so famished his vision blurred, stumbling around. Yet in the end, with a few words from others, she was branded a cheap when she seduced men. She opened her mouth to defend herself, but a lump clogged her throat, and she could not force out a single word. Shen Gang, having heard his sister's words, grew more furious with each thought, and kicked Lin Xiu again. Cry, cry, cry. All you know is crying. If you were truly innocent, would my sister have said that? Don't you have any idea yourself? Lin Xiu lay on the ground, her 2 children clinging to her neck, tears streaming down all 3 faces. Shen Meihua glanced at them, her brow slightly furrowed, not out of pity but annoyance at the ruckus. Moreover, the sight of their snot and tears was filthy, utterly disgusting, a veritable pollution to the eyes. The elder sister-in-law is truly vulgar and uncouth. She cannot even teach or raise her children properly. Look at them. No manners at all. Alas, not a single person in this household is like her. She was born with a love for cleanliness, blessed with exquisite beauty, destined for a life of comfort. She must not let these sordid affairs disturb her peace. The children's wailing was so grating it made her temples throb. All right, stop crying. Her tone was indifferent. Elder sister-in-law, wipe away your tears. Letting the children see you like this, what will they think? I'm not accusing you, just offering a reminder. Be more careful in the future so others don't misunderstand. With that, she flicked her long braid, twisted her body, and returned to the inner room. Closing the door, she fished out a small packet of pastries, her own stash hidden from everyone. She broke off a piece to feed Debao, then another for Erbao, coaxing softly. Eat up my treasures. Mama has goodies for you. Outside, Danny and Erwa's cries persisted. Shen Meihua turned a deaf ear. She was preoccupied with more important matters. Once her mother returned from Aunt's house, she needed to lodge a complaint first. She would say the elder sister-in-law had no sense of propriety, that she had made a disgraceful spectacle in front of the matchmaking prospect, driving him away. She would also mention the grain coupon incident, adding a few words about the elder sister-in-law exchanging flirtatious glances with that man. There was no need to spell it out too clearly. Her mother, a shrewd woman, would catch on instantly. When that happened, the elder sister-in-law would be in for a world of trouble. In this family, she, Shen Meihua, was the most cherished one. How dare the elder sister-in-law hold a grudge against her? She clearly had no idea who she was dealing with. Her mother indulged her, her brother protected her. It was the elder sister-in-law's fault for being so oblivious. The next morning, Qin Feng rode his Fiji bicycle to the office. As he parked it in the shed, a figure sidled up to him. Good morning. It was Lu, an office clerk in his 40s with small darting eyes, the bureau's notorious gossip monger. He rubbed his hands together, his face wreathed in a sycophantic smile, like a cat catching a whiff of fish. Director, I heard you went to the Shen residence yesterday. Lu lowered his voice. So, did you take a liking to her? Qin Feng shot him a glance and replied flatly, take a liking to what? We met once. It didn't work out. Lu was taken aback, his smile freezing for half a second before quickly reforming. Didn't work out. Well, forget it. He said forget it, but his feet remained rooted, his eyes still roving over Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng knew what the man was thinking. The entire Commerce Bureau was watching his marital affairs. If he had truly married Shen Meihua, Shen Gang would have become the director's brother-in-law. From then on, who would dare to disrespect him? The winds would shift, and those who had previously ignored Shen Gang would instantly put on a different face. But now that Director Qin said it didn't work out, the winds were different again. Liu's mind worked quickly, and he immediately asked Director regarding Shen Gang's assignment to the Southern District. I've already approved it. Qin Feng cut him off. The Eastern District has a heavier workload. He's too junior, let him start in the Southern District to gain experience. Do you have any objections? No objections. It's an organizational arrangement, so we must comply. Lu shook his head like a rattledrum and turned to scurry away. Come back. Lu shuddered, turned back with an ingratiating smile. Director, your orders. Qin Feng pulled a document from his briefcase and handed it to him. This is the material verification list for the Southern District for the first quarter. Have Shen Gang go through it all before next week, verify the data, and report back. Lu took it, flipped through it, and his mouth twitched. The Southern District alone had 12 neighborhood committees. Every household's coal briquette, grain coupon, and cloth coupon registry had to be checked. This task couldn't be finished in less than half a month. Djar. Director, isn't this workload a bit? What? The organization wants to give him some training, and you're complaining on his behalf. No, not at all. They'll go notify him right away. Lu clutched the documents and fled. Qin Feng watched his retreating figure, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Shoes that pinch must be worn one pair at a time. Rushing would leave traces. Entering his office, a stack of documents already awaited him on the desk. Qin Feng opened the top one. It was a cadre resume from the personnel section with Zhao Yu's name prominently listed. He picked it up and scrutinized it carefully. Zhao Yu, 26 years old, demobilized soldier truck driver for the Eastern District Transport Team, unmarried, family background of poor peasant, clean record. Qin Feng stared at the word unmarried for several seconds, then picked up his fountain pen and wrote a line in the margin of the resume. This individual has a solid work ethic. Recommend transfer to the Bureau's Logistics Vehicle Depot for further evaluation. Transferring to the Logistics Vehicle Depot meant leaving the Eastern District Transport Team, and thus leaving Shen Meihua's sphere of activity. Zhao Yu would never have a chance to see her again in this lifetime. Qin Feng placed the resume in his drawer and picked up the phone to dial a number. Hello, Section Chief Zhang. It's Qin Feng. A small favor on my 2 children's household registration. Could you change the mother's column to deceased? Yes, it's been left blank and unclear all along. Thank you. He hung up, leaned back in his chair, and lit a cigarette. In the swirling smoke, he recalled his daughter Qin Yan's words from the night before. Dad, your braised pork isn't as good as the cafeteria's. He couldn't help but chuckle. Then he remembered his son Qin Hai's question. Is it because she thought you were too old? The laughter died abruptly. Qin Feng stubbed out his cigarette, picked up an allocation application form, and began to approve it. The pen scratched rhythmically across the paper. The office was quiet save for the faint sound of a loudspeaker drifting in from outside the window. The days ahead were long. The accounts to be settled would be dealt with one by one. Upon arriving at the office, Qin Feng's first task was not to review documents, but to spread a sheet of letter paper and inscribe 4 characters in its center with a fountain pen, the art of managing suitors. Then he lit a cigarette, leaned back in his chair, and meticulously sorted through the backgrounds of the men who had surrounded Shen Meihua in his past life, one by one. In his previous life, he had played the fool for decades, but he was no simpleton. After falling out with Shen Meihua, looking back on many things was as clear as studying a calligraphy copybook. Every stroke laid bare, every false line exposed. Pity that in his past life, he only saw through it all when he was already old and gray. In this life, it was not too late. Suitor number 1, Qin Feng himself. This one required little elaboration. The ledger was already the thickest. From age 35 to 70, spanning 35 years. Fine grain coupons, meat ration tickets, cloth vouchers, coal briquettes, cement wristwatches, sewing machines, a house, household registration, job recruitment slots. Everything he could give he gave. What he couldn't he found a way to give anyway. And what did he gain in return? A brother Qin, a few tears, 3 broken engagements with 3 betrayals, and in his old age the accusation, I never held a knife to your throat. Beside the name Qin Feng, he annotated 4 words, deserved it, but reformed. Suitor number 2, Lin Shu. An art officer at the cultural center, handsome and fair-skinned with a delicate complexion, a high nose bridge, black-rimmed glasses, and a refined manner of speech that frequently invoked soul, freedom, and poetry. In modern parlance, a literary madman. His danger lay not in wealth, but in his willingness to do any. Moreover, the more insidious the deed, the more zealously he undertook it, convinced he was sacrificing heroically for love, a grand, tear-jerking saga. In his past life, Lin Shu's encounter with Shen Meihua began in 1960 on the very day her husband died. At the time, news of the death had not yet arrived. How did they meet? The cultural center was hosting a mass art exhibition, and Shen Meihua was sent by the textile factory to serve as a docent. That day, she wore a white shirt with the top 2 buttons undone, revealing a tantalizing glimpse, and cinched her waist with a thin leather belt, sculpting her figure like an hourglass. Her jet black hair was woven into a thick braid that draped over her chest, swaying with each step. Lin Shu, then 24, was the youngest art officer at the cultural center, unmarried. The moment he laid eyes on Shen Meihua, the brush slipped from his hand. No exaggeration, it truly fell, leaving a streak of green oil paint on the display board, earning him a half-minute scolding from the director. From that point on, Lin Shu was ensnared. He wrote her love poems spanning over a dozen pages with lines like, "You are the moonlight deep within my soul, and the shackles of the mundane cannot bind a free spirit." By modern standards, it was a cringe-worthy spectacle, but in that era such theatrics could intoxicate any literary-minded young woman. Shen Meihua was no such woman, but she feigned it well. Whether she understood the words mattered little. What mattered was that she discerned one thing: this man was truly smitten, and a smitten man was the easiest to manipulate. Their interactions evolved from discussing art to discussing literature to discussing life, and finally, to discussing matters in the bedchamber. The progression was swift, less than 2 months. Once in the bedchamber, Shen Meihua began to demand things. Not outright requests. That would be too crude. She employed worry. Teacher Lin Debao's cotton pants are torn again. I've patched them 3 times, but they still let the wind through. As she spoke, she lowered her head, holding a pair of ragged cotton pants with dense stitching, a pitiful sight. Lin Shu's heart shattered. The next day, he delivered 5 feet of cotton cloth. Teacher Lin Erbao coughs at night. I wanted to stew a pair for him, but I've used up all my sugar coupons. Her voice was timid, her eyes rimmed with red. The following day, a caddy of white sugar appeared at her doorstep. It wasn't purchased. Lin Shu had used all his own sugar coupons and borrowed another 2 liang from a colleague. He himself hadn't tasted anything sweet in 3 months. This was merely the beginning. In his past life, Qin Feng was deceived into 3 broken engagements, each time involving Lin Shu. Yet Lin Shu's deeds extended beyond soul communion with Shen Meihua. He also carried out numerous shady tasks on her behalf. For instance, on the eve of Qin Feng's first broken engagement, Lin Shu appeared at Shen Meihua's place. Not by chance, but because she had summoned him. She feared Qin Feng would actually go through with the marriage registration, which would rob her of freedom and her ability to juggle multiple men. So she had Lin Shu bump into Qin Feng, deliberately escalating the situation to enrage Qin Feng into canceling the wedding. This tactic was a blend of self-inflicted injury and divide and conquer. She lost nothing either way. Qin Feng stormed off in anger. She feigned tears, and Lin Shu, moved by her sorrow, became even more devoted. A few days later, when Qin Feng's anger subsided, she would adopt that aggrieved expression again, saying it was all Lin Shu's doing. I've already scolded him. Deceiving both sides, reaping from both. Lin Shu willingly played the villain, believing that as long as Shen Meihua ended up with him, enduring curses was a small price to pay. What was a scapegoat's burden? Yet Shen Meihua never intended to be with him. What she wanted from Lin Shu was never the man himself, but his cooperation, to act alongside her to disrupt plans to drive away any man who approached her, leaving only those she desired. Later, Lin Shu committed even more reckless acts. In the 1970s, a factory leader took a fancy to Shen Meihua and became handsy. Shen Meihua tearfully confided in Lin Shu. That very night, he tucked an iron rod into his pocket and confronted the man, breaking his arm. It was a case of intentional injury, and he was sentenced to 3 years. After 3 years of hard labor, Lin Shu emerged jobless, his future ruined, a scar etched across his face. Yet his first act was to seek out Shen Meihua. When she saw the scar on his face, she wept, sincerely this time, saying, "Why did you have to go so far?" Moved by her tears, Lin Shu felt his 3 years in prison had not been in vain. What he didn't know was that during those 3 years, Shen Meihua had not been idle for a single day. Qin Feng continued to deliver grain coupons. Zhao Yu still hauled coal briquettes for her, and she had also gotten acquainted with a supply and marketing cooperative director who provided her with scarce goods from time to time. She never lacked men at any time. Yet Lin Shu believed she did. Beside the name Lin Shu, Qin Feng inscribed 8 words: mad, romantic, fool, harm to self and others. Suitor number 3, Zhao Yu. A truck driver from the Eastern District Transport Team, a demobilized soldier, 25 years old, unmarried. Standing over 6 feet tall with thick eyebrows and large eyes, his biceps bulging like small thermoses, he was a veritable iron tower. Among the 3 suitors, he was the most taciturn and the most tragic. Unlike Qin Feng, he wielded no power or connections to sign approvals. Nor did he possess Lin Shu's talent for poetry or romance. He had nothing but brute strength and a heart of unwavering devotion. In his past life, Zhao Yu appeared around the time of Lin Feng. He silently cherished this young widow, secretly delivering gifts and quietly helping her with various tasks. For her sake, he remained unmarried well into his later years. Only when his aunt threatened suicide did he reluctantly marry a poor, unfortunate woman. Lin Feng's salary was meager, insufficient to support his mother alone, and thus, Zhao Yu became a target. How did they meet? Zhao Yu hauled goods for the textile mill, and they got acquainted through repeated encounters. Shen Meihua was renowned as a beauty in the mill. The first time Zhao Yu saw her, his face flushed crimson. A demobilized soldier who had carried artillery shells and witnessed live-fire drills in the army was caught off guard by the rosy cheeks of a widow. Shen Meihua saw it at once, another fish on the line. But she was in no hurry. She never used a hook, she used it. First it was, "Master Zhao, could you help me move a box?" Then, "Master Zhao, my water pipe is leaking, could you take a look?" And then, "Master Zhao, you live alone, it must be hard. I made you a bowl of noodles." After 3 bowls of noodles, Zhao Yu's soul was lost. What kind of noodles were they? Hand-pulled noodles, springy and smooth, with a broth simmered from pork bones. Topped with a poached egg, the yolk still runny, sprinkled with scallions, and drizzled with 2 drops of sesame oil. 2 drops of sesame oil. In those days, who would be willing to drizzle sesame oil into a bowl of noodles? The moment Zhao Yu took the first bite, his eyes welled up. He had grown up without parents, eaten in the army mess, and after demobilization from the communal pot, he had never in his life tasted such a bowl of noodles. He felt that this bowl of noodles contained the taste of home, the taste of woman, the taste of warmth. What he didn't know was that the truly effective ingredient in that bowl was neither the pork bone nor the sesame oil. It was the snowy expanse of flesh revealed at her collar when Shen Meihua bent over to hand him the noodles. She, accidentally, let Zhao Yu see it, then hurriedly pulled her collar closed, 2 patches of blush rising on her cheeks as she whispered, "Don't look." Zhao Yu didn't look. He swore he didn't look. But he couldn't sleep at night, tossing and turning, his mind fixated on that one glimpse. From then on, Zhao Yu became Shen Meihua's third devoted soldier, repairing the house and patching walls, hauling coal, and carrying flour, running errands. He came at any call in rain or shine. But Zhao Yu was different from the other two. He wasn't the type to work without touching. Shen Meihua used her most potent tactic on him as well. Keep him at arm's length, occasionally grant a favor. Most of the time, Shen Meihua was politely distant, calling him Master Zhao, with proper form, giving no cause for complaint. But a few times, just a few. After she needed Zhao Yu's help with a big favor, she would accidentally let things spiral out of control. A glass of wine, a lamp, Asaya's shoulder to lean on. Master Zhao, I'm so tired. And then came the night. The next morning, Shen Meihua with red-rimmed eyes would say, Master Zhao, last night was an accident. We can't do this again. I'm a widow, my reputation matters. I am a very conservative woman. Zhao Yu was so consumed with guilt he could have slapped himself twice. It's my fault, I'm worse than a beast. Shen Meihua shook her head and tears fell again. Don't blame yourself. I was just too lonely. You're a good man. I'm not worthy of you. One phrase, good man, one accident, and Zhao Yu was firmly bound. He believed he had wronged Shen Meihua, that he had taken advantage, and that he should redouble his kindness to her to atone. So he worked even harder. In his past life, Zhao Yu didn't marry until he was over 40. He married a country woman, honest and dutiful, who bore him a son and a daughter. But even after marriage, if Shen Meihua called, he would still come running. His wife fought with him over it countless times. Once during the worst quarrel, his wife stood at the door with a cleaver. If you dare walk out that door today, they'll chop you up. Zhao Yu didn't say a word. He climbed out through the window. His wife cried the entire night. Later, she came to her senses. She stopped fighting. What was the use of fighting? Her man's heart was never with her, not even once. While she and the children ate leftovers, Zhao Yu was delivering fresh pork to Shen Meihua. While she mended old clothes for the children, Zhao Yu was carrying new quilts for Shen Meihua. He drained the blood from his wife and children to nourish this flower, Shen Meihua. And he never woke up. In his past life, Qin Feng finally saw through Shen Meihua at 70 and broke with her. But Zhao Yu. After Qin Feng severed ties with Shen Meihua, Zhao Yu still secretly visited her, bringing her things. By then, Zhao Yu himself was over 60 with white hair and a bent back, yet he still carried a sack of rice up 3 flights of stairs for her. His wife was already dead. Worked to death, sick to death, died with no one caring. His children disowned him too. Having watched their mother be driven to anger and death, they cut ties with their father when they grew up. Zhao Yu lived alone in a dilapidated single-story apartment allocated by his work unit. Every holiday, he would go to Shen Meihua's house, helping paste couplets and make dumplings. Shen Meihua's son and daughter-in-law ordered him around like an old hired hand. He didn't get angry, he just worked with a smile. He felt that as long as he could stay under the same roof as Shen Meihua, it was enough. A whole lifetime, and he never woke up for a single day. Qin Feng wrote a line next to the name, Zhao Yu, the most loyal dog, the most tragic man. Transfer him. 3 devoted soldiers in their past lives, 3 old lives drained dry. Lin Shu offered love, a desperate life-or-death romantic performance, reckless acts of daring and bottomless sacrifice that led to prison and taking the blame. Qin Feng offered power, approving slips, greenlighting everything from grain and meat coupons to household registration and jobs, covering every aspect of Shen Meihua's material life. Zhao Yu offered body, his brute strength, a lifetime of loyalty, a body always at her disposal, plus the last drop of blood squeezed from his wife and children. Shen Meihua sat in the middle, crying one day, laughing the next, then throwing a scene the day after, keeping the 3 men firmly in her grip. She told Lin Shu, my marriage is unhappy, and Lin Shu's heart ached so much he went out to beat someone. She told Qin Feng, when the children are grown, well, get the certificate, and Qin Feng waited for decades. She told Zhao Yu, you're the one who understands me best, and Zhao Yu never moved on in his life. Lying to all 3, hiding from 2, dangling a carrot in front of 1, yet making everyone believe she was a good woman wronged by fate. And now the reborn Shen Meihua, sitting on the heated brick bed in her mother's house, recalling the 3 men from her past life, felt not guilt rising in her heart. It was pride. See, so many people love me. I, Shen Meihua, was born to be cherished. In this second life, she had it all planned out clearly. Qin Feng was the biggest ATM, must be firmly grasped. Lin Shu was the most obedient pawn, useful for stirring trouble at critical moments. Zhao Yu was the most convenient laborer, always on call, no need to waste him. 3 men, 3 uses, not one can be spared. She touched her slightly protruding belly, and the corners of her mouth curled up. What's the rush? That man Qin Feng, she knew him too well. He looked tough, but his heart was soft. After putting on airs for a couple of days, he would obediently come to her door. When he came, she would put on an act of being wronged, cry a little, make a scene, say a few words like, you've broken my heart. Wouldn't he then offer up his very heart? In this life, she would still live the good life. But she forgot one thing. In her past life, Qin Feng's heart was soft because he didn't know the truth. In this life, he knows. Every lie, every act, every soul communion, and accidental loss of control. He knew them all. You play your part of the Guanyin Bodhisattva while I dismantle my temple. Shen's mother Zhao Guifan returned from her sister-in-law's house at a little past 3 in the afternoon. She was in her early 50s, stout with a round face set with shrewd eyes, thin lips that spoke quickly, and a brisk, bustling gait. Her standing in the family could be summed up in one sentence. Shen Gang shrank his neck in her presence. Shen Meihua acted spoiled, and Lin Xiu trembled. The moment Zhao Guifan stepped into the yard, she first noticed the kitchen was cold and empty, with Lin Xiu squatting on the ground scrubbing clothes. Zhao Guifan's eyes swept over her hands. They were as red as pig trotters, frostbitten and cracked, oozing threads of blood soaking in icy water, without flinching, as if they couldn't feel the pain. Danny and Erwa huddled by the stove, each gnawing on half a cold cornbread. Erwa couldn't bite through after a couple of tries. His teeth hadn't grown in yet, and the bread was too hard. He whimpered mouth full. Zhao Guifan paid them no mind, and went straight into the main hall. Shen Gang was sitting at the table flipping through a newspaper. Seeing his mother return, he quickly stood up to pour her some water. "Mom, you're back. Tired from the trip?" Zhao Guifan took the cup, but didn't drink. Her eyes darted around first. "Where's Meihua?" "In the inner room." Zhao Guifan set down the cup and headed straight for the inner room. Shen Meihua had been waiting. She sat on the edge of the heated brick bed, a handkerchief in hand, eyes slightly reddened, her expression a delicate balance of "I've been holding back tears, but can't anymore." Just enough to stir pity. Not the ugly look of a loud wail, but the kind of tearful, pitiable beauty that made everyone's heart ache. "Mom," she called out, her voice trembling. Zhao Guifan's heart softened. She hurried over in 3 steps, wrapped her arm around her daughter's shoulders and asked, "What's wrong? Who bullied you? Tell Mom." Shen Meihua buried her face in her mother's chest, her shoulders heaving as she wept. Not a loud cry, but a silent, suppressed sobbing that tore at the heart. Zhao Guifan grew anxious. "Just say it. What happened?" Shen Meihua cried for a full 2 minutes. A timing she had mastered perfectly. Too short would show insufficient, grievance too long would seem affected. Then she lifted her head, wiped her tears, and choked out, "Mom. The matchmaking. It fell through. Fell through." Shen Meihua shed a few more tears and began to speak. She wasn't tattling, she was venting. The difference between the two was greater than that between cotton and corduroy. Tattling was a blunt accusation, venting was a roundabout way that led you to draw your own conclusions. Director Qin came to visit, and we were chatting nicely. But sister-in-law kept hovering around, pouring tea and water, practically clinging to him. I didn't even get a chance to have a private word with him. Zhao Guifan's brow furrowed. Then when Director Qin left, he gave a ration ticket. 5 caddies of coarse grain. But he didn't give it to me, he gave it to sister-in-law. Mom tell me he came to see me, so how did the ticket end up with her? Zhao Guifan's face darkened. What did sister-in-law say to him? She demanded. How would I know? Shen Meihua lowered her head, her voice even more aggrieved. I was in the inner room, tending to her bow. When I came out, sister-in-law had already pocketed the ticket. I figured we're family, so I didn't say anything. But the more I thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. Did sister-in-law say or do something to him while I was gone? Otherwise, why wouldn't he give it to me, but to her? She looked up, tears in her eyes, but her expression was not anger. It was worry. Mom, it's not that I care about the ticket. I'm afraid. Afraid sister-in-law did something shameful that made the Shen family look bad, which is why he doesn't want me anymore. A killing blow without drawing blood. She hadn't said a single bad word about Lin Xiu, yet every word insinuated that her sister-in-law had seduced her matchmaking prospect. Zhao Guifan was no fool. A veteran of decades in the neighborhood, she needed no more hints to chew on. That useless thing. Zhao Guifan slapped the edge of the brick bed. I'm gone just a few days, and she starts causing trouble. Shen Meihua quickly grabbed her. Mom, don't be angry. Maybe sister-in-law didn't mean it. The words were like pouring water into a pan of hot oil. The more she said, don't be angry, the angrier Zhao Guifan became. Didn't mean it. She ruined your match and pocketed the ration ticket, and you call that not meaning it. Zhao Guifan stood up and strode out with Shen Meihua following behind, saying, Mom, don't act rashly, yet her steps never lagged. In the main hall, Lin Xiu was hanging laundry. Zhao Guifan entered without a word and delivered a slap. The crisp sound echoed through the yard. Lin Xiu was stunned. The wet clothes fell from her hands, her cheek stinging with heat. She stared blankly at her mother-in-law, lips trembling. Mom, why are you hitting me? Why? You have no idea. Zhao Guifan pointed at her nose. What good deeds have you done while I was away? How did you ruin Meihua's match? How did you pocket the ration ticket? Did you flirt with him when Meihua wasn't looking? Lin Xiu's face turned pale. Mom, I didn't. I barely said a word to Director Qin. He gave me the ticket because he saw how pitiful Danny and Erwa were. Gave it to you. Was he here to see you? Who are you to him? Zhao Guifan's voice was as shrill as scraping a pot. You're a married woman. Why would a male comrade give you a ration ticket? Dare you say you didn't use some trick? I didn't. Lin Xiu was frantic, tears streaming. I was just cooking by the stove doing nothing. Doing nothing, and he gives you a ration ticket. Zhao Guifan sneered. Do you take me for a fool, eh? Lin Xiu opened her mouth, but couldn't find words. Shen Gang sat nearby, smoking silently, not saying a word. Shen Meihua stood behind her mother, head slightly bowed, wearing an expression of I don't want to embarrass sister-in-law, but am so wronged. Lin Xiu saw Shen Meihua's expression and understood everything. But she couldn't speak. She was tongue-tied, slow-witted, only able to cry and work. Facing the coordinated siege of mother and daughter, she couldn't utter a single word in her defense. Mom, really, it's not sister-in-law's fault. Shen Meihua said softly. Maybe Director Qin just felt sorry for Danny and Erwa, nothing to do with her. Zhao Guifan shot her a glare. Still defending her. She ruined your match, and you still speak for her. You're too soft-hearted. Translated, that meant sister-in-law is guilty, don't make excuses for her. Shen Gang finally put down his cigarette, stood up, and walked over to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu instinctively stepped back. Where's the ration ticket? Shen Gang asked. Danny and Erwa haven't had a full meal in 3 days. Lin Xiu's voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum. That food coupon was meant for the children. Shen Gang yanked open the pocket of her cotton-padded jacket and rummaged through it for a long while. It was empty. Where's the food coupon? Lin Xiu bit her lip and said nothing. That coupon had already been taken by Shen Meihua yesterday. There was nothing left in her pocket. Shen Gang found no food coupon, and his face darkened, even further convinced that Lin Xiu had hidden it. Did you stash that food coupon somewhere? Huh. Planning to sneak off and trade it for something, are you? No. The coupon was already. Lin Xiu glanced at Shen Meihua. Shen Meihua kept her head slightly lowered, silent. Lin Xiu then looked at Zhao Guifan. Zhao Guifan let out a cold snort. What are you looking at her for? Speak your piece. Lin Xiu took a deep breath, mustering every ounce of courage she had, and blurted out. Meihua took the food coupon yesterday. Nonsense. Zhao Guifan cut her off. When did Meihua ever take your coupon? Can't even keep track of your own things, and now you want to blame Meihua. Shen Gang took it from me and gave it to Meihua. Lin Xiu's voice suddenly rose. Your son fished it out of my pocket. Danny and Erwa were right there watching. Danny and Erwa, hiding behind the doorframe, burst into wails the moment they heard their mother call their names. Zhao Guifan glanced at her 2 grandchildren, then at her daughter. Shen Meihua lifted her head, her eyes rimmed with red, her tone calm but aggrieved. I took it. Sister-in-law is right. Zhao Guifan was taken aback. Shen Meihua continued, her voice steady and unhurried, as if stating an unfortunate fact. That food coupon was rightfully mine to begin with. Section Chief Qin came to see me, and sister-in-law asked for the coupon when I wasn't paying attention. I merely took back what was mine. Sister-in-law, is it really worth squabbling with me over this? A sister-in-law fighting with her husband's younger sister over a gift from a matchmaker. How would that sound if it got out? Here it comes again. With just a few words, she had twisted stealing the food coupon into the younger sister reclaiming her own property, and transformed Lin Xiu being bullied into a sister-in-law competing with her husband's sister for favor. Lin Xiu's lips trembled. In the end, she dared not say a single word. Shen Gang slammed his fist on the table. Enough. Stop arguing. The matter of the food coupon ends here. No one is to bring it up again. Zhao Guifan, still simmering with anger, pointed a finger at Lin Xiu's nose. From today onward, you behave yourself. Meihua is a cherished daughter back in her natal home, and her marriage is the top priority of this household. If you dare stir up trouble again, I'll send you packing back to your own family. Lin Xiu stood rooted to the spot, trembling all over one side of her face, swollen tears streaming silently down her cheeks. Danny ran over and hugged her mother's legs, looking up with her tear-streaked face, sobbing between hiccups. Grandma, don't scold Mom. Mom didn't do anything wrong. Zhao Guifan glanced at her granddaughter, felt a slight twinge in her heart, but it was only a fleeting twinge. Take the children back to the room. She waved her hand at Lin Xiu as if shooing away a fly. Lin Xiu picked up Erwa, took Danny by the hand, and shuffled toward the kitchen with her head bowed. As she passed by Shen Meihua, the latter gently tugged at her sleeve and said in a voice as soft as coaxing a child, Sister-in-law, don't blame me. I had no choice. Lin Xiu shuddered all over, said nothing, and walked away carrying the child. Shen Meihua watched her retreating figure, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth, then turned and linked arms with her mother, acting coy. Mom, I missed you so much while you were away these past few days. The food at home has been terrible, and my appetite's been really poor lately. Just the smell of cooking oil makes me nauseous. Zhao Guifan's heart ached. Could it be you're expecting? You need to eat properly. They'll buy a chicken tomorrow and stew it to nourish you. Mom. Shen Meihua lowered her. Zhao Guifan realized, lowering her voice. Are you really pregnant? Shen Meihua blushed and nodded. Whose is it? Who else's could it be? Shen Meihua's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Before Zhou Digui left, Zhao Guifan's eyes reddened. She hugged her daughter. My poor child, you've suffered. Don't worry, Mom is here. No one will make you suffer. Shen Meihua leaned into her mother's arms and closed her eyes. The real show was just beginning. That night, Qin Feng dreamed of his past life again. He dreamed that at 70, he went to find Shen Meihua leaning on a cane, wanting to ask her one question: did you ever truly care for me? Shen Meihua was hanging clothes in the courtyard, silk tapestry, tribute satin cloud brocade. On her feet were mid-heeled leather shoes, and on her wrist was a Shanghai brand watch. Though she was a 60-year-old woman, she smelled fragrant as if she had applied some unknown lotion. Seeing him approach, she didn't even pause her work and said without turning her head, What are you here for again? Don't tell me you've come to stop me from dating. That won't do. Have some magnanimity. Please don't get in the way of my pursuit. Look how old you've become. You and I will never work out. Just go. He stood at the gate, tears streaming down his aged face. Then the dream shattered. Qin Feng's eyes snapped open. It was still dark, the window paper a hazy gray. He lay in bed staring at the ceiling for a while, then turned over, sat up, put on his cotton coat, and went to the kitchen. He was going to make breakfast for the 2 children. In both his past and present lives, he had never known how to cook. He had always eaten at the canteen. He simply couldn't cook. But in this life he decided to learn. He stuffed a few briquettes into the stove, the flames licked up, the pot heated, and then he added too much oil. Not just a little too much. It was the kind where he poured in half a small bowl with a glug. In those days lard was precious. Though the Qin family always had some on hand, you couldn't waste it like that. But his hand slipped, and it was already too much. Pouring it back seemed unsanitary, so he had to grit his teeth and proceed. Time to crack the eggs. Qin Feng picked up an egg and tapped it on the rim of the bowl. He used too much force, and the shell shattered into bits, falling into the bowl along with the egg white and yolk. He fished out the shell pieces with chopsticks, but after a long while 2 tiny fragments remained hidden. Never mind extra calcium. He stirred it all together and poured it into the pot. With a sizzle, smoke billowed up, making him cough. He grabbed the spatula and flipped it frantically, breaking the eggs into countless small pieces. Some burnt, some still runny. He served it up. He looked down a bowl of blackened yellow oil-soaked scrambled eggs studded with eggshell bits. The presentation was so bad that if served in the canteen, customers would demand a refund on the spot. Qin Feng fell silent for 3 seconds, then heated up 2 white flour steamed buns. That was simple. Just toast them by the pot's edge, they couldn't burn. While he was in a fluster, the door to the east room creaked open. Qin Yin walked out, rubbing her eyes. She stood at the kitchen entrance, staring at her father in an apron, his hands greasy, a smudge of soot on his face. She froze for a full 5 seconds. Dad, what are you doing? Making breakfast. Qin Yin looked at the bowl of scrambled eggs, then at her father's face. She pressed her lips together, wanting to laugh, but not daring to. Qin Hai also came out, standing behind his sister. He swept his eyes over the stove and said expressionlessly, "Are you sure this is scrambled eggs?" "Isn't it scrambled eggs?" "What else?" "Scrambled iron nails." "I think it tastes like scrambled iron nails." Qin Feng reached out to smack the back of his head, but Qin Hai dodged the corner of his mouth, twitching upward, so faintly that even he himself didn't notice. Summoning her courage, Qin Yin picked up a piece of scrambled egg with her chopsticks and put it into her mouth. After chewing a couple of times, her expression was indescribable. "How is it?" Qin Feng asked. "There are shells," Qin Yin said honestly. "And it's a bit salty. But it's better than yesterday's, which had none." Qin Feng was taken aback. Looking down at his daughter's earnest little face as she ate, his nose suddenly stung. Qin Hai also sat down, picked up a piece of egg, ate it without changing his expression, and muttered, "Next time use less oil. Lard isn't free, you know." "What do you know? Do you have any idea how hard it is to get lard outside? I had to pull strings for an allocation, just to." He stopped mid-sentence. The 2 children looked up at him, waiting for him to finish. Qin Feng cleared his throat. "Anyway, less oil next time." "All right, hurry up and eat. You've got school after." Qin Yin nibbled at the scrambled eggs and suddenly said, "Dad, will you make this again tomorrow?" "Yes." "Can you make braised pork then?" "Do you think I'm the cafeteria chef?" "Don't you have special supplies?" Qin Hai chimed in. "Yinzi, not even special supplies can save Dad's cooking skills." Qin Feng smacked each of them on the back of the head. The 2 children dodged a smile curling on their lips. Laughter filled the kitchen, soft like the first thaw of early spring, barely audible unless you listened closely. But Qin Feng heard it. He turned away to wash the dishes, his back to the children, a smile lingering on his lips for a long time. After breakfast, Qin Feng biked to work. As soon as he entered the office, Comrade Lu scurried over, clutching a slip of paper, his expression somewhat odd. Director Comrade Shen came by, asking if the verification list for the Southern District could be extended a few days. He said the workload is too heavy and he can't finish it by next week. "No." Qin Feng didn't even look up. "It's an organizational assignment. Complete it on time. If not, write a self-criticism." Comrade Lu shrank back, about to leave, when Qin Feng called him back. "Oh, and do me a favor. Check on Shen Meihua's position at the textile mill. Any recent transfers or evaluation opportunities." Comrade Liu's eyes darted around as he probed, "Director, are you thinking of giving her some special attention?" Qin Feng glanced up at him. That look was as cold as well water in the dead of winter. Comrade Lu shivered and quickly said, "He'll look into it right away." And Qin Feng added, "Keep it to yourself." Got it. My lips are sealed." Comrade Lu hurried out. Qin Feng leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the desk. His inquiry about the textile mill wasn't about favor, it was reconnaissance. In his past life, Shen Meihua had worked at the mill her entire life. Her salary went from 34 yuan and 80 cents to 52 yuan, neither high nor low, but stable. That wage was more than enough to support herself and her children, provided she didn't squander it. But how much had she spent? Take clothes alone, corduroy fabric bought 4 times, each time 8 or 9 feet. Enough for 2 coats, 8 polyester blouses in white floral blue. 6 woolen coats, 592 yuan worth of fabric tailor-made. She was the only one in the entire mill with such attire. 2 silk cotton skirts for summer light and form-fitting, her silhouette subtly revealed in the breeze. As for cosmetics, her face cream went from the 12-cent Pearl Cream to the 38-cent Yi brand, then to the 7-tai-12-cent Peichelan, each jar more expensive than the last. Hair oil went from 80 cents to 1 yuan 50, a row of bottles and jars lined up, plus Yupai brand Bomb Tiger Bomb clamshell oil. Odds and ends adding up to nearly 30 yuan. 30 yuan. Enough for an ordinary family's monthly food expenses. And then the most intimate items, lingerie. Shen Meihua spent the most on this and begrudged it the least. What did ordinary women wear? Coarse cotton belly bands or simple cotton vests, sturdy and practical, who cared about style? Not Shen Meihua. She had someone bring 2 sets of lace-edged bras from the south made of mulberry silk. That couldn't be found in any department store in the north, only in big cities like Shanghai and Guangzhou. Each set cost as much as 2 pairs of leather shoes. Worn on her body, they lifted her curves round and full, concealed and revealed by her outer clothes. The right places prominent, the right places tapered, swaying slightly as she walked. No wonder men couldn't tear their eyes away. She also had 2 silk slips worn next to the skin, smooth and slippery, as if she were nothing. In summer, under thin clothes, they clung to her with the breeze, her silhouette more alluring than a painting. She had armed herself from head to toe, inside and out, into a siren that made men weak in the knees, then put on an innocent look of, I just threw this on. But what about the children? At first, Debao and Erbao wore clothes altered from Zhou Degui's old things. The sleeves and pant legs were rolled up, their cotton-padded trousers patched over and over, wadding showing through. In winter, they had no cotton shoes, just thin cloth shoes over torn socks, their toes frozen purple. As for food, it went without saying. When she had money and was in a good mood, Shen Meihua would buy 2 white flour buns for the children and steam an egg custard. A feast. But such days came only once or twice a month. The rest of the time, it was cornmeal mush with pickles. And when she had no money, Debao, take your brother out to play. Mom has to go out. Mom, I'm hungry. There's cornbread on the table. Help yourself. Don't bother me. Then she'd put on that stylish wool coat, dab on face cream, tuck a handkerchief in her pocket, step into her mid-heel leather shoes, and head out for a date. Debao would take her bow, gnawing on cold cornbread, sitting on the doorstep, waiting for Mom to come back. Sometimes they waited until dark, sometimes until midnight. When Shen Meihua returned, her face was smiling, her hands carrying things. Not for the children. A bottle of hair oil or a foot of floral fabric. Mom, where were you? Debao asked. Adult business, kids don't ask. Then she'd go into the inner room, checking herself in the mirror from left to right. The 2 children sat in the outer room, listening to their mother's humming, silent. With a monthly income of 46 yuan and 80 cents, she spent over 20 on herself and left less than 10 for the children. And that was after subsidies from her admirers. Without those admirers, given her own spending, it was questionable whether the children would survive to adulthood. She didn't seek men because she couldn't get by. She sought them because she wanted a more refined life. She had a job, subsidies, and a pension. She could easily raise her children well. But she refused. She believed that Shen Meihua deserved better, deserved all men to revolve around her, deserved the first emperor himself to serve her tea. Qin Feng closed the file and locked it in the drawer. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hello, old son. Has Zhao Ye's transfer order been approved? Approved. Good. Have him report to the Bureau's logistics motor pool this week. Yes, the sooner the better. Hanging up, Qin Feng picked up another document. The monthly supply report for the Eastern District. He flipped through it, found the textile mills column, and circled it with a pencil. Beside it, he wrote 4 words: deferred for review. Deferred for review. 4 light words, but for the textile mill, they were a mountain. If cotton yarn wasn't allocated in time, production lines would stop, output would drop, and bonuses would shrink. Hundreds of workers across the mill, who wouldn't curse. The mill leadership's first stop would be Qin Feng. With his approval, everything was fine. Without it, no one could do a thing. And Qin Feng's terms were simple. The mill's list for evaluations, promotions, and raises had to be submitted for his review. He would ensure Shen Meihua never advanced a single step. You lived a comfortable life off men in your past life. In this life, let's see what happens when you deceive a man. Shen Meihua waited at home for another 3 days. On the first day, she held her composure. Sitting on the edge of the Kong, she pretended to embroider, though her stitches were crooked and uneven. Even Debao noticed. Mom, what are you embroidering? It looks like a lame cat. Shen Meihua kept a smile on her face, but in her heart, she cursed Qin Feng 800 times. No rush. In her past life, Qin Feng had stormed off the first time he visited, only to return the next day bearing gifts and apologies. Back then, he stood at the courtyard gate holding a net bag full of things, his face red as a monkey's rear, stammering. Meihua, I was out of line that day. He looked just like a naughty schoolboy called before the headmaster. She knew that man's temper all too well. Tough on the outside, soft within. The more she ignored him, the more head grovel. On the second day, she still held her composure. She changed into a light blue floral patterned cotton padded jacket, the collar slightly open, revealing a pale neck. She sat in the courtyard stitching soles, deliberately choosing a spot near the gate so she could glance outside with a mere lift of her head. Yet Qin Feng was nowhere to be seen. By the 3rd day, her composure began to crack. On the 4th day, it shattered completely. Something was wrong. In her past life, Qin Feng had already visited twice by now. The first time, he brought 10 jin of fine grain coupons. The second time, 2 jin of meat coupons and a box of pastries, stammering as if he wanted to rip out his heart and show it to her. But this time, for days had passed. Not only had he not shown up, he hadn't even sent word through someone. Shen Meihua tossed her sewing aside, her mind churning endlessly. Could this man really be so petty? A grown man holding a grudge against a woman. Could he truly be unmoved? Impossible. In her past life, Qin Feng had doted on her unconditionally, never wavering for over 30 years. Even if had been reborn in this life, could his heart have grown horns? She comforted herself, he's playing hard to get. Men, the more they care, the more they pretend not to. Let me give him the cold shoulder a couple more days, and he'll definitely come. When he does, I won't agree right away. They'll make him beg a few times, let him know Shen Meihua isn't so easy to win over. But by the 5th day of giving him the cold shoulder, she couldn't hold out any longer. Not because she missed Qin Feng as a person. To be honest, what was there to miss about a nearly middle-aged man 11 years her senior with a square face, thick brows, a loud voice, and who chewed with his mouth open? What she missed were the things Qin Feng had. In her past life by this time, she had already received 10 Jin of fine grain coupons, 2 Jin of meat coupons, a box of pastries, and 200 cold briquettes. What did these things mean to an ordinary person? Half a year's rations, a New Year's feast, a lifeline in winter. But now, she had none of them. Worse still, the death benefits were gone. 320 yuan, which sounded like a lot, but she'd spent it all. In her past life, someone else had footed the bill, now she had to pay herself. But she had no choice. Times were so hard that without those things she simply couldn't survive. Once you've indulged, who would willingly give it up? In her eyes, everything was a necessity. Without those things she couldn't. It hadn't been long since Zhou Degui died. What had she bought? First, clothing, that corduroy jacket, 6 chi of fabric, 3 yuan, and 20 fun, 2 Dacron shirts, 1 white, and 1 blue, 2 yuan, and 30 fun each, totaling 4 yuan, and 60 fun, 8 chi of woolen coat material, 12 yuan plus 3 yuan for tailoring, 15 yuan in total. 2 cotton silk skirts, 1 yuan, and 80 fun each, 3 yuan, and 60 fun total. And a silk scarf for 1 yuan and 70 fun. To match the woolen coat, the color had to complement it. Next, cosmetics, 3 boxes of face cream from the 12 Fin Pearl Cream to the 38 Fin Friendship brand, totaling 70 fun. A bottle of hair oil for 1 yuan and 50 fun, a tin of Pachalin for 72 fun, a box of Mienyo face cream for 55 fun, 2 tubes of clam oil at 16 fun each, and a bottle of floral water for 23 fun, for summer bought in advance. A compact of face powder for 45 fun. This was hidden in a drawer not to be seen. She only used a dab, making it look like naturally fair skin. And most importantly, underwear. 2 bras brought from Shanghai, 4 yuan, and 50 fun each, 9 yuan total. This item was nowhere to be found in department stores up north. Only big cities like Shanghai or Guangzhou had them. When worn, they lifted and rounded everything perfectly, with outer clothes covering and concealing curves were accentuated just right. A slight jiggle with every step, no wonder men couldn't look away. 2 silk slips, 3 yuan and 20 fun each, 6 yuan and 40 fun total. Worn against the skin, smooth as silk, thinner than a second layer of skin. Worn under thin summer clothes. When the wind blew, they clung to the body, the silhouette more alluring than any painting. Finally, shoes, the semi-high-heeled leather pair for 8 yuan and 50 fun, a flat pair for 5 yuan and 30 fun, plus 2 pairs of silk stockings for 1 yuan and 40 fun. All this cost nearly 60 yuan. 60 yuan. A month and a half's wages for a second-grade worker. What about the rest? It was frittered away bit by bit. She bought white flour buns twice for Debao and Erbao, and eggs once. Less than 2 yuan total. She added another scarf, a pair of embroidered insoles, and enamel wash basin. 260 or 70 yuan slipped through her fingers like water. For her children, less than 3 yuan. For herself, over 60 yuan. The rest. Daily expenses over half a year. All 320 yuan of death benefits were gone. Now what was she living on? A monthly salary of 34 yuan and 80 fun plus 12 yuan in survival. 46 yuan and 80 fun. Sounded decent, but she spent over 10 yuan a day on face cream, hair oil, and snacks for herself plus fabric. What was left for her 2 children was less than 15 yuan. 15 yuan to support 2 people. It was tight. How tight? Last month, Debao said, "Mom, my shoes are broken." She glanced at them. There was indeed a hole in the sole. Stuff some newspaper in for now. But on her own feet were those semi-high-heeled leather shoes, polished to a gleaming shine. The only decent pair she owned. And she still felt wronged. Shen Meihua saw nothing wrong with this. In her mind, every cent she spent on herself was an investment. If she dressed well, she could attract a better man. Attract a better man and live a better life. She was doing this for the whole family. What was wrong with that? But the problem now was that the better man wasn't taking the bait. Qin Feng wasn't coming, the death benefits were gone, and life was about to get tight. She had to quickly activate her other 2 leads, Lin Shu and Zhao Yu. In her past life, she had met all 3 men around the same time. All 3 pitted her, the young widow, and all 3 fell under her spell. But later, since Qin Feng had the best prospects, she focused on him, demoting the other 2 to backups. Since Qin Feng wasn't cooperating in this life, it was time to activate the spares. On the morning of the 6th day, Shen Meihua dressed herself with meticulous care. She chose that white shirt, the top 2 buttons left undone, revealing her collarbone and a stretch of fair, tender neck. She paired it with a cotton silk skirt despite the lingering chill in the air. Yet she was willing to brave the cold, for the skirt clung to her figure, the wind tracing the curves of her waist and hips. Over it, she wore a thin cotton jacket, deliberately leaving it unzipped. As she walked, the jacket flapped open and closed, offering fleeting glimpses of the shirt and skirt beneath. She spun around before the mirror and nodded with satisfaction. This outfit in her past life would have left Lin Shu dumbstruck for 3 days. As she stepped out the door, she instinctively touched her slightly protruding belly, a life growing within. In her past life, this child was Lin Shu's. She remembered it clearly. It was conceived after a soul communion with Lin Shu. Conveniently timed near Zhou Degui's death, she passed it off as a posthumous child. No one could ever uncover the truth. But in this life, Shen Meihua stood at the courtyard gate suddenly frozen. When exactly had she gotten involved with Lin Shu in her past life? She couldn't recall the precise day, lost as it was in decades of memories. Yet now it was 1960. Zhou Degui had been dead for less than 6 months. She and Lin Shu. At this point they should have only just met. Then this child. Shen Meihua's hand halted on her belly, her mind suddenly a chaotic mess. The memories of her past life and the reality of this one tangled together like 2 ropes knotted into an impossible tangle. She distinctly remembered this child was Lin Shu's, but Lin Shu hadn't even held her hand yet in this life. So whose child was this? Was it Zhou Degui's posthumous child? But in her past life, she hadn't been pregnant when Zhou Degui died. Was it Lin Shu's? But in this life her relationship with Lin Shu hadn't even begun. Or, she dared not think further. A gust of wind swept by and Shen Meihua shivered. It felt as though a piece of her memory was missing. She wrapped her thin cotton jacket tighter, pushing the thought aside for now. Whoever the child's father was, it certainly wasn't Qin Feng. In this life Qin Feng wouldn't even spare her a glance, let alone. She decided not to dwell on it. She would deal with it after she had Lin Shu under her control. Flipping her braid, she stepped out of the courtyard gate. At the cultural center, Lin Shu sat in his studio staring blankly at a sheet of rice paper. He was a fine arts officer in his 20s, tall and lean with a fair face and black-rimmed glasses. His fingers were long and slender, his nails meticulously trimmed. In these times, what man doing manual labor ever bothered to trim his nails? Those hands alone were enough to make any artistic young woman's heart flutter. But Shen Meihua was more than just an artistic young woman. She cared not just about the beauty of Lin Shu's hands, she cared more about what those hands could provide for her. She was a woman who needed a man to lavish care upon her. How had she ensnared Lin Shu in her past life? Step 1. Establish a persona. The first time she approached him, she didn't strike up a conversation. Instead, she stood before a painting weeping silently. The painting depicted a rural woman holding a child, seeing her husband off to join the army. It was mediocre, but her tears were genuine, falling with a soft patter as her shoulders heaved. Even an elderly woman nearby was moved to red-rimmed eyes. Startled, Lin Shu asked, "Comrade, what's wrong?" She wiped her tears and offered an embarrassed smile. "I'm sorry, I lost my composure. I was reminded of my husband. He's gone." The message was clear. She was single and available. Yet she also conveyed that though open to a relationship, her devotion to her late husband remained unshaken. After saying this, she let another tear fall, then turned to leave. Note, she moved to leave, not to stay. The more she wanted to leave, the more a man would want her to stay. True to form, Lin Shu grasped her arm. "Your husband? Did he fall in battle?" "Yes," she replied. She lowered her head, her voice choked with sobs. "He was in the transport team. A work accident. He left behind 2 children. Debao is only 4 and Erbao just turned 2. Sometimes I don't want to go on. But when I see the children, I know I have to grit my teeth and endure." She fell silent, biting her lip, fighting back tears. The more she held back, the more pitiable she appeared. Lin Shu's eyes reddened on the spot. A beautiful, sorrowful, faithful widow weeping for her late husband. This image standing before Lin Shu was more striking than any painting of a lady he had ever created. From then on, Lin Shu sought out encounters with her filled with pity and a desire to help. She maintained an air of him suffering, but I don't want to trouble anyone. The more she did, so the more Lin Shu's heart ached, the more proactive he became, and the more she felt too embarrassed to accept his help. After 2 months of this push and pull, Lin Shu willingly became her devoted admirer. That was true skill. That was perfect timing. That was an ethereal, immaculate filter. But in this life, Shen Meihua skipped this first step entirely. Her emotions and perceptions were still rooted in her past life. She was too impatient. Her past life experience told her that Lin Shu was an artistic youth, easily ignited, requiring little effort. She only needed to smile, and he would obediently offer his wages and supplies. So today, as soon as she entered the cultural center, she walked straight into Lin Shu's studio. "Teacher Lin." She stood at the door, head tilted, a sweet smile on her face. One hand rested on the doorframe as she subtly twisted her waist, showcasing her figure. "Do you remember me? At the last art exhibition, I was the docent from the textile factory." Lin Shu looked up to see a woman in a white shirt leaning against the doorframe, her collar open, her waist slender, her eyes curved like crescent moons. He was taken aback, not because she was beautiful, but because her manner was bewildering. This woman, why was she dressed like this at the cultural center? He had inquired about this beauty before. In these times, what did a proper widow wear when going out? A plain-colored cotton jacket, dark cotton trousers, hair coiled in a bun, no makeup. The plainer the better to show deep mourning for her late husband, the plainer the better to evoke pity. But this one, a white shirt with an open collar, a skirt clinging to her body, her hips swaying as she walked. This wasn't a widow, this was a vixen. "Hello, may I help you?" Lin Shu's tone was cool and detached. Shen Meihua didn't notice anything amiss. She entered the studio, sat down at his painting table, and idly picked up a brush to twirl. Teacher Lin, I've been wanting to learn to paint. Could you teach me? Learn to paint. Lin Shu frowned. Comrade, we are a public cultural institution. We don't offer private lessons. If you want to learn, you can sign up for the Cultural Center's art training class. Training classes are so boring, Shen Meihua said, leaning in closer. She lowered her voice casually, placing a hand on his table, her pinky finger tapping lightly. I want to learn from you alone. Lin Shu's back stiffened. That was far too suggestive. In these times for a widow to tell an unmarried male comrade, I want to learn from you alone. If word got out, the consequences would be dire. A matter of moral conduct. A serious breach of lifestyle discipline. At best a public reprimand, at worst dismissal from public office. Just a few days ago, the center had held a full staff meeting emphasizing that all cadres and employees must be mindful of their conduct. The director's exact words were, if anyone can't keep their belt fastened, the organization will fasten it for you. Comrade, this request of yours is inappropriate. Lin Shu scooted his chair back. I suggest you register through. Shen Meihua was taken aback. This wasn't right. In her past life, Lin Shu had already started writing her love poems by this point. Why was he unwilling to even spend a moment alone with her in this life? Unwilling to give up, she tried once more. Widow Shun rose, pretending to admire the paintings, and walked behind Lin Shu. She accidentally brushed against his arm. Oh, I'm so sorry. Lin Shu recoiled his hand, as if Burn stood up, moved to the opposite side of the painting table, and put a full 3 yards of distance between them. Comrade, please have some self-respect. The smile on Shen Meihua's face froze. Self-respect. He told her to have self-respect. In her past life, the harshest words Lin Shu had ever spoken to her were, Meihua, please stop torturing me anymore. A passionate, yet agonizing reproach, a lament of unrequited love. It made her bones melt, and she thought to herself, this man is so easy to handle. But in this life, he told her to have self-respect. Those 2 words hit her like 2 slaps, leaving her face burning. Shen Meihua bit her lower lip, her eyes reddening. It wasn't an act, she was genuinely panicked. She took a deep breath, making one final effort. Her voice softened, trembling. Teacher Lin, please don't misunderstand. Raising a child alone is so hard, and I just wanted someone to talk to. In her past life, these words would have kept Lin Shu awake for 3 nights out of heartache. But in this life, Lin Shu glanced at her, pushed up his glasses, and uttered words that struck Shen Meihua like a thunderbolt. Comrade, your husband passed away less than 100 days ago, didn't he? I suggest you focus on your child first, and stop. He paused, choosing his words. Stop wandering around. It won't do your reputation any good if word gets out. Wandering around. He said she was wandering around. The blood in Shen Meihua's veins ran cold. She finally realized where the problem lay. In her past life, she had first established the persona of a devoted widow, then slowly developed the relationship, letting things take their natural course. That was a gentle, enduring love, a bond forged through hardship where our souls met, understood, and cherished each other in suffering. Lin Shu believed their love was grand, transcendent, and worth guarding with his life. But in this life, she had skipped the step of building a persona and jumped straight to seduction. A widow whose husband had been dead less than 100 days, not staying home to care for her child, but wearing a white blouse with the collar open, sneaking into a single man's room. How was this devotion? This was frivolity. In the values of this era, this wasn't romance. It was shamelessness. The ethereal, otherworldly aura of her past life was a filter she had spent 2 months carefully building. Tears were a filter, forbearance was a filter, and though I suffer, I don't want to trouble others was also a filter. Once the filter was removed, all that remained was bare naked seduction, something anyone would shake their head at. Shen Meihua fled the cultural center. Once outside, the wind hit her, and she realized her back was drenched in cold. Her legs were weak, and she leaned against the wall for a long while before slowly making her way back to the Shen family home. Her mind was a tangled mess the entire way. In her past life, she and Lin Shu had taken things slowly. There was groundwork, a process, and the filter of soulmates meeting and suffering. But in this life, she had cut out the entire process and jumped straight to the result. And the result was that Lin Shu saw her not as a fairy, but as a frivolous woman. And then there was the child in her belly. She unconsciously touched her lower abdomen again. In her past life, this child was Lin Shu's, of that she was 100% certain. But in that life, she and Lin Shu hadn't slept together until 2 months later. Yet from the time of her husband's death until now, what had happened between her and some other man? Who was that man? A segment of her memory was missing. She only remembered how she and Lin Shu went from acquaintance to understanding to cherishing and then to intimacy. She remembered the feelings at each stage, but she couldn't recall the exact sequence anymore. The memories of 2 lifetimes were overlapped like 2 negatives superimposed. She couldn't tell which was which anymore. Whose child was this? If it was Zhou Degua's posthumous child, that would be fine, legitimate, and above reproach. But if it wasn't, if in her past lives timeline this child had been conceived after her soul communion with Lin Shu, then how could she be pregnant now when she and Lin Shu hadn't even started yet? Could it be that the children from the 2 lifetimes were not the same? Shen Meihua's thoughts grew more chaotic, her head throbbing. She shook her head violently. Enough thinking. First deal with the immediate trouble. As for the child, she'd figure it out when the pregnancy started to show. For now, she'd just tell everyone it was Zhou Degua's posthumous child. Who could prove otherwise? Back in her room, she lay on the Kong, buried her face in the quilt, and wept silently. It wasn't from grievance, it was from shock. She had always believed she was the Shen Meihua who could make any man's head spin. But the look in Lin Shu's eyes today, it wasn't affection, it wasn't pity, it was disgust. Like looking at a fly. Misfortunes never come singly. Before Shen Meihua could recover from Lin Shu's self-respect, an uproar erupted in the main hall. Shen Gang had returned. His face was ashen as he stormed in, slamming his briefcase onto the table so hard that the teacup lid rattled. Damn it. That Qin is going too far. Shen's mother came out of the inner room. What's wrong? What's all the shouting about? Shen Gang slumped into a chair, clutching his head in his hands. The verification checklist for the Southern District. I have to finish it in a week. 12 street offices, registration books for thousands of households. How can I possibly cover that alone? I asked Officer Liu for an extension, but he said the section chief wouldn't approve. Not only that, but today they issued another notice. For the Southern District's second quarter material audit, they're doing a cross-verification, bringing in people from other districts to check the accounts. What accounts are they checking? They just don't trust me. Zhao Guifan was immediately alarmed. What's going on with this Qin Feng? Didn't he come to see Meihua? Wasn't he practically family? Why is he still making things so hard for you? Shen Gang said bitterly he wasn't interested. He left right after the matchmaker meeting. I think it's a total bust. A total bust. Zhao Guifan's eyes widened. How could it be a bust? Meihua is so beautiful. What could that old bachelor Qin Feng possibly find to complain about? Mom, you're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? Shen Gang grew more frustrated as he spoke. Anyway, Section Chief Qin is giving me the cold shoulder now. Before had at least greet me as Officer Shen, but today when I passed him in the hallway, he didn't even look at me. And Officer Liu was sarcastic with me. Officer Shen, you'd better get on that Southern District job. The section chief is keeping an eye on it. What does he mean by that? He's just gloating. Hearing all this from her room, Shen Meihua's face turned even paler. Not only did Qin Feng not come crawling to her, but he was also making things difficult for her brother at work. He was cutting off her lifeline. In her past life, Shen Gang had thrived in the allocation department thanks to her relationship with Qin Feng. Colleagues were always polite to him, and people even brought him gifts during holidays. Not to curry favor with Shen Gang himself, but to get close to his future brother-in-law. And now, Qin Feng had turned his back on them, and Shen Gang had gone from a hot commodity to a hot potato. All the people who used to hover around him had vanished, and some even kicked him while he was down. Hey, Shen Gang, your sister went on that matchmaker meeting, right? How come it didn't work out? Is there something wrong with your sister? Something was wrong. His sister was the problem. When this reached Shen Gang's ears, it disgusted him more than swallowing a fly. The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew, yet he had no outlet for his rage. Qin Feng was a department head, and he, a mere clerk, dared to confront a superior. Not unless he wanted to ruin his career. Just as he was stewing in his fury, Lin Xiao returned from work. She had been toiling all day at the street's sewing group. Not operating a sewing machine, but sewing buttons by hand. Her fingers were riddled with needle pricks. She had sewn 200 buttons in a day, earning 5 li for each, totaling 1 yuan in wages. She was utterly exhausted. Earning 28 yuan a month would have been considered decent. After all, countless household chores awaited her, and often there simply wasn't enough time. Her mother-in-law had given the respectable job to her daughter-in-law's younger sister-in-law, not to her, the actual daughter-in-law. Bitterness welled up inside her. After all, she had borne the children of the Shen family. The children her sister-in-law raised bore a different surname. Entering the house, she saw Shen Gang sitting in the main room with a dark face, and her heart skipped a beat. Dinner. Dinner is ready, keeping warm on the stove, she said in a small voice. Keeping warm, keeping warm. That's all you know. Shen Gang snapped. Look at this mess in the house, the floor unswept, the table uncleaned. What have you been doing all day, eh? Lin Xiao's lips moved, but she dared not talk back. She went to the kitchen to fetch the meal. A pot of cornmeal porridge, a dish of pickled vegetables, and 2 mixed grain cornbreads. This meager fare was for a family of 9. The 9 people were Shen Gang and his wife with their 3 children, Zhao Guifan, Shen Meihua, and her 2 children. Doinai was 7, Erhua 5, and Senya 3. These were Shen Gang and Lin Xiao's 3 children. Adding Shen Meihua's Dabao age 4 and Erbao age 2, there were 5 children in total. 5 children plus 4 adults made 9. Even doing the laundry was a monumental task. In those days there were no washing machines, everything was scrubbed by hand. Clothes for 9 people filled a basin daily. In winter, thick cotton coats had to be beaten with a wooden club. The water tap in the family compound was communal, costing 1 cent per bucket. For 9 people, washing clothes and cooking required at least 6 buckets a day, meaning the monthly water bill alone was 1 yuan and 80 cents. 1 yuan and 80 cents was a small sum for other families, but a huge one for Shen Gang's household. Because all the money was spent on things it shouldn't have been. And then there was firewood. Back then, cooking and heating water relied entirely on firewood and coal briquettes. Coal briquettes were rationed. Each household received 300 a month, and Shen Gang's family of 9 got no extra. Lin Xiao budgeted meticulously every day, never daring to let the stove fire burn too high for fear of wasting coal. When steaming cornbread, she would place a brick on the pot lid to conserve steam. Yet no matter how much she saved, it was never enough. In the last few days of each month, she could only gather twigs to burn. Tonight's meal was cornmeal porridge with pickles and 2 cornbreads divided among 9 people. Zhao Guifan broke off half a cornbread for each of Shen Meihua's 2 children and picked out 2 strips of pickled vegetables from the dish to put in their bowls. Da Bao and Air Bao ate noisily, with Air Bao demanding more. Da Ni Erhua and Sanya sat nearby watching longingly. Their bowls held only cornmeal porridge with barely a few shreds of pickle. Sanya, the youngest and still naive, pointed at the cornbread in Air Bao's bowl and said, "I want some too." Shen Meihua glanced at her. "Didn't your mother give you any? Eat your own." Sanya's lips quivered and she began to cry. Lin Xiu quickly picked Sanya up, broke off a small piece of cornbread from her own bowl, her own portion, and stuffed it into Sanya's mouth, coaxing, There, eat this, mama gives it to you." Da Ni watched from the side, swallowing her saliva, but said nothing. At 7, she was already sensible, knowing her mother hadn't eaten yet, and that piece of cornbread was what her mother had saved for herself. Shen Gang saw this, and his face darkened further. "You spoil her. She cries and you give in. This is all the food we have, and you let her have her way. She's only 3. Lin Xiu's voice was barely a whisper. "What about being 3? I was helping with the chores when I was 3. Shen Meihua's voice rose. Her eyes were still red from crying earlier, but the expression on her face wasn't sadness, it was smoldering resentment. The humiliation of Lin Xiu telling her to have some self-respect still clogged her chest, and the anxiety that Qin Feng wasn't coming to curry favor still churned in her mind. She desperately needed a scapegoat. Seeing Shen Gang and Lin Xiu arguing, a thought struck her. Big brother also needed to vent his anger. Why not go along with it, put the elder sister-in-law in her place, and thus vent her own foul mood? This elder sister-in-law always looked at the younger sister-in-law with disdain, didn't she? Brother, Shen Meihua said in a lazy tone, what are you arguing with sister-in-law about? She's inefficient at her work, just a few words of reprimand would do. Is it worth getting this angry? Shen Gang snorted, inefficient. All she does all day is work, and even her work isn't done properly. Lin Xiu kept her head down, silent, holding Sanya as she stood by the kitchen door. Shen Meihua picked up her bowl, took a sip of porridge and frowned. Sister-in-law, why is this porridge so thin? Too much water or not enough flour? There's only this much flour. Lin Xiu's voice was as faint as a mosquito's. Only this much flour. Shen Meihua raised an eyebrow. That can't be right. Last month mother gave you 3 yuan for food expenses and another 3 this month. Adding brother's salary, there's no reason to be drinking such watery porridge, is there? Sister-in-law, you haven't been using the money for other things, have you? This was a classic, create something from nothing trick. It was true that mother had paid the food expenses, but what could 3 yuan buy? Feeding 9 people for a month, 3 yuan wasn't even enough to cover oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Shen Gang's monthly salary was 48 yuan. After deducting the 20 yuan he gave to mother, the remainder was barely enough to support his own family of 5, let alone also provide for Shen Meihua's family of 3. But Shen Meihua didn't mention any of this, acting as if 3 yuan could easily feed 9 people. Lin Xiu grew anxious. I didn't use it for anything else. The money all went to buying food and flour. Just calculate it yourself. How can the food expenses for 9 people for a month be enough with just that little bit of money? Why isn't it enough? Shen Meihua put down her bowl. She spoke slowly and deliberately. Whether it's enough or not, sister-in-law knows in her heart. If I were you, I'd cut back on the snacks for your own children. Wouldn't the money saved be enough then? Her own 2 children had just eaten cornbread and pickled vegetables, and she still found it insufficient. Da Ni Erhua and Sanya couldn't even get a piece of cornbread, yet she accused them of eating snacks. Lin Xiu trembled with rage. What snacks do my children eat? Just tell me, what snacks have they had? How would I know? Shen Meihua tilted her head, smiling innocently. I was just saying. Why is sister-in-law so worked up? Feeling guilty? Shen Gang's anger flared up instantly. Without asking for the truth, hearing only the word guilty, he immediately assumed Lin Xiu must be hiding something. Where did you spend the money? He stood up and grabbed Lin Xiu by the collar. I didn't spend it. Let me explain. Explain what? Meihua is right, you have a guilty conscience. Slap. A resounding slap. Lin Xiu staggered and slammed into the corner of the stove, her lower back aching fiercely. Sanya was frightened into tears while Danny and Erhua scrambled over, tugging at their mother's clothes. The 3 children wept together. Shen Meihua sat at the table, holding a bowl of porridge, sipping it unhurriedly. She glanced at the terror in Danny and Erhua's eyes, looked at Sanya's tear-streaked face, and watched Lin Xiu crouch on the ground, trembling with her face buried in her hands. Yet her heart remained utterly unmoved. In fact, there was even a flicker of satisfaction. The humiliation Lin Xiu had caused her today needed to be repaid elsewhere. What was disciplining a useless sister-in-law? Brother, she spoke again, her tone soft and gentle. Don't hit sister-in-law anymore. She's had it hard too. But you can't let her keep muddling along like this. Look at how skinny Danny, Erhua, and Sanya have become. Aren't you, as their father, heartbroken? She was referring to Danny, Erhua, and Sanya, Shen Gang's children, their thinness. Yet the very words she spoke were the reason the 3 children went hungry. Shen Gang grew angrier with every word and kicked Lin Xiu again. Did you hear that? The kids are skinny. What kind of mother are you? Lin Xiu curled up on the ground, not daring to talk back, not daring to resist, only crying. The 3 children clung to her neck, sobbing breathlessly. The cornmeal porridge on the stove had gone cold, left unattended. Shen Meihua, having seen enough drama, got up and headed back to the inner room. As she passed the kitchen, she casually broke off a piece of cornbread from each of Debeo and Urbeo's bowls and stuffed them into her pocket. She was hungry. Back in the inner room, she pulled a small packet of pastries from under the pillow, broke off the biggest piece, and fed it to Urbao, then another to Debeo. The two children held the pastries, nibbling them bite by bite, their eyes sparkling. Shen Meihua patted Debeo on the head, her voice tender. Be good, go to sleep after you eat. Mom will buy you more treats tomorrow. As for where the money for those treats would come from, she didn't know, and she didn't intend to find out. After all, there would always be a man to provide it. There was one in her past life, and there should be one in this life too. The next day, news spread through the Commerce Bureau compound. Director Qin was hiring a nanny. The news seemed to sprout wings, spreading through the entire compound by morning. Really? Director Qin is hiring a nanny. Absolutely true. I heard it from Secretary Liu, the director told him himself. That must cost a pretty penny, right? Hiring a nanny must be at least 10 yuan a month. As if the director is short on cash. Look at the honeycomb briquettes in his yard. 800 yuan worth. They say he's looking for someone to look after two kids, the older one 11, the younger 9, who are left alone after school. Well, it makes sense. A man alone playing both father and mother can't manage it all. Look at his girl Yanzi. She's always dressed like a little mud monkey. It's heartbreaking. But the gossiping woman lowered her voice. I heard from Secretary Liu that he wants someone young, a girl of 18 or 19, who can play with the kids. 18 or 19. That's still a child herself. How can she take care of children? Exactly. A woman in her 50s or 60s has experience with kids. Why insist on someone young? Can't you see why? The women huddled together, snickering with knowing smiles. These rumors reached Shen Meihua. She was sunbathing in the yard. Not really sunbathing, of course. She was waiting for Qin Feng to pass by. Though she had waited for days without success, she refused to give up. When she heard the words, Director Qin hiring a nanny, she was startled at first, then her face changed color instantly. A nanny? Hiring a nanny? In her past life, Qin Feng had never hired a nanny. In her past life, she had frequently visited the Qin household, claiming to help with cooking, laundry, and tidying up. In reality, the director brought meals back from the unit's cafeteria, but outsiders didn't know that. Her frequent visits allowed her to grow familiar with the two children. They called it virtue, domesticity, the tenderness of a stepmother. But in this life, Qin Feng wasn't seeking her out. Instead, he was hiring a nanny. Worse still, a girl of 18 or 19. Shen Meihua's mind buzzed with panic. She knew Qin Feng all too well. This man was an old lecher who adored beautiful women. In her past life, she had used her face to keep him under her thumb. He valued looks above all else. Now he wanted to bring a young girl of 18 or 19 into his home. Was he finding her too old? Looking for a younger replacement? No. In his past life, Qin Feng had never even touched a single hair on her head. Why was he suddenly seeking a young nanny in this life? Who was he trying to spite? The more Shen Meihua thought about it, the angrier and more panicked she became. But panic aside, her mind worked fast. She couldn't confront this heathen issue. She needed a different approach. She sought out Aunt Zhao, the biggest gossip in the compound, and took her hand with a look of deep concern. Aunt Zhao, Director Qin is hiring a nanny. I've heard. The whole compound knows. They say he wants a girl of 18 or 19. Shen Meihua sighed and lowered her voice. Aunt Zhao, don't you think it's inappropriate for Director Qin to hire a young girl as a nanny? Aunt Zhao was taken aback. Why would it be inappropriate? Aunt Zhao, think about it. A man in his 30s, his wife deceased, alone in the house with a girl of 18 or 19, a man and a woman alone together. How would that look to others? Besides, those two children are pitiful enough without a mother. Bringing another strange woman into the home, would the kids feel comfortable? Aunt Zhao nodded thoughtfully. Shen Meihua fanned the flames further. I heard Director Qin specifically insisted on hiring an unmarried young girl. Aunt Zhao, think about it. Why not hire an experienced older woman to take care of the kids? Why must it be an unmarried young girl? There's something. She trailed off, shaking her head. Never mind, I won't say more. It wouldn't be good if word got out. Her silence was more damning than words. Who was Aunt Zhao? The compound's biggest loudspeaker. Keeping a secret from her was more agonizing than death itself. She left the Shen household and rushed straight to Aunt Zhang's next door. Did you know? Director Qin is hiring a nanny, and he specifically wants a young, unmarried one. Shen Meihua said it's not about hiring a nanny. It's about, she gestured suggestively, getting it for free. No bride price, no paperwork, just bring a young girl into the house to take care of the kids and warm the bed. Tsk. Shen Meihua calls it a nana concubine. What? Really? Shen Meihua said it herself. She also said the director's two kids are pitiful with their father neglecting them, and now bringing in a stepmother. What kind of mess is this? By afternoon, the entire compound was buzzing. Director Qin's nanny search was a sham. He was really looking for a woman, claiming to care for the kids, but clearly trying to take advantage of a young girl for free. No money, no commitment, just a free wife on the cheap. When the news reached Qin Feng, he was in his office reviewing. Secretary Liu rushed in to report, looking tense. Director, there are rumors spreading around the compound. What rumors? They say you. What gossip? They say you're not really looking for a housekeeper, but rather, you want. Liu clasped his hands, hesitating to continue. Speak. They say you want a young girl. 2. take advantage of without paying. Qin Feng set down his fountain pen. He was not angry. He even smiled faintly. Shen Meihua, you've taken the bait. He had long anticipated Shen Meihua would stir trouble in her past life. Her specialty was spreading rumors and slinging mud. When you reason with her, she appeals to emotion. When you appeal to emotion, she invokes morality. When you invoke morality, she turns to charm. She always has the upper hand, leaving you perpetually at a loss. But this life was different. Qin Feng was the director of the Planning and Allocation Division, a position that never lacked for one thing: rules. Comrade Lu, Qin Feng's voice was unhurried. Was hiring a housekeeper approved by the Bureau or my own decision? It was your own words. Wrong. Qin Feng pulled a document from his drawer. He slid it across the desk to Lu. This is the notice on improving cadres' living welfare issued by the Bureau last month. Article 3, Clause 5e, Deputy Division-level cadres and above who require household service personnel due to special family circumstances may apply to the Bureau's logistics department. Upon approval, arrangements will be made uniformly by the Bureau. Tell me, is this my personal action or an organizational arrangement? Lu lowered his head to look. There it was, black characters on white paper stamped with the Bureau's red seal. Furthermore, Qin Feng produced another document. This is the approval slip from the logistics department. Approval for Comrade Qin Feng of the Planning and Allocation Division to apply for one household service personnel to be assigned uniformly by the Bureau with costs covered by the Welfare Fund. Take a clear look. The housekeeper is assigned by the Bureau, not hired by me. The salary is paid by the Bureau, not from my pocket. The selection of personnel follows the Bureau's logistics procedures. Lu stared in astonishment. So just a couple of days ago, when the director casually mentioned, I need someone to care for the child at home, the logistics department had already issued the approval. Such efficiency, truly worthy of the director. Then, those rumors. Rumors? Qin Feng raised his eyes. Spreading slander requires evidence. The approval slip from the organization with black characters on white paper and a red seal. Who dares to call this taking advantage? Is the speaker questioning the organization's decision, or slandering me, a division-level cadre? If we allow slanderers to run rampant, how would other leaders who employ housekeepers justify themselves? In this era, many officials had housekeepers assigned by their superiors as a form of care. It was a state-provided benefit. A chill ran down Liu's spine. Furthermore, Qin Feng's voice turned cold. Investigate the source of these rumors. Words spoken are like water spilled. I want to see who dares to fabricate stories about an organizational cadre. Lu nodded frantically like a chick pecking at rice and scurried away. The term mistress nanny would become popular in later generations. It referred to women who pretended to work as housekeepers for male employers, providing both companionship and sexual favors in exchange for high wages, using this as a pretext for adultery. Many were married women who left their husbands to work as mistress nannies. They claimed it was legitimate work, but men understood the unspoken truth. These women lacked any real housekeeping skills. Their only talent was their brazenness. But in this era, no such term existed, so it could only have been coined by Shen Meihua. 2 days later, the truth was uncovered. The rumor originated from Aunt Zhao, who said, Shen Meihua said it. Shen Meihua's exact words were, Director Qin specifically seeks unmarried young women as housekeepers. He's clearly looking for a mistress nanny. There's something fishy about it. Something fishy. Those 2 words alone spoke volumes. Qin Feng held the investigation results, but did not confront Shen Meihua directly. She was a worker at the textile factory, not in his unit, so there was no need for him to get personally involved. Dealing with such vile people required a step-by-step approach. He first approached Shen Gang. Comrade Shen. Qin Feng sat behind his desk, expressionless, looking at Shen Gang standing at the door. You've heard the rumors spreading in the compound, haven't you? Sweat beaded on Shen Gang's forehead. Director, I've heard them. It was my sister. She didn't mean it. Didn't mean it. Qin Feng picked up the investigation report and read Shen Meihua's exact words aloud, then set the paper down and locked eyes with Shen Gang. Your sister said the household service personnel arranged by the organization have something fishy. Comrade Shen, help me translate. What does something fishy mean? Is she questioning the organization's decision, slandering me as a division-level cadre, or expressing dissatisfaction with all the higher-ups? Shen Gang's legs went weak. Director, my sister has a loose tongue. Is she just blurted it out? Qin Feng's voice was low, but each word struck like a nail. Comrade Shen, do you understand the severity of slandering a state cadre? Your sister works at the textile factory. Her organizational ties aren't with the Commerce Bureau, but yours are. Have you considered the consequences for yourself or for her if this spreads? Shen Gang's face turned pale. Of course, he couldn't bear such consequences. Recently, higher-ups had been investigating various political wins. Talk of this faction and that, leftists and rightists. Not even a section chief dared to slander a division-level cadre, let alone a minor clerk like him. In this era, the phrase moral misconduct could crush a person, but slandering a cadre was even more devastating. The former was merely a matter of personal depravity. The latter was an act of defiance against the organization, entirely different in nature. They'll discipline her. Shen Gang's voice trembled. Disciplining her is your family affair, Qin Feng said, picking up his pen to sign a document. But the organization must take a stance on this matter. Comrade Shen set aside the inspection work for the Southern District. Starting tomorrow, you are reassigned to the warehouse for inventory duties. Warehouse. Shen Gang's vision went dark. Warehouse inventory meant counting screws, measuring wire, and weighing coal briquettes in a sunless storeroom. The dirtiest, most exhausting, and most thankless job. Once assigned to the warehouse, he would be relegated from key personnel to a marginal figure. Returning. Director. Shen Gang panicked. Director, I admit my mistake. He'll take responsibility for my sister's actions. He'll make sure she keeps her mouth shut. Please. Comrade Shen. Qin Feng looked up at him. The organization's decision is not up for negotiation. You may have objections, but you must comply. You may go. Shen Gang stood rooted to the spot, his lips quivering several times before he finally turned and left the office, unable to utter a word. The moment the door closed, his legs gave way and he nearly collapsed. By the time Shen Gang returned home, night had already fallen. The moment he stepped through the door, he saw Zhao Guifan feeding egg custard to Debao and Erbao. Somehow Shen Meihua had gotten her hands on eggs, steaming a bowl of golden egg custard drizzled with sesame oil, its fragrance wafting through half the room. Danny, Erwa, and Sonia sat nearby, each with a bowl of cornmeal porridge, staring longingly at the egg custard. Sonia, too young to understand, stretched her neck to sniff deeply, only to shrink back under Zhao Guifan's glare. Witnessing this scene and remembering his transfer to the warehouse, Shen Gang felt a surge of fury rush to his head. Shen Meihua, he shouted toward the inner room. Shen Meihua was inside applying face cream before a mirror. Hearing her elder brother call her full name, she froze. How many years had it been since she had heard him use that tone with her? She lifted the curtain and stepped out, finding Shen Gang standing in the middle of the main room with a face ashen, while Zhao Guifan looked on helplessly. What's wrong? What nonsense have you been spreading outside? Shen Gang's voice trembled, from anger and also fear. About Director Qin looking for a nanny, what did you say to Aunt Zhao? Shen Meihua's heart tightened, but her face remained composed. I didn't say much, just chatted casually. Shen Gang's voice suddenly rose. You said Director Qin's search for a nanny had hidden motives? Do you know he found out? Do you know I've been transferred to the warehouse? Transferred to the warehouse. Zhao Guifan cried out in shock. Why? Why? Because of her. Shen Gang pointed at Shen Meihua. She slandered a department-level official, and the organization held me accountable. Qin Feng came to me with the investigation results, saying this was defamation. Defamation. Ma, do you know that? Zhao Guifan's face turned pale. Shen Meihua's face also went white, not from fear, but from anger. She hadn't expected Qin Feng to react so swiftly and ruthlessly. Wasn't it just a bit of gossip? Was it necessary for him to go so far to ruin Shen Gang? He's making a mountain out of a molehill. Shen Meihua retorted defiantly. I just casually said a few words. Casually. Shen Gang slammed the table, rattling the dishes and bowls. With one casual remark of yours, I'm sent to the warehouse. Do you know what kind of place that is? Counting screws. I've worked in the allocation office for 3 years, finally making something of myself, and it's all ruined by your casual words. That's because Qin Feng is petty. Petty? He's a director. Even if he's petty, you have to endure it. Shen Gang grew more agitated. The pent-up frustration and rage of these days poured out all at once. Shen Meihua, you really don't know your place. I introduced you to such a great match, a director. A 35-year-old director. How many are there in the whole city? And you drove him away. Qin Feng has power, has money, lives in a private courtyard with 800 coal briquettes, a radio, a sewing machine, everything. Where else can you find someone like that? Huh, tell me where. Shen Meihua was left speechless, her face flushing and paling alternately. Shen Gang, still unsatisfied, continued his tirade. You're still acting high and mighty. You put on airs. He came for the matchmaking, and you gave him the cold shoulder. He left, and you didn't even try to make amends. Who do you think you are? Are you an Empress Dowager? Do you expect all the men in the world to kneel and beg you? Take a look at yourself, a widow, with 2 children in tow and another one in your belly from who knows who. Son. Zhao Guifan quickly interrupted him, shooting him a warning glance. Shen Gang realized he had said too much and fell silent. Shen Meihua's face turned utterly pale. From who knows who. Those 5 words cut like a knife, piercing the most vulnerable part of her heart. She forced herself to speak, her voice trembling. Brother, what do you mean? What do you mean from who knows who? This is Zhou Degui's posthumous child. Posthumous child? Shen Gang sneered. When was the last time you were with Zhou Degui? You know in your heart, you know better than I do whether the timing matches up. Shen Meihua was shaking all over. She really wasn't sure. The memories of 2 lifetimes blurred together, and she couldn't tell whose child this was. In her past life, she was certain it was Lin Shu's. But in this life, she hadn't even started with Lin Shu. So how did this child come about? Could it be Zhou Deguis? But in her past life, it clearly wasn't. Her mind was in turmoil, but she refused to admit defeat. It's Zhou Deguis. Believe it or not. Fine, it's Zhou Deguis. Shen Gang didn't want to dwell on the matter. He sighed, his tone softening slightly, but it cut even deeper. Meihua, let me be honest. If you want to find someone in this life, Qin Feng is your best option. Don't you know what other men are like? If you settle for someone with worse conditions, life will be even harder than it is now. If you aim for someone better, why would they want you? Qin Feng is different. He truly has feelings for you. Just get along with him. Why should I get along with him? Shen Meihua finally erupted. He's 11 years older than me. An old man. It's his business to fancy me, but why must I submit? Just because he has power. Are you trying to sell me off for benefits? You, Shen Gang was choked silent. Brother, don't think I don't know. Shen Meihua's eyes reddened, her voice sharp and piercing. You're pushing me to Qin Feng just to climb the ranks through his connections. You just want to sell your sister for your future. I will never be manipulated in this life. Nonsense. Shen Gang's face flushed with anger. I'm doing this for your own good. You're a woman with 3 children. How will you survive? Qin Feng is willing to marry you. That's your blessing. Blessing? You just want to use him as an ATM. For your own gain. ATM. Never heard that word. But he sends you food coupons, meat tickets, coal, and you call him an ATM. Then what kind of man do you want? Who in this day and age is generous enough to help raise another man's children? And you have 2 sons. Do you think there are that many fools willing to support a widow's sons? Wake up. My affairs are none of your business. Shen Meihua stood up, pointing at Shen Gang's nose. I, Shen Meihua, will marry whoever I want in this life, and I don't need you to decide for me. In her past life, plenty of men were willing to raise her sons for her. She was the one who refused. They wanted her sons to call them father. Dream on. Her sons had only one father. She was a loyal and conservative woman, and she would never casually let her sons call another man father. Brother, I want marry Qin Feng. Don't think about selling me for your future. Give up that idea. In her mind, she thought, I can use him, but I'll never marry him and let him benefit. You. Shen Gang pointed at her, his fingers trembling, finally managing to spit out. You're ungrateful. You're the one who's ungrateful. Shen Meihua grabbed the enamel cup on the table and threw it to the ground. You just want to sell me for your future. Dream on. In this life She stopped mid-sentence because she saw the look in Shen Gang's eyes. It wasn't anger, it was disappointment. A profound, heart-wrenching disappointment washed over him. Fine. Shen Gang nodded, his voice suddenly becoming eerily calm. You don't want to be manipulated. Fine. Starting tomorrow, I won't meddle in your affairs anymore. Go find whoever you want, live however you please. But, he stared into Shen Meihua's eyes, enunciating each word, don't come looking for me either. Don't ask me for money, don't ask me for grain, don't ask me to pull strings for you. Aren't you so capable? Live on your own. Move out of my house as soon as possible. With that, Shen Gang turned and left. This time, he didn't slam the door, it closed softly. Yet that gentle click was more unsettling than any slam. The main room fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Zhao Guifan stood nearby, her lips moving as if to speak, but she didn't know whom to side with, her son or her daughter. Both were flesh and blood. Shen Meihua stood rooted to the spot, trembling. Her expression shifted from fury to bewilderment. She suddenly realized that this life was truly different from her past one. In her past life, Shen Gang had never quarreled with her or spoken harshly. He always protected her no matter what, because she held the thread of Qin Feng and he needed her. But now that Qin Feng had turned against her, she was no longer a cash cow in Shen Gang's eyes, but a troublemaker. Without Qin Feng, what was she worth in this family? Zhao Guifan sighed, walked over, and patted her shoulder. Meihua, your brother was just upset. He didn't mean what he said. Don't take it to heart. Shen Meihua said nothing, turned, and went back to her room, gently closing the door. She sat on the edge of the Kong, hands resting on her lower abdomen, her mind a chaotic mess. Qin Feng ignored her. Lin Shu told her to respect herself. Her own brother had turned against her. The child in her womb. She didn't know who the father was. The pension was all spent. Why was this life so completely different from her past one? The experience and confidence she had brought back from her past life seemed to shatter overnight. She had thought she was still the Shen Meihua who could enchant every man, but reality told her without the right circumstances and illusions, she was just a frivolous widow in a white shirt barging into men's rooms. She thought if she played hard to get, men would come crawling to her. But they didn't come. They didn't even spare her a glance. She thought her brother would always protect her, but he said, I won't meddle in your affairs. A cold wind blew in through the window. Shen Meihua hugged her arms, feeling a genuine unease for the first time. It wasn't grievance or anger, it was doubt. Doubt in herself. Could she ever return to the days of being the center of attention like in her past life? She had no answer. That very night, amidst the chaos in the Shen household, a new member arrived at the Qin family. A domestic service worker assigned by the Bureau's logistics department, Song Xiaoer. 18 years old. Beautiful. How beautiful. She was of medium height, about 1.65 meters, with a slender figure and a waist as supple as a willow branch. She had an oval face with a delicate chin, curved brows, and bright eyes. Her nose was small and refined, her lips full and naturally rosy without any rouge. But her most captivating feature was her eyes, luminous and clear like a spring of water, as bright and pure as a fawn's when she looked at someone. Her skin was fair, almost glowing. Unlike later eras, there were no sunscreens or skincare products then. Most people who went outside were weathered, their cheeks ruddy with health. But Song Xiaoer was as pale as someone from the south. She was indeed from the south, from Sioux City. Dressed in faded blue cotton clothes with 2 thin braids, she stood in the Qin family's main room, twisting her braid ends nervously, as timid as a startled rabbit. The moment Qin Feng saw her, he silently thanked the logistics department. Yes, he was a sucker for looks, he admitted it. In his past life, he had a weakness for this wasn't Shen Meihua, just using her face to manipulate him for 35 years. He wasn't going to be a fool this time, but being a sucker for looks. That habit was hard to break. Still, he had his limits. Beautiful as she was, he saw things clearly. She was just an 18-year-old girl. He wouldn't give her a second glance, treating her only as a pleasing addition to the household. Qin Hai and Qin Yin peeked out from the east room, sizing up the unfamiliar girl. Qin Yin spoke first. Are you the new nanny? Song Qiaoer nodded, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. Song Qiaoer. Just call me Sister Qiao. Qin Yin tilted her head, staring at her for a long time, then suddenly said, You're really pretty. Song Qiaoer's face flushed instantly. Qin Hai rolled his eyes beside her, but he did sneak a few more glances. Qin Feng cleared his throat. All right, let's get down to business. Comrade Song, you know my situation. 2 kids, the older one 11, the younger one 9. They don't have a mother. You'll be responsible for 3 meals a day, washing clothes and tidying up the house. You can eat here for the 3 meals, and you'll go home at night. The bureau pays your wages, 10 yuan a month. Any questions? Song Qiaoer shook her head repeatedly. No. They'll take good care of the children. Qin Feng then looked at the 2 kids. This is Comrade Song. She'll be cooking and washing clothes here during the day. Just call her Sister Qiao. Qin Yin had already sidled up to her, tugging at her sleeve. Sister Qiao, can you make braised? Of course. I used to help out at the neighborhood canteen. Better than my dad's cooking. Qin Feng. Song Qiaoer suppressed a smile at Qin Feng's embarrassed expression. I'm sure it's better than the director's. Qin Yan's eyes lit up. When will you make it? Tomorrow. Qin Yan turned to Qin Hai and said, Brother. Qin Hai rolled his eyes again, but a smile tugged at his lips. Watching this, Qin Feng felt a wave of relief. In the kitchen, Song Qiaoer had already tied on an apron and started scrubbing the pots. She was indeed quick and nimble. The spatula clinked against the pot, the tap ran with a splash, and the flames in the stove licked the bottom of the pan, filling the air with a lively, bustling atmosphere. Qin Yin lay by the kitchen door, watching without blinking. Qin Hai sat in the main room with a book, but his ears were pricked up. Qin Feng leaned against the doorframe of the main room, watching the busy figure in the kitchen. Suddenly he felt. This home seemed to come alive. Unlike before with cold stoves and empty pots, had come home to a desolate house, the kids avoiding him, and he never knew how to talk to them. Now there was a human warmth. The stove was burning, the kettle was rumbling, someone was bustling in the kitchen, someone was asking, Sister Qiaoer, did you add salt? And someone yelped, ouch, after getting scalded. This was what a home should be like. From the Shen household, faint sounds of Shen Gang and Shen Meihua arguing drifted over. They were too far away to make out the words, but the sharp, tearing tone was unmistakably ominous. Qin Feng exhaled and returned to his own room. That night, lying in bed and staring at the ceiling, he suddenly recalled the tense expression on Cadre Liu's face when he reported the gossip earlier that day. Director, they're saying you want a freeload. He couldn't help but let out a snort of laughter. Freeload. In my past life, I was the one being freeloaded off. 35 years. Fine grain coupons, meat coupons, cloth coupons, coal balls, watches, sewing machines, job allocations. None of it was given for free. I never even held her hand. Where could you find a bigger fool than that? In this life, no one's going to freeload a single cent off me. Outside, the wind had died down. The spring night was finally no longer so cold. From the east room came Qin Yan sleep-talking, Sister Qiao. Braised pork. One more bite. Qin Feng chuckled and shook his head, turning over Widow Shen. Just you wait. Your days will only get worse, and then you'll realize I'm beyond your reach. You'll only be able to look up to me and spend the rest of your days in regret. Shen Meihua lay awake all night, tossing and turning on the Kong, her mind a battlefield of conflicting thoughts. One faction bore the memories of her past life, insisting that all men should revolve around her. The other was the stark reality of recent days, telling her that not only did men not revolve around her, they even found her frivolous. Just before dawn, she finally came to a realization. She could wait no longer. Qin Feng would not come. Lin Shu despised her. Zhao Yu had been transferred. Her brother had turned against her, and the pension was spent. She had no cards left to play. She had to tackle the most pressing issue first, moving out. Shen Gang's words from the previous night, move out of my house as soon as you can, were no empty threat. She knew her brother well. In her past life, he never spoke harshly, but once he did, he meant it. Besides, she was now carrying a child, once it began to show, there would be no explaining it away. It was better to leave of her own accord than to be kicked out later. At least she could save face. But where could she go? Rent a room. There were few private rentals in these times, and those that existed were at black market prices. At least 8 yuan a month plus a deposit. She didn't even have a single yuan to her name. A company dormitory. The textile mill did have a female workers' dormitory, but it was for unmarried employees. Those with children couldn't stay there. Find a roommate. Who would be willing to share a place with a widow burdened with a child? Shen Meihua thought it over and found herself with no way out. Why was everything in this life so different from her past one? In her past life, she had never worried about where to live. Qin Feng brought her gifts constantly. Shen Gang was thriving at his job, and she ruled the roost at home. Life had been so comfortable. Why would she have ever fretted over such things? But now, Mom. Debeo stirred in his sleep, mumbling drowsily. Shen Meihua snapped back to reality and looked at her 2 children. Debeo, 4 years old, was curled up in the blanket with only half his head showing. Erbao, 2 years old, was clutching her clothes tightly, sleeping soundly, with a bit of drool at the corner of his mouth. She sighed and tucked the blanket in around her bow. She would not move out for now. She would wait until she had a plan. But some things were beyond her control. The rumor Shen Meihua had spread about Qin Feng having a nanny companion had not only circulated in the family compound, it had also reached the textile mill. The messenger was Aunt Zhao's cousin who happened to work in the mill's cafeteria. While chatting with her cousin, Aunt Zhao had mentioned, "That widow from the Shen family, said Director Qin, is looking for a nanny to be his bed warmer." The cousin then told a co-worker who told the workshop director. Within 3 days the entire mill knew. Shen Meihua had slandered a director from the Commerce Bureau claiming he was looking for a nanny to warm his bed. Who wouldn't frown upon hearing such words? To slander a state cadre, what was that called? It was a problem of ideological consciousness. To make matters worse, Shen Meihua's reputation at the mill had never been good. Ever since Zhou Degui's death, she had dressed more and more gaudily, slathering on fragrant face cream and swaying her hips when she walked. A far cry from how a widow whose husband had been dead for 100 days should behave. The older women at the mill had long been gossiping behind her back. Zhou Degui's corpse is barely cold, and she's already dressing like that. What kind of person is she? I heard she even went to the cultural center to learn painting from a male comrade. Is that what a proper widow does? It was just that no one had called her out on it before. But now with the incident of slandering a department-level cadre, all the old gossip was dragged out into the open. The factory director called Shen Meihua into his office. "Comrade Shen Meihua, you know very well what you've been saying out there, don't you?" Shen Meihua's face turned pale. "Director, I didn't say anything." "Didn't say anything?" The director slapped the document on the desk. "The Commerce Bureau has sent us an official letter. They say you've been spreading false rumors among the masses, slandering a state cadre, causing an extremely bad influence. Do you realize that because of your loose tongue, our textile mill's relationship with the Commerce Bureau has been affected? The approval for our second quarter cotton yarn allocation has been put on hold. Do you understand?" Shen Meihua was stunned. The cotton yarn allocation was on hold. Wasn't this Qin Feng's method of suppressing her brother? How had the textile mill been dragged into it? She finally realized that Qin Feng wasn't just targeting her and Shen Gang. He was cutting off all her escape routes. "Director, I really just said it in passing." "In passing?" The director sneered. "The organization's decision on your punishment, 1 demerit recorded, and you are to be transferred from the loom operator position to the warp handling workshop effective immediately." The warp handling workshop. Darkness swam before Shen Meihua's eyes. The warp handling workshop was the hardest, most grueling job in the mill. Handling warp threads. Each bundle weighed at least 60 Jin, and she would have to move hundreds of bundles a day. Even the male workers cursed their luck, let alone a woman. Only workers who had committed serious errors were sent there. "Director, impregnant," Shen Meihua blurted out. The director was taken aback. Shen Meihua lowered her head, her hands cupping her lower abdomen, her voice choked with sobs. "I am carrying Zhou Degui's posthumous child. My body really can't handle it. Please, director, have mercy." The director frowned at her for a long moment, then sighed. "Do you have a hospital certificate?" I haven't been checked yet." "Go get checked. If it's true, I'll approve your leave to rest. If it's false, you'll go to the warp handling workshop, as ordered." Shen Meihua went to the city hospital that very day. The result was real. She was over 2 months pregnant. She brought the hospital certificate back to the mill. The director approved her leave, allowing her to rest at home on an unpaid leave of absence until after the baby was born. Shen Meihua breathed a long sigh of relief. At least she wouldn't have to go to the warp handling workshop. But the unpaid leave meant no salary. Her monthly income of 34 yuan and 80 cents was gone, leaving only the 12 yuan survivor's pension. 12 yuan. It wasn't even enough for her own face cream and hair oil, let alone to support 2 children. But she wasn't afraid. Because she had gained something precious: time. Time to rest, time to scheme, time to go out and find a man. Lin Shu had told her to show some self-respect because she had skipped the groundwork. This time she wouldn't skip it. She would use the method from her past life, first establish her persona, then develop things slowly. Step by step. How could Shen Meihua fail to ensnare a literary youth? When Qin Feng saw the investigation report, he nearly smashed his teacup. Not out of anger, but out of shock. The report contained Shen Meihua's exact words in black and white. Director Qin specifically hires young, unmarried women as nannies. Isn't he just looking for a nanny companion? There's something fishy going on. Nanny companion. Qin Feng stared at those 3 words, his pupils constricting sharply. Nanny companion. This term didn't exist in 1960. It was a term from later eras, likely not appearing until after the 1990s and becoming widely known in the 21st century. It referred to a woman who pretended to be a nanny but actually provided sexual services. A person in 1960 could not possibly know this term. This confirmed it. She had also been reborn. Before he had only suspected. Qin Feng leaned back in his chair. Shen Meihua's behavior. Waiting for him to come to her, flirting with Lin Shu, spreading rumors. He had simply assumed it was the original Shen Meihua acting as she always had. Without his proactive pursuit from the past life, it was only natural that she encountered obstacles at every turn. But the word nanny companion changed his judgment. Shen Meihua was no longer the Shen Meihua he knew. She had also returned with memories of her past life. Rebirth was certain. However, her memory seemed flawed. If she fully remembered her past life, she should have known that the term nanny companion couldn't be used in this era. Yet she used it, indicating a cognitive dissonance. The experiences of her past life and the reality of this one were tangled together. She couldn't distinguish what could be said and what couldn't. It seemed more like a person reborn with fragmented memories of a past life rather than a complete rebirth. He decided not to investigate now, but to wait for more evidence to surface. If Shen Meihua had also been reborn, then the child in her womb warranted even more scrutiny. When had this child appeared in her past life? He remembered Shen Meihua claiming the child was a posthumous one, but the timeline didn't add up. This matter was deeper than he had thought. It was Sunday. Qin Feng got up early and called the two children into the main room. "I'm taking you somewhere today." "Where?" Qin Yan asked, rubbing her eyes. "To see your mother." Qin Hai's body stiffened. Qin Yan's drowsiness vanished, her eyes wide open. "See Mom." "Where's Mom?" Qin Feng was silent for 2 seconds. "On the mountain." On the hillside of the public cemetery next to the Martyrs' Cemetery in the east of the city, there were rows of low tombstones. Chen Meihua grave was in the easternmost row, the third row, the fourth grave. The tombstone was of bluestone engraved with a few words, "The grave of Qin Xiaolan." There were no birth and death years, no epitaph, nothing. Back then Qin Feng was busy with work, and the tombstone was erected by his work unit, simple and shabby. There were no flowers before the grave, no offerings, only a few withered blades of grass blown askew by the wind. When was the last time he had visited the grave? Qin Feng couldn't recall. Perhaps last Qingming festival. Perhaps the year before. He wasn't even sure he had come. In his past life, he had been too busy. Busy with work, busy delivering things to Shen Meihua, too busy to even spare a glance at his deceased wife's grave. Qin Hai stood motionless before the tombstone. Qin Yan crouched down, reached out to touch the words on the stone, and murmured, "Shun. Xiao. Lan. Mom, is this your full name?" No one answered her. The wind blew across the hillside, carrying the bitter scent of pine resin and the earthy smell of soil, scattering her voice. Qin Feng crouched before the tombstone, pulled a clean handkerchief from his pocket, and carefully wiped the dust from the stone. He wiped slowly, meticulously, even cleaning the dust from the crevices of the characters. After wiping, he took a bottle of liquor from his canvas bag, unscrewed the cap, and slowly poured it in a circle along the base of the tombstone. The aroma of the wine mingled with the scent of soil, stinging his nose. He also brought out a package of pastries specially bought today from the supply store. Peach crisp and mung bean cake, Chen Meihua two favorite snacks in life. He arranged the pastries neatly before the tombstone, as if setting out a New Year's Eve dinner. Xiaolan. Qin Feng's voice was very low, as if talking to himself. "I've brought the children to see you." He paused, then continued, "I haven't come to see you for a while. It was my fault. When you left, you said to entrust the children to me, and I assured you, but I didn't do well. Xiaohai is a stranger to me, and Yinzi is like a little mud monkey all day. I didn't take good care of them. In the past 2 years, I was muddled, almost finding a stepmother for the two children. It didn't work out, and that was my good fortune. It won't happen again. Qin Feng will spend this life just with my two children, and I won't be a fool for anyone else." He took out a cigarette, lit it, took a drag, and blew the smoke to the side, careful not to let it drift over the tombstone. "Take care of yourself over there. When Xiaohai and Yinzi make something of themselves, I'll come to pay respects again. Then I'll erect a big stele for you engraved with your name and your deeds, so that everyone will know. You are Qin Xiaolan, you are the best." After saying this, Qin Feng didn't get up. He just squatted there, staring at the words on the tombstone for a long time. Behind him came a rustling sound. Qin Yan was crouching in front of the tombstone, holding the package of peach crisp in her small hands, breaking off a small piece and placing it on the base of the tombstone, muttering, "Mom, this is your favorite peach crisp. Dad bought it especially for you. Eat it, don't save it." She broke off another piece of mung bean cake. "And this, it's your favorite too. Mom, are you full?" Qin Hai stood behind, silent all along. His hands clutched the hem of his clothes, his knuckles white, his lips pressed into a thin line. His eyes were rimmed with red, but he stubbornly held back his tears. An 11-year-old boy had already learned not to cry in front of others. Qin Feng stood up, walked over to Qin Hai, and without a word simply reached out and patted his shoulder. Qin Hai's body trembled. "Dad," he began, his voice hoarse beyond his years, "why is there nothing written on Mom's tombstone?" Qin Feng was silent for a moment. "I was busy back then. The work unit erected the stone, and they only engraved the name. Why didn't you have her birth and death years engraved? She lived in this world after all. Doesn't anyone even remember the dates?" Qin Feng's heart felt as if it had been clenched. "It was my fault," he said. "Once I've saved enough money, I'll erect a new stele and have everything that should be engraved put on it." Qin Hai said nothing. He crouched down and reached out his hand. Imitating his sister, he also broke off a piece of peach crisp and placed it before the tombstone. His movements were very gentle, as if afraid of waking someone. Mama's voice was muffled. "I won't fight with others anymore. Dad said you died giving birth to Yinzi, not because of him. I believe him." He paused, his voice even lower. "Don't." Those two words carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Qin Yan burst into tears beside him, throwing her arm. Qin Hai stiffened for a moment, but didn't push her away. Instead, he reached out and gently patted his sister's back, the gesture exactly the same as his father's pat on his shoulder moments before. Qin Feng watched from behind, his nose stinging with emotion. He turned his head and looked at the distant mountains. The spring sunlight shone on the hillside, illuminating the rows of low tombstones. The wind blew up from the valley, carrying the fresh scent of pine, scattering the ashes before the grave. Sholon, can you see? Your life was not lived in vain. The two children are fine, and they will be even better in the future. I Qin Feng swear it on my life. Returning from the mountain, the sky was already dark. Song Xiaoer had prepared dinner: white rice, braised pork, stir-fried cabbage, and egg soup. This was during the Great Famine period. In the countryside, people were digging for wild vegetables and eating tree roots. City dwellers who still had their grain rations were slightly better off. White rice. Not cornmeal porridge, not coarse grain buns, but real white rice. In an ordinary household, this was a luxury reserved only for the new year, yet on the Qin family's table, it had become a daily staple. Qin Yin ate 2 bowls, mixing the braised pork sauce into her rice and licking the bowl clean. Qin Hai ate 3 bowls, eating in silence, but not a single grain of rice was left in his bowl. Qin Feng also had 2 bowls. He found that the braised pork Song Xiaoer made was indeed better than the cafeteria's. Perfectly balanced between sweet and salty, the skin soft, and sticky, the fat rich, but not greasy. No wonder Qin Yin talked about it every day. After the meal, Qin Hai took the initiative to clear the dishes. Qin Yin lingered by the table, refusing to leave, and pestered Qin Feng. Dad, when are we going to see Mom again? Qing Ming, that's still a long way off. On the 1st and 15th of every month, Dad will burn incense for you. When you're on break, he'll take you there. Qin Yin nodded and asked again, Dad, what words will you carve on Mom's tombstone? Qin Feng thought for a moment. Your mother's name, her birth and death dates, and one phrase. Grace and wisdom within my one and only love, never to be replaced. Qin Yin repeated it twice. Grace and wisdom within. Mom's name is Sholon, and that phrase has her name in it. Yes. Dad, when did you become so good with words? Qin Feng. Qin Hai came out of the kitchen with bowls, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. It was a subtle lift, but it was there. That same day, the director of the textile factory came calling. Not for a visit, but to beg a favor. The director's surnamed son was over 50 with graying hair. At the factory, his word was law, but today, standing at Qin Feng's doorstep, his smile was more ingratiating than if he were greeting his own father. Director Qin, sorry to disturb your rest. Qin Feng ushered him into the main room and poured him a cup of tea. Director's son sat down, rubbing his hands together, his smile more pained than a grimace. Director Qin, I'll be straight with you. About the second quarter cotton yarn allocation. Could you possibly approve it? The factory has been shut down for 2 days already. If it goes on any longer, this year's production targets won't be met. Qin Feng held his teacup, unhurriedly blowing on the steam. Director's son, the suspension of approvals isn't targeting your factory, it's a unified directive from the Bureau. Supplies are tight lately, and the allocation plans need to be recalculated. Director's son saw through it clearly. Recalculation. It meant you just wouldn't approve it. But he dared not say that, only forcing a flattering smile. Director Qin, you know our situation. Mostly female workers, kids waiting for meals. If you could be lenient, the whole factory would remember your kindness. Qin Feng took a sip of tea, set down the cup, and suddenly changed the subject. Director's son, I heard one of your employees was recently disciplined. A woman named Shen Meihua. Director's son was taken aback, then understood. So that was the root of it. Yes, comrade Shen Meihua made a mistake, and the organization has already given her a punishment. A demerit recorded, and she was transferred to the material handling workshop. But since she's pregnant, she's been granted leave to rest at home. Director's son's eyes darted. Director Qin, rest assured, will deal sternly with employees who lack ideological awareness. She won't have any part in evaluations or awards. Her delicate demeanor will never adapt to the work in that workshop. If she couldn't handle it, she'd have to step aside. In those days, countless rural people clamored to get city jobs. Workers were the most glorious, the greatest. Workers were the elder brothers of the people. People outside the city longed to move in and settle. Qin Feng nodded but didn't respond. Director's son probed again. Director Qin, about the cotton yarn approval. How about this? Qin Feng picked up a pen and signed the approval form. Approve the first quarter for now. We'll discuss the second quarter after the calculations are done. During the calculation period, submit a list of your factory's personnel arrangements, evaluations, transfers, and raises. Let me take a look and give it a careful review. Director's son's heart jolted. Submit the personnel list to you. Wasn't that handing over his authority over staffing? But he dared not refuse. The cotton yarn allocation was in Qin Feng's hands. Without his approval, the whole factory would have to shut down. How much would a shutdown cost? Hundreds of workers' wages unpaid, and his tenure as director would be over. No problem. He'll submit it. Director's son stood up, grasping Qin Feng's hand and shaking it vigorously. Director Qin, you are truly the benefactor of our textile factory. Qin Feng saw Director's son out with a smile. Closing the door, he returned to the main room, sat down, and glanced at the approval form. The first quarter was approved, the second quarter was held back. Holding it back was leverage. The moment Shen Meihua left the textile factory, he would loosen his grip. Did Shen Meihua want to climb the ladder at the textile factory? In this life, she wouldn't take a single step. Shen Meihua wasn't idle. On unpaid leave at home, she had plenty of time. The 12 yuan survivor's stipend wasn't enough, but she still had one card to play Lin Shu. Last time she failed because she skipped the groundwork. This time she wouldn't make that mistake. In her past life, how had she manipulated Lin Shu? Step 1. Establish a persona, the grieving widow. She changed her clothes. Not the white blouse that had cost her the rebuke of show some self-respect. This time she chose an old padded jacket, gray and dusty, 2 sizes too large, hanging on her like a sack. She didn't oil her hair, braiding it loosely into a sloppy plait that hung down her back. Her face was bare of makeup, not even a dab of face cream. Her lips were chapped, the rims of her eyes faintly red, as if she hadn't slept all night. What was this called? It was called Tormented by Love, wasted away for her beloved. She went to the cultural center again. This time she didn't barge straight into Lin Shu's studio. She stood in the exhibition hall facing a painting, silently weeping. Exactly the same procedure as in her past life, neither more nor less. Lin Shu came as expected. Comrade, what's wrong? She wiped her tears and gave an embarrassed smile. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. I was reminded of something sad. Sorry. Lin Shu's tone softened a bit, no longer as cold as last time. She lowered her head, her voice choked with sobs. My late husband was in the transport team. Died on the job, leaving behind 2 children, the older one just 4, the younger barely 2. At this point her tears really fell. It wasn't an act, as she was thinking of her own situation. Now no salary, no man, her brother telling her to move out, and the child in her belly. No one knew whose it was. The more she thought, the more aggrieved she felt, and the more she cried until she couldn't stop. Lin Shu panicked. He was terrified of women crying. And this woman was so beautiful. A beauty in tears was all the more pitiable. Don't cry. I didn't mean it that way. Shen Meihua fought to hold back, biting her lip. The exact same gesture as in her past life. The more she restrained, the more heartbreaking she seemed. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done this in front of you. He'll go now. She turned to leave, and Lin Shu hesitated. The self-respect rebuke from last time still hung in the air, but this time was different. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done this in front of you. He'll go now. She turned to leave, and Lin Shu hesitated. The self-respect rebuke from last time still hung in the air. Wait, Lin Shu called out to her. You? Come in and sit for a while. It's cold outside. Shen Meihua stopped and turned back, tears still on her face, her expression one of helplessness that said, I don't want to trouble you, but I have nowhere else to go. Lin Shu's heart softened. The two spent an entire afternoon in the studio. Shen Meihua did not lean and flirt or whisper ambiguous words as she had last time. She sat quietly in the corner, occasionally wiping away tears, occasionally sighing. She only answered when Lin Shu asked her something, never initiating. This was the correct approach. The more passive she was, the more proactive the man became. A dangerous hunter often appears in the guise of prey, but as they talked, Shen Meihua wanted to accelerate. She needed Lin Shu to become her devoted follower, quickly to use his salary and supplies to fill her own void. Relying solely on establishing a persona was too slow. She needed to add fuel to the fire. She began to casually reveal some information. Teacher Lin, you asked me why I came to the cultural center. Actually, it's because I've seen your paintings. I particularly love the one you painted, Moonlight in the Mountains. The moonlight shone on the stream, and beside it was a crooked willow tree. You said that willow was the one in front of your childhood home, and you painted it because you were homesick. Lin Shu was stunned. He didn't remember telling anyone about this. And there's the painting you did, Reading by Night. It shows a person reading under an oil lamp with half a cup of cold tea on the table. You said that cup of tea was your mother's habit. She would brew a cup for you every evening, and you always forgot to drink it, only remembering when it had gone cold. Lin Shu's expression changed. These things. He had indeed mentioned them. But that was at an exchange meeting during an art exhibition, casually mentioned to a group of people. How could this woman remember so clearly? Shen Meihua watched his expression, knowing she had taken the right step. She continued, her voice growing softer and gentler, like a murmur, like a dream. Teacher Lin, you have a scar on your right index finger from cutting a pencil when you were little. You have a mole on your left wrist, which you said your mother called a mark, so you could be found even if lost. You like to sleep on your left side because the right side is by the window and you're afraid of the draft. Lin Shu's breathing quickened. No one knew these things. The scar on his right index finger was from childhood. He had never mentioned it to anyone. The mole on his left wrist was a detail only he himself had noticed. Sleeping on his left side. He lived alone, so who could know which side he slept on? How did this woman know? Lin Shu's voice trembled. Shen Meihua looked up, tears in her eyes, her voice as faint as a mosquito's. Teacher Lin, I don't know how to tell you this. I don't know why I've seen you in my dreams. I dreamt you were painting in the studio, rain falling outside the window, and you were singing a song. She hummed a few lines softly. Oh, distant one, do you know someone waits for you beneath the lamp? Lin Shu's pupils contracted sharply. This song was his own composition. Written 3 years ago, only half finished, never shown to anyone, even the draft, but how could she know it? And this one? Shen Meihua recited another verse. If fate grants reunion in this life, may we be paired, swallows never depart. Lin Shu's lips began to tremble. This was the second poem he had written, also never shown to anyone. Shen Meihua took a deep breath, her voice quivering like a candle flame in the wind. I owe you a tear in this life, repay me half a lifetime's fate in the next. Tears streamed down Lin Shu's face instantly. He was a man of deep emotion. He had always known he was a madman. He lived for love, went mad for love, would give his life for love, Yet he had never met anyone who could recite the poems he had hidden in the deepest recesses of his drawer. 3 poems, each more private than the last. Each made his heart tremble more. This was no accident. This was no coincidence. This was a fated bond. This was a soulmate. Meihua. Lin Shu's voice was hoarse. How do you know these things? Shen Meihua shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. I don't know. I really don't know. I only know that I seem to have seen you in my dreams many, many times. So many that I can't tell which parts are dreams and which are real. This was not a dream. This was a past life. But she couldn't say that. To say so would be to speak heresy, to be branded a madwoman. She could only use this method, disguising memories of a past life as dreams, seeping into Lin Shu's heart bit by bit. And Lin Shu, this madman born for love, indeed fell. He grabbed Shen Meihua's hand, in nearly obsessive light shining in his eyes. Meihua, I believe you. There are some things in this world that science can't explain. Perhaps we knew each other in a past life. Perhaps fate has arranged for us to reunite in this one. Shen Meihua leaned on his shoulder, crying like a pear blossom bathed in rain. She knew that this man had become her devoted follower again. But Lin Shu wasn't completely without reason. After the tears, he suddenly asked, Meihua, the child in your belly, whose is it? Shen Meihua froze. You said it was Zhou Degui's posthumous child, but you just said you've seen me in your dreams so many times you can't tell dream from reality. Lin Shu looked into her eyes. Did something happen between us? Is this child mine? His tone wasn't an accusation, it was longing. He hoped the child was his. That would give him a reason not to let go. Shen Meihua opened her mouth to say yes. But as the words reached her lips, she suddenly thought of something. In her past life, was this child Lin Shu's? She had always thought so. But in this life, she and Lin Shu hadn't even started yet, and the child was already here. Then whose child was this? A face flashed through her mind. Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu, the truck driver. The one who was there on that stormy day after her husband's death. Fragments of memory suddenly pieced together. That day, the day Zhou Degui died. A storm raged. The sky was as gray as the bottom of a pot. Raindrops pounded the ground with a crackling sound, and the wind whipped the banner at the factory gate noisily. She went to the transport team to collect her husband's belongings. Zhou Degui's locker was made of iron, most of its paint chipped off, secured with a brass lock. She opened it with the key Zhou Degui had left behind. Inside were a few changes of clothes, a pair of canvas shoes, an enamel mug, and a pack of loose cigarettes. And also stuffed in the very back of the locker was a silk scarf. A red silk scarf. It wasn't hers. She never wore red silk scarves. Shen Meihua pulled out the scarf and shook it open in her hands. It had a scent, a cheap floral perfume smell, completely different from the one she used. Embroidered in the corner of the scarf were 2 small characters, Xiaomin. Xiaomin. She knew that name. Lu Xiaomin from the transport team's dispatch office, in her early 20s with slender eyes and a dimpled smile. Last week, when she went to the team to find Zhou Degui, she had seen Lu Xiaomin sitting in the dispatch office eating sunflower seeds, who greeted her cheerfully, calling her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. When she called her sister-in-law, Lu Xiaomin's eyes curved like crescent moons, just like the embroidered pattern on that red silk scarf. Shen Meihua stood before the locker, clutching the red silk scarf, her blood running cold. Zhou Degui, that honest, hard-working man who worked overtime and handed over his entire monthly salary. Zhou Degui was having an affair behind her back. Shen Meihua had always been the one to betray others. When had she ever been betrayed? She had been cuckolded by a loader. The humiliation burned like a fire from her chest to her skull, searing her mind. She crumpled the red silk scarf into a ball, hurled it to the ground, and stomped on it twice. But it wasn't enough. She dashed out of the transport team, standing in the wind and rain, drenched, unable to tell if it was rain or tears on her face. Just then, a truck drove in through the factory gate. In the cab sat Zhao Yu, just back from a long haul, still in his... He saw Shen Meihua standing in the rain by the roadside and quickly braked. Comrade Shen, what are you doing here in this downpour? Shen Meihua looked up at him. Zhao Yu was 25 or 26, a demobilized soldier with thick eyebrows and large eyes, his muscular arms straining the sleeves of his military uniform. He had seen Shen Meihua several times when hauling goods for the transport team, and every time he blushed. She had long known this man was interested in her. She had simply pretended not to notice. But that day, she no longer wanted to pretend. Master Zhao, her voice trembled in the rain. Can you take me home? Yes, of course. Get in. She climbed into the truck. Her soaked white shirt clung to her body, revealing... Instead of pulling her collar closed as usual, she turned slightly, letting Zhao Yu see the rain-streaked white skin. Zhao Yu's gaze flickered, then he quickly looked away, his palms slick with sweat. The truck reached the entrance of Shen Family Lane, but Shen Meihua didn't get out. Master Zhao, she looked at him, raindrops dripping from her hair onto the back of her hand. Could you sit with me? Zhao Yu's Adam's apple bobbed. I need to return the truck. Just a moment. She reached out. Zhao Yu's hand was large, warm, and rough as Zhou Degui's. But Zhou Degui's hands were always cold, always. The rain intensified. The air in the cab grew hotter. What happened next, Shen Meihua never wanted to recall. Later, she locked that memory away. Locked it in a place even she couldn't reach after her rebirth. Until today. Until Lin Shu asked her, is this? Shen Meihua suddenly remembered. The child in her womb was Zhao Yu's. Not Zhou Degua's posthumous child, not Lin Shu's, Zhao Yes. It was on the day her husband died in the wind and rain amid humiliation and madness with a man who had feelings for her. Her hand unconsciously pressed against her lower abdomen, trembling violently. Meihua, what's wrong? Lin Shu asked anxiously. Shen Meihua snapped back to reality, looking into Lin Shu's eyes. This madman who had fallen for her, this man willing to accept another man's child. She took a deep breath and made her decision. This child, she said, each word deliberate, is not yours. Lin Shu's gaze darkened. But I promise. Shen Meihua gripped his hand tightly, tears streaming down her face. I promise that in this life you are the most important person to me. The child is a sin from the past, nothing to do with you. If you are willing to accept it, I will be grateful to you for life. If you cannot accept it, I will never. I accept. Lin Shu interrupted her. His voice was calm, but his eyes burned with an unsettling obsession. Meihua, if this is a destined bond, then all obstacles are trials. This child, no matter whose it is, as long as you are by my side, I will treat it as my own. Shen Meihua stared at him blankly, then suddenly buried her face in his shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. This time her tears were real. Not out of grievance, not for show, but because she had finally remembered what she had done on that. She had always thought of herself as a goddess on a pedestal, that she was the one who chose men, not the other way around. But that day she had madly given herself to Zhao Yu. Not out of love, not out of desire, but out of humiliation, out of resentment. Because she needed to prove that she was still a woman desired by others. Zhou Degui had betrayed her, so she would betray him too, even though he was already dead. That was Shen Meihua. When hurt, she didn't wallow in self-pity, she retaliated twofold. Even if the retaliation meant self-destruction. She had her pride. Her dignity would not allow anyone, but this memory was too ugly for even her to bear, so she simply locked it away. Locked it until she herself forgot. Only today did she unlock it. And the price of unlocking it was confirming one thing: the child in her womb was Zhao Yes. Not Lin Shu's. Not Zhou Degua's. It belonged to Zhao Yu. The man she had used her entire life, who had drained his wife and children to support her, and who never saw the truth until his death. Shen Meihua sobbed on Lin Shu's shoulder, gasping for breath. Lin Shu gently patted her back, his eyes full of sympathy, thinking she was crying for her deceased husband, crying for the injustice of fate. He didn't know she was crying for herself. For the self she refused to acknowledge. That night, Qin Feng finished reviewing the last document, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes to rest. Only 3 words echoed in his mind. Mistress Nanny. He picked up the investigation report and read it again. Director Qin specifically hired young unmarried women as nannies. Wasn't he looking for a mistress nanny? There's something fishy here. Mistress nanny. Those 3 words were like a thorn piercing his heart with a dull ache. Shen Meihua had also been reborn. Then whose child was that in her belly in the past life? Whose was it in this life? Did she know? If she knew, then claiming it was a posthumous child was deliberate deception. If she didn't know, then her memories were flawed. Would this woman do something crazy? What kind of political winds were winds that swept wave after wave of cadres into the countryside, locking them in cattle sheds? He had to be cautious. Qin Feng locked the investigation report in the deepest drawer, stood up, and walked to the window. The night wind seeped through the window crack, chilling. In the distance, the lights in the family quarters went out one by one, leaving only a few faint yellow glimmers. Suddenly Qin Feng remembered what Qin Hai had said at the cemetery today. Mom, don't worry. An 11-year-old boy, his voice not yet changed, speaking in a muffled, hoarse tone. Yet the weight of those 3 words was heavier than any document Qin Feng had ever signed. In this life, he would never let anyone bully these 2 children again, including Shen Meihua. Especially Shen Meihua. He closed the window, returned to his desk, picked up a pen, and wrote a line on a blank sheet of paper. Zhao Yu. Investigate. If Shen Meihua had also been reborn, then Zhao Yu was the key. In the past life, Zhao Yu was Shen Meihua's most loyal devotee, draining his wife and children to support her never awakening. In this life, he had already been transferred, but he was still in the city, still in the Bureau's logistics fleet. Sooner or later, Shen Meihua would go to him. And then, Qin Feng folded the paper and put it away. From the eastern room, next door, came Qin Yan sleep-talking. Lately the girl talked in her sleep every night, muttering either braised pork or Sister Chiao. Tonight she had a new phrase. Mom. I want to see Mom. Qin Feng listened silent for a long time. Then he smiled and turned off the light. On Monday morning, Qin Feng left home half an hour earlier than usual. It wasn't because he was busy, but because a general meeting was scheduled at the Bureau today, the quarterly conference on material allocation for the entire Bureau, and he, Qin Feng, was the keynote speaker. For such a meeting, he had to be the first to arrive. Riding his flying pigeon bicycle out of the family compound, he had just turned onto the main street when he encountered something. A long queue stretched in front of the supply cooperative, with dozens of people crowding at the entrance. Some carried bamboo baskets, some held children in their arms, and others stood on tiptoes peering inside. The line wound all the way to the street corner and kept extending. Did you hear? A batch of soap arrived today, 1 bar per person. Soap? Really? Last time they said it was coming, but we waited 2 hours and got nothing. This time it's true. I saw the truck unloading with my own eyes. Qin Feng slowed his bicycle as he rode past the queue. Seeing him on a flying pigeon bicycle dressed in a Zhongshan suit with a fountain pen clipped to his chest, the people in line instinctively made way. Not because they recognized him, but because his attire unmistakably marked him as a cadre not to be trifled with. Just as he rode past, someone called out from behind, "Director Qin." "Director Qin." Qin Feng turned his head. It was Director Wang from the supply cooperative, trotting up with a broad, ingratiating smile. "Director Qin, good morning. Heading to the bureau for the meeting. Well, about this quarter's soap allocation." Director Wang lowered his voice and leaned in closer. "The batch you approved last time has arrived, but it's not enough to go around. There are 6 supply cooperatives in the district, and we only got 800 bars of soap. Even with a 1-bar limit per person, it won't last until nightfall." "Another batch will arrive next week," Qin Feng said. "I've already signed the allocation order. 2,000 bars arriving Wednesday." Director Wang's eyes lit up. 2,000 bars. That's wonderful. Director Qin, you're truly a living bodhisattva for our supply cooperative. Qin Feng didn't take the bait. Instead, he asked, "Is there a cadre's family member named Lu Xiaoman working at your cooperative?" From the vehicle dispatch office. Director Wang was taken aback. "Lu Xiaoman?" "Yes, there is. What's the matter? Has she done something wrong?" "No. Just asking." Qin Feng pedaled away, leaving Director Wang standing there scratching his head in bewilderment. Why would Director Qin suddenly ask about Lu Xiaoman? Lu Xiaoman. Lu Xiaoman from the transport team's dispatch office. The owner of the red silk scarf found in Zhou Degui's locker. Qin Feng had spent half the night pondering, digging through the memories of his past life. He had never noticed Zhou Degui's infidelity before. In his past life, he only knew that Shen Meihua claimed the child was a posthumous child, and he believed her without ever suspecting a thing. But now Shen Meihua's reborn memories had gone awry. The child's biological father had surfaced, and along with it, Zhou Degui's affair had been uncovered. Zhou Degui's lover was Lu Xiaoman. Lu Xiaoman's father worked at the supply cooperative. This girl was a pampered, somewhat naive and sheltered from the world. How else could she have dared to entangle herself with a married man? In this era, being caught would have dire consequences. This lead was useless for now, but doing some preliminary reconnaissance wouldn't hurt. At 8 in the morning, in the 3rd-floor meeting room of the commercial bureau, the long table was polished to a gleam, teacups arranged neatly, and before each seat lay a file and a pencil. One window was half open, letting in the spring sunlight that cast streaks of light and shadow across the table. Qin Feng sat at the head of the table, a stack of reports spread before him, twirling a fountain pen in his hand. People filed in one by one. Deputy Director Zhou, the head of the Personnel Division, the head of the Finance Division, the head of the Warehousing Division, several clerks from the Allocation Office. Each person nodded to Qin Feng as they entered. "Good morning, Director Qin." Qin Feng acknowledged each of them in turn with neither warmth nor coldness, just the right measure. At 8 sharp, the bureau chief had yet to arrive. By protocol, the meeting could not begin without the chief. But everyone knew the chief wouldn't be coming today. He had gone to the city for a meeting. Before leaving, he had told Qin Feng, "Old Qin, you'll preside over today's meeting." With the chief absent, Qin Feng was the highest-ranking official. Deputy Director Zhou sat to Qin Feng's right, sipping tea, his gaze occasionally darting toward Qin Feng. Old Zhou was in his early 50s and had served as deputy director for 6 years, always hoping to be promoted to the top position. But as long as the chief's seat wasn't vacant, he couldn't move up. In terms of seniority, he was older than Qin Feng. In terms of ability, he was a notch below, and in terms of connections, he was even further behind. Qin Feng saw through it all like a mirror. Old Zhou appeared amiable on the surface, but was not above playing petty tricks behind the scenes. Last time, it was Old Zhou who signed off on Shen Gang's performance evaluation. Half of Shen Gang's key personnel title was earned through Shen Meihua's reliance on Qin Feng's connections, and the other half was a favor from Old Zhou. Now that Shen Gang had been transferred to the warehouse, Old Zhou's favor card was useless. At 8 Qin Feng tapped the table. "Let's begin. No waiting for the chief, no pleasantries, no idle chatter." Qin Feng opened the first report. His voice was not loud, but every word was crystal clear. First quarter material allocation completion status for the entire district: coal. Planned allocation of 12,000 tons, actual completion of 11,800 tons, a completion rate of 98. 3. Cotton yarn. Planned allocation of 8,000 pieces, actual completion of 7,200 pieces, a completion rate of 90. He looked up and swept his gaze across the room. The completion rate for cotton yarn is the lowest among all categories. Factory Director Sun, please explain. Factory Director Sun of the textile mill sat in a corner, feeling as though he were sitting on a bed of needles. He had only gone to the Qin family to beg for a favor yesterday, and now he was being called out at the meeting. The feeling was, Director Qin, the issue with cotton yarn is mainly due to insufficient raw material supply, coupled with aging equipment. Aging equipment is an old problem. It was reported last year. Qin Feng interrupted. What I care about is this: with the same equipment, why did we achieve a 96 completion rate in the second quarter of last year, but only 90 in the first quarter of this year? Where did that 6 difference go? Factory Director Sun opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. Qin Feng didn't expect an answer. He flipped to the next page. I checked the first quarter outbound records. The signing dates on the allocation orders for 3 batches of cotton yarn don't match. For the batch on January 17th, the allocation order wasn't supplemented until February 3rd. The batch on February 8th was even more absurd. The order wasn't signed until February 20th. He placed the report on the table. Delayed signing of allocation orders is a procedural violation. I want every slip that was approved and every signature that was made investigated one by one. Factory Director Sun, submit your factory's personnel roster to me today. They'll have Clerk Lu cross-check it. Factory Director Sun's expression changed. It wasn't fear but guilt. Delayed signing of allocation orders. Which factory didn't have that? In the past it was overlooked with a blind eye, but now that Qin Feng was digging into it, he was going for the kill. He didn't dare to resist. Because the approval of cotton yarn was still firmly in Qin Feng's hands. Yes, of course. We'll cooperate fully. Factory Director Sun nodded repeatedly. Qin Feng flipped through the reports again, his tone suddenly softening. However, I also understand the difficulties of the textile mill. With many female workers and heavy burdens, the equipment truly needs repairs. How about this for the second quarter's equipment maintenance costs? I'll approve a note to allocate 3,000 yuan from the Bureau's Technical Renovation Fund. Will that be enough? Factory Director Sun was stunned. He had come to the meeting prepared for criticism, never expecting Qin Feng to alternate between striking and rewarding. 3,000 yuan. The Technical Transformation Fund was the most sought-after money in the Bureau. Other factories couldn't even get in line, and Qin Feng approved it just like that. Enough. More than enough. Factory Director Sun stood up, so excited he didn't know where to put his hands. Sit down. Qin Feng's face was expressionless. The money is approved, but there's a condition: the cotton yarn completion rate for the second quarter must reach over 95. If you don't meet it, you'll have to spit the money back out. We'll definitely meet it. Guaranteed. Qin Feng nodded and moved on to the next category. From start to finish, 2 hours, over a dozen categories, he remembered every single figure clearly. What issues each factory had, whether they should be rewarded or penalized, where the money came from, who to transfer. Each decision struck like a hammer, and no one dared to refute him. Deputy Director Zhou sat nearby holding his teacup without taking a single sip. He suddenly realized that Qin Feng was even more formidable than he had imagined. Previously, with the bureau chief keeping him in check, Qin Feng only managed the allocation department's small domain, so the full picture wasn't visible. Today, with the bureau chief absent, Qin Feng presided over the bureau-wide meeting, exuding a decisive and ruthless aura. He didn't seem like a division chief, but rather a bureau chief. After the meeting, several section chiefs and clerks walked out of the conference room whispering among themselves, "Chief Qin's presence today, TSK. Of course he holds the allocation power in his hands. Which factory doesn't have to watch his expression? I heard that Factory Director Sun from the textile mill went to beg him at his home yesterday." Beg him? That's not begging, that's paying tribute. By the way, where's Shen Gang? Why didn't he come to the meeting? You don't know yet. Shen Gang has been transferred to the warehouse. Why? His sister spread rumors about Chief Qin, and it was exposed, slandering a cadre. Could Chief Qin tolerate that? Hiss. Is Shen Gang finished for life then? Finished. Not quite, but wanting to return to the allocation department. Dream on. So these days you never cry. Look at Chief Qin. The voices faded into the distance, reaching the end of the corridor. Qin Feng stood by the window watching the crowd cycling away below, his face devoid of expression. This wasn't about crossing anyone. It was about who held the knife handle. He turned and walked back to his office, picked up the phone, and dialed the number. Logistics section. This is Qin Feng. How has Zhao Yu been performing lately? I'm good to hear. Keep an eye on him for me. If anyone comes to see him, especially a woman, let me know immediately. At noon, Qin Feng didn't go to the cafeteria, he cycled home. From afar, he saw a 3-wheeled cart parked at the courtyard gate. It was a delivery. Song Xiaoer was at the door checking the goods with the delivery man, while Qin Yin crouched nearby, staring at the cardboard boxes on the cart as if they were a treasure trove. Dad, look. Qin Yin rushed over like a little bird. Sister Xiaoer bought so many things. There's white flour. There's pork. And, she whispered in Qin Feng's ear, there's cake. Cake. In those days, what was cake? It was a rarity. Even during the new year, ordinary families might not get to eat it. You needed grain coupons and cake coupons to buy it at designated stores. A 2-ounce cake cost 2 ounces of grain coupons and 15 cents. With the special supply slip Qin Feng had approved, he could buy it twice a month, 2 caddies each time. Chief, you're back. Song Xiaoer poked her head out from behind the 3-wheeled cart. A strand of hair stuck to her face, her nose tip glistening with sweat from her work. The special supply store delivered some goods today, so I bought this month's share as you instructed. Qin Feng walked over to take a look. 10 caddies of white flour, 2 caddies of pork, 30 eggs, 2 caddies of cake, 1 caddy of sugar, half a caddy of peanut oil, 2 caddies of vermicelli, and 1 caddy of kelp. For an ordinary family, this would be a New Year's feast. For Qin Feng's household, it was a month's regular supply. Not bad. Qin Feng nodded. Give the cake to Yinzi and stew the pork with vermicelli tonight. Got it. Song Xiaoer smiled with crescent-shaped eyes, quickly and neatly moving the boxes one by one. Qin Yin followed behind, like a little tail, murmuring to herself, cake. Qin Feng watched this scene, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly upward. This was what life should be like. In his past life, he had lived like this too. But back then there was no Song Xiaoer at home. only Shen Meihua who would drop by to help every few days. He thought he had met a virtuous and kind woman, but in reality, she was just scouting the place to see how much stock he had so she could ask for more next time. In this life, the door was tightly shut, no one could get in. Qin Hai came home from school. He tossed his bag into the main room and went straight to the kitchen to wash his hands, a new rule Qin Feng had set. In the past, he hadn't bothered with such things. The kids could wash or not as they pleased. But now things were different. With Song Qiaoer in the house, there had to be discipline. Brother, look. Qin Yan ran out of the kitchen holding a piece of cake. Sister Qiaoer, cut a piece for me. Do you want some? Qin Hai glanced at the cake. Golden yellow sprinkled with sugar crystals exuding the sweet aroma of eggs and flour. He swallowed his saliva and shook his head. I don't want any. You eat it. Why not? It's so sweet. I don't like sweets. Qin Yan didn't believe him and broke off half, stuffing it into Qin Hai's hand. Just try it. Qin Hai pinched the half piece of cake, hesitated for 2 seconds, then took a small bite. It was sweet. Not the kind of sweetness that scratched the throat, but a gentle, mellow sweetness from eggs and flour mixed together and slowly baked over fire. He had never eaten such delicious cake in this life. Had he eaten it in his past life? He couldn't remember. If he had, it was a very, very long time ago. Qin Yan had already stuffed the other half into her mouth, her cheeks bulging, as she mumbled indistinctly, good right. Qin Hai finished the remaining half of the cake in 3 bites, licked the sugar crystals off his fingers, and pretended to walk nonchalantly into the main room. Qin Feng stood at the door, seeing it all clearly. He didn't call him out on it. An 11-year-old boy being stubborn with his words was normal. Wanting something to eat desperately inside, but saying it's okay out loud. That was called dignity, just like he himself had been in his youth. In the afternoon, Qin Feng didn't go to work. He took Qin Hai to the special supply store. Not to buy anything, but to let Qin Hai broaden his horizons. The special supply store was located in the alley behind the Commerce Bureau with no signboard and no public business. A guard stood at the entrance, and without a slip no one could enter. The things sold inside were simply not available outside. White rabbit creamy candies from Shanghai, twisted dough sticks from Tianjin, preserved fruits from Beijing, cured meats from the south, and even a few bottles of red wine. Qin Feng nodded to the young soldier on guard and led Qin Hai inside. Qin Hai's eyes couldn't take it all in. He had only known that his father was a division chief, but what the title division chief truly meant, he had no concrete idea. Now he saw it. The goods neatly arranged on the shelves. Each kind was something you couldn't buy outside. White rabbit creamy candies cost 2 cents each on the black market, but here they were 1.5 cents. Cured meat, which was rationed to a mere 50 grams during the new year elsewhere, was sold by the caddy here. And that red-boxed malted milk powder. He had heard a classmate mention that only Wang Pengzi's family in the entire grade had a can brought back by his father from the south. Here over a dozen cans were neatly stacked. Qin Hai fell silent, staying close behind Qin Feng, his eyes darting everywhere, yet his hands touched nothing. Qin Feng noticed. He picked up a can of malted milk powder and handed it to Qin Hai. Take it. Qin Hai shook his head. No. Why, oi? Too expensive. Qin Feng looked at him. This child, without even knowing the price of the malted milk powder, already deemed it expensive, because in his heart good things were always costly, and costly things were never within his family's means. This mindset was a failure on his part as a father. It's not expensive. Qin Feng pressed the can into his hands. Your father's monthly salary is 172 yuan and 50 cents. This can of malted milk powder costs 1 yuan and 20 cents. It's not expensive. Qin Hai was stunned. 172 yuan and 50 cents. He had no idea his father earned that much. When his mother was alive, money was never discussed at home. After she passed, his father lived alone and never mentioned it again. He had always thought they were poor, so poor they had to share even cornbread. Dad earns 72.50, he asked. Then, why did we always eat cornbread before? Qin Feng paused for a moment. Because in his past life, he had given all the good things to Shen Meihua. 10 caddies of fine grain tickets, 2 caddies of meat tickets, 200 cold briquettes. His entire monthly ration all given away. His own family ate cornbread while others feasted on white flour steamed buns. That would not happen in this life. I wasn't good at managing the household before, Qin Feng said. That won't happen again. You and Yinzi tell me whatever you want to eat. Qin Hai clutched the can of malted milk, head bowed silent. After a long while he finally spoke, his voice muffled. Then, what about Doenai and the others? Qin Feng was taken aback. Who? Shen family's Doenai. She told me today that her family only had cornmeal porridge for dinner. Qin Feng's brow furrowed. The Shen family, Shen Gang's family. Doenai was Shen Gang's eldest daughter, 7 years old. That little girl who had stood by the stove watching others eat cornbread with longing eyes. Then I told you that. She said her mother's hands were full of needle pricks, earning very little, and her grandmother gave all the good food to her aunt's child. She also said her father beat her mother. Qin Feng's face darkened. He was not unaware of the Shen family situation. Lin Xiu being beaten, the children going hungry, Shen Meihua causing trouble. Yet he hadn't expected the news to reach Qin Hai. Xiao Hai, he crouched down to meet his son's eyes. About Da Nis family. I know. But some things can't be solved right now. Remember, if Da Ni tells you she's hungry again, share some of your snacks with her. Can you do that? Qin Hai nodded, then added, Dad, Da Nis mother is so pitiful. Qin Feng patted him. Take care of our own family first. We help others when we can, but if we can't, we don't meddle. Understood? In poverty, one cultivates virtue alone. In success, one benefits the world. Leaving the special supply store, Qin Feng took Qin Hai to the department store. Not to buy anything, but to buy a bicycle. In this era, a bicycle was a prized possession, as precious as a car in the 1980s. Qin Hai was nearly as tall as his father's shoulder now, with long legs tall enough to ride a bicycle. Qin Feng had decided a couple of days ago the flying pigeon would go to Qin Hai. He would buy a new one for himself. Comrade, how much is this Forever brand bicycle at? 152 yuan with a ration ticket. 152 yuan. For an ordinary family, that would take 2 years to save. But Qin Feng didn't even blink. As a department head, he had ration tickets and money was no issue. He'll take one. The saleswoman beamed from ear to ear. In these times, a big customer buying a bicycle was a rare sight, maybe once a quarter. Qin Hai stood nearby, staring at the gleaming Forever bicycle, his eyes wide. Dad, who is this for? For me. The flying pigeon is for you. For me, eh? Qin Hai thought he had misheard. The flying pigeon was his father's pride and joy. He never even let him touch it. Now he was giving it to him to ride. Your legs are long enough. It's time you learn to ride. Qin Feng pulled out the key to the flying pigeon and tossed it to him. Start tomorrow. Don't cry if you fall. Qin Hai gripped the key, his hands trembling. Not from fear, but from excitement. This key weighed far heavier than that can of malted milk. When they got home, dusk was falling. Song Xiaoer had already prepared dinner. Tonight's meal was even more lavish than yesterday's braised pork belly, with vermicelli, stir-fried cabbage, steamed egg custard, and white rice. As usual, Qin Yan ate 2 bowls, mixing the braised pork sauce into her rice. Qin Hai devoured 3 bowls, scraping the egg custard bowl clean. Qin Feng ate 2 bowls, then sipped a cup of tea. He suddenly asked Song Xiaoer, when you go out to buy groceries, what do the neighbors say to you? Song Xiaoer was taken aback. Just normal talk. Aunt Zhang asked where I worked, and I said I help out at Director Qin's place. Aunt Li asked about my salary, and I said the bureau pays me 10 yuan. Has anyone asked strange questions? Song Xiaoer thought for a moment, then suddenly blushed yes. Aunt Zhao asked if I lived here. I said no, I go home at night. Then she asked if I and the director. What exactly did she ask? She said, Xiao, you're so pretty working at the director's house. Is the director good to you? Her smile was odd. Qin Feng's brow furrowed. Though the rumors had been suppressed, people's gossipy nature couldn't be quelled. If anyone asks that again, just say one thing: I'm assigned by the Bureau's logistics department, arranged by the organization, and it's all documented. Got it. Got it. Song Xiaoer nodded vigorously. Qin Feng added, also take the main road to and from work, not the alleys. They'll have Xiao Zhou escort you home at night. Song Xiaoer blushed, even deeper, whispering, no need. I can go back alone. This isn't about whether you can or not. Qin Feng's tone brooked no argument. You work for the Qin family. Oh, anything that happens is my responsibility. Xiao Zhou escorting you isn't for your sake. It's for mine. Song Xiaoer dared not argue further, lowering her head to eat. Qin Yan chimed in from the side. Xiaoer, Jia, what are you afraid of? My dad doesn't bite. Qin Hai silently turned a page, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. After dinner, Qin Feng called Qin Hai to the courtyard. Moonlight bathed the old locust tree, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The flying pigeon and the Forever stood side by side against the wall, one old and one new, glinting faintly in the moonlight. Qin Feng clutched the key to the Forever, crouching down to check the tires. A new purchase needed the brakes and chain adjusted. Xiao Hai, come help. Qin Hai walked over, crouched down, and washed his father's hands. He didn't know how to fix a bicycle, but he wanted to learn. Hold the handlebars. Qin Hai gripped the handlebars tightly with both hands, his fingers clenched. As Qin Feng adjusted the chain, he said, he'll think of a way to help Dania's family. Qin Hai was taken aback. Sister Shun's wife works at the street sewing group, but her income is too low. I made some inquiries. The logistics section of the Commerce Bureau recently needs a mender to repair work uniforms. Payment is per piece 5 cents each. If you're quick, you can earn 1 yuan and 50 cents a day. That's better than her job at the street sewing group. Qin Hai's eyes lit up. Really? Really? But this position needs bureau approval. Oh, I can't arrange it directly. Dania's mother has to sign up herself. Go tell Dania tomorrow to let her mother know to report to Comrade Lu in the logistics section at the Commerce Bureau the day after tomorrow. Bring her work ID. Qin Feng thought for a moment and added, don't say I told you. Just say Comrade Lu notified her. Qin Hai nodded, then suddenly asked, Dad, why are you helping Dania's mother? Qin Feng's hand paused. Why? Because in his past life he had watched Lin Xiu be bullied by Shen Meihua for half a lifetime without ever lending a hand. Back then he felt the Shen family's affairs were none of his business. Meddling in others' domestic matters seemed inappropriate. He only cared about Shen Meihua. But he was wrong. The reason Shen Meihua could act tyrannically was that someone always had her back. And Qin Feng was the biggest enabler. While he enabled her, Lin Xiu was bleeding, Daniu was starving, and Sonia was crying. In this life, he would no longer support Shen Meihua. But he could extend a hand to those crushed under her feet. Because Qin Feng finished adjusting the chain, stood up, and wiped the grease from his hands. Your mother told me before she left to raise the 2 children well. Even what she didn't say, I must do when I see injustice, help if I can. Your mother was that kind of person, always ready to lend a hand. Helping the weak is a virtue. Qin Hai was silent for a long time. Moonlight fell on his face, his 11-year-old features still tender, but something new had entered his eyes. Not childish innocence, but the weight of adulthood. Dad, he said, he'll help you clean the bike. With that, he turned and fetched a rag from the kitchen, then crouched down to carefully wipe the flying pigeon bicycle frame. He cleaned it more meticulously than Qin Feng ever would, not missing a single corner. Qin Feng stood by watching in silence. The moonlight was bright, the courtyard quiet, broken only by the soft rustle of the rag against the frame. Lin Xiu's registration the day after tomorrow marked the beginning of a turning point. The next afternoon, as Qin Feng was reviewing documents in his office, comrade Lu knocked and entered. Director, someone came looking for Zhao Yu. Qin Feng looked up. Who? A woman from the textile factory. Qin Feng's pen paused on the paper. Shen Meihua. She had indeed gone to Zhao Yu. At noon today, Zhao Yu was eating in the fleet cafeteria when the woman approached him asking for help. He exchanged a few words with her and left without lingering. What was Zhao Yu's attitude? Quite cold, very restrained. Probably because had been transferred and didn't want to have too much contact with outsiders. He knew you'd asked us to keep an eye on things. Qin Feng nodded, a slight curve touching his lips. In his past life, Zhao Yu had been manipulated by Shen Meihua his entire life. But that was because of the 3 bowls of noodles strategy. First helping her move things, then fixing a pipe, then casually making a bowl of noodles. Step by step, like boiling a frog in warm water. In this life, Qin Feng had transferred Zhao Yu to the Bureau's logistics fleet. And what was the fleet? It was Qin Feng's territory. Zhao Yu ate, slept, and worked there all under Qin Feng's watchful eye. Shen Meihua wanted to use the same trick. She'd have to get past the fleet captain first. Besides, Zhao Yu wasn't married, yet with no wife or children to exploit. Shen Meihua lacked the most crucial link to control him. Keep watching, Qin Feng said. I need to know what Zhao Yu said to that woman. Yes. After comrade Lu left, Qin Feng leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the desk. Shen Meihua seeking out Zhao Yu meant she had already made progress with Lin Xiu and was now laying the groundwork for her second pawn. But Zhao Yu had already been intercepted. As for Lin Xiu, the director of the cultural center was keeping an eye on him. Shen Gang was counting screws in the warehouse. Personnel arrangements at the textile factory had to pass through his scrutiny. All the threads were in Qin Feng's hands. He picked up his pen and wrote a line in his notebook. Lin Xiu registration the day after tomorrow, formal job hire status. With a permanent position and a good salary, shall stand tall and won't tolerate Meihua. What will Shen Meihua do next? After writing, he added another line, Lu Xiaomin Zhao Yu Lin Xiu. 3 clues, 3 nets. Qin Feng closed his notebook, locked it in the drawer, stood up, and walked to the window. Outside in the Commerce Bureau compound, a few clerks were squatting by the flower bed, smoking and chatting. Seeing Qin Feng at the 3rd floor window, they quickly stubbed out their cigarettes and pretended to be discussing work. Qin Feng watched them and suddenly smiled. In his past life, he never noticed such details. He was too busy delivering gifts to Shen Meihua, too busy being a willing fool. He had no idea how people saw him, what they said about him, or how they laughed behind his back. In this life, he understood. A director's prestige wasn't earned by giving gifts to women. It came from the power in his hands, the balance in his heart, and how he treated those around him. Women were merely an embellishment, not the essence. Be good to your children, and they respect you. Be responsible at work, and your subordinates revere you. Be hard on yourself, and others fear you. As for Shen Meihua, she would never take another cent from him in this life. Downstairs, Shen Gang pushed a handcart from the warehouse, piled high with wire and screws. His head was bowed, his shoulders slumped, a stark contrast to the Shen Gang who had strutted through the corridors a month ago. As he passed the flower bed, the clerks pretended not to see him. Shen Gang didn't look up either, pushing the cart straight toward the warehouse. Qin Feng watched his retreating figure, his expression unreadable. In his past life, Shen Gang had wielded influence in the allocation office thanks to his sister. In this life, he was nothing. It wasn't that Qin Feng was cruel, it was the path Shen Gang had chosen. He chose to cover for his sister, to spread rumors about the director, to take his anger out on his wife. Now he must bear the consequences. Qin Feng averted his gaze, sat back at his desk, and picked up the next document. Outside the window, the spring breeze swept through the Commerce Bureau compound, making the winter jasmine in the flowerbed tremble. Time marched on, and Qin Feng had already set his pieces in place. The director's mercy. Within 3 days of Song Qiaoer's employment, news had already spread. It wasn't about her beauty, though she was indeed beautiful. People of this era simply didn't offer such compliments to one's face. What spread was another matter. Director Qin's young maid earned 10 yuan a month with 3 meals provided and no heavy labor. 10 yuan. The women in the family compound were in an uproar. 10 yuan. My husband works himself to the bone at the factory for only 37.60 a month, and that doesn't include room and board. That's paid from the Bureau's funds, not out of Director Qin's own pocket. Still, it's money. A young girl, 10 yuan a month with food and drink provided. It's practically a free gift. You're one to talk. Why didn't you sign up earlier? Me? Be a maid for Director Qin. Even I'm scared of my own face. Would Director Qin want me? At these words, the group burst into laughter, which faded into sighs. True enough, everyone knew Director Qin was a man who valued appearances. When he hired maids, he specifically sought pretty girls of 18 or 19. To thrust an aging face before him would only startle him. Yet after their size, some minds began to stir. If they couldn't do it themselves, that didn't mean others couldn't. Aunt Zhao was the first to have an idea. Her maternal family lived in Zhao Family Village 30 li south of the city, a place of dire poverty. In these times it was even worse. 2 consecutive years of drought had left the fields as sparse as a balding head with only a few scattered seedlings that toppled in the wind. The production team's grain rations had been repeatedly cut from 30 jin a month to 20, then down to 15. 15 jin of coarse grain had to be carefully hoarded and sparingly eaten. Her third brother's family of 8 barely survived on those meager rations. His eldest daughter Zhao Chuanhua was 17 and took after her mother. She had slender brows and eyes and oval face, and though her skin wasn't as fair as a city girl's, her bone structure was exquisite. Once she filled out, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. The last time Aunt Zhao visited her family home, seeing Chunhua as thin as a bamboo pole with wrists so slender they could be encircled by a single hand, her heart ached. If she suffered another half year of hunger, she might not survive. Now an opportunity had arisen. Director Qin desired beauties, and there were plenty in the countryside. As long as there was food, they would come willingly. In these times, a single white flour steamed bun in the city was more valuable than a mother in the countryside. That very evening, Aunt Zhao hurried back to her family home. 2 days later, as dusk fell, Qin Feng was at home reviewing documents. Song Qiao was washing dishes in the kitchen. Qin Yin had already gone to sleep, and Qin Hai was reading in the east room. A knock came at the courtyard gate. Qin Feng frowned. Who would visit at this hour? Director Qin. Is Director Qin home? Aunt Zhao's voice came from outside the gate, lowered, as if she were up to something furtive. Qin Feng walked over and opened the door. Outside stood Aunt Zhao with a young girl behind her. Thin. Truly thin. As thin as a willow branch in spring, liable to snap in the wind. She wore a blue cloth dress covered in patches with sleeves so long they hid half her palms. Not because the dress was large, but because her wrists were too thin to fill it. But that face. Qin Feng took one look and felt a jolt in his heart. An oval face, a pointed chin, long and slender brows, large eyes with pupils as black as 2 dark grapes. A straight nose bridge, thin lips pale from hunger, but with an exquisite contour. Not a striking seductive beauty, but a delicate one that grew more captivating with each glance. Fine bone structure. Exceptionally fine. With such bones, once she filled out, she would undoubtedly be the kind of beauty that made men stop in their tracks. Aunt Zhao quickly pushed the girl forward. Director Qin, this is my niece from my family home, Zhao Chuanhua, 17 years old. Please take a look. Qin Feng frowned. Aunt Zhao, what are you doing? Director Qin, please hear me out. Aunt Zhao lowered her voice, wringing her hands anxiously. My niece's family can't go on any longer. Her father, my third brother, has a family of 8 barely surviving on those rations. Last month, they couldn't even afford cornmeal porridge and had to dig for roots and gnaw on bark. Chunhua is the eldest with several younger brothers and a sister, all still small. Aunt Zhao's eyes reddened as she spoke. Director Qin, I'm not trying to climb the social ladder. I just want to give this child a chance to live. She can do anything once she's in your home. Cooking, washing, tidying up, whatever you ask shall do. She won't cause you in. Qin Feng shook his head. Aunt Zhao, I already have a maid at home. You've met Song Qiao. She was assigned by the bureau, so I can't. Director Qin. Aunt Zhao fell to her knees with a thud. Qin Feng was startled. At this hour, having a neighbor kneeling at your doorstep. What would people think? Get up first. I won't get up until you agree. Aunt Zhao clung to the doorframe, sobbing uncontrollably. Chunhua's father said that as long as she gets food, she'll work like a beast of burden in your home. Wait. Qin Feng felt the words were off. What do you mean by in your home? I'm hiring a maid, not. I know. Aunt Zhao nodded repeatedly. You're hiring a maid. My Chunhua is here to be a maid. Whatever a maid does, whatever you ask shall do. The more she said it, the more ambiguous it sounded. Qin Feng rubbed his temples and glanced at Zhao Chunhua. The girl stood behind Aunt Zhao, silent the entire time. From start to finish, she just stood there twisting the hem of her dress, with both hands, head bowed, shoulders trembling slightly. But she didn't cry. Not that she didn't want to. She simply couldn't anymore. When hunger reached such a point, even the energy for tears was conserved. Looking at her gaunt oval face, Qin Feng was suddenly reminded of Chen Xiulan. When his late wife had married him, she had been just as thin and gaunt with the same silent, head-lowered disposition. Chen Xiulan had endured hardship, but this girl was on the verge of starving to death. Come in first. Qin Feng stepped aside. Overjoyed, Aunt Zhao pulled Chunhua through the courtyard gate. In the main hall, the lamp was lit. Hearing the commotion, Song Qiao came out of the kitchen and froze for a moment at the sight of Aunt Zhao leading a thin girl into the center of the room. Qin Feng said to Song Qiao, go make a bowl of noodles. Add an extra poached egg. Without a word, Song Qiao turned and went back to the kitchen. She was sharp enough not to ask questions. Zhao Chunhua stood in the main hall, not daring to let her eyes wander, fixing them on her own toes. The cloth shoes on her feet were worn through at the soles, with her big toe poking out dark and grimy. Qin Feng sat at the table, studying her for a moment before speaking. You're Zhao Chunhua. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's. How old are you? 17. Can you read? A little. I learned at the village literacy class. Yes. I do all the cooking at home. How many people in your family? 8. Father, mother, 4 younger brothers, and 1 younger sister. Are the rations enough to eat? Zhao Chunhua was silent for 2 seconds, then shook her head. No more words were needed. Qin Feng understood everything. At that moment, Song Qiaoer emerged with a bowl of noodles. Hand-pulled noodles, firm and smooth, with a broth garnished with chopped green onions. On top lay a poached egg, the yolk still runny, with 2 drops of sesame oil drizzled over it. The aroma was overwhelming. Zhao Chunhua's body swayed slightly. Not from excitement, from hunger. The scent of that poached egg was like an invisible hand gripping her stomach and twisting. Eat first, Qin Feng said. Zhao Chunhua glanced at Aunt Zhao, who nodded vigorously. Eat. If the director says eat, you eat. Zhao Chunhua picked up the bowl, her hands trembling. It wasn't an act, they were truly shaking. She lowered her head and took a sip of the soup. Salty, warm, carrying the fragrance of eggs and the weedy aroma of noodles. Tears streamed down her face instantly. She wept silently as she ate, picking up each strand of noodle, slowly chewing deliberately, as if afraid that eating too fast would make it vanish. She took a small bite of the poached egg, then paused. Unwilling to finish it in one go, she placed it back in the bowl, saving it for a final lingering taste. Qin Feng watched her eat, a bittersweet ache stirring in his heart. In this era, a bowl of noodles with an egg could move someone to tears of gratitude. In the future, though, a delivery man arriving 5 minutes late would earn a bad review. Zhao Chunhua finished the last strand of noodles, drained the soup from the bowl, cleanly set it down, stood up, and dropped to her knees with a thud. Director Qin, I beg you to take me in. I can do anything. Cooking, laundry, cleaning, farming, feeding pigs. Whatever you ask, I'll do it. I won't be lazy. I won't steal. I won't cause you any trouble. She kowtowed, forehead striking the ground with. Qin Feng reached out to help her up, but she remained rooted as if planted. Get up first. I want until you. Didn't I tell you? I already have a housekeeper. I don't need pay. Just meals. Zhao Chunhua lifted her head, tear streaks, still fresh, eyes red, yet burning with stubborn resolve. My family is starving to death. They're counting on me to trade for food. My father said. He said if you could give us a bite to eat, it would be a life-saving grace. He'll be your beast of burden for life. Stop, stop, stop. Qin Feng raised his hand to cut her off. First, I don't need a beast of burden. Second, I already have a housekeeper. No need for another. Third. He met Zhao Chunhua's eyes, softening his tone. You finished the noodles, you have strength now. Go home. They'll figure something out for your family. Zhao Chunhua froze. Aunt Zhao froze too. Director Qin. What? What did you say? I said I'll help you find a way. Qin Feng walked to the desk and picked up a pen and paper. Your family, he'll write you a note. Take it to the grain station south of the city tomorrow and see Director Zhang. He can approve 30 caddies of coarse grain and 10 caddies of fine grain for you. 30 caddies of coarse grain plus 10 caddies of fine grain. Zhao Chunhua's eyes went wide. 40 caddies of grain. Enough to feed her family for 2 months. But it's not free, Qin Feng continued. These 40 caddies will be deducted from your future wages. They'll find you a job in the city, and you can repay it slowly month by month. Zhao Chunhua's lips parted, her voice quivering. A job? The textile mill needs workers. He'll ask around for you. You're 17, old enough to join. Once you're in, you'll be a regular employee, with wages, rations, and medical insurance. Much better than gnawing on tree bark at home. Tears streamed down Zhao Chunhua's face again, this time with joy. Director Qin. You're a living Buddha. Don't call me that. Qin Feng handed her the note. Just Director Qin. And don't mention this to outsiders. Understood. Zhao Chunhua nodded vigorously, ready to kneel again, but Qin Feng grabbed her arm. Stop kneeling. Zhao Chunhua laughed through her tears. That smile was more heart-wrenching than her crying. On her gaunt face, 2 shallow dimples appeared like ripples spreading on spring waters. When she smiled, she was actually quite pretty. Qin Feng averted his gaze and cleared his throat. Aunt Zhao, take her back. Go to the grain station early tomorrow. Don't delay. Aunt Zhao left with endless gratitude, glancing back at Qin Feng before stepping out, her eyes brimming with thanks. And a hint of regret. Regret over what? That Director Qin hadn't kept Chunhua as a housekeeper. In her mind, Director Qin didn't take Chunhua not because he disliked her, but because he was too embarrassed. With Song Qiaoer already at home, taking in another girl might invite gossip. Aunt Zhao schemed silently. She'd have to think of another way. News of Aunt Zhao taking Zhao Chunhua to the grain station soon reached the ears of several women in the compound. What? Director Qin approved 40 caddies of grain. Absolutely true. Chunhua's father nearly knelt at the grain station gate when he got it. 40 caddies. That's life-saving grain. The women huddled together, eyes gleaming. Director Qin, he had a soft heart. He said no, but when he saw a girl starving, he still helped. He gave grain and a job, deducted it from wages. Wasn't that just taking her in through the back door? Just on a legitimate path. A proper path. Exactly. Who said it had to be as a housekeeper? Being a worker was better. A real job with benefits, rations, and the ability to send money home. 100 times better than being a maid. The key was finding a girl who caught Director Qin's eye. Every one of these women had relatives in the countryside, nieces or granddaughters on the brink of starvation. They felt pity, but pity alone couldn't help. Their own households were stretched thin. Where would they find extra grain to support others? But now it was different. Director Qin had opened a path. If a girl was good-looking, he could arrange a job. With a job came wages and rations, and the whole family could survive. This wasn't climbing the social ladder. It was saving lives. That very night, another visitor came to Qin Feng's door. This time it was Aunt Li from the next unit leading a girl. Director Qin, this is my cousin's daughter, Zhou Qiaoling. She's 18. Take a look. Zhou Qiaoling was taller than Zhao Chunhua, also thin, but with a graceful slenderness like a young white poplar. A round face, big eyes, a slightly upturned nose, and 2 dimples when she smiled. Though she wasn't smiling now, too hungry to manage it, but the foundation was there. Qin Feng. Aunt Li, I told you I don't need anyone at home. Director Qin. I know you don't need a housekeeper. Aunt Li hurried on. I heard you can help arrange jobs. At the textile mill. Please just show mercy and give this child a way to live. Zhou Qiaoling stood behind, Aunt Li clutching the hem of her clothes with both hands, her lips trembling. Suddenly she spoke. Director Qin, I can do anything. Her voice was soft, but each word was clear. Back in the village, I've worked the fields, harvested wheat, carried manure, and fed pigs. Am not afraid of hardship, exhaustion, or dirt. They'll do whatever you ask. Just let my parents survive. Then she pulled a piece of paper from her pocket. A blood. Her thumb was still wrapped in cloth, dark red blood seeping through. On the paper, crooked lines read, Zhou Qiaoling pledges to serve Director Qin faithfully, never lazy, never betray. If I break this vow, may heaven and earth strike me down. Qin Feng stared at the blood letter, his temples throbbing. In these times, people would truly write in blood just to survive. In a later era, asking someone to write a mere guarantee would be a hassle requiring a lawyer's draft and notarization. Put it away. Qin Feng sighed. Why write a blood letter? Such a waste of blood. You're already anemic, your face as pale as paper. Zhou Qiaoling was stunned. Qin Feng called out to Song Chower, make another bowl of noodles. Song Chower responded from the kitchen, muttering to herself, wondering why so many people were coming for noodles late at night. All of them were here to take her job. Yet every girl who came seemed pitiable, each with a tragic story. Outside the city, those starving were truly heartbreaking. As Qin Feng wrote the chit, he considered its source. There was a fund for grain aid to struggling workers in the bureau, originally for emergencies. He allocated a portion from it. This grain had surplus every year anyway. Not using it would be wasteful. This approach was both reasonable and demonstrated the director's flexible use of institutional resources. After Zhou Qiaoling finished her noodles, Qin Feng wrote another chit for 40 jin of grain, telling her to collect it at the grain station tomorrow. He'll inquire about the textile factory. He'll let you know if there's news. Don't show the chit to anyone else. Zhou Qiaoling nodded, eagerly looking back repeatedly as she left, her eyes red. Her lips moved as if to speak, but she finally managed only, Director Qin, you are a truly good person. Aunt Li had just left when another arrived. Aunt Zhang came with a younger girl 16 years old named Sun Xiaozue, the daughter of Aunt Zhang's sister-in-law. Sun Xiaozue was thin, but her eyes were expressive, limpid, and bright, looking at people with a mix of timidity and sparkle like a startled fawn. With a small face, a pointed chin, and high cheekbones, her features promised a fox-like beauty. When she matured, captivatingly alluring. Qin Feng glanced at her and silently cursed fate. Were you doing this on purpose? Aunt Zhang, let me say it again, I don't need a maid, a wife, or anyone to serve me. Stop bringing people to me. Aunt Zhang grimaced. Director Qin, we don't want to trouble you, but our family can't go on like this. Please have mercy and give Xiaozue a way to live. Sun Xiaozue stood there silent, tearless, and refusing to kneel. She simply looked at Qin Feng, her eyes bright, carrying a resilience uncommon for a 16-year-old girl. Director Qin, she spoke, her voice soft. I won't enter your home. Just help me find a job. I can wash dishes, sweep floors, move things, anything. I'm strong. In the village, I could carry 50 jean sacks. A 16-year-old girl carrying 50 jean sacks. Qin Feng closed his eyes. Have you eaten? Yes, I had 1 steamed bun today. 1 steamed bun. A 16-year-old girl's entire daily ration was a single steamed bun. Showered. Another bowl. Song Shower poked her head out from the kitchen, her expression complicated. Yes, and add 2 eggs. This girl is starving. After Sun Xiaozue finished the noodles, she wiped her mouth and licked the bowl clean. Qin Feng wrote a chit for grain, as usual, telling her to collect it tomorrow. All right, go now. Don't tell anyone. Sun Xiaozue nodded, stopped at the door, and turned back to glance at Qin Feng. That glance, a 16-year-old girl with a fox-like face, limpid eyes, her ponytail swinging, as she turned a slight curve to her lips. It was somewhat alluring. Qin Feng averted his gaze impassively. Go now. Sun Xiaozue pursed her lips in a smile, then turned and ran off. Aunt Zhang chased after her, calling, hey, slow down. With the third one gone, Qin Feng thought he could have some peace. He washed his face and sat back at the desk to continue reviewing documents. Then came a knock, dong dong dong. Here we go again. This time it was Aunt Sun, the most honest woman in the compound, leading a 19-year-old girl named Qian Xiuying, a distant relative's daughter. Qian Xiuying was different from the previous 3. She wasn't thin, or rather she had curves in all the right places, slim where she should be and full where she should be. With a round face, arched brows, and full lips, her figure was somewhat hidden by a thick cotton-padded jacket, but her gait, a slight pause with each step and a subtle sway of her waist, revealed a natural grace. This girl, if placed in a later era, would undoubtedly be a goddess of the curvy, slightly plump type. Qin Feng took a deep breath. Aunt Sun, Director Qin, I won't say much. Aunt Sun, a straightforward woman, pushed Qian Xiuying forward. This girl, take a look. Isn't she good? Good. The words slipped out before Qin Feng could stop them, and he regretted it instantly. Aunt Sun's eyes lit up. You think so too? Then. But Qin Feng quickly added, I don't need a maid, a wife, or any form of. I know. Aunt Sun slapped her thigh. You're a director with a grand vision. You wouldn't take in a girl for selfish reasons. You genuinely want to help. Right. Hearing this, Qin Feng almost believed it himself. Fine, come in and have some noodles. He waved his hand. Chower. The last bowl. Song Chower rolled her eyes in the kitchen. She had made 5 bowls of noodles, all for the fox spirits who were stealing her job. With competitors, there was an immediate sense of crisis. While Qian Xiaoying ate, Qin Feng asked, what can you do? In the village I sewed clothes and mended socks for the entire production team. Sewing? Yes. I can sew by hand and by machine. If I had a machine, I could make 10 shirts a day. As she spoke, she took out an embroidered piece she had made. A pair of mandarin ducks playing in water, the ripples so vivid they looked real. Her embroidery skills were exceptional. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. The logistics section of the Commerce Bureau needed a seamstress. He had originally planned to reserve the spot for Lin Xiu, but this girl was more suitable. No, he should take both. There was plenty of work. One person wouldn't be enough. Go to the grain station tomorrow to collect your grain, and the day after report to Comrade Liu in the logistics section of the Commerce Bureau. Tell him Director Qin sent you. Qian Xiaoying's eyes sparkled. Her lips moved, then she suddenly stood up and gave Qin Feng a deep respectful bow, bending at a perfect 90-degree angle. Director Qin, I will remember your great kindness for the rest of my life. No kneeling, no tears, no blood letter. Just a bow, which meant more than anything. Qin Feng nodded. Go on. Work hard. For girls, 4 nights, 40 jin of grain each. A total of 160 jin. 160 jin of grain. In this era, that was the equivalent of several lives. Qin Feng sat in the main room looking at the stubs of 4 chits on the table and sighed. He admitted he was a sucker for beauty. But he wasn't a beast. Seeing a girl on the verge of starvation, could he ignore it? No. And seeing a girl with such exquisite bone structure starving, even less so, it would be a waste to let her die. Yes, it would simply be a waste. It had nothing to do with affairs of state or compassion. It was just the pure thought that such beauty shouldn't be allowed to starve to death. Qin Feng found a justification for himself, and with a clear conscience turned off the light. From the eastern room came Qin Yan's sleep talk. Noodles. Egg noodles. I want some too. Qin Feng smiled and turned over. It took him 3 days to arrange the placements for the 4 girls. Zhao Chunhua and Zhou Qiaoling entered the textile factory. Qin Feng called factory director Sun and mentioned he had 2 distant relatives who wanted to work at the factory. Factory director Sun agreed, without a second thought. He still owed a favor for the 3,000 yuan equipment repair fee from last time. What was placing 2 people in the factory compared to that? The key issue emerged. The textile factory staffing was a zero-sum game. For new people to come in, old ones had to vacate their positions. Who would vacate? Shen Meihua. She was currently on leave without pay, recuperating at home during her pregnancy. According to regulations, if someone on unpaid leave didn't resume work after 3 months, their position would no longer be held. But Shen Meihua had only taken a little over a month off, not yet 3 months. However, Qin Feng couldn't wait. He had Secretary Liu check Shen Meihua's attendance records. Good heavens, before taking maternity leave, this woman had already accumulated 7 days of unexcused absences, 11 late arrivals, and 9 early departures. In that era, some women were still working in the fields right up until they gave birth. Those who worked in factories usually only took leave a week before their due date. Some even insisted on working until they went into labor, only heading to the hospital when they felt the first contractions. Most working women didn't have such medical conditions. Those in the countryside typically gave birth at home, and some even delivered their own babies. Shen Meihua's pampering was excessive. Who did she think she was, some capitalist's pampered daughter? If she didn't want the job, let someone who needed it take it. Shen Meihua's attendance sheet was covered in red crosses, looking like a primary school student's arithmetic notebook. 7 days of unexcused absences were enough grounds for contract termination under factory rules. But factory director Sun didn't dare to fire her outright. Although Shen Meihua had poor character, she was still the dependent of a worker who died on the job. Dismissing her would give people ammunition for gossip. Qin Feng gave factory director Sun a compromise job replacement. Job replacement was a common practice in that era. When an old employee could no longer work for some reason, a new employee would take over their position and staffing quota. The old employee's labor relationship was retained, but they no longer occupied the quota. There were time regulations. For short-term replacements, the quota remained with the original person. For long-term replacements, the quota went to the newcomer. When the old employee was ready to return to work, they would be reassigned. Simply put, I've taken your spot. When you come back, the spot is gone, and you'll have to find another one yourself. Zhao Chunhua took over Shen Meihua's position. Textile factory weaver, monthly salary of 34 yuan and 80 fen plus grain rations. Zhao Chunhua became a regular employee upon entry with the same position and the same salary Shen Meihua had back then. When Shen Meihua returned after her pregnancy, her seat was already taken. Zhou Qiaoling entered the finishing workshop with a salary of 32 yuan, slightly lower than a weaver's, but it was still a regular position. Qian Xiaoying went to the commercial bureau's logistics department as a seamstress. Paid by piece 5 Fen per piece, a quick worker could earn 2 yuan and 50 Fen a day. Qin Feng specifically instructed Secretary Liu to also accept Lin Xiu's application. 2 seamstresses, enough work, enough money to share. Sun Xiaozue was the youngest, only 16, too young to enter the factory. Qin Feng arranged for her to work as a kitchen helper in the bureau's cafeteria. It wasn't a regular position, but she got room and board plus a monthly subsidy of 5 yuan. She would be transferred to a regular post when she turned 18. For girls, 4 paths to survival. And the starting point of it all was nothing more than a bowl of noodles and an egg. The news of Zhao Chunhua entering the textile factory reached Shen Meihua's ears 3 days later. She was gnawing on a piece of peach pastry in the inner room, given by Lin Xiu, exchanged with half a month's worth of his snack coupons. She heard Zhao Guifan talking to Shen Gang in the main room. Did you hear? A new female worker has joined the textile factory and taken over Meihua's spot. The peach pastry in Shen Meihua's hand nearly fell. Her spot had been taken. She shot up and stormed into the main room. Who took it? Who approved it? Zhao Guifan sighed. It was arranged by the bureau, a girl from the countryside. The factory director approved the order, saying Meihua had too many unexcused absences and the position couldn't stay vacant forever. Someone had to do the work. Shen Meihua's face turned pale. Unexcused absences, she did have them. But that was because she was in a bad mood. Her husband was dead, her child was young. Was it easy being a widow? Couldn't the factory show some understanding? She never thought she was in the wrong. She was absent because she was upset late, because the child was fussy, and left early because she had to go home and cook. All problems were other people's problems, none of them her fault. But now her position was gone. The 30 foreign Ande Typhon salary was gone. The grain rations were gone too. When she returned to the factory after her pregnancy, she would have to accept whatever arrangement they gave her, most likely the most grueling and worst position. This was Qin Feng's doing. Shen Meihua ground her teeth. It must be him. He had connections in the textile factory. Last time he had her approval delayed. Now he was sending someone to take her position. He was trying to cut off her livelihood. I'm going to see the factory director. Shen Meihua stood up and headed for the door. Shen Gang gave her a cold look. What are you going to say to the factory director? That your 7 unexcused absences, 11 late arrivals, and 9 early departures were all forced on you by Qin Feng. Shen Meihua choked on her words. You lost your position because of your own actions, Shen Gang said, his voice terrifyingly calm. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Shen Meihua stood rooted to the spot, her lips trembling several times. In the end, she said nothing and turned back to the inner room. She sat on the Kong, hugging her knees, her whole body trembling, not from cold, but from anger and fear. Qin Feng ignored her. Lin Xiu could only give her small amounts of money and grain. Zhao Yu had been transferred. Her position was taken. Her salary was gone. The survivor's pension was spent. Her brother had turned against her. She truly had no cards left to play. But Shen Meihua was not one to sit idly by and wait for defeat. Without cards, she would draw new ones. With the road cut off, she would pave a new one. She spent 2 days coming up with an idea. A brilliant idea. She would make peace with her elder brother Shen Gang. Not for the sake of family affection. There was little of that between her and Shen Gang. It was so she could continue living in the Shen family home, eating their food, using their coal, and having Lin Xiu do her laundry and cooking. But Shen Gang was still angry with her. How to reconcile? By catering to his tastes. What did Shen Gang care about most? 2 things: his career and his face. She couldn't help with his career. Qin Feng had turned against her, and she was no longer a cash cow in Shen Gang's eyes. So she could only offer face. How to give him face? By finding him a new wife. Young, pretty, with a good job. Shen Gang's life with Lin Xiu had already deteriorated to that point. Beatings and scoldings were routine, and arguments were a daily occurrence. But Shen Gang had never thought about divorce, because in those days divorce was more shameful than being a bachelor. But what if? A woman 1,000 times better than Lin Xiu took the initiative to show interest in Shen Gang. A face emerged in Shen Meihua's mind. Lu Xiaoman. From the transportation team's dispatch office. In her early 20s, with delicate eyebrows and eyes and 2 dimples when she smiled. The owner of the red silk scarf in Zhou Degwa's locker. The slut who had seduced her ex-husband. At this thought, the corners of Shen Meihua's mouth curled. It wasn't a smile, but a sneer. Zhou Degwa, you cheated on me behind my back. Fine, then I'll turn your little lover into my sister-in-law. Let her be my brother's wife, let her bow and scrape to me every day. Don't you like her? Don't you think she's better than me? Then I'll make her my beast of burden. What do you call this? First, revenge on Lu Xiaoman. You dared to seduce my man. Fine, I'll make you my brother's wife, and you'll serve me every day. Let's see if you still dare to be a slut. Second, revenge on Lin Xiu's sister-in-law. Aren't you always annoyed with me? Resenting that I eat your food and live in your house. Fine, I'll find you a fiercer concubine. Oh, I mean a new sister-in-law. Once Lu Xiaoman enters this house, you'll know what fierce means. Shall sleep with your man and beat your child. Then you'll know what agony is. For not treating me well, for gossiping about me behind my back. If you dare to offend your sister-in-law, you deserve your miserable fate. Third, to please Shen Gang, see how much your little sister cares about you. I found you a young and pretty wife. Won't you calm down? Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Brilliant. The more Shen Meihua thought about it, the more pleased she became, feeling like an absolute genius. But the problem was how to make Lu Xiaoman develop feelings for Shen Gang. Lu Xiaoman didn't know Shen Gang. Even if she did, she wouldn't feel anything. Shen Gang was over a decade older than her average looking and had a bad temper. Why would she fancy him? Someone had to help. Shen Meihua thought of Lin Shu. Lin Shu was good at writing love letters. In his past life, the letters he wrote to her were over a dozen pages long, filled with lines like "You are the moonlight in the depths of my soul, and no worldly shackles can confine a free spirit." Cheesy as they worked. Those words would hit any woman like a bombshell. Have Lin Shu write love letters to Lu Xiaoman in Shen Gang's name. Back and forth warm her heart, then arrange a coincidental meeting. By then, Lu Xiaoman would already have feelings for Shen Gang. When they met Shed Si, he was older but tall and handsome, a regular employee with a salary and a stable job. The deal would be as good as done. As for whether Shen Gang knew about it, did it matter? Once Lu Xiaoman showed interest, could he really refuse? What man could resist a young woman chasing him? Then Lin Xiu would be dumped, Lu Xiaoman would enter the family, and Shen Gang would have a new wife. Lu Xiaoman would become her maid, and everyone would be satisfied. Except Lin Xiu. But what was Lin Xiu? Just a useless fool. Shen Meihua happily planned it all out, and went to find Lin Xiu the next day. When Lin Xiu heard the request, he nearly dropped his teacup. What did you say? You want me to write love letters for your brother? A girl, Shen Meihua said with a sweet smile. Ever since my brother fell out with my sister-in-law, he's been completely down. I feel sorry for him and want to help him find someone who'll care for him. Then let him find her himself. Why come to me? My brother's tongue-tied, can't speak well. You have a way with words. Write a few letters, soften the girl's heart, and that'll be a big help to my brother. Lin Xiu frowned, feeling something was off. But Shen Meihua's next words left him no room to refuse. Teacher Lin, if you help my brother, you're helping me. If my brother turns on me and kicks me out, I'll have nowhere to go. If I find my brother a good wife, my kids from before can stay at my parents' house with food and care. That way we can have our time alone. Isn't it all for our love, so no one bothers us? Boo-hoo. Her eyes reddened, her voice choked with sobs. Lin Shu's heart softened. He believed everything she said, even knowing it was wrong. He couldn't help but feel for her. Fine. He'll write them. But what's the girl's name? I can't just write blindly. Lu Xiaoman. She's in the transport team's dispatch office. Give them to me when you're done, and I'll mail them myself. Lin Shu didn't ask further and picked up his pen to write. What kind of man was he? In his past life, had written hundreds of love letters to Shen Meihua, a literary madman. Writing love letters was easier than drinking water for him. Naturally overflowing with emotion and always fond of literary works, he wrote 3 letters in 3 days. The first, Comrade Xiaoman, I'm not good with words, but I can't help wanting to say a few things to you. Your smile is like the spring breeze. The second, Xiaoman, I never thought I'd meet someone in this sea of people who makes my heart race. Your eyes are like stars lighting up my gray days. The third, Xiaoman, if I could hold your hand and walk through every spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Each letter more sappy and heartfelt than the last. On modern social media, they'd give you goosebumps. But in this era, they worked. They worked incredibly well. When Lu Xiaoman received the first letter, her face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Who wrote it? There was no signature, only someone silently watching you. She read it over 3 times, her heart pounding like a drum. Her lover had passed away and she was in the throes of heartbreak. The soothing words suddenly brought her back to life. When the second letter arrived, she was already looking forward to it. Tossing and turning in bed at night, unable to sleep, her mind full of the words, your eyes are like stars. Really, someone thought her eyes were like stars. When the third letter came, she was completely smitten. Hold your hand and walk through every spring, summer, autumn, and winter. What heavenly words were these? She had never heard such beautiful phrases in her life. Who wrote it? Who on earth wrote it? She started noticing the men around her in the transport team. Did any look at her differently? Who seemed more nervous than usual when speaking? But she couldn't guess. The man who wrote those letters wasn't someone who fancied her, but a literary youth with no connection to her, being used as a pawn. After Shen Meihua gauged the effect of the 3 letters, she began the second step, arranging a coincidental meeting between Shen Gang and Lu Xiaoman. First, she went to Zhao Guifan. Mom, the trouble between brother and sister-in-law is mostly because sister-in-law is too dramatic and too ugly. A house in discord isn't good. I know a girl named Lu Xiaoman. Nice person, pretty too. Why not arrange for brother to let Lin Xiu feel a bit of pressure and treat my brother better? Zhao Guifan was already worried about the chaos at home, and her eyes lit up. Really? What's the girl like? She works in the transport team dispatch office, a regular employee, over a decade younger than my brother, never married. Hardworking and thrifty. That's great. Zhao Guifan slapped her thigh. Your brother's marriage to Lin Xiu is at a dead end. I don't mean divorce, just give him another option. What if it works out? Shen Meihua chuckled inwardly. Mom, you're even more eager than me. She had long known her mother was dissatisfied with her sister-in-law, who had no stable job. Ugly and tongue-tied, she never won her in-laws' favor. Then she went to find Lu Xiaoman. Xiaoman, have you received it? Lu Xiaoman's face flushed bright red. How do you know? The one who wrote them is my brother. Shen Meihua smiled sincerely. He was too shy to say it himself, so he asked me to find out. Would you like to meet him? My brother has admired you for so long he can't sleep at night. Lu Xiaoman's heart skipped a beat. The letter writer was Shen Gang, the clerk from the Commerce Bureau. She had seen him a few times, tall, but he seemed honest. And those letters were so well written. A man who could pen such words couldn't be that bad. He'll think about it. Lu Xiaomin lowered her head, her ears turning red. Shen Meihua was overjoyed inside. It worked. That night, lying on the Kong Shen Meihua happily plotted the next steps, have Shen Gang and Lu Xiaomin meet, build feelings, force Lin Xiu to step aside. Lu Xiaomin enters the family. She continues living and eating at the Shun home. Lu Xiaomin would have to call her sister-in-law in the future. That woman who seduced Zhou Degui would have to bow her head before her noble sister-in-law. The feeling was exhilarating. Zhou Degui, do you see this? You cheated on me, and now I'll turn your little lover into my maid. I couldn't control you when you were alive, but I can control her now that you're dead. You made me wear a green hat, and I'll make sure you're covered in them. Shen Meihua only bullied others, never the other way around. She turned over, touched her lower belly, and curled her lips. The child in her womb was Zhao, yes, and she would tell. When it was born, she had claimed it was Zhou Degui's posthumous child. No one could find out. As for Zhao, you had been transferred away this life, cutting ties with her. After the child was born, she had find a way to reconnect that thread. Zhao Yu had been the most loyal to her in her past life, even willing to drain his wife and children to support her. This life should be no different. Once Zhao Yu came back along with Lin Xiu, her new devoted follower, she'd find a way to reconnect with Qin Feng. Using her knowledge from the past life, she'd give these men a little guidance. Let them thrive. Her good days were yet to come. Shen Meihua closed her eyes, a smile on her lips, and drifted into a deep sleep. In her dream, she returned to her past life, 3 men orbiting around her. Qin Feng bringing food coupons, Lin Xiu writing love letters, Zhao Yu carrying rice and flour, and she sat in the middle like a delicate flower surrounded by stars. This life, it would surely be the same. Surely. Qin Feng didn't know what Shen Meihua was up to, but his informants had already relayed the news. Director Shen Meihua has been getting close to Lin Xiu from the cultural center lately. She visited him twice in 3 days, each time for an hour or two. Also, she went to see Lu Xiaomin from the transport team and talked for a good while. Qin Feng frowned. Lu Xiaomin, Zhou Degui's mistress. Shen Meihua went to see Lu Xiaomin. Didn't she know Lu Xiaomin was Zhou Degui's lover? No. Qin Feng thought back. He hadn't known about it in his past life either. Zhou Degui's affair was something had only dug up from the crevices of his memory after being reborn. Shen Meihua might not have known in her past life, or perhaps she did but pretended not to. But now she was seeking out Lu Xiaomin. Either she didn't know or she knew and was planning revenge. Knowing Shen Meihua, she never let anyone who wronged her off the hook. Zhou Degui was dead, so she couldn't get back at him, but she could take revenge on Lu Xiaomin. How? Qin Feng couldn't guess yet. But he knew one thing: nothing Shen Meihua did was humane. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Comrade Lu, check for me, who Shen Meihua has been in contact with lately. Especially on the transport team. Is there a... And has Shen Gang been acting unusual? He put down the phone, leaned back in his chair, and tapped his fingers on the desk. Shen Meihua was setting up a chess game. He needed to see clearly. Outside the window, the spring breeze blew through the Commerce Bureau's courtyard, and the winter jasmine bloomed in a golden wall along the fence. Time moved forward, and the chess game had only just begun. Lin Xiu's turning point arrived sooner than she had anticipated. The very next day, Qin Hai's message reached her. When Dai and I returned from school, she leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Mom, go to the logistics section of the Commerce Bureau tomorrow morning to register with Comrade Lu. Bring your work ID." Lin Xiu was stunned. Who said that? Qin Hai's father told him to say it. Mom, don't ask who said it. You just say Comrade Lu notified you. Lin Xiu's hand trembled. Qin Hai's father. Director Qin. Why would he help her? She dared not ask further. The next morning, she took leave, changed into her cleanest blue cloth jacket, tucked her work ID into her pocket, and walked all the way to the logistics section of the Commerce Bureau. Comrade Lu was a lean man in his early 30s wearing a pair of white-rimmed glasses. He spoke crisply and efficiently. Lin Xiu, from the sewing group. Yes. Can you sew? Both by hand and by machine. How many pieces can you make in a day? For shirts. 15 pieces. 10 pairs of pants. 4 thick cotton coats. 5. Comrade Lu raised an eyebrow. This number was higher than he had expected. The menders in the bureau were mostly elderly master workers with slow hands. Making 10 shirts in a day was considered fast for them. All right, you start the day after tomorrow. Payment is by piece 5 cents each. Settled monthly. The canteen offers lunch at 15 cents a meal deducted from your wages. Lin Xiu's lips quivered, and she barely held back her tears. Thank you. Thank you, comrade. Don't thank me. Thank Director Qin. Comrade Lu didn't look up. He approved the slip. Lin Xiu stood at the entrance of the logistics section. The spring breeze blew over her, warm and soothing. She looked down at her hands. Rough, chapped, covered in needle pricks and calluses. These hands could finally earn money. On her first day of work, Lin Xiu earned 1 yuan and 80 cents. 1 yuan and 80 cents. In the sewing group, she sometimes sewed buttons for 3 days and only earned 80 cents. But at the logistics section, she earned it back in a single day. The bureau's work uniforms were large in quantity and heavily damaged. She mended 8 pairs of pants, sewed 6 shirts, and altered the cuffs of 2 cotton coats, 14 pieces in total. At 5 cents each, that was 70 cents. Additionally, she sewed 10 aprons for the canteen at 1 cent, each earning 10 cents. The total came to 1 yuan and 80 cents. What could 80 cents buy? 4 gin of cornmeal, or 2 gin of white flour, or 1 gin of pork and half a gin of cabbage. Clutching the work order slip, Lin Xiao walked home on legs that felt weak, not from exhaustion, but from joy. She was so happy she didn't know how to walk, longing to run all the way back. When she got home, she pulled the slip from her pocket and showed it to Shen Gang. I earned 1 yuan and 80 cents today. Shen Gang was sitting in the main room fuming. That day at the warehouse, the team leader had scolded him again, saying the screw count didn't match and ordering him to recount. He had counted all afternoon, his back aching. On the way back, he ran into a former colleague who pretended not to see him. He glanced at the work order slip and slapped it onto the table. 1 yuan and 80 cents. Working there for a month, you'll only make about 20 yuan. What's there to be proud of? 20 yuan is much better than the sewing group. That was temporary work, not guaranteed every day. This was a permanent position with steady income, rain or shine. It also came with various benefits and subsidies, and most importantly, it meant receiving commodity grain rations. Lin Xiao's voice was not loud, but unlike before, she didn't lower her head and stay silent. Shen Gang's brow furrowed. He sensed a change. In the past, whatever he said, Lin Xiao would accept without daring, but today she actually talked back. What do you mean? Nothing much. Lin Xiao picked up the work order slip, folded it carefully, and tucked it into her pocket. I'm just saying this job is better than the last one. It pays more, and the work isn't tiring. Not tiring. You've only worked 1 day, and you already say it's not tiring. It's lighter than sewing buttons. Shen Gang stared at Lin Xiao's calm face, and suddenly felt something was off. When had this woman become so assertive? Before, she would cry when beaten and shrink away when scolded like a frightened quail. But now, standing at the kitchen door, her back straight, there was something in her eyes he had never seen before. Conviction. The conviction of 80 cents. Shen Gang's temper flared instantly. What was with this woman's gaze? What was she looking down on him? He had endured a whole day of frustration outside, expecting to vent on his wife, as usual, only to find she wouldn't take it anymore. You think you've grown wings, huh? He stood up. Earning 1 yuan and 80 cents makes you think you're something special. I don't think I'm anything special. Lin Xiao's voice was still soft, but this time, she looked directly into Shen Gang's eyes. I just think. The money I earn is enough to buy a few white flour buns for de Nierwa and Sanya. They haven't had white flour buns in a long time. Shen Gang was choked silent. He opened his mouth to curse, but couldn't find the words. Scold her for buying buns for the kids. That wouldn't be scolding her, it would be admitting his own inadequacy. Finally, he let out a humph and stormed out, slamming the door. Lin Xiao stood in the kitchen, gripping the work order slip in her pocket until her knuckles turned white. Only after Shen Gang had gone far did she slowly crouch down, wrap her arms around her knees, and cry silently. It wasn't a cry of grievance, but of relief. She had waited for this day for far too long. In the inner room, Shen Meihua heard everything clearly. She leaned against the doorframe, a slight curl to her lips. It wasn't happiness for Lin Xiao, but amusement at the spectacle. The show was beginning. The sister-in-law had a job now, had found her backbone, and dared to talk back. The eldest brother came home frustrated from outside, and his wife no longer served him. With no outlet for his anger, life was becoming more and more interesting. Shen Meihua schemed in her mind. It was time to push forward with Lu Xiaoman. What did her brother need most now? A gentle and considerate woman. A woman who wouldn't talk back like Lin Xiao, who wasn't a sallow-faced housewife like Lin Xiao, who understood romance unlike Lin Xiao. Lu Xiaoman was perfect. Young, pretty, from a well-off family, and pampered since childhood. Most importantly, she had already received 3 love letters and had developed an emotional foundation with Shen Gang. All that was needed was to arrange for them to meet. With Lu Xiaoman's simple mind, one meeting would seal the deal. Shen Meihua chose Sunday for the coincidental encounter. The venue was the breakfast stall in front of the Commerce Bureau. Every Sunday morning, Shen Gang went there for tofu pudding. It was an unbreakable habit. She had arranged it with Lu Xiaoman in advance. Xiaoman, how about going for tofu pudding together on Sunday morning? My treat. Lu Xiaoman hesitated. But, what's wrong? Meihua, there's something I've been wanting to tell you. Lu Xiaoman lowered her head, her voice very soft. Your husband, De Gui, before he left between us. If I don't tell you, you'll always feel guilty. I know. Shen Meihua interrupted her, her tone eerily calm. Lu Xiaoman's face turned pale in an instant. You know. Lu Xiaoman's tears gushed out. Meihua, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. I didn't know he was married at the time. He said he was single. Later, when I found out, I wanted to end it, but he said he had already discussed divorcing you. He lied to you. Shen Meihua said flatly. He never mentioned divorce. Lu Xiaoman wept even harder. I was so foolish. I'm sorry. You must hate me. I don't hate you. Shen Meihua took her hand and smiled gently. De Gui is gone. Let the past be. You were kept in the dark. I can tell the difference. Lu Xiaoman looked up, her eyes blurred with tears, gazing at Shen. This woman whose husband had died was still so magnanimous, didn't hate her, and was even willing to be her friend. Meihua, you are such a good person. Shen Meihua sneered inwardly. A good person? I am the best person in this world. So good that you'll have to be my beast of burden to repay your debt. But what she said was, Xiaoman, actually I've been wanting to introduce someone to you. Who? My eldest brother Shen Gang. A clerk in the Commerce Bureau. Well, he's in the warehouse now, but that's temporary. He can be transferred back to the allocation department later. He's an honest man, just clumsy with words. Lu Xiaoman's face reddened. She thought of those letters, holding your hand, walking through every spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Was the person who wrote those letters Shen Meihua's eldest brother? Sunday morning, he'll take you to meet him. Shen Meihua held her hand. Just think of it as going for a bowl of tofu pudding, getting to know him. Whether it works out or not is up to you. Lu Xiaoman bit her lip, blushed, and nodded. Shen Meihua rolled her eyes inwardly. This girl really isn't very deceived once and still believes only to be deceived again. But that's just as well. Someone slow-witted is easier to control. Sunday morning at the breakfast stall outside the Commerce Bureau. Shen Gang was drinking a bowl of tofu pudding when he looked up and saw his sister leading a young woman over. He was stunned. Brother, this is Lu Xiaoman from the transport team's dispatch office. Shen Meihua introduced with a smile. Xiaoman, this is my eldest brother. When Lu Xiaoman saw Shen Gang, her face flushed crimson. He was a bit shorter and older than described in the letters, but he did look honest. A square face, thick eyebrows, wearing a faded blue Zhongshan suit. The key was those letters. Those heartfelt letters. A man who could write such words must have a good heart. Brother. Brother Shen, hello. She said softly, her voice sweet as honey. Shen Gang looked at his sister in bewilderment. Who was this? Why was she so red? Hello. Have a seat. The three of them sat down. Shen Meihua ordered 3 bowls of tofu pudding and 6 fried dough sticks. Lu Xiaoman sat opposite Shen Gang, her head bowed, poking at the tofu pudding with her chopsticks without taking a single bite. Occasionally she would answer one of Shen Gang's questions in a voice as faint as a mosquito's, her ears burning red. Shen Gang was even more confused. What was wrong with this girl? Was she running a fever? But Shen Meihua kept chiming in. Xiaoman does a great job at the dispatch office. The leaders all praise her. Isn't that right, Xiaoman? Lu Xiaoman stole a glance at Shen Gang, then quickly lowered her head. Shen Gang felt something was off. The way this girl looked at him. Why was there a hint of tenderness in her eyes? He had never been looked at by a woman that way before. Even Lin Xiao, when she married him back, then had never looked at him like that. A strange, subtle sensation that made his heart race spread from his chest. Shen Meihua's venomous schemes surfaced faster than Qin Feng had anticipated. Officer Lu reported, Direct has been getting very close to Shen Gang lately. They had a meal together at the breakfast stall on Sunday and went shopping at the department store on Tuesday. Qin Feng tapped his fingers on the desk. Who set it up? Shen Meihua. Colleagues of Lu Xiaoman say that Shen Meihua has been visiting her often lately. They are getting close. Qin Feng was silent for a few seconds. Shen Meihua approached Lu Xiaoman. Did she know about Zhou Degwa's affair? Or had she known all along? Investigate Lu Xiaoman. See if she's received anything strange recently. Letters, notes, small gifts. Check everything. 2 days later, Officer Lu brought back news. Director Lu Xiaoman has received 3 anonymous love letters recently. Where are the letters? Lu Xiaoman refused to hand them over, says they're precious. But I got the gist from her colleagues. Very literary. Your eyes are like stars holding your hand through spring, summer, autumn, and winter. A faint smile curled at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. This writing style was all too familiar. Lin Shu. In his past life, he had seen the love letters Lin Shu wrote to Shen Meihua. Back then, Shen Meihua had shown him the letters and laughed about it. Look at this literary youth writing all this nonsense. So cheesy. But though she called it cheesy, she was secretly pleased. Another admirer in her pocket. Now Shen Meihua was using Lin Shu as a ghostwriter to send love letters in Shen Gang's name to Lu Xiaoman. It was exactly the same tactic as in his past life. Qin Feng closed his eyes, running through the entire chessboard in his mind. Shen Meihua's plan. Lin Shu writes love letters sent to Lu Xiaoman in Shen Gang's name. Lu Xiaoman falls for him. Arrange a meeting. Lu Xiaoman pursues Shen Gang. Lin Xiao is pushed out. Lu Xiaoman enters the family. Shen Meihua continues living in the Shen home with an obedient sister-in-law added to the mix. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Getting revenge on Lu Xiaoman, getting revenge on Lin Xiao, and currying favor with Shen Gang. It was truly a despicable thing to do. But one had to admit this woman's mind was exceptionally sharp when it came to manipulating people. After some thought, Qin Feng made a decision. He would not expose it. He would watch for now. It wasn't out of mercy, but calculation. He wanted to see how far Shen Meihua would weave this web. The bigger the web, the more painful the tear. Besides, he had a more crucial judgment to make. How much of her past life did Shen Meihua remember? She knew what caretaker companion meant, which meant she carried memories from the future. Yet she used the term caretaker companion without self-awareness, which meant her memories were fragmented, not complete. This kind of half-baked rebirth was more dangerous than a complete one, because she thought she knew everything, but in reality, she only knew half of it. Knowing half is more deadly than knowing. Shen Meihua wasn't content with just advancing the Lu Xiaoman plot. She had a bigger game in mind, using Qin Feng. Qin Feng ignored her, didn't suppress her. There had been no new moves lately, and didn't engage with her. This cold shoulder treatment was more unbearable for her than suppression. Suppression at least showed you cared. The cold shoulder meant you didn't even consider her worth noticing. Shen Meihua couldn't stand being ignored. In her past life, Qin Feng had revolved around her for 35 years. Now in this life, he had turned his back on her. This disparity tormented her day and night. She had to regain control. How? By using information from their past life that Qin Feng didn't know to lure him in. She knew Qin Feng had been reborn. She regretted using the term babysitter the moment it left her lips. It was a word from a future era, something no one in 1960 could possibly know. Qin Feng was a department head sharper than most. He couldn't have missed it. Since both knew the other had been reborn, there was no need for pretense. She wanted Qin Feng to know, I hold cards you never knew about in your past life. What cards? The affair of Zhou Dugawei. Qin Feng never knew in his past life. Lu Xiaoman's identity. Qin Feng never knew in his past life. The truth about the child's biological father. Qin Feng never knew in his past life. Individually, none of these cards carried enough weight. But combined, they formed a net proving I Shen Meihua, no more than you Qin Feng. In my past life, I Shen Meihua was the victor. You a reborn failure. Don't you want to know why you lost in your past life? And what do men fear most? They fear women smarter than themselves. Know what men truly fear is a beautiful woman who is smarter than them. Shen Meihua believed she was that beautiful and clever woman. She sought Shen Gang's counsel. Brother, we need to apologize to Director Qin. What I did before was wrong, but I can't let you keep suffering for it. Let's invite Director Qin for a meal and wipe the slate clean. What do you think? Shen Gang, elated over Lu Xiaoman, though still puzzled, found his sister's words reasonable. He had been stuck in the warehouse for over a month. If he didn't return to the allocation department, soon his life would be truly over. Fine. You arrange it. Shen Meihua then went to find Qin Feng. She chose a moment when Qin Feng was in good spirits. On his way home from the Commerce Bureau, riding his Yongzhou bicycle, she happened to be waiting by the roadside. Director Qin. Qin Feng saw her paused and asked expressionlessly, something on your mind? I'd like to invite my brother and I want to apologize. I was wrong before speaking out of turn. Please be magnanimous and give us a chance to bury the hatchet. From now on, we'll keep our distance. Qin Feng looked at her dressed in a plain cotton jacket, hair braided, and hanging down her back, face free of makeup. The picture of someone who had turned over a new leaf. He had seen this act countless times in his past life. Whenever Shen Meihua caused trouble, she would change into plain clothes, apologize with tearful eyes, saying, Brother Qin Feng, I know I was wrong, only to stir up more trouble moments later. But this time was different. This time she knew Qin Feng had been reborn, and Qin Feng knew she had been reborn. Two reborn souls sitting at the same table for a meal. This wasn't an apology, it was a game of strategy. Qin Feng thought it over and agreed. Fine. When? Saturday evening. They'll choose the place. Shen Meihua chose the location cleverly, the guest house for employees' families behind the Commerce Bureau. It was used to host out-of-town officials, usually had vacant rooms, and could also be borrowed by staff temporarily. Shen Meihua used her connections to borrow a suite with an inner and outer room. The outer room held the dining table, while the inner room had a bed and bedding. The meal was to be eaten in the inner room, and rest was also in the inner room. A dinner for 4: Qin Feng, Shen Gang, Shen Meihua, and Lu Xiaoman. Two couples, each with their own hidden agendas. Shen Meihua prepared a feast: white-cut chicken, braised pork belly, scrambled eggs, cucumber salad, and steamed white rice. In those days, this spread was more lavish than a New Year's feast. The white-cut chicken alone required saving meat coupons for half a month. She also prepared 2 bottles of liquor. One was for Shen Gang and Qin Feng to drink, the other was laced. An aphrodisiac. In this era, it wasn't hard to obtain. A Chinese medicine shop could prepare it. Saffron, epimedium, and cistanche ground into powder and mixed into the liquor. It would take effect within half an hour of drinking. The taste was masked by the liquor's pungency, when an ordinary person couldn't detect it. Shen Meihua divided the laced liquor into 2 portions. One was for Qin Feng. She wanted him to fall into the trap, then throw herself into his arms, creating a situation of making the rice cooked. Afterwards, she would claim that Qin Feng as a cadre had committed an act of hooliganism. In this era, hooliganism was a criminal offense. She would use this leverage to force Qin Feng's hand, either marry her or pay a hefty compensation and secure a good job. Otherwise, she would report him. The other portion was for Shen Gang and Lu Xiaoman. She wanted those two to end up together, as well, binding Lu Xiaoman completely to the Shen family, ensnaring everyone in her scheme. For people, 2 doses of drug liquor, all resolved in the span of 1 meal. Shen Meihua adjusted her collar in front of the mirror, a smirk curling on her lips. Qin Feng, in your past life, you didn't even dare to hold my hand. In this life, you think you've turned things around. 1 glass of drug liquor, and you'll still be on your knees. Saturday evening at 6 at the employee guest house. When Qin Feng arrived, Shen Meihua was already waiting at the door. Today she had changed her attire. No longer the plain cotton jacket, but a white shirt with the collar slightly open. Over it, she wore a thin sweater tightly cinched at the waist. Her hair wasn't braided, but fell loosely over her shoulders, the ends slightly curled with a fire tong. This woman had dressed to impress. Qin Feng glanced at her, but said nothing. Entering the room, Shen Gang and Lu Xiaoman were already there. Shen Gang wore his faded blue tunic suit, his hair neatly combed. Ever since getting to know Lu Xiaoman, he had started paying attention to his appearance, combing his hair every morning in front of the mirror, and secretly using Zhao Gaifen's hair oil. Lu Xiaoman wore a floral-patterned cotton jacket, her cheeks flushed, not from the cold, but from nervousness. She sat beside Shen Gang, twisting the ends of her braids, occasionally stealing a glance at him, only to quickly look away when their eyes met. 2 people, their hearts captivated by love letters, sat at the same table, the air thick with ambiguity. Qin Feng took in the scene. He already understood 7 or 8 parts of it. Shen Meihua had dragged him here not just to apologize, but to make him a witness to Shen Gang and Lu Xiaoman's relationship. This woman certainly knew how to calculate. Director Qin, please have a seat, Shen Meihua said with a sweet smile, pulling out a chair. Today it's just simple home cooking. Please accept it as a token of my respect. Qin Feng sat down and surveyed the dishes on the table: white-cut chicken, braised pork belly, scrambled eggs, cucumber salad, and white rice. This meal in 1960 was more extravagant than a state banquet. Where did Shen Meihua get all this? No need to ask, it was Lin Shu. That literary madman once under Shen Meihua's thumb had likely contributed his wages and ration coupons. Come, let's pour the drinks first. Shen Meihua picked up the bottle, pouring a glass for Qin Feng and then one for Shen Gang. I want drink, Qin Feng said. Director Qin, surely you must drink at least 1 glass of this apology wine. Shen Meihua's eyes reddened slightly. I know I was wrong before. Today in front of my brother I apologize to you. Let's let bygones be bygones, okay? She raised her own glass and downed it in one gulp. I'll drink to show my sincerity. Qin Feng looked at her, tears streaming down her face, her lips trembling slightly with an expression that screamed, I surrender. In his past life he had witnessed this scene countless times. Whenever Shen Meihua got into trouble, she would come to apologize with a glass of wine, her tears arriving as effortlessly as a faucet. Yet in his past life, he believed her. In this life, Qin Feng raised his glass and drank. As the wine touched his lips, he let his guard down. Why? Because in his past life, Shen Meihua wouldn't even let him hold her hand. 35 years, and he had never even held her hand. A woman who wouldn't allow a touch still held her pride high. He never expected that the reborn Shen Meihua was no longer the Shen Meihua of his past life. The more a man pampered her, the more arrogant she became. The more a man trampled her, the more she rushed to prove her charm. As if there was no man in the world she couldn't conquer. In this life, Qin Feng's unusual behavior made her anxious. When anxious, she was capable of anything. After a few rounds of wine, the atmosphere grew heated. Shen Gang and Lu Xiaoman sat together, inching closer. Lu Xiaoman's face was as red as a boiled shrimp, her gaze hazy. She was drinking this spiked wine that Shen Meihua had specially poured for her. Shen Gang wasn't much better off. He had never been a good drinker, and the potent herbal wine hit him hard. After 2 cups, he began to ramble. Xiaoman, your eyes. They're so beautiful. Lu Xiaoman lowered her head, her voice as faint as a mosquito's. Brother Shen. Shen Meihua watched from the side, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. It was done. Then she turned to look at Qin Feng. He was drinking his 3rd cup. His face was slightly flushed, his gaze more unfocused than usual, his fingers tapping absently on the table. The drug was taking effect. Shen Meihua's heart raced. She put down her chopsticks and casually brushed her hand against the back of Qin Feng's. Qin Feng's hand paused. Chief Qin, she leaned in, her voice dropping to a whisper, her lips nearly brushing his ear. You've had too much. How about resting in the inner room for a while? Qin Feng turned to look at her. Her eyes sparkled, her lips slightly parted, her breath carrying a cloyingly sweet fragrance. The collar of her white shirt was open, revealing a stretch of fair skin below her collarbone, dazzling under the light. For a virile man, this scene was overwhelming. The drug had indeed taken hold. Qin Feng's body burned, his mind ablaze like a roaring fire. He knew he had been ensnared, but his body refused to obey. Shen Meihua helped him to his feet and guided him toward the inner room. As they passed Shen Gang and Lu Xiaoman, she glanced at them. The two were already entwined, Shen Gang's arm around Lu Xiaoman's waist, her face buried in his shoulder, both breathed. 2 couples, a table of spiked wine. Shen Meihua's scheme was flawless. The door to the inner room closed. She helped Qin Feng to the bed and made him sit. Then she stood before him and began unbuttoning her sweater. 1, 2, 3 buttons. Chief Qin, her voice was as soft as water. You were so good to me in our past life. Why are you treating me like this in this life? What did I do wrong? Qin Feng leaned against the headboard, his eyes half closed, his breathing labored. Shen Meihua finished unbuttoning her sweater and moved to her shirt. Beneath the white shirt was the lace bra she had brought from Shanghai, cupping her curves perfectly. She leaned down, her lips brushing Qin Feng's ear. Brother Qin Feng, do you know in our past life, you didn't even dare to hold my hand. I waited for you for 35 years, and you never touched me. Her hand slid onto his chest. Qin Feng's body jolted. The drug had burned away the last thread of his reason. What followed? Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a blurry, tangled shadow on the white wall. The bed creaked rhythmically, its tempo shifting from slow to fast, and back again like a melody without a score. Shen Meihua gave it her all. 30 years of experience, skills honed from serving multiple men in her past life, all brought to bear. She would make this man unable to resist her, make him regret his coldness in this life. Qin Feng's breathing grew heavier. The drug drove him to a place beyond his control. He was like a runaway horse galloping wildly across a scorching, damp, and soft wilderness. He had been single for a long time. Shen Meihua bit her lip, her nails digging into his back. The pain was sweet. She felt she had won. This man who wouldn't touch her in the past life had finally done so in this one. With this night, she had leverage. An official committing molestation, imprisonment, ruin, and disgrace. She gripped this knife tighter than anything else. The moonlight shifted across the windowsill, illuminating them briefly before moving on. The creaking of the bed gradually ceased. In the outer room, Shen Gang and Lu Xiaoman had also tumbled together. The pair was far more straightforward than the one in the inner room. Shen Gang was a man-starved, Lu Xiaoman one with a weak mind. Once the drug took hold, all reason vanished. Their clothes were strewn across the floor. Lu Xiaoman's floral-patterned cotton jacket, Shen Gang's mouse suit, their cloth shoes scattered like startled rabbits, darting in all directions. Lu Xiaoman's cries and gasps mingled, sounding like both laughter and sobs. Shen Gang, like a wolf starved for 3 days, cared for nothing else. The two, dazed by the spiked wine, tossed and turned on a narrow sofa. With a crack, a sofa leg broke. They crashed to the floor together, but neither stopped. The moonlight shifted from the window to the corner, then to the floor. At 3 in the morning, Qin Feng awoke. He opened his eyes and saw the ceiling, white with cracks. This wasn't his ceiling. Then he felt the warmth beside him. A woman pressed against him, her hair spread across his chest, one hand resting on his waist. Shen Meihua. Memories flooded back like a tide. The dinner, the wine, his body heating up, her leaning down. He had been drugged with an aphrodisiac. She had done it. Qin Feng lay still for 3 seconds, his mind clearing from the haze sharper than ever. He gently lifted Shen Meihua's hand from his waist, sat up, and looked down at himself. His clothes were on the floor, the blanket a crumpled mess. The air was thick with an ambiguous damp scent. Shen Meihua turned over groggily, opening her eyes. She saw Qin Feng sitting on the edge of the bed, his back to her, getting dressed. A smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Men, once they tasted it, couldn't forget. In the past life, though Qin Feng claimed not to care, he always blushed when delivering things to her. He was thin-skinned. Now he was surely shy again. She sat up, draped the shirt over herself, her voice languid and soft. Brother Qin Feng, why are you up so early? Lie down a little longer. Qin Feng finished dressing, buttoned his shirt, and turned around. He looked at Shen Meihua, her hair disheveled, her shirt collar wide open with a few red marks on her collarbone. Marks he had left. His expression bore no shame, no guilt, none of the emotions Shen Meihua had anticipated. Only coldness. Shen Meihua, his voice was like the winter wind. Do you think you've accomplished something? Shen Meihua's smug smile froze. You drugged me, took advantage of me while I was unconscious, and then planned to use this as leverage to force me to marry you or give you benefits. Am I right? Shen Meihua's face changed color. Qin Feng, how dare you? Shut up. Qin Feng's voice was not loud, but every word struck like a nail. You think you can sue me? For what? Indecency. He let out a cold laugh. First think about yourself. Whose child is in your belly? Is it Lin Shu's? Zhao Yes? Or Zhou Degua's? With your messy relationships with 3 men, you want to sue me for indecency? Shen Meihua's face turned deathly pale. And those 2 witnesses of yours? Qin Feng tilted his chin toward the outer room. Shen Gang and Lu Xiaoman. They themselves took the drug and ended up together. How can they testify? Claim they were also drugged. Then who drugged them? You, Shen Meihua. Shen Meihua's lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. Qin Feng stood up, looking down at her. In your past life, you manipulated me for 35 years because I was a fool. In this life, I'm no longer a fool. Did you think a cup of drugged wine could turn the tables? You? Shen Meihua finally squeezed out 2 words, her voice quivering. Just now. Weren't you also? Enjoyed it. A sarcastic curve tugged at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. Yes, when the drug took effect, I couldn't control myself. But that doesn't mean I'll acknowledge your scheme. He bent down, leaning close to Shen Meihua's face, enunciating each word. You put in quite an effort serving me. Too bad. It's worthless. These words struck like a knife into Shen Meihua's most vain and proud place. The very skill she prided herself on, the art of pleasing a man, which had made 3 men in her past life utterly infatuated with her. But Qin Feng said it was worthless. Worthless. 3 words heavier than any insult. Shen Meihua's tears streamed down, not feigned but genuine sobs. She was furious, humiliated, and hateful, trembling all over, wishing she could crawl into a hole. Qin Feng, you bastard. A bastard is still better than a scheming slut who uses drugs. Qin Feng brushed non-existent dust off his sleeve. Go ahead and sue. Let's see who ends up behind bars first. You or me. He turned and walked out. At the door, he paused and glanced back at her. Oh, by the way, those 2 outside. Shen Gang and Lu Xiaoman. They're awake now, aren't they? Let them testify. They'll be waiting. With that, he pulled open the door and strode out. On the sofa in the outer room, Shen Gang and Lu Xiaoman were frantically putting on their clothes. Both had been awakened by the voices from the inner room and had heard every word Qin Feng said. Shen Gang's face was as pale as paper, while Lu Xiaoman curled up in the corner of the sofa, tears streaming. Qin Feng passed by them without a glance. Slap. The door closed. Shen Meihua sat on the bed in the inner room, wrapped in a blanket, trembling all over, tears blurring her vision. She thought she had won. She thought that with this night, she had leveraged, just like in her past life, to manipulate Qin Feng. But she had forgotten. In her past life, Qin Feng was a fool, a lovesick puppy who dared not even hold her hand. In this life, he was a department head, a powerful official who, when pushed to the limit, would stop at nothing. She thought that once a man slept with her, he would be responsible. But Qin Feng simply pulled up his pants and refused to acknowledge her. She had exhausted all her skills to please him, only to be dismissed with a single word: worthless. That humiliation was 10,000 times more brutal than Lin Shu's show some self-respect. Shen Meihua buried her face in the blanket and screamed silently. She was filled with hatred. Hatred for Qin Feng. Hatred for herself. Hatred for this damned rebirth. But Shen Meihua was after all Shen Meihua. The breakdown lasted only one morning. In the afternoon, Lu Xiaoman came to see her. Lu Xiaoman's eyes were swollen like peaches, and as soon as she entered, she grabbed Shen Meihua's hand and cried, "Meihua, what do we do? Brother Shen and I, we." Shen Meihua listened expressionlessly, inwardly annoyed. This fool, why was... After crying for a while, Lu Xiaoman suddenly wiped her tears and looked seriously at Shen Meihua. "Meihua, I've been thinking. Could it be that Director Qin said those things because he lost face?" Shen Meihua was taken aback. "Think about it." Lu Xiaoman lowered her voice. "Director Qin is a high-ranking official, and he was forced by you. Men care most about face. He probably felt humiliated being manipulated by a woman, so he said those harsh words." Shen Meihua's eyes gradually lit up. "After a few days, once he's calmed down, you can go and coax him. Men always say one thing, but mean another. They say no with their mouths, but their bodies are honest." Lu Xiaoman blushed as she spoke. "Look at him last night. That vigor. It didn't seem like he was unwilling. The commotion you two made was quite loud. He seemed to enjoy it immensely." These words were like a shot of adrenaline piercing straight into Shen Meihua's heart. "That's right." Qin Feng said, worthless with his mouth, but last night his body was clearly honest. A man, even if drugged, if he had no feelings for the woman at all, couldn't have been so vigorous. Was he pretending? Saying harsh words, but in his heart? Shen Meihua thought about it more and more and found it made sense. In her past life, Qin Feng was exactly like this. He spoke harshly, but when it came to giving benefits, he never held back. "I don't want anything from you, don't misunderstand him, just helping you out." He'd wash his hands clean with words, but the ration tickets and meat coupons never stopped coming. In this life, his worthless was probably like his don't misunderstand in the past life. All talk. Men, once they've slept with you, even if they deny it with words, how could they deny it in their hearts? Shen Meihua's sense of superiority returned. She picked up her teacup, sipping it slowly, her eyes regaining that I am the destined heroine gleam. "Xiaoman, you're right." She set down her teacup and smiled. "Qin Feng is just stubborn. In a couple of days, you'll go coax him. Men once coaxed are easy to handle." Lu Xiaoman nodded vigorously. "Yes. Sister Meihua, you're so beautiful. Director Qin must still have feelings for you." Shen Meihua was back in her element. The next day, Shen Meihua went to the textile factory. Not to work. She was still on unpaid leave. She went to inspect, to let those gossiping behind her back know that Shen Meihua was not to be trifled with. More importantly, she wanted to make sure that country girl who had taken her position knew who the real master was. Widow Qin changed into her finest attire, a white blouse, a cotton silk skirt, and heeled leather shoes. Her hair was slicked with oil and braided into a glossy, thick plait that hung over her chest. A thick layer of fragrant face cream was applied. As she entered the factory gate, the guard glanced at her and said, "Shen Meihua, weren't you on leave?" "Just looking around." Her chin was slightly raised, her tone indifferent. The guard shrank back. Though she was on leave, her imposing aura remained. Shen Meihua approached the weaving workshop and peered inside. A scrawny young girl was busily working at the loom, her hands swift as magic as she changed the shuttles. "Zhao Chunhua." Shen Meihua walked in and stood behind her, watching coldly for a moment. Zhao Chunhua sensed someone behind her and turned around. Seeing Shen Meihua, she nearly dropped the shuttle. Your sister Shen. Shen Meihua looked her over. Thin as a bamboo pole, clad in the factory-issued blue work uniform, hair tied in 2 short braids with streaks of grease on her face. This is what replaced me. You're Zhao Chunhua." "Yes." Zhao Chunhua trembled, her voice shaking. She had only been at the factory a few days, but had heard the previous weaver was a formidable figure. Now, face-to-face, she was even more intimidating than the rumors suggested. Shen Meihua snorted, a smirk curling her lips. Not a smile, but a sneer. "Work hard," she said. "This position, I'm just lending it to you temporarily. When I return." She leaned closer to Zhao Chunhua, lowering her voice. "Do you know who I am?" "They'll tell you. In a few days, I'm marrying into the Qin family. Director Qin of the Commercial Bureau, know him. Once I marry Director Qin, I'll be the mistress of the Qin household. Then..." She swept her gaze across the other female workers in the workshop, raising her voice. "Then he'll have the final say on all the factory arrangements. Who does what work, who goes back to the countryside to farm. It's a word for me. Some people should know their place. A dirty lowly wench from the boondocks. Who does she think she is to be a city dweller?" Zhao Chunhua's face turned deathly pale. "You lot." Shen Meihua looked at Zhao Chunhua, recalling the other girls who had come in together. "Aren't they the ones from the countryside? Zhou Qiaoling, Qian Shuoying's son Xiaozue, right?" Zhao Chunhua dared not speak, only nodded. "Tell them." Shen Meihua bent down, whispering in her ear. "While you still have a meal to eat, enjoy it. Once I marry into the Qin family, the first thing you'll do is drive all you shady foxes back to the countryside." "Go back to what?" "Gnawing on tree bark again. Then marry some old bachelor in the mountains, trade for some food to help your families. That's your fate." With that, she straightened up, patted Zhao Chunhua's shoulder lightly, like patting a chick, then turned and clicked away in her heeled shoes. The workshop fell silent for a few seconds. Zhao Chunhua stood trembling at the loom, clutching the shuttle so hard her knuckles turned white. An older worker came over and patted her back. "Don't be afraid, she's just scaring you." "But..." She said she's marrying Director Qin. Zhao Chunhua's voice was choked with tears. The older worker pursed her lips. A man like Director Qin, would he fancy her? Just focus on your work. But Zhao Chunhua couldn't rest easy. After her shift, instead of returning to the dormitory, she headed straight for the commercial bureau to find the other 3 girls. By the time Zhao Chunhua found Zhou Qiaoling, Qian Xiuying, and Sun Xiaocui, it was already dark. The 4 of them squeezed into Qian Xiuying's dormitory. The dormitory was a single room provided by the logistics department, just 6 square meters with a bed and a table barely enough to turn around in. Zhao Chunhua recounted Shen Meihua's words verbatim. The 4 girls exchanged glances. Send us back to the countryside. Gnaw on tree bark. Sun Xiaoqui's face was the palest. At 16, she had only been working in the cafeteria for half a month, just starting to eat her fill. Going back to gnaw on tree bark. She'd rather die. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go back. Having seen the dazzling city, she didn't want to return to a black and white countryside. She said she's marrying Director Qin. Zhou Qiaoling frowned. Could Director Qin really fancy her? A widow with 2 brats in tow. But she spoke so convincingly. Zhao Chunhua's voice trembled. She said she and Director Qin have already. Already what? Zhao Chunhua shook her head. She didn't say outright. But the implication seemed like she and Director Qin are already involved. The 4 girls fell silent. Qian Xiuying was the calmest. At 19, she was the oldest and had seen more in the village. She thought for a moment and spoke. What are you afraid of? Afraid she'll really marry Director Qin and drive us away. Sun Xiaoqui's eyes were red with anxiety. Then, what if Director Qin doesn't marry her? The other 3 looked at Qian Xiuying simultaneously. Her voice was soft, but each word struck like a nail. Think about it. What kind of man is Director Qin? A 35-year-old director, powerful and wealthy, with his own house, a radio, sewing machine, bicycle, everything. With such good prospects, why would he marry a widow? But she said she and Director Qin already. Even if they've been together, plenty of men don't own up after sleeping with someone. Qian Xiuying said coldly. A man like Director Qin won't be threatened. Shen Meihua can't control him. Then, what do we do? Qian Xiuying looked at the other 3. Zhao Chunhua was 17, with an oval face and good bone structure. Once she filled out, she'd be a delicate beauty. Zhou Qiaoling was 18, round-faced with dimples, sweet when she smiled. Sun Xiaocui was 16, with a fox-like face and expressive eyes. And herself. For girls, 4 looks, 4 charms. Have you thought? Qian Xiuying lowered her voice. Instead of letting that wicked woman Shen Meihua marry Director Qin and drive us back to the countryside, why don't we? Why don't we what? Why don't we what? Why don't one of us marry Director Qin instead? The dormitory was so quiet you could hear their heartbeat. When the relative brought them from the countryside, such thoughts had already crossed their minds. Village girls would think of any way to marry into the city. Many had no connections. But those with any means would do everything to settle in the city. Eat state-supplied grain, have a job, stand tall, and escape the beatings and scoldings of the countryside. In this era, the countryside favored boys over girls. Female workers in the city had some status because of their wages, but rural women were entirely dependent on men. Some women lived their whole lives without a name. For girls like them who came to the city being driven back to the countryside, men of fate the villagers didn't need to spell out. Even their own parents wouldn't spare them. Having a fellow villager in the city was a source of great pride for the entire village. It was considered a mark of prestige to have someone from your hometown living in the urban area. In those days, the bonds of kinship and hometown ties were paramount. Anyone from your village who came to the city would be welcomed and helped, whether it meant pulling strings or offering food. Having just begun to live a life as blissful as immortals, how could they ever allow themselves to return to the past? If one of us marries Director Qin, then the Qin family becomes the home of one among us. Does Shen Meihua think she can just waltz in? Dream on. She wants to drive us out. It's not decided who will drive whom yet. Zhao Chunhua's lips quivered. But Director Qin said he doesn't want a wife. Since when does what a man says actually matter? Qian Xiuying let out a chuckle. Do you take everything a man says at face value? He said he didn't want a housekeeper, yet he ended up taking Song Xiaoer in. He says he doesn't want a wife, but that's just because he hasn't met the right one yet. Qian Xiuying pressed her advantage. We are all untouched maidens, never married or with child. That makes us far superior to that widow dragging along 2 burdens. Who would willingly raise another man's sons? Haven't you all seen how villagers treat such burdens? Beaten, cursed, driven away, or worse. Who would give them even an extra mouthful of food? So sisters, have no fear. Qian Xiuying clapped her hands, righteous and bold. Let the 4 of us unite and challenge that widow Shen. We'll see who is truly superior, us or her. Putting themselves in her shoes, none of them wanted to return to the countryside. Who would be willing to give up such a good job? Who didn't want to be a city dweller? They exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Qian Xiuying extended a hand, and the other 3 girls placed theirs on top. The 4 huddled together, forging an alliance in that very moment. Who among us do you think stands a chance? Zhou Qiaoling's voice trembled. Everyone has a chance, Qian Xiuying declared, looking at the other 3. Who is Director Qin after all? Rumors have long circulated that he has an eye for beauty. He helped us not only because we were pitiful, there are many more pitiful than us, but also because we are all attractive. Of course, the most important thing is that he is inherently kind-hearted. He could help us, and he could also help that widow. Perhaps she is even better at putting on an act before him. That widow Shen is quite good-looking, isn't she? These words were somewhat twisted, yet not without reason. The four girls exchanged a glance. So, what's the plan? Qin Feng thought for a moment and laid out a scheme. The day after tomorrow is Sunday. Director Qin will be home. Song Shower gets off work at 7 in the evening, and the children are asleep by 8. The four of us will go together to the Qin residence, claiming we want to thank Director Qin for arranging our jobs. We'll bring some small gifts, pastries from the canteen, a hand-sewn scarf, a woven straw hat. Trivial things. And then, the four of us will make our move together. Gentle, considerate, obedient, calling him Brother Qin in sweet voices. Isn't he a sucker for good looks? Let him see what true youth and beauty really mean. Not some second-hand goods like Shen Meihua, but the four of us like budding flowers waiting to bloom. Then, how do we get him to choose? There's no need for him to choose. A sly smile curled at the corner of Qin Feng's lips. We'll make him fall for us first. Once he's had a taste, he'll make his own choice. She emphasized sternly, no one is allowed to back out. Whoever does will be sent back to the countryside. Don't hold your sisters back. Our chance to stay in the city depends entirely on Director Qin. No act of gratitude is too great. Is there anyone who can't set aside their sense of shame and wants to quit? You can back out now. They all looked at each other. They all knew that what they were about to do was not exactly honorable. But in these times when people were starving to death in the countryside, who had the luxury to care about shame? Hadn't they seen how the villagers used young widows to earn that kind of money? The country folk called it staking a claim. In many households with nothing to eat, pretty young wives were traded for a bit of grain, just so their children could survive. That was the true tragedy. A young wife subjected to the advances of many men. None of them dared to dwell on those memories. In the face of famine and death, propriety and honor had to take a back seat. They steeled their resolve and summoned their courage once more. Each of them swore an oath. The vow we take today we will never betray. No matter what happens in the future, the four of us must stand united. Whoever ends up with Director Qin must help the other sisters and never drive them away. For girls, four blossoms, all blooming before a single man. Surely Qin Feng would not remain unmoved. On Sunday evening, Qin Feng was at home. Song Shower had prepared dinner: braised pork, stir-fried cabbage, and steamed rice. After eating a bowl and a half, Qin Yin grew sleepy. Qin Hai carried her to the east room to put her to bed, then returned to his own room to read. Song Shower finished clearing the dishes, picked up her cloth bag, and prepared to leave. Director, I'm off. Xiao Zhou is waiting outside. Take care on the road. Song Shower left. Qin Feng sat alone in the main room sipping tea. The past week or so had been very peaceful. Shen Meihua had made no trouble. Shen Gang hadn't come to cause a scene, and everything with Zhao Yu was normal. He thought Shen Meihua had been intimidated into backing off. He let his guard down. At exactly 7 o'clock, the courtyard gate rattled. Director Qin, are you home? Qin Feng opened the door to find 4 girls standing at the entrance. Zhao Chunhua carried a bundle of pastries. Zhou Qiaoling held a newly sewn scarf. Qian Xiaoying presented a box of homemade cakes, and Sun Xiaocui offered a finely woven straw hat. The 4 of them were like fresh, dewy flowers. Having been well-fed and warmly clothed for over half a month now, the girls' complexions had visibly improved. Flesh had returned to their faces. Their skin had transformed from sallow to a fair rosy glow. Their hair shone with luster, and their eyes sparkled with vitality. Zhao Chunhua wore the blue work uniform issued by the factory. She was still thin, but her delicate bone structure was even more pronounced, like an uncolored fine-line painting with an exquisite foundation. Zhou Keiling's round face was rosy, her 2 deep dimples sinking in as she smiled so sweetly it was almost cloying. Qian Xiaoying had the most voluptuous figure, dressed in a self-altered floral-patterned cotton jacket that accentuated her curves. She swayed as she walked, exuding the charm of a full-figured woman. Sun Xiaocui, the youngest at 16, already bore the budding features of a fox-faced beauty. Her eyes were limpid, looking at people with a mix of timidity and allure. With a flick of her braid and a curl of her lips, Qin Feng took one look and his heart skipped a beat. You? Why are you here? Director Qin, we've come to thank you. Zhao Chunhua bowed and offered the pastries. These are walnut cookies from the canteen. They're delicious. This is a scarf I sewed myself. Zhou Qiaoling shoved the scarf into Qin Feng's hands. Director Qin, wear it in winter. It'll keep you warm. These are cakes, mung bean and osmanthus, made by my own hands. Qian Xiaoying held out the box with a beaming smile. A straw hat. I wove it. Sun Xiaocui placed the hat on her head, tilting it playfully. Brother Qin, does it look good? Brother Qin. Not Director Qin, but Brother Qin. The soft call of Brother Qin made Qin Feng's ears tingle slightly. Come in, he said, stepping aside to let them pass. The 4 girls filed in like swallows darting into the hall. The hall buzzed with lively chatter. The 4 girls chattered away, one saying, Brother Qin, try this. Another, Brother Qin, does this scarf match your tunic suit? While a third chimed in, Brother Qin, your home is so tidy. Did Sister Shower clean it? Qin Feng sat on a chair surrounded by peach pastries, mung bean cakes, osmanthus cakes, a scarf, and a straw hat. The array of colors made it look like a small shop had sprung up. Qin Feng sat on a chair surrounded by peach pastries, mung bean cakes, osmanthus cakes, a scarf, and a straw hat. The array of colors made it look like a small shop. Qian Xiuying pulled out a bottle of liquor from her pocket. I got this from a colleague in logistics. It's supposed to be good. Brother Qin, would you like a taste? Qin Feng glanced at the bottle. Just ordinary white liquor, not worth much. But he couldn't refuse the girl's heartfelt, all right, pour me a cup. Qian Xiuying poured the liquor. Zhao Chunhua served tea. Zhou Qiaoling arranged the snacks, and Sun Xiaocui fetched a stool. The four worked in perfect sync, as if they had rehearsed. In fact, they had rehearsed. Before coming, Qian Xiuying had briefed the others. When he drinks the first cup, we all, after his first cup, Chunhua, you pour the second. While he drinks that, Xiaocui sit beside him. When he finishes the third, Xiaoling you. The four girls' plan was flawless. And that, ordinary white liquor, was laced with a powder Qian Xiuying had procured from a herbal pharmacy. The same trick Shen Meihua had used. But it was more cunning than Shen Meihua's attempt, for she had faced him alone while they were 4 against 1. For beautiful girls calling him Brother Qin, with sweet words and coaxing tones. Even without the drug, most men would have succumbed. And with the drug, it was even more certain. Qin Feng downed his first cup, poured by Zhao Chunhua. Brother Qin, I toast you. If not for you, my whole family would have starved. Her eyes reddened, her voice trembling. They'll never forget your kindness. Brother Qin, I toast you too. Zhou Qiaoling raised her cup. You're the best person I've ever met. Brother Qin, Sun Xiaocui leaned in her braid, brushing against Qin Feng's arm. From now on, you're my own brother. Qian Xiuying was the last to raise her cup, her voice low and soft. Brother Qin, you've helped all 4 of us. We don't know how to repay you. Just say the word, and we'll do anything. Those 4 words, do anything, were the same ones Shen Meihua had used with Lin Shu, but their meaning was entirely different. Shen Meihua's were false, these girls were genuine. If anyone dared speak of love in this moment, let them go till 2 acres of land. They'd soon come to their senses. Qin Feng drank his second cup, poured by Zhou Qiaoling, and then the third from Sun Xiaocui. After 3 cups, he sensed something amiss. A heat began to stir in his body. That heat felt exactly like the one from Shen Meihua's drug potion. Here it was again. Qin Feng's pupils contracted sharply as he looked down at the cup, then at the 4 smiling faces before him. The drug. Again. Shen Meihua used it, and now these 4 girls had employed the same trick. What was wrong with people these days? Was drugging someone the standard move? Had he been reborn only to face such trials of character? One was gentle as water, one charmingly vivid, one understanding, and one alluring to the bone. But he had already drunk 3 cups. The effect hit faster than before, for he had an empty stomach, and the powder was more concentrated. Qin Feng leaned back in his chair, his fingers gripping the armrests. He wanted to stand to push them away too. Brother Qin, what's wrong? Your face is so red. Sun Xiaocui leaned closer, her eyes glistening. Are you hot? Let me fan you. She picked up a magazine as a fan, gently waving it near his face. Her braids swayed, brushing against his neck. Brother Qin, you're burning up. Zhao Chunhua also leaned in, touching his forehead. Do you have a fever? Should you? Yes, lie down. Zhou Qiaoling and Qian Xiuying flanked him, helping him to his feet. Qin Feng's mind was already half clouded. The drug was too potent, and the warmth, fragrance, and soft arms of the 4 girls wrapped around him like 4 nets, trapping him completely. In his past life, he had been an honest man for 35 years, never facing such a situation. In this life, he had been drugged by Shen Meihua once, and now by 4 girls again. Was he cursed to clash with drugs? Brother Qin, come lie here. The 4 girls helped him to the bed in the eastern room. Qin Yin had long been coaxed away by the girls' relatives, likely sleeping at a neighbor auntie's home in the compound. Qin Hai wasn't home, having gone to a classmate's to borrow books, and was kept away too, not returning tonight. The aunties in the compound were equally efficient. Everything had been calculated. Qin Feng lay on the bed, the 4 girls gathered around. Zhao Chunhua on his left, her round face flushed, biting her lip, unsure where to place her hands. Zhou Qiaoling on his right, her dimples deep, still clutching the scarf, nearly in tears from tension. Qian Xiuying stood at the foot of the bed, the calmest of them, yet her breath was quickening. Sun Xiaocui was closest, a 16-year-old with a fox-like allure, her watery eyes fixed on him, her braid resting on his chest, a slight curve on her lips. Brother Qin, her voice thin as silk, you said we could do anything. We remember. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating 4 young, vibrant, and distinctly charming faces. Qin Feng closed his eyes, the last thread of rational restraint under the assault of the drug and 4-fold tenderness. Snapped with a sound. Outside, the moon hid behind clouds. The light in the eastern room went out. The creaking of the bed frame began slowly, then quickened and slowed again. At times steady, at times erratic, like 4 people playing the same tune, each with their own rhythm, yet strangely. Faint gasps, murmurs, and stifled cries drifted through the crack in the door, across the courtyard, over the walls, and dissolved into the spring night breeze. The moon shifted, stars turned, dew grew heavy, and the wind chilled. After what seemed an eternity, the eastern door opened. Qin Feng emerged, leaning against the frame, his hair disheveled, shirt buttons misaligned. The expression on his face was not pleasure, it was fury. His temples throbbed with rage. Qin Feng, dignified director of the Planning and Allocation Office, a 35-year-old man, had been felled by a cup of white liquor, twice. First by Shen Meihua alone, now by 4 girls. If the first time was negligence, this second time was he had let his guard down, thinking Shen Meihua wouldn't dare cause more trouble, assuming the 4 country girls were innocent and harmless. Yet they were fiercer than Shen Meihua. Shen Meihua had used only 1 bowl of drugged liquor. These 4 used 4 bowls plus 4 people plus 4 calls of Brother Qin. Who could withstand that? Qin Feng stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the moon, which peeked half its face from behind the clouds, as if mocking him. Stop laughing, he cursed silently. Qin Feng swore under his breath. In the eastern room, the 4 young women had already dressed their cheeks, flushed rosy red eyes, sparkling expressions. Somewhat intricate. There was shyness, excitement, lingering fear, and an indescribable sense of fulfillment. Zhao Chunhua's ears were so red they could drip blood. Zhou Qiaoling bit her lip, dimples brimming with a smile she dared not voice. Qian Xiuying leaned against the headboard, arms wrapped around her knees, her expression the calmest, yet her fingertips trembled faintly. Sun Xiaozue was the most restless. She turned over, propping herself on the pillow, her braids scattered across her face as she muttered, "Brother Qin is actually quite gentle." The other 3 simultaneously reached out to cover her mouth. "Shut up." Qin Feng stood in the courtyard for 10 minutes, letting the spring breeze sober him up. Then he returned to the main room, sat down, poured a cup of cold tea, and downed it in 1 gulp. He needed to think of a countermeasure. 2 options. First, like last time, pull up his pants and deny everything. Scold them, drive them away, and be done with it. But last time when he scolded Shen Meihua, she had a weakness. She was pregnant, involved with both Lin Shu and Zhao Yu, and wouldn't dare to accuse him. What about these 4 young women? They were virgins, supposedly defiled by him, Qin Feng. Who could he scold? Scold them for drugging him. If all 4 claimed in unison they hadn't, and said Director Qin had simply drunk too much, who would believe whom? Second, Qin Feng held his teacup silent for a long time. Second, accept it. Not admit fault, but accept fate. He was a sucker for beauty. These 4 young women, each more beautiful than the last. When he helped them, was there truly no selfish motive? To claim there was none would be lying. But selfishness aside, he had never imagined it would come to this. Yet the rice was already cooked. 4 bowls of rice, all fully cooked. He couldn't just overturn all 4 bowls. That would be inhumane. Qin Feng set down his teacup and sighed. In his past life, Shen Meihua had manipulated him for 35 years, and he hadn't even held her hand. In this life, within a single month, he had been drugged twice and slept with 5 women. Was Qin Feng a reborn victor, or just a human medicine pot? Rustling sounds came from the eastern room. Qin Feng closed his eyes and massaged his temples. He had to find a way, neither to wrong these 4 young women, nor to give Shen Meihua any leverage. Even more importantly, he couldn't ruin his own reputation. Creak. The door to the eastern room opened. Zhao Chunhua poked out half her head, her face as red as a boiled shrimp. Brother Qin. Don't call me Brother Qin. Qin Feng's voice was hoarse. Call me Director Qin. Zhao Chunhua's lips quivered, looking pitifully wronged. Come out and talk. All 4 of you come out. The 4 young women stood in a row in the center of the main room, in the same formation as when they arrived, but with wrinkled clothes, disheveled hair, and blushes spreading from their cheeks down to the base of their necks. Qin Feng sat on the chair looking at them. One with an oval face, one with a round face and dimples, one plump and mature, one with a seductive fox-like charm. 4 flavors, 4 kinds of allure. In the dating market of later generations, any one of them would be pursued by thousands. But in 1960, they were starving country girls willing to do anything for a meal. And he, Qin Feng, was the one who had given them that meal. Now the meal was given, and so were their bodies. Speak. Qin Feng began, his voice weary. What exactly do you want? The 4 young women exchanged glances. Qian Xiuying stepped forward to speak on their behalf. Brother Qin. Director Qin. The 4 of us have discussed it. You are a good man, and we don't want to cause you trouble. But we also don't want to be driven back to the countryside by Shen Meihua. She says she will marry you, and then she will kick us all out. So we thought, if one of the 4 of us could be with you, then all 4 of us would have a protector. Shen Meihua wants to come in. No way. She wants to drive us out. If one of us is a member of the Qin family, how can she drive us away? Qin Feng fell silent. This logic was twisted, yet made some sense. Then which of you 4 will be this member of the Qin family? The 4 young women exchanged another glance. Zhao Chunhua lowered her head, her face so red it seemed about to smoke. Zhou Qiaoling bit her lip, fingers twisting the hem of her clothes. Qian Xiuying puffed out her chest, her expression the most composed. But the tips of her ears were also red. Sun Xiaozue was the most direct. She lifted her head, her watery eyes fixed straight on Qin Feng. Brother Qin, all 4 of us are willing. You choose one, or choose none. Qin Feng interrupted her. The main room fell silent. Qin Feng stood up, walked to the door, and looked at the moon in the courtyard. The moon had emerged from behind the clouds again, illuminating the old locust tree in the yard, the 2 bicycles by the wall, and the dim yellow light seeping from the window of the eastern room. In his past life, and this one who had he wronged the most, Chen Xiulan, his wife, the woman who died, and he hadn't even properly carved her tombstone, had nearly forgotten her name, and now within a month he had slept with 5 women. What face did he have to meet Chen Xiulan? But these 4 young women were truly pitiful, truly beautiful, truly kind to him, not because he was Qin Feng, but because he had given them a meal. In these times a meal was a life. A life exchanged for a lifetime. Was it worth it? For them, yes. For him. Qin Feng turned around and looked at the four young women. Moonlight streamed in through the doorway, illuminating four young, anxious, and uncertain faces. Go back for now, he said. Let me think this over. The four young women exchanged glances, bowed in unison, and filed out of the courtyard. As she left, Sun Xiaozui turned back to look at him, her watery eyes glistening under the moonlight. Brother Qin, go. She turned and ran, her braids swinging, disappearing into the night. Qin Feng stood at the courtyard gate, watching the four figures vanish at the end of the alley, and sighed. In his past life, he hadn't even dared to hold a woman's hand. In this life, within a month, he had been drugged twice and slept with 5. Rebirth was truly a mysterious art. He turned and went back inside, closed the door, leaned against it, and stared up at the ceiling. Xiaolon, don't blame me, he murmured. The world in this life is different from what you imagined. The ceiling gave no answer. Qin Feng smiled bitterly and turned off the light. In the darkness, he closed his eyes, his mind a chaotic mess. Shen Meihua thought that if she slept with him, he would have to take responsibility. Impossible. These 4 young women thought that sleeping with him meant they had a protector. Not necessarily. But one thing was certain. Qin Feng was no longer the pathetic hand-holding simp of his past life. Whether passive or active, the Qin Feng of this life had already begun to live a different way. As for where this way of life would lead, he would take it one step at a time. Outside the window, the spring breeze swept over the rooftops of the family compound, carrying the fragrance of jasmine and the faint sound of dogs barking in the distance. The night was deep. Shen Meihua was up to her old tricks again at the factory. Qin Feng learned of this from Zhao Chunhua. He had just finished approving a transfer order when Officer Lu knocked and entered, saying, "Director, there's a female worker from the textile mill who insists on seeing you urgently. Her name is Zhao Chunhua." Qin Feng set down his pen. "Let her in." When Zhao Chunhua entered, her face was ghastly pale. Her lips trembled and her hands were wringing together, the knuckles white. It was exactly the same as that day she first came to Qin's doorstep begging for a chance to survive. "Director Qin," she stammered, her eyes reddening. Shen Meihua came to the factory again. Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. She said, "The 2 of you have already, and that shall be marrying into the Qin family as the lady of the house in a few days." She said this in front of the entire workshop. She said that once she marries you, the first thing she'll do is send all 4 of us back to the countryside to gnaw on tree bark. Tears began to fall as Zhao Chunhua spoke. "Director Qin, I'm not afraid of anything else. I'm just afraid. My younger siblings are still starving in the countryside. If I get sent back, how will they survive? Will they even live?" Qin Feng's face darkened. Shen Meihua. He had slept with her, but did she truly think she held leverage over him? And she went to the factory to brag and threaten the people he had placed there. Also, Zhao Chunhua wiped her tears, she said. She said those 4 country foxes shouldn't dream of climbing your branch. She said you belong to her, Shen Meihua, and her alone. Enough. Qin Feng raised a hand to stop her. "I understand. Go back to work and don't worry about anything else." After Zhao Chunhua left, Qin Feng leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the desk. He hadn't wanted to go to extremes. In his past life, Shen Meihua was detestable, but she was, after all, just a woman. He as a man had indulged her greed for his ration tickets, his meat coupons, his cold briquettes. He could only blame his own poor judgment of character. But this life was different. The drugging, the false accusations, the threats, the boasts. She was straying further and further, growing madder and madder. Qin Feng stood up, walked to the filing cabinet, and retrieved a brown paper envelope from the deepest drawer. Inside were materials he had collected over this period. First, an investigation report on the mistress companion rumor-mongering incident. Second, Shen Meihua's attendance records showing her absenteeism, tardiness, and early departures. Third, an observation record of Shen Meihua's interactions with Lin Shu. Fourth, intelligence on Shen Meihua's visit to Zhao Yu. Fifth, a handwriting comparison report proving Shen Meihua, using Shen Gang's name, had written love letters to Lu Xiaoman in Lin Shu's handwriting. Sixth, the menu wine bottles and purchase records of aphrodisiacs from the Chinese medicine shop for that dinner party investigated by Officer Lu. 6 pieces of evidence, 6 knives. Each one was enough to make Shen Meihua suffer. Adding in the matters of Shen Gang and Lu Xiaoman, one sibling drugging to facilitate adultery, the other committing marital infidelity, it was enough to make both of them suffer twice over. Qin Feng tucked the envelope into his pocket, picked up his hat, and left the office. Today he would go to the Shen family home to confront them directly. The Shen family's courtyard was half the size of the Qin's, with 2.5 rammed earth rooms and walls so low one could easily climb over them. A few children's clothes were drying in the yard, patched upon patches fluttering in the wind like a patchwork of flags. When Qin Feng pushed open the gate, Zhao Guifan was in the yard picking vegetables. Seeing Qin Feng, the vegetables in her hand fell to the ground with a slap. "Director Qin. Auntie, I'm here to see Shen Meihua and Shen Gang. Call them out." Zhao Guifan's face changed color, and she quickly shouted towards the house. Meihua. Meihua. Director Qin is here." Shen Meihua came out from the inner room. Today she was wearing that white blouse, her hair oiled, her face powdered with face cream. Seeing Qin Feng, she was startled at first, then the corners of her mouth curled up. That expression of "I knew you were stubborn, but you'd come looking for me eventually." Brother Qin Feng, you're here. I knew you would. Shut up. Two words like two blocks of ice smashed Shen Meihua's smile, freezing it on her face. Qin Feng walked to the center of the main room and placed the brown paper envelope on the table. Shen Meihua, Shen Gang, both of you sit down. I'm going to make things clear today. Shen Gang had just returned from outside covered in warehouse dust. Seeing Qin Feng standing in the main room with a grim expression, his legs went weak. He steadied himself against the doorframe, afraid to enter. Come in. Sit. Shen Gang shuffled in and sat down on a chair. Shen Meihua sat on the other side, the smile gone from her face, replaced by a look of wariness. Qin Feng opened the envelope and laid out the 6 pieces of evidence one by one on the table. First, you spread rumors about a mistress companion in the family compound, slandering estate cadre. Investigation report in black and white. Second, you were absent from the textile mill for 7 days, late 11 times, and left early 9 times. A copy of the attendance record stamped with the factory seal. Third, you had frequent contact with Lin Shu from the cultural center, using him to ghostwrite love letters to seduce Lu Xiaoman from the transport team under Shen Gang's name. Handwriting comparison report. Fourth, you went to see Zhao Yu to develop an improper relationship. There are witness testimonies on record. Shen Meihua's face grew paler and paler. Fifth, Qin Feng's voice turned icy. You set up a scheme at the family guest house, drugging me, Shen Gang, and Lu Xiaoman with aphrodisiacs. The purchase records from the Chinese medicine shop and the room registration from the guest house are all here. Sixth, you threatened the regular worker Zhao Chunhua at the factory, claiming you would be the lady of the Qin family and send the state-assigned workers back to the countryside. Witness statements signed jointly by 12 workers from the workshop. The 6 pieces of evidence were laid out in a row like 6 bullets, each one more lethal than the last. Shen Meihua's lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. Beads of sweat as big as soybeans appeared on Shen Gang's forehead. Only now did he realize that his sister had not only drugged Qin Feng, but also him and Lu Xiaoman. He had been set up by his own sister. Shen Meihua. Qin Feng's voice was not loud, but every word was like a knife. Drugging to facilitate adultery, slandering a cadre, threatening workers, spreading rumors. Guess how many years in prison all these offenses add up to. And you, Shen Gang. Qin Feng turned to Shen Gang. Marital infidelity, having an improper relationship with an unmarried female comrade. You are a married man. If this is reported, you won't just lose your job, you'll be sent to a re-education camp. Shen Gang's legs began to shake. You 2 siblings, one more outrageous than the other. One drugs and seduces a state cadre outside, the other cheats on his wife at home. The Shen family is going to make a name for itself in the Commerce Bureau. Qin Feng picked up his hat. I'm going to see factory director Sun and the street office today to hand over the materials. No, please no. Zhao Guifan fell to her knees with a thud. Her expression was one of utter misery as she sobbed bitterly. Tears and mucus immediately smeared her face. The old woman performed the posture of begging for mercy with full conviction. In Chinese culture, respecting the elderly and cherishing the young is paramount. For an elder to kneel before a younger person at such a time is a form of moral coercion. Zhao Guifan's kneel was genuine. Her knees hit the ground with a thud, and she prostrated herself at Qin Feng's feet. Director Qin, I beg you for mercy. She clutched his pant leg, her face a mess of tears and snot. Meihua is ignorant, she's confused. She's a woman alone with 2 children. A life has been too hard, and she went astray. Please be magnanimous and spare her this once. Mother. Shen Meihua rushed over to pull her. Don't beg him. Who does he think he is? You shut up. Zhao Guifan turned and roared, tears streaming down her face. How much longer will you keep causing trouble? Director Qin is a director. He's the one who can send you away. Kneel. Kneel down now. Shen Meihua refused to kneel. Zhao Guifan slapped her across the face. Not hard, but the sound echoed. Kneel. Stunned by the slap, Shen Meihua's knees buckled and she knelt. Zhao Guifan turned back and kowtowed to Qin Feng again. Her forehead struck the ground. Once, twice, thrice. Each thud resounding. By the 4th time, blood had already seeped from her brow. Director Qin, this old woman begs you. Meihua is at fault, I admit it. Shen Gang is also at fault, I admit that too. But please, for the sake of the children. Meihua has 2, Shen Gang has 3. If you send them away, 9 lives will be utterly destroyed. She then called toward the inner room. Danny, Erwa, Sonya, come out. All of you. The door to the inner room opened and Danny led Erwa and Sonya out. The 3 children, unaware of what had happened, were terrified to see their grandmother kneeling on the ground, bleeding from her forehead. Sonya, the youngest, burst into tears with a wah and ran to throw her arms around Zhao Guifan's neck. Danny, at 7, was old enough to understand. She stood nearby, tears welling in her eyes, her lips pressed into a thin line, silent. Erwa, 5 years old and bewildered, tugged at Danny's sleeve and whispered, Sis, what's wrong with Grandma? Danny didn't answer, only tightened her grip on Erwa's hand. Qin Feng looked at the 3 children. Danny wore a patched cotton jacket with frayed cuffs. Erwa's shoes had holes showing his toes. Sonya's face bore scars from frostbite. 3 children, 3 fragile saplings. If Shen Gang were sent away, who would raise these 3? Lin Xiu earned just over 20 yuan a month, barely enough for 2, let alone 3 children. Zhao Guifan was too old for heavy labor. Shen Meihua could barely fend for herself. With the pillar of the family gone, the children might truly starve. Qin Feng closed his eyes. It wasn't that his heart was soft. He was thinking of Qin Hai and Qin Yan. In his past life, he was so busy sending things to Shen Meihua that his own 2 children ate plain cornbread at home. He knew that bitterness better than anyone. Children are innocent. Get up, he said. Zhao Guifan didn't move, continuing to kowtow. I said get up. Qin Feng bent to help her, but the old woman refused, blood from her forehead trickling down her nose, mingling with tears, smearing her face. Director Qin, if you don't agree, I won't get up. I agree. Zhao Guifan's sobbing stopped abruptly. I agree to temporarily drop the matter. Qin Feng's voice deepened. But there are conditions. He looked at Shen Meihua and Shen Gang. First, write a confession. Both of you. Write clearly about the drugging, the slander, the adultery. Sign and fingerprint it. They'll keep the confessions. The moment you cause trouble again, they'll bring them out. Second, Shen Gang. Treat Lin Xiu well from now on. No hitting, no scolding, no withholding the money she earns. Her earnings are hers to manage. No one else touches them. Third, Shen Meihua. Qin Feng stared into her eyes. You are not to harass Zhao Chunhua and the other 3 anymore. No more bragging at the factory. Never mention the phrase the mistress of the Qin family again. What happened between you and your brother ends here. One more time. He gathered the 6 documents on the table into an envelope and patted it. These will be your death warrants. Shen Meihua knelt on the ground, trembling all over, biting her lip, unable to utter a single word. Shen Gang's legs had gone numb from kneeling, and he stammered. We'll write it. For sure. Zhao Guifan wiped the blood and tears from her face, stood up shakily, and went to find paper and a pen. Shen Gang wrote first. His hands trembled violently, his characters crooked, but he wrote everything required: extramarital affair, relations with Lu Xiaoman, being drugged by his sister. After finishing, he signed and pressed his fingerprint. Shen Meihua wrote next. Her hands trembled even more than Shen Gang's. She could only write a few lines before breaking down, tears falling drop by drop onto the paper, blurring the ink. Qin Feng watched her finish, watched her press her fingerprint, then folded the 2 confessions and tucked them into his pocket. 2 confessions, 2 binding spells. Ready to be recited at any moment, ready to be tightened at any time. Enough. Qin Feng put on his hat. Remember my words. One more time. It won't be about confessions. It will be about your entire family. He turned and walked out. As he passed by Danny, he paused. Danny looked up at him, her eyes redrimmed, and whispered, "Thank you, uncle." Qin Feng patted her head. "Grow up well." Then he strode out of the Shen family courtyard. Behind him, Zhao Guifan's wails, Sonia's cries, and Shen Meihua's sobs mingled together like a pot of boiling porridge. Qin Feng didn't look back. The next day, Qin Feng called the 4 young women to an empty office in the logistics department of the commercial bureau. The 4 stood in a row, just like last time at the Qin family's doorstep. Only this time they hadn't come bearing pastries to show gratitude. They had come to hear the outcome. Qin Feng sat behind the desk looking at them. The 4 looked far better than they had half a month ago. Their cheeks had filled out, their skin was fair with a rosy glow, and light had returned to their eyes. Zhao Chunhua wore the new work uniform from the factory. Zhou Qiaoling had on a floral scarf she'd sewn herself. Qian Xiuing was in an altered blue cotton jacket, and Sun Xiaozue had tied 2 red ribbons in her hair. Youth was truly wonderful. Feed them well, and they bloomed like flowers, needing no extra fertilizer. Qin Feng cleared his throat and got straight to the point. About that night, what you did was reckless. The 4 young women lowered their heads. Shen Meihua has confessed. For the children's sake, he'll let her repent for now. She won't dare threaten you anymore. As for the drinking and dining, it ends here. No one brings it up again. If you go out asking around, you'll only arouse suspicion and harm yourselves. Yes, the 4 replied in unison. I called you here today to give you an answer. The 4 young women lifted their heads simultaneously. I, Qin Feng, am not a bad person. What happened that night? Whether you were willing or not, I bear responsibility. He paused, then continued. But I will not marry any of you. The expressions of all 4 women changed at once. Zhao Chunhua bit her lip. Zhou Qiaoling lowered her head. Qian Xiuying's brow furrowed. Sun Ziaqui's eyes reddened. It's not that you're not good enough, Qin Feng said. It's that I have 2 children at home. Qin Hai is 11, Qin Yan is 9. Their mother left, and there's always been a scar in their hearts. If I brought home a young woman barely older than them to be their stepmother, do you think they could accept that? The 4 young women fell silent. In my past life, Qin Feng nearly let it slip, then corrected himself. I once made a foolish mistake and almost brought a stepmother into my children's lives, causing chaos in the household. It was a hurdle I barely managed to overcome, and I have no intention of crossing it again. I know my children. They would never accept an 18 or 19-year-old stepmother. Rather than have you enter this home only to be guarded against and resented by my 2 kids, it's better you never enter at all. This was the truth. Qin Feng's bottom line in this life was not power nor wealth, but his 2 children. In his past life, he had grown distant from Qin Hai and Qin Yan for half a lifetime because of Shen Meihua. In this life, he would not repeat that mistake. Then, what about us? Sun Ziaqui's voice was choked with tears. You all live well, Qin Feng said. Work hard, save money, and just like that. Zhao Chunhua lifted her head, her eyes rimmed with red. What young maiden hadn't harbored dreams? A man like Director Qin was a great hero in their eyes. A battle hero, a revolutionary hero. A savior in times of trouble. Not just that. Qin Feng pulled a document from his drawer. I've applied for slots at the bureau, the Commercial Bureau's Workers' Night School. All 4 of you can attend classes. Study literacy, politics, and technical skills. The bureau covers the tuition and provides the textbooks. The 4 young women were stunned. Night school? Yes. Every evening from 7 to 9 classes in the 3rd floor conference room of the Commercial Bureau. Study for 2 years, earn a completion certificate, and later you'll have the opportunity to be recommended for Workers and Peasants University. Workers and Peasants University. The eyes of all 4 young women lit up simultaneously. In this era, what did Workers and Peasants University mean? It was a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. It was the only path to change one's destiny. Graduates became university students with impeccable backgrounds superior to others wherever they went. Director Qian Xiuying's voice trembled. Are you serious? Serious. But there's a condition: you must study diligently and pass the exams. If anyone just goes through the motions, they'll take back the slot. Well, definitely study. Absolutely. Zhao Chunhua spoke first. I want to study too. Sun Xiaocui raised her hand. Zhou Qiaoling said nothing, but nodded vigorously, her dimples filled with tears. Qian Xiuying was the calmest, but she took a deep breath and gave Qin Feng a standard 90-degree bow. Director Qin, we will remember this kindness for a lifetime. Thank you, thank you. Qin Feng waved his hand. We're even now. Work hard, find good partners, live well. That's the greatest repayment you can give me. The 4 young women exchanged glances, their expressions varied. Zhao Chunhua felt relief. She had never been at ease. A 17-year-old country girl marrying a 35-year-old director felt like a dream. They were simply not from the same world. The dream had ended, and she felt grounded. Zhou Qiaoling was grateful. She came from a family of 6 siblings ranked 3rd, and no one had ever cared about her future. Now someone had shown her a path. Study, take exams, become a university student. Something she never dared to dream of. Qian Xiuying felt admiration. She had thought Qin Feng would choose one of them. After all, they had slept together. Not choosing seemed improper. But Qin Feng hadn't chosen, instead offering them a more dignified path. This breadth of vision was not something ordinary people possessed. Sun Xiaocui felt a sense of loss at 16. She harbored vague feelings. Though it was only one night, and though it was due to the drug, Brother Qin had been kind to her. She could sense it. But Brother Qin said he wouldn't marry, and so he wouldn't. At her age in the countryside, many were already mothers. The more remote the area, the earlier the marriages. She was the youngest of the 4, and also the most able to let go. A 16-year-old girl in the city was still a child, cherished by family, indulged by colleagues, everyone caring for her. Having established roots in the city, fortune and luck would follow. There was plenty of time ahead. When the 4 young women walked out of the office, their steps were much lighter than when they had entered. Qin Feng watched their figures disappear down the corridor, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long sigh. Having slept with them, he owed them an explanation. He wouldn't marry them, but he couldn't just abandon them. Providing night school a future and a way out. This was the greatest compensation he could offer. Besides, the root of these 4 women's troubles lay with Shen Meihua. It was Shen Meihua who had threatened them, driven them to desperation, and forced them into drugging him. If not handled properly, disaster could strike. Now night school solved their future, and refusing marriage solved the stepmother issue. As for Shen Meihua, the confession letter kept her at bay, settling everything. Cause and effect. The seeds he had sown, he would reap. The seeds Shen Meihua had sown, she would have to reap. News of Qin Feng's kindness to the 4 young women reached Shen Meihua's ears a few days later in the afternoon. The messenger was Aunt Zhao, Zhao Chunhua's aunt. Aunt Zhao couldn't keep a secret. Her niece's enrollment in night school was something she broadcasted to the entire courtyard, as if through a loudspeaker. That very afternoon, she was telling people in the yard. My Chunhua said Director Qin enrolled all 4 of them in the Commercial Bureau's night school. Study for 2 years and get recommended for Workers and Peasants University. Director Qin is truly kind-hearted. All 4 women were enrolled. How much did that cost? The Bureau covered the cost. Director Qin approved the requisition. He said to let the girls study hard, become university students, find good partners. They're like flowers, beautiful and loved by all. What does this mean? Such a good opportunity not given to our children in the teaching school, but to country girls. That doesn't seem right. Why isn't it my child who has such good fortune? Oh, anyone who's unhappy, go ahead and take it up with Director Qin. TSK. Director Qin is such a good man, isn't he? Much better than some people. I heard there's a widow who goes around claiming she's the lady of the Qin household, but Director Qin won't even look at her. Aunt Zhao's voice wasn't loud, but Shen Meihua lived right next door. She heard every word crystal clear. He wouldn't marry her, and even made her write a confession. How could this man be so heartless, so excessive? If he truly shunned women, why was he so good to those country vixens? Was he blind, rejecting city women to fawn over those country bumpkins? Qin Feng, oh Qin Feng, your taste is truly awful. His mind must be clouded by lard. Enrolling them in night school, recommending them for Workers and Peasants University. Qin Feng treated those 4 country girls 1,000 times better than he treated her Shen Meihua. Shen Meihua sat on the Kong, clutching a handkerchief until her knuckles turned white. She wouldn't accept it. She couldn't accept it. In her past life, Qin revolved around her for 35 years, giving her everything she wanted, never uttering a single no. In this life, not only did he turn his back on her, but he also gave what should have been hers to other women. The food coupons were given away. The meat coupons were given away. The job was given away. The future was given away. What did Shen Meihua have? A position that had been taken over, a leave slip for unpaid leave, a bastard child of unknown father, and 2 confession letters. A room full of shabby clothes bought with all her pension money. But in her past life, she had everything. Shen Meihua threw the handkerchief to the ground, her eyes red as a rabbit's. She wanted to go tear that little vixen's face off. Zhao Chuanhua, that country girl who took her position. Qin Feng was so good to her, enrolling her in night school, arranging a future for her. Had he taken a fancy to her? Shen Meihua was still around, and a poor country girl thought she could cut in. The next morning, in the weaving workshop of the textile factory, Shen Meihua, wearing semi-high-heeled leather shoes, clicked into the workshop. This woman was incorrigible. Today she wasn't wearing her white shirt. Instead, she had on a light blue dacron blouse tied with that silk scarf and a cotton silk skirt below. Her hair, slicked with oil, was braided into a thick plait that hung over her chest. A thick layer of vanishing cream made her smell heavily perfumed. She came with ill intent. The workers in the workshop saw her and bowed their heads. Everyone remembered her causing a scene last time. Zhao Chunhua was operating at the loom. Hearing footsteps behind her, she turned around. Seeing Shen Meihua's gloomy face, she almost dropped the shuttle. You? Widow Shen. Zhao Chunhua. Shen Meihua walked up to her, chin slightly raised, a smirk on her lips. I heard you've been feeling pretty pleased with yourself lately. Zhao Chunhua's hands tightened. What do you want? Director Qin enrolled you in night school and recommended you for the Worker Peasant Soldier University. Shen Meihua's voice wasn't loud, but every word was barbed. A country girl like you, barely literate, and you want dream on. Zhao Chunhua's face paled. Shen Meihua, don't go too far. I'm telling you, Zhao Chunhua Qin, he was mine in the past life, and he is mine in this one. Our love is destined through past and present, inseparable. Who do you think you are? A starving country girl daring to steal my man. Zhao Chunhua was no longer the frightened little girl from before. After working in the factory for half a month, her master praised her quick hands, and her workmates treated her well. She had gained confidence. Shen Meihua. Zhao Chunhua straightened her back, looking into Shen Meihua's eyes. Director Qin said he won't marry you, and you are not part of the Qin family. You say you're the mistress of the Qin household. Do you have a marriage certificate? These words like a knife stabbed into Shen Meihua's deepest wound. You? Shen Meihua's face flushed red. A country girl like you dares to speak to me like this. Have you forgotten who gave you a job? I may be a country girl, but I am a regular employee. Zhao Chunhua's voice no longer trembled. You are on leave without pay. You aren't at your post, so I took over your position. I didn't snatch it from you, the factory arranged it. If you have a problem, take it up with the factory director. Shen Meihua trembled with rage. This country girl who had once knelt begging not to be sent away now dared to talk back. It must be Qin Feng backing her up. The more Shen Meihua thought about it, the angrier she got. She reached out and clawed at Zhao Chunhua's face. Slap. Her nails raked across Zhao Chunhua's cheek, leaving a red mark. Zhao Chunhua was stunned. She hadn't expected Shen Meihua to resort to violence. Workers rushed over to break it up, but Shen Meihua had gone berserk. She lunged, grabbing Zhao Chunhua's hair and yanking her down, cursing, "Vixen! Bitch! You dare steal my man!" Zhao Chunhua stumbled from the pole and instinctively shoved her away. Shen Meihua staggered back 2 steps, then suddenly let out a sharp scream, clutching her stomach. Then with a thud, she collapsed to the ground. My stomach! My baby! She curled up on the floor, her face deathly pale, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Zhao Chunhua, you are so vicious, you hit my stomach. You harmed my child. The workshop instantly erupted into chaos. Pregnant. She's pregnant. Call the factory doctor. Zhao Chunhua hit a pregnant woman. Zhao Chunhua hit a pregnant woman. Zhao Chunhua stood rooted to the spot, her hand still in the pushing position, her face as white as paper. She hadn't hit Shen Meihua's stomach. She had only pushed her shoulder. But no one believed her. Shen Meihua was taken to the factory clinic, and the doctor said, there are signs of a threatened miscarriage. She must be sent to the city hospital immediately. News spread. Zhao Chunhua hit a pregnant woman and sent her to the hospital. That country girl is vicious, almost killed her too, ruthless, truly heartless. You never know a person's true nature. People gossiped. He heard it was over a man. So shameless. Tisk, who would have thought? Thought she was honest and well-behaved, turns out it was all an act. Zhao Chunhua stood in the workshop. The looks from those around her had changed. From sympathy to suspicion. It was over. She was going to be blamed for harming a life. The news reached Qin Feng at noon. Cadre Lu rushed in to report. Director, there's trouble at the textile factory. Shen Meihua and Zhao Chunhua fought. Shen Meihua collapsed and was sent to the city hospital. The factory says Zhao Chunhua hit a pregnant woman. Did Zhao Chunhua hit her stomach? Qin Feng asked. The workshop workers said they didn't see clearly, but Zhao Chunhua claims she only pushed her shoulder. Has she gone to the hospital? The workshop. Qin Feng was silent for 3 seconds, then stood up. Never mind Zhao Chunhua for now. Just have someone watch her. I need to handle something. He picked up his hat and left the office. Not heading to the hospital, but to the logistics fleet. To find Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu was in the fleet yard wiping down a truck, a military green Liberation, its paint polished to a gleam. Seeing Qin Feng approach, he put down his cloth and stood at attention. Director, Zhao Yu, come with me. Where to? He'll explain on the way. The two got on Qin Feng's forever bicycle. Qin Feng pedaled, and Zhao Yu sat on the back. Once out of the fleet gate, Qin Feng spoke. Shen Meihua is in the hospital. Zhao Yu's body stiffened. She got into a fight with Zhao Chuanhua, said to be a threatened miscarriage. Zhao Yu said nothing, but his fingers gripped the edge of the seat tightly. Zhao Yu, Qin Feng's voice was low, but every word was like a nail. The child in Shen Meihua's belly is yours. Zhao Yu's breath caught. The day Zhou Degui died, it was stormy. She went to the transport team to collect his belongings and discovered evidence of his infidelity with Lu Xiaoman. She was distraught. She left the transport team and stopped your truck. Then, in the driver's cabin, Zhao Yu was trembling all over. His long legs dragged on the ground, forcing a stop. How do you know? How I know isn't important, Qin Feng said. What is important is, do you know that woman is carrying your child? Zhao Yu was silent for a long time. I know. His voice was as hoarse as sandpaper. But it wasn't my fault. That day, she was standing by the roadside in the rain, soaked through, crying, asking me to take her home. I did. When we reached the alley, she wouldn't get out. She took my hand and guided it over her body. I couldn't control myself. And then she said it was an accident, told me to forget it. I forgot. I did whatever she said. But the child can't be forgotten. Qin Feng said, she's carrying your seed, telling everyone it's Zhou Degui's posthumous child. Now she's in the hospital after a fight. Do you know what this means? Zhao Yu looked up, his eyes filled with terror. It means if the child is lost, Zhao Chunhua takes the blame for harming a hero's posthumous child. If the child is saved, Shen Meihua will continue to deceive everyone with the posthumous child story. And you, the real father, have been kept in the dark from start to finish, unable even to recognize your own child. Zhao Yu's lips trembled. Director, what should I do? Qin Feng stopped the car and turned to look at him. You're a man. Your woman, your child. You have to own up to it. Go to the hospital, take care of her, tell everyone the child is yours and that you're going to marry her. Zhao Yu's eyes widened, but she won't agree. She'll have to agree whether she likes it or not. Qin Feng's gaze turned cold. She's cornered now. Her position's been taken, the pension is gone, she's fallen out with me, throwing tantrums and acting crazy. She has no cards left to play. You don't want to watch her destroy herself, do you? But she... Zhao Yu listened carefully. Qin Feng spoke each word deliberately. If you're a man, you protect the woman you love and your child. She'll get over her melodrama in a few days. She's carrying your child. If word gets out that you want to marry her, do you want her to die? Marry her, not for love, but for responsibility. The child is yours, you have to claim it. She's making such a scene because you weren't by her side. Go make things clear, and she won't be able to fool herself with the posthumous child story anymore. As for whether she's willing, Qin Feng let out a cold laugh. She'll have to be willing whether she likes it or not. Does she have any other choice now? Zhao Yu sat in the back seat silent for a long time. He still liked that woman. The spring breeze swept across the street corner, carrying dust and the scent of food from the distant cafeteria. They'll go, he said. At the city hospital in the obstetrics ward, Shen Meihua lay in bed, her face, pale, cold sweat beading on her forehead. The doctor said it was a threatened miscarriage requiring bed rest to stabilize the pregnancy. It wasn't that serious, really. She was just a bit agitated and her emotions had caused a dull ache in her belly. But she deliberately exaggerated her symptoms, whimpering and moaning as if she were about to breathe her last at any moment. Zhao Guifan sat by the bedside, wiping away tears. Shen Gang stood by the window, his face ashen. A crowd had gathered at the ward's entrance. Women from the textile mill, aunties from the compound, and a few curious onlookers, all murmuring among themselves. I heard Zhao Chunhua hit her in the belly. No kidding. A pregnant woman. What if she loses the child? That country girl Zhao Chunhua has some nerve. Listening to the gossip, the corners of Shen Meihua's mouth curled up slightly. Done deal. Zhao Chunhua was finished. Once the accusation of causing a pregnant woman to miscarry stuck, she wouldn't just lose her job at the mill. Her whole life would be ruined. As for the child, it was fine. If it could be kept, good. If not, then the child simply wasn't meant to be. After all, she didn't even like the father. That wouldn't head Zhao Yu. She was just putting on an act. After a couple of days in the hospital, once the pregnancy was saved, she would come out and weep over Zhao Chunhua's wicked deeds. Then even Qin Feng would have to give an explanation. You Qin Feng care so much about those four girls, don't you? One of them hit the woman who's your moonlit ideal. Won't you do something about it? Just as Shen Meihua was scheming, the ward door swung open. A tall figure walked in. It wasn't Qin Feng. It was Zhao Yu. Shen Meihua's smile froze. Zhao, what are you doing here? Zhao Yu wore his work uniform from the fleet, his hair neatly combed, holding a string bag of apples he'd bought with half a month's wages. He walked to the bedside, placed the apples on the nightstand, and then, before all the onlookers, he bent down, reached out, and covered Shen Meihua's hand with his own, his voice low, but each word clear. Meihua, don't be afraid. I'm here. You're carrying my child. I know now. Shen Meihua's heart skipped a beat. You? What did you say? The child is ours. Zhao Yu looked into her eyes. I remember everything about that night. You don't have to hide it. Zhao Yu even mentioned a specific date to back up his claim. The ward fell silent instantly. Then boom, the crowd erupted. The child is Zhao Yes, not Zhou Degui's posthumous child. Heavens, on the very day her husband died, she was with another man, and an unmarried young truck driver at that. Zhou Degui's body was still warm. I say no wonder she dolled herself up so quickly. So that's the kind of person she is. The whispers surged in like a tidal wave. Shen Meihua's face went white, whiter than the sheets beneath her. Shut up, she hissed at Zhao Yu. Who told you to say all this? Have you lost your mind? I haven't lost my mind. Zhao Yes' voice was eerily calm. It was the calmest he had ever been in his life. Meihua, the child in your belly is mine. That's the truth. I don't want my child to be born bearing the label of a posthumous child. It's not real. And I can't let you keep deceiving people. That day in the cab. I've wronged Zhou Degui, but the child is innocent. Shen Meihua gripped the corner of the blanket, her knuckles white, her lips trembling. It was over. Everything was over. The lie she had so carefully woven, about being the hero's widow carrying his posthumous child, had been shattered by Zhao Yes' single sentence. In front of so many people. The women from the textile mill, the aunties from the compound. They had all seen and heard everything. She could never deny it now. Everyone had indulged her largely because they believed she carried a hero's posthumous child. Her leaders and colleagues had all been kind to her. Now that the lie was exposed and the child was conceived on the very day her husband died, how could she face them? What would people say? How had things come to this? Was there no justice in heaven? Why was this happening to her? Wasn't she supposed to be the dominant female lead after her rebirth? Where was the protagonist's halo? Why? Shen Meihua felt like the sky was falling. Zhao Guifan stood nearby, her face ashen. She had just learned of this too. Her own daughter, on the day her husband died, had been with another man and gotten pregnant. Meihua. Zhao Guifan's voice trembled. You. Mom, don't listen to his nonsense. Shen Meihua shrieked. He's lying. The child is Deguis. It's mine. Zhao Yu pulled a piece of paper. It was the fleet's dispatch record. The day Zhou Degui died, I returned to the factory at 3 p.m. At 3:10, I saw her at the factory gate. At 3:20, At 3:45, she got out of the car. He handed the dispatch record to the onlookers. The time and place were clearly written in black and white. I can't let my child bear someone else's surname without legitimacy. My child. I want him to acknowledge his true lineage. I can support the mother and child. I must take on a man's responsibility. I will raise this child well. He is mine. If the child were a posthumous child, it should have been conceived before Zhou Degui's death. But when he died, she showed no signs of pregnancy. You can check the factory's medical reports. The child came after that day. It's mine. The crowd burst into laughter. Whoa, Shen Meihua is quite a... First it's Zhou Degui's posthumous child, then Zhao Yes. How many fathers are there? I heard there's some guy from the cultural center writing love letters. Could he be involved too? The rumors sprouted wings and flew out of the ward. They flew down the corridors and out through the hospital gates. Within half a day, the whole town knew Shen Meihua was no faithful widow. The child in her belly wasn't a posthumous one, but a bastard conceived with a truck driver on the very day her husband died. Shen Meihua lay in the hospital bed, trembling all over. Zhao Yu still stood by the bedside like a wooden stake, neither leaving nor speaking. He just stood there staring at her. She wanted to hurl the pillow at his face. This fool. Who sent him here? Who told him to say all this? Shouldn't he have kept that night buried in his gut forever? And now he dares to speak of it in public. He even mentioned a marriage proposal. He said he wanted to give her a home, that he wouldn't let her suffer. Who asked him to propose? Who wanted his home? Shen Meihua trembled with fury, reaching out to push Zhao Yu away. Leave, she shouted. Get out of here. Who asked you to come? What are you doing here? You're spouting nonsense. Do you have any idea you've ruined me? Zhao Yu stood firm, unmoving like a wall. I ruined your path of deceit, he said. But I've offered you an honest one. Meihua, marry me. A child needs a father. Dream on. Shen Meihua roared. I Shen Meihua in this lifetime. Before she could finish, the ward door swung. Two men in Sun Yat-sen suits entered, one holding a document. Comrade Shen Meihua, we're from the neighborhood working. Someone has reported you for misconduct in personal life, inappropriate relationships, dishonesty toward the organization, and falsifying the child's paternity. Please come with us for an investigation. The working group. They had come to arrest her. All color drained from Shen Meihua's face. In this era, the words misconduct and personal life were a blade sharp enough to cleave a person in two, let alone her past of framing a cadre and administering drugs to induce intimacy. If they dug deep, she would be in dire straits. Panic seized her. Utter absolute panic. She glanced around the room. Zhao Guifan cowered silently in a corner. Shen Gang was nowhere to be seen. He had slipped away at some point. Zhao Yu stood by the bed like a wooden post. Only Qin Feng could stop the working group. Shen Meihua scrambled out of bed, not bothering with shoes, and ran barefoot to the ward door. I need to see Qin Feng. I want to see Qin Feng. She screamed down the corridor. Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Her voice was shrill and piercing, echoing through the hospital hallways. Qin Feng arrived. Not because Shen Meihua had called for him. He had been downstairs all along, waiting in the car after Zhao Yu went in. As he entered the ward, the working group members rose to their feet. Director Qin. I'm aware of the situation, Qin Feng said, glancing at them. Comrade Shen Meihua's issue will be handled by me. She is a textile factory employee on leave without pay. As the director of the Commerce Bureau, it is my responsibility to coordinate. The working group members exchanged glances. Qin Feng was a director several ranks above their neighborhood office. His saying "I'll handle it" meant "do me this favor." Director Qin then. Let me see the materials first. Her case will be reviewed jointly with the textile factory and the neighborhood office. You may go back for now, I will notify you of the outcome. The working group departed. Only Qin Feng, Shen Meihua, Zhao Yu, and Zhao Guifan remained in the ward. Shen Meihua collapsed to the floor barefoot, hair disheveled, her face streaked with tears. She looked up at Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Brother Qin Feng. Please. She crawled over and clutched his pant leg. The exact same posture Zhao Guifan had used that day at the Shen residence. Please stop them. I don't want to go in. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Qin Feng looked down at her. In his past life, this woman had never begged him for anything. She took whatever she wanted as if it were her due. Over 35 years he had given her so much, yet she had never once uttered a word of thanks. Now she was begging him. Not because he had been kind to her, but because she had no other way out. I can let this go, Qin Feng said. But there are conditions. What conditions? He'll agree to anything. First, marry Zhao Yu. The child is his. You must let the child acknowledge its lineage. Shen Meihua's body stiffened. Second, live a proper life with him. Stop pining for other men and cease harassing Zhao Chunhua and the other three. Third, the confession is still in my hands. If you live honestly from now on, all is well. But if you cause trouble again, you can choose between the confession and the working group. Shen Meihua knelt on the ground, trembling all over. Marry Zhao Yu. A truck driver. No money, no power, no romance, no charm. In her past life, she had never given this man a second glance. He was merely a tool, someone to move coal briquettes, haul grain, and come running whenever she called. But now, she had no choice. Qin Feng didn't want her. Lin Shu was just an art clerk, unable to support her and 3 children. Zhao Yu at least was a regular employee with a salary and a position. And more importantly, he was the child's biological father. Even more crucial, if she didn't marry Zhao Yu, she would be locked up. Shen Meihua closed her eyes, tears sliding down her cheeks. Never in her life had she imagined marrying Zhao Yu. But fate, across past and present lives, had pushed her to this point. He'll marry him. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Zhao Yu stood nearby, silent for a moment, then walked over and crouched down, draping his jacket over Shen Meihua's shoulders. Meihua, come with me. From now on, I won't let you suffer. Shen Meihua said nothing, nor did she move. Zhao Yu lifted her, as if she were a child, gently placed her on the bed and tucked the blanket around her. Then he turned and nodded to Qin Feng. Director, thank you. Qin Feng didn't reply. He turned and walked away. At the ward door he paused, not out of hesitation, but because he thought of someone else. Lin Shu. That artistic youth driven mad by love, the man Shen Meihua had manipulated in the past life, the love-struck fool willing to accept another man's child. Now that Shen Meihua was marrying Zhao Yu, what would he do? Would he go mad? Would he cause a scene? What other storms might Shen Meihua stir up among these men? Qin Feng only needed to watch the show unfold. A faint smile curved at the corner of his mouth as he strode out of the hospital. The spring breeze blew through the corridor window, carrying the scent of disinfectant and distant murmurs. Shen Meihua, in this life, you shall spend your days in regret, anguish, and despair. Unable to live well, yet unable to die. This is what you deserve. Qin Feng mounted his bicycle. Just as he exited the hospital gates, he saw a man standing beneath a sycamore tree by the roadside. Lin Shu. He wore a faded blue Sun Yat-sen suit and black-rimmed glasses, clutching a book in his hand. How long he had stood there was anyone's guess, but his face was paler than the hospital walls. Director Qin, he spoke, his voice hoarse. Qin Feng stopped his bike. You know everything. Lin Shu nodded. He had followed Shen Meihua there. He was behind her when she went to the hospital, and he stood outside the door listening when Zhao Yu said, the child is mine. He hid at the stairwell corner when the working group arrived. He saw clearly when Shen Meihua clung to Qin Feng's pant leg, begging for help. He had seen it all, heard it all. She said the child was Zhou Degui's posthumous offspring, and I believed her. Lin Shu said, his voice flat as stagnant water. She said she had seen me in her dreams, and I believed her. She asked me to write love letters to Lu Xiaoman in Shungang's name, and I believed her too. She said I was the most important person to her, and I believed her. He lifted his head and met Qin Feng's eyes. Those eyes held no tears, only a hollow ash and emptiness. Director Qin, every single word she said, I believed it all. Qin Feng fell silent. But from beginning to end, not a single word was true. Lin Shu let out a laugh, ugly. The child is Zhao, yes. She and Zhao Yu. On the very day Zhou Degui died. She deceived me. Deceived everyone. He raised the book in his hand. It was a poetry collection handwritten by himself with Meihua inscribed on the title page. He handed the book to Qin Feng. Director Qin, this poetry collection bore witness to our love. How could she marry another man instead of me? Why didn't she choose me? Why? Qin Feng took the collection, weighing it in his hand. It was thin, perhaps 30 pages, handwritten with neat script. Lin Shu. Qin Feng began, intending to tell him to forget this young widow. Someone else taking her off his hands was for the best. He could still marry a virtuous maiden. Why cling to this widow? He'll wait until she's stabilized from the pregnancy to ask more clearly. She's too emotional now, though agitating her could harm the fetus. Lin Shu adjusted his glasses. The poems she recited, they were indeed mine. Without love, she couldn't have He turned and walked away. After a few steps he stopped and looked back. Director Qin, please tell Zhao Yu though she has done many wrong things, she wasn't born this way. She just wanted a better life. I will strive to give her what she desires. With that he left. His tall, slender figure vanished into the shadow of the sycamore trees like a faded painting. Qin Feng stood there watching him go, then looked down at the poetry collection in his hand. He opened the first page. On the title page were 2 lines: I owe you a tear in this life, in the next return me half a lifetime of fate. Shen Meihua had recited this poem to him. She had used it to prove she had seen him in her dreams. But now the poem was real while the person was false. Qin Feng closed the collection and tucked it into his pocket. This woman had caused no end of harm. As for what would unfold next in this life, Shen Meihua would marry Zhao Yu and Lin Shu would come to fight for her after some time. Shen Gang was restrained by the confession. Zhao Chunhua and the other 3 had night school and their futures. Lin Xiu had a job. The 2 children were growing up well. Song Qiaoer managed the household with perfect order. Family matters were handled smoothly. He would focus on work and catching spies. In his past life, the spies had been connected to Shen Meihua, and he had always cleaned up her messes, secretly protecting her. In this life, would the spies who contacted Shen Meihua surface again? He remembered earning several great merits in his past life by rooting out many spies. Retracing that path now would only be smoother, and his achievements would be even greater. Qin Feng mounted his bicycle and rode home through the spring breeze. As he passed the main gate of the residential compound, he saw Song Qiaoer waiting for him, holding a steaming bowl of egg noodles. Director Qin, you're back. The noodles are getting cold. Qin Feng dismounted, took the bowl, and took a bite. Hot, savory with the fragrance of eggs and the weedy aroma of noodles. It tasted exactly like the bowl of noodles he had made for Zhao Chunhua that night. But though the flavor was the same, everything had changed. Qin Feng finished the noodles and handed the bowl back to Song Qiaoer. Qiaoer had a meat dish tonight. Xiaohai scored 90 on his exam. He deserves a reward. Got it. Braised pork belly. Yes, braised pork belly. Qin Feng pushed open the courtyard gate and stepped inside. Qin Hai was sitting in the yard polishing his bicycle, which he did every day even more diligently than Qin Feng himself. Qin Yin was lying on the steps doing homework, chewing on a pencil. When she saw Qin Feng return, she jumped up. Dad, I aced 20 Russian words in dictation today. Good. Braised pork belly tonight. Yeah. Qin Hai looked up at Qin Feng, said nothing, but a slight smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Qin Feng sat down on the steps, gazing at the old locust tree in the yard. It had sprouted new leaves, tender green, swaying gently in the spring breeze. Life moved forward, and one by one the debts were being repaid. Lin Xiu's divorce proceedings were concluded far more swiftly than anyone had anticipated. In that era, divorce was a monumental affair. The neighborhood committee mediated 3 times, Zhao Guifan wailed, and Qin twice, and when Shen Gang took half a day off from the warehouse to sign the papers, his hands trembled so violently he could barely write his own name. But Lin Xiu was resolute. If you want divorce, then make Lu Xiaoman abort the child and get lost. Shen Gang could not bring himself to utter those words. Lu Xiaoman's child was his, and he couldn't bear to part with it. Moreover, Lu Xiaoman had said her cousin cadre Lu from the Commerce Bureau could put in a good word with Director Qin to help him transfer back to the allocation division. Shen Gang calculated the gains in his mind. Lin Xiu earned a meager 20 or so yuan a month, while Lu Xiaoman's family could provide a dowry, and after marriage, she could even help support his mother and younger sister. Swapping a wife was like gaining another source of income. A dog that brings red envelopes home. Swap it, swap it. He signed the divorce agreement and pressed his thumbprint. Lin Xiu took the agreement, read it through, folded it neatly, and tucked it into her pocket. From beginning to end, she did not shed a single tear. As she walked out of the neighborhood committee office, she ran straight into Zhao Guifan. The old woman stood at the entrance, her eyes swollen like peaches. Seeing Lin Xiu exit, she opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately only choked out, Xiu. The 3 children. I won't take them for now. Lin Xiu's voice was very calm. Once I've found my footing in the city and can afford to feed them, I'll come back for them. You all alone. I am alone, but I have a job. Zhao Guifan fell silent. Lin Xiu turned and walked away, her back straight, her steps crisp and decisive. Zhao Guifan watched her retreating figure and suddenly felt that this daughter-in-law whom she had bossed around for 10 years seemed to have become a different person. Lin Xiu had no place to stay for the time being. The single-person dormitories in the logistics section were full, so Cadre Lu arranged a temporary arrangement for her to squeeze in with a girl from the countryside named Qian Xiuying. Her dormitory was a double room originally occupied by one person with an empty bed. Qian Xiuying, age 19, the oldest of the 4 girls. Appearance plump and mature with curves in all the right places, swaying as she walked, quite charming. Work unit seamstress in the logistics section of the Commerce Bureau, partnering with Lin Xiu. Address logistics section dormitory, sharing a double room with Lin Xiu. Family background from a minor landlord family, a poor class background. Becoming a worker to change her class status was a godsend. Her family was still in dire straits, constantly subjected to public criticism, so she had no right to be willful. Others saw her as a young girl and underestimated her. But her personality was the calmest, the most opinionated, the most mature. She was the strategist among the 4. Special experience planned the drugging incident, first to propose the competitive selection plan, who bowed 90 degrees to Qin Feng, was the most eager to marry into the Qin family. Attending night school already enrolled, it was the Commerce Bureau's night school. This girl is highlighted because it will later be discovered she is pregnant with Qin Feng's child, concealed it, and is quite scheming. To save her own family and cling to Qin Feng as a lifeline, she would dare anything. Currently living with Lin Xiao, they look after each other and have a close relationship. It's the kind of bond others can't understand. Why is she so good to Lin Xiao? In those days, divorced women were looked down upon, but Qian Xiaoying was different from everyone else. She was practically overjoyed to welcome Sister Lin to live with her. Sister Lin Xiao, come live with me. I'm dying to have a companion. She was delighted when she heard the news. Living alone in the dormitory was lonely and desolate at night, and she had worries constantly caressing her belly. But for an unmarried girl, there were many things she dared not ask others of. Lin Xiao was a breakthrough. Lin Xiao was an honest and kind-hearted woman. Some things might be okay to ask, Qian Xiaoying thought nervously. Once while working together, she had inadvertently asked Sister Lin Xiao how to get pregnant faster, what women usually did. Lin Xiao thought it was just casual chat during a break and didn't think much of it. She simply shared a little secret she had heard from other women with the girl. It was about lifting and holding your legs up for a longer time after the act to increase the chances of conception. That night, the other girls were too shy and quickly got dressed. Only she endured the discomfort and shame. She did exactly as Sister Lin had taught and prolonged the time as much as possible. Now the two were living together. Having a good helper in the future made her feel more secure. The dormitory was small, just 2 rooms, an outer room with 2 beds and a table, and an inner room that was a tiny kitchen barely big enough for one person to turn around. The communal toilet was at the end of the corridor, shared by 5 households. The conditions were far worse than at the Shen family home. But on her first day living there, Lin Xiao's smile was brighter than it had been in the past 10 years combined. Xiaoying, look. She sat on her own bed, patting the mattress. This is my own bed. I bought this mattress with money I earned myself. No one can take it away. Qian Xiaoying watched her smile and smiled along with her. But as she smiled, her eyes reddened. She thought of her own elder sister who had been married off to an old bachelor in the countryside. Because that family were 3 generations of poor peasants, they saw her sister was beautiful and just took her by force. The whole family slept on one kong, and she had never slept in a bed that was her own. The city was so wonderful with central heating too. It smelled of freedom. Sister Lin Xiao, if anything comes up, just tell me. We'll look out for each other. Okay. 2 women. One beaten by her husband for 10 years, the other nearly starved to death in the countryside. Now they were squeezed into a 6-square-meter dormitory, each with their own bed, a job, and a tomorrow. At that moment, they were richer than those living in their own separate courtyards. That night, Lin Xiao lay on her new bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She kept thinking about her children, missing them terribly. Dani was 7 years old, Hua was 5, and Sanya was 3. All 3 children were left at the Shen family home, living with Zhao Guifan. Although Zhao Guifan was biased, she did dote on the children, how at least they wouldn't starve. But not starving and raising them well were 2 different things. Lin Xiao calculated her income. As a seamstress in the logistics section paid by the piece, she could earn 20 to 25 yuan a month. After deducting food expenses and the dormitory fee 50 cents a month, she could save 18 to 20 yuan. If she gave 10 yuan to Zhao Guifan as child support, she would have 8 to 10 yuan left for herself. How long would it take to save enough to buy a house? The housing prices in 1960 were almost a joke. There were no commercial houses in this era. Housing was allocated by work units. But private deals did exist. Someone in the family compound might transfer an old house, a Oniendahao from adobe house with a small yard, for about 150 to 200 yuan. If she wanted a brick and tile house near the Commerce Bureau, it would cost 300 yuan or more. 300 yuan. At her saving rate of 10 yuan a month, it would take her 2.5 years. That was too long. But at least there was a glimmer of hope. In this era, many families relied on a single breadwinner, one job, supporting the entire household. Permanent jobs were extremely scarce. Having her own job was already a stroke of luck. She was grateful to Director Qin. In her heart, she prayed to Buddha and the heavens, begging them to bless Director Qin's family with happiness and well-being. Director Qin was her great benefactor. Lin Xiao closed her eyes and silently calculated, so 2 more pieces of clothing during the day, study at night school, to get an education, pass the exams for a technical grade, and her salary could increase. 2.5 years. If she gritted her teeth, she could endure it. By then she would be able to bring her 3 children out. She turned over and saw Qian Xiaoying on the opposite bed, already fast asleep, lying quietly with her braid draped over the pillow, the corners of her mouth slightly curved, as if she were having a sweet dream. Lin Xiao suddenly felt that this 6-square-meter dormitory was much warmer than the Tuondahao from adobe house of the Shen family. Shen Meihua's married life could be summed up in 3 words: utterly unbearable. To cover up a scandal and appease the work team, the wedding was simple with no guests invited. They simply went to get the marriage certificate, and that was it. Zhao Yes dormitory was behind the fleet compound, a 12-square-meter single-story room with gray brick walls, a concrete floor, and windows pasted over with newspaper. There was no yard, no kitchen, no bathroom. It didn't even have a proper door, just 2 wooden planks that creaked loudly. When Shen Meihua moved in on the first day, she stood at the doorway for 3 seconds, her legs refusing to carry her inside. At the Shen family home, she at least had 2.5 adobe rooms, a yard to hang laundry, and a kitchen to cook. Zhao Ye's dormitory had a single bed. He had temporarily added a wooden plank to turn it into a double bed, but there was a gap in the middle, so turning over at night would pinch her waist. There was a table that Zhao Yu had nailed together himself with 3 stable legs and 1 wobbly one. There was a chair missing half its backrest, and a wardrobe that was actually 2 wooden boxes stacked on top of each other. In the corner sat a kerosene stove for cooking. There was no stovetop, no chimney. Frying a dish filled the entire room with smoke, stinging her eyes and making tears stream down her face. What broke Shen Meihua the most was having to empty the chamber pot. The dormitory building had no indoor toilet. There was a public toilet at the end of the hallway, but it was only for daytime use. At night, they used a chamber pot, a wooden bucket with a lid placed at the foot of the bed. The first time Shen Meihua used it, she nearly vomited. When had she ever suffered like this in her past life? In her previous life, Qin Feng had delivered coal-fixed pipes and unclogged toilets for her family. She never had to lift a finger. And Zhao Yu, the first thing Zhao Yu did every morning was carry the chamber pot to the waste disposal chute at the end of the hallway. But after he emptied it, he didn't wash it. Zhao Yu, can't you at least wash the chamber pot? I did wash it. I rinsed it after I emptied it. Rinsing it counts as washing. Smell it. The stench. He'll rinse it a couple more times tomorrow. Shen Meihua sat on the bed, hugging her knees, staring at this dilapidated room, wanting to cry. But she dared not cry. The confession letter was still in Qin Feng's hands, and the work team's sword still hung over her head. If she made too much trouble, and Zhao Yu abandoned her, Qin Feng and the work team would certainly deal with her. Endure. She had no choice but to endure. But some things were beyond endurance, like cooking. 3 families shared a kerosene stove spot in the hallway. Actually, just a broken table in the corner of the corridor where they took turns cooking. When Shen Meihua was cooking, Sister Zhang from next door was also in the hallway picking vegetables. Sister Zhang was the wife of the fleet dispatcher, over 40, with a mouth as chatty as a sewing machine, chattering endlessly. Oh, Shen Meihua, frying eggs today. You sure know how to treat yourself. I heard you used to work in the textile mill. A weaver. Pretty good pay, wasn't it? Why did you take unpaid leave? Oh, I see you're pregnant. Tisk, you're living the good life now. Zhao Yu is such a reliable man, treats you so well. Sister Zhang, your vegetables are burning. Oh no, my vegetables. Shen Meihua took advantage of Sister Zhang's rush to save her meal and quickly carried her own fried eggs back into the room. But the gossip in the hallway seeped in like smoke, impossible to block. Is that her? Zhou Degwa's widow. Widow. The child is the truck driver's. The very day her husband died. Tisk, you'd never guess. She looks so gentle and refined. What's the use of being pretty? Her character is flawed. Zhao Yu must be blind to marry a woman like that. A man with a steady job as a truck driver is quite the catch these days, and he's still young and handsome. How did he end up trapped by a widow? What a loss, what a terrible loss. With his looks and stable job, he could have married any young unmarried girl he wanted. Let's go. Marrying a widow. They were rolling around together before they even got married, and now she's got a bun in the oven. Tisk, there's more to the story. Shen Meihua sat in her room, listening to the whispers in the hallway, her nails digging into her palms. In her past life, she lived in a private, separate courtyard in the family compound that Qin Feng had secured for her. In this life, she was stuck in a dilapidated dormitory at the end of the fleet corridor with people stabbing her in the back. How was she supposed to live this life? Zhao Yu left for work at 5 every morning and didn't return until 7 or 8 in the evening. He always came back drenched in sweat and reeking of diesel, his hands covered in grease and his fingernails caked with black grime. Shen Meihua felt so disgusted she wanted to cover her nose. This man was too filthy, the stench on him too strong. It was truly nauseating. How was she going to endure this life? The first thing he did when he entered was to see what Shen Meihua was doing. Cooking, reading, or just staring into space. Meihua, how was your day? Feeling uncomfortable. It's okay. I brought you 2 apples. Old Wang from the fleet gave them to me. Just put them there. Zhao Yu placed the apples on the table, then went to empty the chamber pot, fetch water, and wipe down the table. He never stopped moving or talking. Tomorrow I want to ask the captain for a short distance route, so I can come back earlier and cook for you. No need. Shen Meihua said coldly. I can cook for myself. She just wanted this man to leave the house quickly to give her a space where she could breathe. Zhao Yu opened his mouth as if to say something, then swallowed his words. They were newlyweds, weren't they supposed to be affectionate? But this woman was not as warm as she had been before. Could it be mood swings from pregnancy? He now knew that Shen Meihua looked down on him. Her initial passion was just a lure to trap him, to use him to take revenge on someone. But he didn't care. She was his wife, and she carried his child in her belly. It was only right that he be good to her. Zhao Yu had been used by Shen Meihua for a lifetime in his past life, and in this life, he was still willing to be. He was actually a very good man. In this era, he had skills, was willing to work hard-handed over his entire salary, and took the initiative to do everything for his wife. He was a model husband, but some people just didn't appreciate it. Some things were different from the past life. The only difference was that in this life, he knew the child was his. Shen Meihua's various circumstances were being observed by someone. It wasn't Zhao Yu, nor the neighbors, nor the spies arranged by Qin Feng. Someone was fishing for information. An old man who fixed bicycles at the entrance of the fleet compound. Old Lu was in his 40s of medium build with a square face, wearing patched blue work clothes, his hands stained with oil, and his nails as black as Zhao Yes. He had set up a bicycle repair stall at the compound gate, charging 2 cents per repair. Business was neither good nor bad. No one gave him a second glance. But his eyes were sharper than anyone's. Old Lu wasn't a bicycle repairman. Old Lu was from the other side. His real name was Lu Guodong, codename the Fisherman, an enemy intelligence agent who had been operating undercover on the mainland for 6 years. His mission wasn't sabotage, but to recruit assets, people who were dissatisfied with the current situation, easy to sway, and had some value. Shen Meihua perfectly fit all the criteria. First, she was deeply dissatisfied with her reality. The fall from a private courtyard in the family compound to a dilapidated fleet dormitory, from the Quasa wife of a department head to the wife of a truck driver, was a tremendous fall, and she was seething with resentment. Second, she had a talent for seducing men. This woman loved pleasure, loved luxury, and even more loved to attract attention. She had never been without a man by her side. This skill, known in espionage as social penetration ability, was the most scarce. Third, she could attract Qin Feng's special attention. Qin Feng was the head of the allocation division of the Commerce Bureau, holding the power to distribute all materials in the district. In those days, materials meant life itself. The natural disasters were severe. Many places suffered from severe grain shortages, where a single mouthful of grain could mean the difference between life and death. If the Commerce Bureau's vast stockpile of supplies could be eliminated, it would surely incite a riot, and then wouldn't there be an opportunity to stir up trouble? Returning to work wasn't an option either. Old Lu mused. If he could get close to Qin Feng, through Shen Meihua, the value would be immense. At this thought, the corner of old Liu's mouth curled slightly. This big fish was worth the effort. He began to approach Shen Meihua. The method was simple, starting with small favors. The first time, Shen Meihua was cooking in the hallway when her kerosene stove went out, and she couldn't relight it. Old Lu happened to pass by, helped her fix the stove, and even gave her a box of matches. Comrade, this kerosene stove needs a new wick. I have an old one, I'll bring it to you another day. Thank you, Uncle Lu. The second time, Shen Meihua went to the grain station to buy food. After queuing for a long time, it was her turn, but the fine grain was sold out. Old Lu happened to be nearby, said he knew someone at the station, and helped her get 5 gene of fine grain. Little sister, you need to eat well while pregnant. You can't skimp. Uncle Lu, thank you. How much? It's just a few gene of grain, and don't worry about the money. The third time, old Lu casually mentioned he had a relative in the south who could send some rare items: sugar, milk powder, malted milk. Some things in the city were impossible to buy even with ration coupons. This was 1960. Little sister, if you need any, I can get some for you. No charge. We're neighbors, and we should look out for each other. Shen Meihua hesitated. Her instincts warned her against a windfall, mainly because the old man was rather unattractive. But old Lu looked too ordinary, the kind who would disappear in a crowd. A middle-aged man who repaired bicycles, showing her kindness for no reason. Could he be trying to take advantage of her? Shen Meihua touched her face. She looked in the mirror again, and her confidence surged. Besides, she desperately needed the sugar and milk powder. Zhao Ye's monthly salary was only 41 yuan. After deducting food expenses and the child support she sent to Zhao Guifan, there was hardly anything left. Pregnant, she couldn't even afford decent food. What old Lu offered was a godsend. Then thank you, Brother Lu. The address had already changed from uncle to brother. Having lived so long in her past life, calling this old man brother came naturally, without any sense of dissonance. It even carried a hint of intimacy. Back in the day, she had been the leader of the square dancing elderly women. Don't mention it. Old Lu waved his hand with a smile, a barely perceptible glint flashing in his eyes. The fish had taken the bait. Lin Shu arrived. Earlier than Qin Feng had anticipated, more sudden than Shen Meihua had expected. It was evening, and Zhao Yu hadn't returned from his trip. Shen Meihua sat alone in the dormitory, sewing a sole by the light of a kerosene lamp. She didn't even have a desk lamp. The kerosene lamp was borrowed by Zhao Yu from the transport team. Dong, dong, dong. A knock at the door. Shen Meihua thought it was a neighbor and casually called out, "Who is it?" Shen Meihua's hand trembled, and the needle pricked her fingertip. The pain made her hiss, and a bead of blood welled up. She recognized the voice. Lin Shu. She put down the sole and went to open the door. Outside stood Lin Shu, tall and thin, with black-rimmed glasses, wearing a faded blue cotton tunic, carrying a cloth bag. Lin Shu. Why are you here? I came to see you. Lin Shu's voice was very soft, his eyes bright behind his lenses. Meihua, I have something to tell you. Shen Meihua instinctively glanced down both ends of the hallway. No one was there. She pulled Lin Shu inside and closed the door. Are you crazy? If Zhao Yu isn't here. I know he's on a long-haul trip today and won't be back until 9 tonight. Lin Shu walked to the table, opened the cloth bag, revealing a package of peach crisps, 2 cans of malted milk, and a jar of face cream. These are for you, Meihua. You've lost weight. It breaks my heart. Shen Meihua looked at the items. Her nose stinging. Peach crisps and malted milk were rarer than gold in these times. Lin Shu's monthly salary was only 37 yuan. These things must have cost him half a month's wages. In her past life, Qin Feng had given her so much that she grew tired of them. Lin Shu, you. Meihua, listen to me. Lin Shu turned and looked straight into her eyes. I know you don't love Zhao. You were forced to marry him. The child is his, but your heart may not be. Shen Meihua's lips moved, but she said, that day at the hospital, when you said, I do, I saw your eyes. You were unwilling. You were unwilling to marry a rough truck driver. You deserve a better, more cultured man. Shen Meihua's tears fell. Not feigned, but genuine. She was sick of this shabby room, this kerosene lamp, these patched curtains, this hallway, without a toilet. Lin Shu, what can I do? The child is Zhao. Yes, the confession is in Qin Feng's hands. The work team is watching me. I can't escape. You can escape. Lin Shu lowered his voice, his eyes burning. Meihua, come with me. Shen Meihua was stunned. Let's leave this place together. Lin Shu was a little excited. I've asked around. There's a port in the south where you can take a boat to Hong Kong. Once in Hong Kong, it's a different world. There are abundant supplies and plenty of jobs. It's an ideal paradise. No grain coupons, no cloth coupons, no confession, no work team. You, me, and the child. We can start anew. Go to Hong Kong. Shen Meihua's heart raced. Hong Kong. A place she had only ever seen in movies in her past life. A world of dazzling lights, bustling streets, women in cheongsams and men in cars. A land of millionaires and opulence. But sneaking out is illegal and dangerous, right? I know, but I've already contacted someone. There are people who can help us. Meihua, trust me. With my talent, I can give you a good life. Lin Shu took Shen Meihua's hand. His hand was warm, completely different from Zhao Ye's rough, grease-stained hands. An intellectual's hands, long, fair, and warm. Shen Meihua held his hand, her mind in turmoil. Eloping. Going to Hong Kong to start over. But sneaking across the border was a serious crime. If caught, she'd go to jail. She was pregnant. Would the escape involve going by water? She couldn't swim. Meihua, don't be afraid. Lin Shu's voice was gentle but firm. I won't let anything happen to you. I've already made arrangements. What he didn't know was that the person he had arranged was Old Lu. Old Lu wasn't a kind soul helping people sneak away, he was a spy. His help for Lin Shu and Shen Meihua to escape to Hong Kong wasn't out of kindness. It was a trap. A trap using Lin Shu as a pawn, Shen Meihua as bait, and Qin Feng as the target. Old Lu had already reported Lin Shu's situation to his superiors. Found an art clerk at the cultural center. He has a romantic entanglement with the target Shen Meihua and harbors resentment towards the system. He can be developed as an asset. The reply from above came quickly. Develop him. Use his relationship with Shen Meihua to gather intelligence. After successful recruitment, use him to his full potential. He's expendable. Lin Shu thought he had found a path to freedom. In reality, he was walking down a road of no return. Yet Shen Meihua fantasized about living a good life here. She was still somewhat afraid of unfamiliar places. Would the men of today fancy someone like her? Locally, she had an informational advantage. She knew the preferences of the men here inside out. But in a strange place, unable to speak Cantonese, communication would be difficult, and she couldn't showcase her feminine charm. Yet the prosperity of Xiangjiang beckoned to Shen Meihua, leaving her deeply conflicted. Under Lin Shu's tender assault, Shen Meihua's heart began to waver. Qin Feng learned of this the next day. Cadre Lu reported, Director, there's a situation with Shen Meihua. Lin Shu has visited her twice, and each time, he went when Zhao Yu was out driving. Qin Feng frowned, and what did they discuss? Couldn't hear clearly. Lin Shu brought gifts each time. Peach crisps, malted milk. The second time he stayed over an hour. When he left, Shen Meihua saw him off at the corridor entrance. Qin Feng was silent for a few seconds. That woman was incorrigible, cuckolding her husband again. Truly licentious. A fickle and wanton woman. And Cadre Lu hesitated. Director, Old Lu, the bicycle repairman at the fleet entrance, has been getting close to Shen Meihua lately. He's given her white sugar milk powder and even fixed her kerosene stove. Old Lu. Qin Feng tapped his fingers on the desk. Have you checked him out? Yes. His registered residence is in Sangzhou, Hebei. He moved here 3 years ago and has been repairing bicycles at the fleet entrance for 2 years. No workplace, no family ties, a loner. No workplace, no family ties, a loner. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. These 3 traits in the year 1960 overlapped with the habits of spies. He closed his eyes, sifting through the memories of his past life. Old Lu Guodong, codenamed the Fisherman. In his previous life, this man was caught in 1972. He had been dormant for years, developed 17 underlings, and passed 30-odd pieces of intelligence. When they caught him, they traced him through Shen Meihua. In his past life, while cleaning up Shen Meihua's messes, Qin Feng had inadvertently discovered Old Liu's contact with her. Back then, Shen Meihua didn't know Old Lu was a spy. She just saw him as a helpful neighbor. When chatting with Old Lu, she had inadvertently revealed a lot of information. Who had money, who had overseas connections which cadres had leverage. Old Lu compiled this and created targeted plans. He sent people to break those individuals' psychological defenses, stirring up no small amount of trouble. In his past life, when Qin Feng discovered this, he didn't act immediately, fearing it would implicate Shen Meihua. So he cleaned up behind the scenes, helping Shen Meihua while using her contact with Old Lu to track the spy network. In the end, he wiped out the entire den in one fell swoop. But that was a past life. In that life, he didn't discover Old Lu until 1970, a full 10 years later. In this life in 1960, Old Lu had just surfaced, and he was already on him. He could plan ahead. Qin Feng opened his eyes, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Shen Meihua. In his past life, she was his Achilles heel. In this life, she was bait within his control. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Connect me to the Provincial Security Department. On the other end was an old comrade named Zhou, the head of the Provincial Security Department. Qin Feng had dealt with him a few times in his past life and knew he was a seasoned hand. Comrade Zhou, this is Qin Feng from the Commercial Bureau's Planned Allocation Office. Oh, Director Qin, what's the matter? I've come across a lead that might be related to enemy agents. Qin Feng recounted old Liu's situation, a bicycle repairman, no legitimate job, actively approaching Shen Meihua, offering small favors. Also this Shen Meihua. Qin Feng chose his words carefully. She's a female comrade with a complicated history in romantic relationships. Her ex-husband was a transport team worker who died in the line of duty. She herself is on unpaid leave and recently married a truck driver. There's a cultural center cadre pursuing her. His name is Lin Shu. He's a man blindly chasing love with a biased and unstable temperament, dissatisfied with the system. He might have already caught old Liu's eye. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end. Director Qin, thank you for providing. Haha, it's within my duties. I came across it, so I naturally had to report. Qin Feng said, Shen Meihua's ex-husband died in the line of duty. As the director of the Commercial Bureau, I have a responsibility to look after the family of the deceased. I noticed the anomaly during this process. Comrade Zhou's voice grew serious. This old Liu you mentioned. We have leads on him too. At the end of last year, a batch of supplies infiltrated our jurisdiction from the south. The trail went cold halfway. We suspected someone local was receiving it, but couldn't find the person. This bicycle repairman you describe matches the profile. Then I suggest, let's not alert the enemy. Comrade Zhou said, you keep monitoring Shen Meihua. If old Liu is really trying to recruit her, he'll gradually increase. We'll wait for him to expose the spy station himself to see how many of their superiors and underlings there are. Catch the big fish, let the small fry go. Exactly. Catch the big fish, let the small fry go. Besiege the point to lure reinforcements. Draw out old Liu's underlings one by one and leave none behind. Qin Feng hung up the phone, leaned back in his chair, a slight smile on his lips. Besiege the point to lure reinforcements. Shen Meihua was that point. Old Liu was the first reinforcement. More would come. Old Liu's superiors, his underlings, the couriers from his contact stations. Lure them out one by one, wipe them out one by one. And he, Qin Feng, only needed to sit in his office and watch Shen Meihua, this woman who thought she was a reborn protagonist, be used as a pawn by others while he used her as bait. Unexpectedly, this woman had some use after all. What was this called? This was called making the best of a bad job. Old Liu's efforts to win over Shen Meihua were faster and more aggressive than Qin Feng had anticipated. The first contact was giving small favors, sugar milk powder matches. The second contact was heart-to-heart talk, where old Liu casually mentioned having relatives in the south who could get rare goods. Comrade, a beautiful person like you. You're a naturally blessed beauty. You shouldn't be living such a hard life. Shen Meihua sighed, what can I do? I have bad luck. Luck can be changed. Old Liu said, I know some people who can help you. On the third contact, old Liu began tentatively asking questions. Great beauty, you used to work at the textile mill, right? You must have been the belle of the mill. Many people must have wanted to get to know you. Has the textile mill recently gotten a batch of new equipment? I think so. I'm not sure. I'm on unpaid leave. Your ex-husband was on the transport team. They drive long distances often, right? Which route? The southern route. Are there any military depots on the southern route? I have a relative who wants to inquire about something. Shen Meihua didn't become wary. Why wasn't she wary? Because she thought this information wasn't a big deal. In her past life, she had lived for over 30 years after this. She knew that in 30 years domestic and foreign relations would be harmonious and foreign investment would be welcomed. What was the location of a military warehouse? In the future, a satellite map search would reveal them all. She even felt that old Liu's inquiries, asking for a warehouse location to help a relative or the equipment situation at the textile factory, were trivial matters. It was just a small favor after all. Besides, old Liu gave her things. White sugar milk, powder, malted milk. Zhao couldn't afford them. Qin Feng wouldn't give them to her, only old Liu did. Gifts make one compliant, and favors make one soft. Shen Meihua accepted the items and found it hard to refuse answering questions. Moreover, old Liu's questioning was clever. Not a direct, where are the troops, but rather, my relative wants to start a business ID, like to understand the situation south of the city. Unknowingly, Shen Meihua provided a wealth of useful information. Some of it she knew from her past life. Being around many men meant knowing much. For instance, there was a military warehouse in the south with a transport team delivering supplies twice a month. The textile factory had replaced some equipment last year brought in from Shanghai. The Commerce Bureau was recently auditing a batch of material allocations, with Qin Feng personally overseeing it. To Shen Meihua, these were all trivial details. But in old Liu's hands, every piece of information was intelligence. He compiled it into encrypted reports and transmitted them back across the border through covert channels. The other side received it with great joy. After verification, all the information Shen Meihua provided was accurate. With such precision, their sabotage plans could be implemented quickly. How did a textile factory worker on unpaid leave know so much? Because the people around her, her ex-husband was in the transport team knowing logistics routes, her current husband was in the fleet knowing the transport network. Her former love interest was a department head at the Commerce Bureau knowing material allocations. Another love interest was at the cultural center knowing cultural system dynamics. This woman's social network was itself an intelligence web. The enemy intelligence agency gave Shen Meihua a code name Peony. Peony, the king of flowers, dazzling and tempting, everyone wanting to pluck it, but unaware of the venomous snake hidden beneath the petals. Old Lu received an order: focus on developing Peony. Use her social network to gather more intelligence. Also attempt to contact the target Qin Feng through Peony. Old Lu smiled. The fish had not only taken the bait, but was swimming into the net on its own. Qin Feng's strategy of using Shen Meihua as bait yielded results within a month. After Old Lu sent out his first batch of intelligence, the other side dispatched a courier to support him and relay further orders. This courier, using the alias Xiao Chun, disguised himself as a peddler wandering the streets. He loitered near the fleet compound with his carrying pole. Qin Feng's men had already set their sights on Xiao Chun. Director Xiao Chun spent 2 hours at the fleet compound gate today, met with Old Lu once, then went to the train station. Tell him find out where he lives and who he contacts. 3 days later, Xiao Chun's address, meeting patterns, and communication methods were all uncovered. Comrade Zhou's team took over. On a dark, windy night, Xiao Chun and over a dozen of his accomplices simply vanished. No one knew where he went. After waiting half a month without news from Xiao Chun, Old Lu grew anxious. He reported to his superiors, courier lost contact, request a replacement. The other side sent another man. As soon as he arrived, Qin Feng's men were on his trail. Besiege the enemy and strike at the reinforcements. Watch every arrival and close the net when the time was ripe. Sitting in his office, Qin Feng looked at the growing pile of intelligence summaries, his mood improving by the day. In his past life, it took him 10 years to uncover this network and another 2 to dismantle it entirely. In this life, he had hooked 2 fish in a single month, a far greater efficiency. All thanks to Shen Meihua. This woman was somewhat useful. She knew nothing, thinking she was taking advantage of Old Lu. Accepting a bit of sugar and milk powder, doing a small favor, she had no idea she was already a loach on the hook, luring fish of all sizes to the angler. Old Lu frequently exploited Shen Meihua's social skills to pass on intelligence. One by one, the spies were marked by Qin Feng. Qin Feng locked the intelligence summaries in the safe and picked up the phone. Secretary Lu, any recent developments with Shen Meihua? Reporting director. Lin Shu visited her twice again. The second time he stayed over 2 hours, and Zhao Yu returned early from his shift and caught them. Qin Feng's fingers paused. Caught them. A fight broke out. The day Zhao Yu fought Lin Shu was a Saturday. Zhao Yu was originally on a long-haul run, expected back at 9 in the evening. But the truck broke down halfway, a leaking radiator. After an hour of futile repairs, he hitched a ride back early. When he pushed open the dormitory door, he saw Lin Shu sitting on his bed, holding Shen Meihua's hand. The two were face to face, very close. Lin Shu was speaking, and Shen Meihua lowered her head, her face flushed. Zhao Yu's mind exploded with a roar. Who the hell are you? Lin Shu was startled, letting go of Shen Meihua's hand and standing up. Shen Meihua's face turned deathly pale. Zhao Yu charged over in 3 strides, grabbing Lin Shu by the collar. What the fuck do you think you're doing? Lin Shu stumbled back from the grip, his glasses askew. He didn't fight back. He was a scholar, not a brawler. Comrade Zhao Yu, please calm down. Calm down, my ass. Zhao Yu's fist slammed into Lin Shu's face with a thud. Lin Shu's glasses flew off and blood gushed from his nose. Lin Shu covered his nose and retreated to the corner. Zhao Yu pressed on relentlessly. Zhao Yu. Shen Meihua shrieked, lunging to pull his arm. Don't hit him. Shut up. Zhao Yu roared back, his eyes red as a rabbit's. He comes into my home. Sits on my bed. Holds your hand. And you defend him. You think I'm dead? Lin Shu held his nose as blood seeped through his fingers. He bent down, fumbling for his glasses, finding one with a Comrade Zhao Yu. Lin Shu's voice was muffled and nasal. There is no love between you and Comrade Shen. You are the outsider. Besides, there is nothing improper between her and me. Do not stain us with your filthy thoughts. Improper? You call holding hands proper? We were discussing. Discussing what? Love? Zhao Yu. This time Lin Shu didn't dodge. A scholar couldn't outfight a truck driver, but he refused to retreat. He straightened his chest and met the blows, taking one punch then another. Zhao Yu. Just kill him then. Shen Meihua screamed, then suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching her stomach. Ah, my stomach. Zhao Yu's fist froze midair. Meihua, what's wrong with the baby? Are you trying to drive me and the child to death? Shen Meihua curled up on the floor, her face ashen, cold sweat beading on her forehead. You hit him. You just hit. I'm too stressed. The baby might not make it. Zhao Yu panicked. He looked at Shen Meihua on the ground, then at Lin Shu in the corner. Face bloodied, glasses broken, clothes torn. This pair of adulterers, one bleeding on the floor, the other feigning pain. The woman playing her part wailed heart-wrenchingly. Go! Shen Meihua shouted at Lin Shu. Get out of here, before he hits you again. Lin Shu hesitated for a second, picked up his shattered glasses, and stumbled out the door. Zhao Yu didn't give chase. He crouched down flustered trying to help Shen Meihua up. Meihua, are you okay? Let me take you to the hospital. No need. Shen Meihua pushed his hand away slowly, stood up clutching her stomach, and walked step by step to the bed to sit down. She didn't look at Zhao Yu. From start to finish, she never met his eyes. Zhao Yu stood in the middle of the room, his fists clenched so tight his knuckles cracked, still stained with Lin Shu's blood. He knew he had won the fight, but lost everything. The next day, Shen Meihua returned to her mother's home. I'm not staying with Zhao Yu anymore, she told Zhao Guifan. He hit someone. Zhao Guifan was startled. He hit you. Not me. He hit a friend who came to visit. So crude and barbaric. Just as I thought, a country bumpkin. Claims he was a soldier, but has no culture, no refinement at all. His brute force scared me. I almost had a miscarriage. Zhao Guifan, feeling for her daughter, quickly settled her in the inner room. Shen Gang returned from the warehouse and saw his sister frowning, but said nothing considering she had introduced his new wife. The confession letter held him in check, so he dared not speak out. Shen Meihua's return to her parents' home was not merely because of her quarrel with Zhao Yu. She had come to see Lu Xiaoman's dowry. She sought the chance to stay at her parents' home, giving Zhao Yu the cold shoulder to better control that man. The wedding of Lu Xiaoman and Shen Gang took place faster than Shen Meihua had anticipated. Less than a month after the divorce was finalized, Lu Xiaoman urged Shen Gang to get the marriage certificate. The wedding was modest, as was the custom of the era, but the dowry from Lu Xiaoman's family caused a stir throughout the entire residential compound. The dowry list, a brand new butterfly brand sewing machine with a pedal, a famous Shanghai brand. This sewing machine was worth 120 yuan. In this era, it was rarer than a bicycle. 6 silk-quilted blankets embroidered with peonies on a deep red background, unobtainable even in city department stores, brought from the south by a trusted contact. 2 sets of enamelware wash basins, spittoons, bowls, all the Shi brand from Shanghai, with bright red double happiness patterns gleaming and spotless. 100 jin of fine flour, white flour, not cornmeal. So much white flour enough to feed a family for a month. 20 jin of pork that was impossible to buy even with ration coupons. 8 bottles of spirits, 6 packs of sugar, a tin of malted milk, a box of white rabbit creamy candy. A Shanghai brand wristwatch. It was taken from Lu Xiaoman's father's wrist, used for 3 years, kept accurate time, very reliable. This watch was worth 80 yuan. And also 300 yuan in cash. 300 yuan. Shen Meihua stood in the Shen family's main room watching the dowry items being carried in one by one. Her eyes went wide. A sewing machine she had won in her past life. But in this life, she didn't own a sewing machine. Silk quilted blankets in her past life, she had covered herself with a cotton quilt given by Qin Feng. White flour and pork, she had had her fill of them in her past life, even grown tired of them. But in this life, she craved them, but couldn't have them. A wristwatch in her past life, she wore a Shanghai brand watch given by Qin Feng. But in this life, no one gave her such a valuable watch. 300 yuan in cash. Shen Meihua's heart bled. These things should have been hers. If she had married Qin Feng instead of Zhao Yu, if she had married Qin Feng, what were these things? Qin Feng's monthly salary was 172 yuan and 50 cents. His home had a radio, a sewing machine, a bicycle. He could buy whatever he wanted from the special supply store. But now, she had married a truck driver. Living in a dilapidated dormitory without a toilet, emptying chamber pots, cooking on a kerosene stove, enduring gossip. Yet Lu Xiaoman, that simpleton with a poor mind, had married into the Shen family in style, bringing a sewing machine and 300 yuan in cash. The more Shen Meihua thought, the angrier and more resentful she became. Her greed was written all over her face. Zhao Guifan looked at the dowry, grinning from ear to ear. The new daughter-in-law was capable, wealthy, and carrying the Shen family's child. 10,000 times better than that poor wretch Lin Xiao. Shen Meihua racked her brains at her parents' home to squeeze out benefits. She was picky and bossy towards her new sister-in-law, trying to gain the upper hand and demand favors. Old Lu came again. This time he brought not just sugar and milk powder, but also a wristwatch. It wasn't a Shanghai brand, but a Swiss one. An old watch with a slightly yellow dial, a Swiss plum brand watch, keeping perfect time. Great beauty. This gold watch was brought back from overseas by a relative of mine. It's not worth much, just wear it for fun. Shen Meihua took it, her hand trembling slightly. A Swiss watch. In her past life, she had seen one on Qin Feng's wrist, issued by the organization. Trying to buy a Swiss watch privately. It was a pipe dream. Brother Lu, this. It's too precious. What's precious about it? The help you've given me is worth this price. Shen Meihua put the watch on her wrist. The gold strap gleamed under the kerosene lamp. She raised her wrist to look at it again, and again, the smile on her lips growing wider. Greed once unleashed could never be contained again. Old Lu seized the moment. Great beauty, from now on I'll call you mutant. Only the mutant is truly national beauty, whose bloom moves the capital. My relative wants to inquire about something. Do you know which families in the city have overseas connections? Shen Meihua thought for a moment. Old man Li from the textile mill, his brother, is in Hong Kong. And teacher Zhou from the school, his sister married and went to America. And she poured out every family with overseas connections that she knew of. In her past life, she had lived for over 30 years. The people she had seen, the things she had heard, the connections she knew. It all became old Liu's source of intelligence. Old Lu listened and took notes, overjoyed. The quality of intelligence from mutant was higher than any of the contacts he had ever cultivated. This woman wasn't just providing information, she was using her memory to help them draw a complete subversion map. Which old landlords were planning to flee, which capitalists were discontent, which scholars showed signs of wavering. Shen Meihua knew it all, because in her past life, she had seen the fates of these people. After old Lu transmitted the intelligence, the other side replied, "Mutant is of extremely high value. Upgrade protection immediately, do not expose." Simultaneously accelerate the subversion of Scholar Lin Shu's codename, using their relationship with Mutant to control each other, turning them into mutual weaknesses. With a catalyst, the oxen and horses will work harder, maximizing the benefits. Shen Meihua's codename was Mutant. Lin Shu's codename was Scholar. Two pawns being used who thought they were rushing. Qin Feng looked at the intelligence summary and laughed out loud. "Director, what are you laughing at?" Officer Lu was puzzled. Qin Feng waved his hand. "I just think that Shen Meihua. If you don't elevate her, but push her down, she can be somewhat useful." Officer Lu was even more bewildered. Wasn't Shen Meihua that meddlesome widow? Why had the director been mentioning this woman so often lately? Was he having thoughts again? Was the unattainable always the best? Qin Feng didn't explain. He crossed out names on the summary one by one. Xiaochen handled. Courier B handled. Contact Station A eliminated. 3 names remained uncrossed. Old Lu Angler temporarily retained. Mutant Shen Meihua temporarily retained. Scholar Lin Shu temporarily retained. As long as old Lu was still around, new spies would be lured in. As long as Shen Meihua was still providing intelligence to old Lu, he could follow the vine and eliminate them one by one. Qin Feng locked the intelligence summary in the safe, stood up, and walked to the window. Outside the window, in the courtyard of the Commerce Bureau, several officers were squatting by the flowerbed chatting. The winter jasmine was in full bloom against the wall of brilliant gold. In this life, as he sat in his office sipping tea, Shen Meihua was throwing fish onto the shore for him one after another. This life was damn satisfying. He turned back to his desk and picked up the next document. The second quarter material allocation approval form. As he was approving it, the phone rang. "Director Qin. Comrade Zhou from the provincial department." "Comrade Zhou, what's the situation?" "Someone new has come from old Liu's side. This one is no small fry. He's a section chief from the opposing intelligence department, infiltrating personally. Codename Grey Wolf." Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Grey Wolf. In his past life, this person was only discovered in 1973, a high-level agent with multiple intelligence lines. What is he here for? According to known intelligence, he has 2 objectives. First, to contact you through Mutant, and second, to assess Mutant's intelligence value and decide whether to preemptively poach the sources on the list she provided and cause disruption. "Subvert me," Qin Feng laughed. In his past life, Grey Wolf tried for 3 years to subvert him, but couldn't even get his foot in the door. This life, come on, if you come, you're not leaving. "Comrade Zhou, have you tracked Grey Wolf's movements?" "We have. He arrives the day after tomorrow, taking the southern route. My people are already in place. Everyone he contacts will be documented." "Good. He'll prepare something on my end too. He'll prepare a grand gift for him." Qin Feng hung up the phone, leaned back in his chair, and tapped his fingers on the desk. Grey Wolf wanted to subvert him. Ridiculous. Qin Feng planned to stage a play, a powerful cadre dissatisfied with the status quo, a woman driven to desperation by life's hardships, an honest man willing to act as a bridge. 3 lines, 1 trap. Once Grey Wolf got in, he wouldn't get out. Shen Meihua thought she was taking advantage. Accepting the Swiss watch, drinking malted milk, helping old Lu with small inquiries, she didn't know that every piece of information she provided led to a life being exposed. She didn't know her codename was Mutant. She didn't know she was a loach on a hook, the hook held by old Lu, the line held by Qin Feng only had to reel in the line. The spring breeze outside the window was just right. The winter jasmine bloomed across the wall. Qin Feng picked up his teacup, took a sip, and smacked his lips. Good tea, good trap, good times. Carrots. The deep autumn of 1960 arrived earlier than usual. October was barely half over when the wind turned cold. The last few leaves had fallen from the parasol tree in front of the Commerce Bureau, its bare branches stretching toward the gray sky like the withered fingers of an old man. A slogan was pasted on the tree trunk. Go all out, aim high, and achieve greater, faster, better, and more economical results in building socialism. The slogan had been put up in early autumn, but the paper was half rotted by autumn rain. Only the words greater and faster remained of the phrase greater, faster, better, and more economical, making it look like an urging to hurry up and work. But autumn was not the season for work, it was the season for harvest. At the Statron vegetable stand by the street, a pile of cabbages was stacked, costing 2 cents per caddy, no ration tickets required. Every household queued up to buy cabbages, purchasing 100 caddies at a time, to pickle sundry or cellar store fresh vegetables. 100 caddies of cabbage fed a family of 4 through the entire winter. The old man selling cabbages wore a military green cotton coat with frayed cuffs. As he weighed the cabbages he hawked, "Winter storage cabbages here, 2 cents a caddy, no limit." No limit. Those 3 words in 1960 were brighter than gold. Everything in this era required ration tickets. Grain tickets, cloth tickets, oil tickets, meat tickets, egg tickets, soap tickets, match tickets, coal briquette tickets. Only cabbages were unlimited. So every household's yard, balcony, windowsill, and underbed space was filled with cabbages. Cabbages were the poor man's life-saving food. When there was no grain, a pot of boiled cabbage could sustain a day. When there were no vegetables, cabbage stalks dipped in salt sufficed. When there was no oil, cabbage stewed with vermicelli was a New Year's feast. Before dawn, the city came alive. The first to rise were the cooks in the canteens. Old Wang, the cook at the Commerce Bureau canteen, arrived at 4:30 to light the stove, boil water, and steam cornmeal buns. The buns were made of cornmeal, golden yellow, each weighing 2 taels. They were claimed with coarse grain ration tickets, 1 caddy per person per day. Cadres had a ration of 27 caddies, while heavy laborers had 35. That cadres had lower rations than workers was taken for granted back then. Why should someone sitting in an office eat as much as someone hauling sacks? The second to rise were the workers heading to the early shift. The textile factory's siren sounded at 6, so the female workers living in the family quarters had to leave by 5:30. They rode bicycles, Yongjiu brand, Fiji brand, and a few Hongding brand brought as dowries before marriage. Aluminum lunch boxes hung from the handlebars, filled with cornmeal buns and pickled vegetables. The pickled vegetables were homemade, dried radish cubes mixed with a little chili oil. The chilies were rotten ones picked up from the vegetable market before autumn. Substandard produced discarded by the vegetable stand piled against the wall for anyone to take. People would pick them up, dry them, and grind them into powder, costing not a single cent. That would last the entire winter. Picking up things wasn't shameful. The people of this era had a saying: 3 years new, 3 years old, another 3 years patched and mended. Nothing could be wasted. Everything had to be used to its fullest. Rotten vegetable leaves were picked up to feed chickens. Chicken manure was collected to fertilize the garden. Vegetable roots were cut off and pickled. The pickling brine was saved to use as salt for stir-frying. Every cent was split in 2. Every copper coin was wrung dry. But despite the poverty, people's spirit remained undiminished. Look at those female workers cycling to work. Their faces flushed red from the cold breath misting in the air, lunch boxes hanging from the handlebars, bells jingling. When they met acquaintances, they greeted each other. Going to work? Yeah, going to work. Cold today. What's cold to fear? Once you start working, you'll warm up. Laughter drifted through the morning mist, warmer than the sun. The third to rise were the cadres. The Commerce Bureau started at 8, so everyone had to arrive by 7:30. Qin Feng woke up at 6:30 every day. Song Xiaoer had already prepared breakfast: a bowl of cornmeal gruel, 1 cornmeal bun, and a dish of pickled vegetables. Occasionally, there was an extra egg. Eggs were special supplies, 6 per month, double the ration of ordinary residents. That was the treatment for a department head. Ordinary residents only got 3 eggs a month, and they had to queue for half a day at the supply cooperative with their egg tickets. You couldn't leave the queue. If you stepped away, someone behind would cut in. So everyone brought small stools, sitting in line to crack sunflower seeds, mend shoe soles, or chat idly. Queuing was one of the most important social activities of this era. More important than mass meetings. At meetings, you shouted slogans. In queues, you whispered secrets. Qin Feng finished his gruel and handed the bowl to Song Xiaoer. Song Xiaoer took it to wash, then casually tucked an aluminum lunchbox into his satchel as his midday meal. Today's lunch consisted of 2 cornmeal buns, a lump of pickled radish, and a small dish of stir-fried cabbage. The cabbage was bought by Song Xiaoer at the vegetable stand yesterday. Not the best cabbages. After peeling off the outer old leaves, they cost 2 cents per caddy. Dad. Qin Yin ran out from the inner room, her braids crooked. Help me tie my braids. Tie them yourself. Qin Feng was tying his shoelaces. I can't do it well. Asked Xiaoer. Song Xiaoer hurried over to braid Qin Yan's hair, muttering as she worked. Yin Yin, you need a haircut. It's getting cold. Long hair is hard to wash. No cutting. I want long hair. Long hair wastes soap. Song Xiaoer paused mid-sentence, glanced at Qin Feng's expression, and changed her tune. All right, no cutting. Later, I'll wash it with rice washing water. It'll be soft and fragrant. Washing hair with rice washing water. There was no shampoo in this era. People washed their hair with soap, which was also rationed. A bar of laundry soap was hard and astringent, leaving hair as dry as straw after washing. City women wanting shampoo. They had to go to the department store to buy Seagull brand. 35 cents a tube, too expensive for ordinary families. Rice washing water was the poor man's remedy. Collected in a basin and left to ferment for 2 days, it was used to wash hair, leaving it black and shiny. 10 times better than soap. This method cost nothing, a wisdom passed down from the elders. Qin Hai had already dressed himself. A blue cotton Zhongshan suit, the collar worn white, the cuffs patched in 2 places. This outfit was remade from Qin Feng's old clothes. Song Xiaoer had taken in the waist and shortened the sleeves, making it fit the 11-year-old boy reasonably well. Dad, I need to pay the class fee today, Qin Hai said. What class fee? The teacher said we need to buy chalk. Everyone has to pay 2 cents. Qin Feng fished 2 cents from his pocket and handed them over, a shiny coin. Qin Hai took it carefully, placed it in the innermost pocket of his school bag, and fastened it with a paper clip. What could 2 cents buy in this era? A popsicle, but there were none in winter. 2 boxes of matches. A bus ticket from the family quarters to school 3 stops away. Qin Hai didn't take the bus. He walked. The 2 cents saved were put toward buying pencils. I'm leaving. Qin Hai shouldered his school bag and left with Qin Feng. Qin Hai rode a Fiji Qin Feng, a Yongjiu. The 2 bicycles left the family compound gate one after the other and parted at the alley. Qin Hai heading east to school, Qin Feng north to the Commerce Bureau. Dad. Qin Hai called back. Moi. It's cold today, make sure your scarf is wrapped well. Qin Feng looked down at the gray wool scarf around his neck, issued when he was demobilized from the military, used for 6 years, pilled, but still warm. He smiled and tightened the scarf. This kid was becoming more and more like a little adult. On his way to work on his forever bicycle, the street scenes unfolded before his eyes frame by frame. It was a deep autumn morning, the sky gray and hazy with mist still lingering. The poplar leaves along the road had turned completely yellow. With each gust of wind, they rustled down, carpeting the ground in gold. A street cleaner swept the fallen leaves with a large bamboo broom, swish, 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 in a steady rhythm, as if combing the city's hair. The liveliest spot on the street was the breakfast stall. It wasn't a private one, it was the breakfast window of a state-owned restaurant. A long queue stretched in front of the window. People rubbed their hands, stamped their feet, and puffed white breath into the air. Some clutched enamel mugs, others carried aluminum pots to fetch soy milk for home. A few old men squatted by the wall, coins clutched in their hands, waiting to buy fried dough sticks. On the wall outside the state-owned restaurant was a menu: soy milk, 3 Fen per bowl, fried dough stick, 2 Fen each, baked flatbread, 5 Fen each, requires 1 liang of food coupons, wonton 1 jiao per bowl, requires 2 liang of food coupons, plain noodles 1 jiao, 2 Fen per bowl, requires 3 liang of food coupons. The soy milk and fried dough sticks that didn't require food coupons were the most popular. A breakfast costing 3 jiao, a bowl of soy milk and a fried dough stick, was enough to warm the body and fill the stomach. But 3 jiao was no small sum. Eating out daily for a month cost 9 yuan, enough to cover half a month's food expenses for a family. So most people didn't eat breakfast out, they had porridge with cornbread at home. It wasn't that they didn't want to, it was that they couldn't bear to spend the money. Yet despite the frugality, life still had its flavor. Look at the people in line. As they queued, they chatted about yesterday's loudspeaker news, today's cabbage prices, and how old Wang's son next door had gotten into a technical school. They chatted and laughed, their laughter drifting in the morning mist. Poor as they were, they still laughed. No matter how bitter life got, the mouth couldn't be bitter, and the heart couldn't be bitter. Qin Feng rode his forever bicycle past the state-owned restaurant without stopping. He turned the corner and passed the supply and marketing cooperative. It wasn't open yet, but over a dozen people were already waiting at the door. What were they queuing for? Kerosene. Kerosene. In this era, not every household had electric lights. The voltage in the bungalow area of the family compound was unstable and power outages occurred every few days. When the power went out, they lit kerosene lamps. Kerosene was rationed: 1 kerosene coupon for 1 jean of kerosene, costing 4 jiao and 8 Fen per jean. 4 jiao, 8 Fen per jean of kerosene. More expensive than pork. But no matter how expensive, they had to buy it. Without lamps, it would be pitch black at night. How could the children do their homework? How could the adults mend shoe soles? So every month, as soon as the kerosene coupons were issued, the first thing to do was queue at the cooperative to buy kerosene. If you went too late, it was gone. The cooperative only had a few barrels of kerosene, and once sold out, you had to wait until next month. Queuing for kerosene was the monthly battle for city dwellers in this era. Qin Feng entered the gate of the Commerce Bureau, parked his forever bicycle in the shed, locked it, and went upstairs. The hallway was plastered with slogans: grasp revolution, promote production, oppose waste, be thrifty and hardworking, save every grain of food. There was also a new one pasted last week on red paper with black characters reading: respond to the Central Committee's call, launch a campaign to increase production and practice economy. Below it, a proposal was pinned with thumbtacks with a dozen or so names scrawled crookedly on the signature line. They were all clerks from various departments. Qin Feng passed by his office door. Comrade Liu had already arrived, squatting by the coal stove in the corridor to boil water. The morning in the government office began with boiling water. Each department had a coal stove boiling water for themselves. Coal was rationed out. Office coal was allocated per person, 30 jin per person per month. Those who ran out brought firewood from home or borrowed coal from the boiler room, never returning it. Director, good morning. Comrade Liu stood up, holding an aluminum kettle. Morning. Qin Feng entered, took off his coat, and hung it on a nail behind the door. A stack of documents was already neatly arranged on his desk, organized by Comrade Liu last night. Cotton allocation: the textile mill applied for 5,000 jin, the Chongbei garment factory applied for 3,000 jin, total 8,000 jin. The Bureau's inventory: cotton allocation: the textile mill applied for 5,000 jin, the Chongbei garment factory applied for 3,000 jin, total 8,000 jin. The Bureau's inventory was 6,000 jin, a shortfall of 2,000 jin. Kerosene allocation: the residential supply station applied for 2 tons, the office kerosene used 500 jin, total 2.5 tons. The Bureau's inventory was 1 ton and 800 jin, a shortfall of 700 jin. Cloth allocation: the garment factory applied for 300 bolts for work uniforms. Inventory was 200 bolts, a shortfall of 100 bolts. Everything had a shortfall. In this era, everything was in short supply: grain, cotton, coal, oil, cloth. But what wasn't lacking? Dry. Look at the reasons for the applications on the approval form, each one more earnest than the last. Winter is approaching. Residents urgently need cotton clothes to get through the cold. We earnestly request an allocation of 3,000 jin of cotton. Coal miners' work uniforms are severely worn, affecting production safety. We earnestly request an allocation of 200 bolts of cloth. School classroom lighting is insufficient affecting student studies. We earnestly request an allocation of 500 Jin of kerosene. Behind every application was a group of people striving to survive. Coal miners went down the shafts in work uniforms patched over patches just to shovel one more scoop of coal. School teachers tutored students by kerosene lamps just to teach one more character. The women workers at the textile mill worked 3 shifts just to weave one more foot of cloth. No one complained. Everyone shouted about striving for the construction of the motherland. It was tough, but there was hope in their hearts. The more they did, the better life would become. Qin Feng sighed, picked up his red and blue pencil, and began to prioritize residential supply, scale back industrial cotton use, and transfer a batch of kerosene from the neighboring county for emergencies. Delay the cloth matter until the provincial allocation arrives. In the middle of approving, Comrade Liu entered with a cup of strong tea. Director, the tea is ready. Qin Feng took it and took a sip. The tea was specially supplied. First-grade jasmine tea, 3 jiao per liang. Ordinary cadres drank crushed tea dregs 1 jiao for a large bag. The brewed tea looked like soy sauce and was bitter enough to make one smack their lips. Such was the gap in rank. Both drinking tea, a director drank jasmine, a clerk drank soy sauce soup. Both smoking, a director smoked dakiamin 3 jiao a pack, a clerk smoked Laodong brand 1 jiao a pack. Both eating in the cafeteria, a director's dish had an extra spoonful of oil, a clerk's dish had an extra spoonful of salt water. It wasn't about creating privilege. It was how the system was set. Cadres enjoyed different supply standards according to their rank, from grain to non-staple food to daily necessities. Each level had clear numbers. And Qin Feng's salary was even a notch higher than that of cadres at the same level. He was a demobilized officer retaining his military salary level, 172 yuan and 5 jiao per month. Not much less than the bureau chief. 172 yuan and 5 jiao. What did this figure signify in 1960? An ordinary worker earned 30 to 40 yuan a month, while a regular cadre received 50 to 60. Qin Feng's salary was more than 4 times that of an average worker. But what good was having money when it couldn't buy anything? Even if you had 1,000 yuan, without a grain coupon you couldn't purchase a single steamed bun. Without a cloth coupon you couldn't buy a foot of fabric. Without a meat coupon you couldn't obtain even a single ounce of meat. In the era of the planned economy, coupons were more valuable than money. Combat heroes and state cadres had everything. Birth, aging, sickness, death, clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. All covered by the state. Various welfare benefits were in place, even extending to their families. Their children had access to the unit's kindergarten, hospital, and school. When they grew up, there were quotas for university recommendations, and if they wanted to work, there were positions within the unit. In this era, such people were looked up to and envied. The day Grey Wolf arrived, it was drizzling. It wasn't a heavy rain, but a fine autumn drizzle accompanied by a north wind biting cold like countless tiny needles stabbing the face. Some pedestrians on the street carried umbrellas while others did not. Umbrellas also required coupons. An oilcloth umbrella cost 2 yuan and 40 cents plus an industrial product coupon. Many were reluctant to buy an umbrella, opting instead for a straw hat or a piece of plastic sheeting over their heads when it rained. Plastic sheeting was also a rare commodity. In this era, the plastics industry was just emerging. Plastic sheeting, plastic bags, and plastic sandals were all considered high-end goods. City dwellers wore plastic sandals, while villagers wore straw sandals. But now it was late autumn and no one wore sandals anymore. Everyone had switched to cotton shoes. Black cloth 1,000-layer sole cotton shoes costing 2 yuan and 20 cents a pair, no coupon needed, but ordinary people were reluctant to buy them, preferring to stitch their own with scraps of cloth. Grey Wolf wore a gray Zhongshan suit, a duckbill cap, and carried a faux leather suitcase. This suitcase was also out of the ordinary. Faux leather was considered a new material in 1960, while most people used canvas bags or army green satchels. Those carrying faux leather suitcases were either cadres on business trips or purchasing agents for supply and marketing cooperatives. In any case, they were not ordinary folks. He emerged from the train station and stood at the exit for 3 seconds. At the station entrance, a loudspeaker was broadcasting the news. Under the wise leadership of the Party Central Committee, the people of the whole country are united in heart, overcoming natural disasters and achieving great successes in socialist construction. Autumn harvest climaxes are sweeping through rural areas, with the vast majority of poor and lower-middle peasants throwing themselves into autumn harvesting and planting with high revolutionary fervor. Next to the loudspeaker was a bulletin board displaying the front page of the People's Daily. The headline read, "Hold higher, the 3 red banners welcome new victories." The newspaper had been posted for 3 days, its corners curled up from being soaked by the rain. Several people waiting for buses were squatting beneath the bulletin board. Some were gnawing on cornmeal buns, while others were flipping through a tattered comic book, Tunnel Warfare. There was also a vendor selling roasted sweet potatoes. No coupon needed, 5 cents each. The fragrance of roasting sweet potatoes drifted through the cold wind and rained sweet and warm, making those in line swallow their saliva. 5 cents for a roasted sweet potato. It was the warmest thing in late autumn. Hot to hold in the hands, warming to the stomach when eaten. Grey Wolf did not buy a roasted sweet potato. He hailed a tricycle. The tricycle was the city's taxi with a starting fare of 1 dime and 2 dimes for 3 stops. From the station to the guest house, it cost him 3 dimes and 5 cents. After checking into the guest house, Grey Wolf's first task was not to bathe, but to take out a bar of soap to wash his face. He brought Shanghai brand scented soap. White with green lettering, oval-shaped, it had a faint sandalwood fragrance. This type of soap was top tier on the mainland. It cost 4 dimes and 5 cents a bar plus an industrial product coupon. Ordinary people used worker peasant brand laundry soap, costing 1 dime and 5 cents a bar, rough and hard, leaving skin dry and cracked after washing. Grey Wolf washed his face with Shanghai brand soap and changed into a white shirt. Taken from the suitcase, it was ironed crisp and the collar buttons were made of shell. On the mainland in 1960, there were 2 types of people who wore white shirts: cadres and intellectuals. A white shirt was a symbol of status. Grey Wolf tidied his attire and went out to find Old Lou. On the way, he passed a neighborhood committee. On the blackboard at the entrance, a notice was written in chalk: today, at 3:00 p.m., all residents are to come to the neighborhood committee to study documents. Please bring your own stools and attend on time. Additionally, this month's grain coupons have arrived. Please collect them with your household booklet. The ratio of fine grain has been reduced to 30 and coarse grain increased to 70. We ask for the understanding and support of all residents. The ratio of fine grain was reduced. This meant fewer white flour steamed buns and more cornmeal buns this month. Yet the neighborhood committee aunties who saw the notice did not complain. If it's reduced, so be it. Coarse grain nourishes people too. Exactly, cornmeal buns with cabbage soup fill you up and give you energy for work. When the harvest is good next year, the fine grain will come back. This was the common people of 1960, poor but not disheartened. Every time they finished listening to the broadcast, their spirits soared. Believing that life would get better was in itself a kind of strength. As Grey Wolf passed the neighborhood committee, the sound of reading came from inside. The aunties were studying the documents. The voices were uneven, yet carried a sincere earnestness. A sneer curled at the corner of Grey Wolf's mouth as he quickened his pace. These people would rather be deceived than believe the outside world was more splendid. Truly an ignorant and benighted lower class. Excellent. His arrival was precisely to expose all the truths, to make these people understand how to choose whom to follow so they could live well. In time, they would comprehend everything. Grey Wolf thought he was doing the work of a hero, coming to save these ignorant people, to show them the truth of the world. Grey Wolf's first contact with Qin Feng occurred at the guardhouse of the Commerce Bureau gate. That morning, Qin Feng rode his forever bicycle to work just as he arrived at the main entrance. Old Zhang, the guard, poked his head out the window. Director Qin, someone is looking for you. Says he's from the Provincial Supply and Marketing Cooperative here to coordinate supplies. Old Zhang was over 60, hard of hearing, and spoke with a loud voice. On the table before him sat an enamel mug. The mug bore 5 red characters: serve the people. A piece of enamel had chipped off, revealing the black iron beneath. The tea in the mug had already gone cold, with tea leaves floating on the surface. Next to Old Zhang was a semiconductor radio, a Red Star brand, which cost him 18 yuan, half a month's wages. The radio was broadcasting the weather forecast: today from daytime to night cloudy, with light rain, north wind force 3, maximum temperature 8 degrees. 8 degrees. Late October, 8 degrees. Qin Feng entered the guardhouse and saw Grey Wolf. Gray Zhongshan suit, duckbill cap, gold-rimmed glasses. Gold-rimmed glasses. Not many people wore gold-rimmed glasses in this era. Most cadres wore black frames or celluloid frames. Even iron frames were rare, let alone gold ones. What did gold-rimmed glasses signify in 1960? They meant not an ordinary person. Ordinary people would see him and think he was a man of status. Qin Feng understood immediately. Director Qin, how do you do? I am Qin Guohua from the Provincial Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Grey Wolf extended his hand. I've long admired your reputation. Qin Feng shook his hand, dry, warm, with moderate strength. This was a trained hand. Qin Feng grinned. Comrade, welcome, welcome. Come, let's talk in my office. The two walked one after the other into the Commercial Bureau building. In the corridor, several female cadres approached, wearing gray linen suits, Chairman Mao badges pinned to their chests, and carrying documents in their arms. Seeing Qin Feng bring in a stranger, they all cast sidelong glances. One with short hair gave Grey Wolf an extra look, mainly drawn by his gold-rimmed glasses. The linen suit was the uniform for female cadres in government offices. With its lapels, double-breasted buttons, and cinched waist, it exuded efficiency and neatness. The colors were mainly gray and navy blue, made of cotton cloth that faded after many washes, gray turning to pale gray, navy to light blue. Fastidious female cadres would turn out a white false collar at the neckline. Stitched from white cloth, it consisted only of the collar and 2 front pieces worn inside the linen suit to reveal a white edge mimicking a white shirt. But it was a false collar. White shirts were too expensive to afford too. False collars were cheap, costing 20 cents each, or one could sew them from scraps of cloth. Yet false collars had to be starched after washing. Soaked in rice water, they dried stiff and crisp as a new shirt. The delicacy of female cadres in government offices was hidden in this ring of false collar. Comrade Liu entered the office carrying 2 cups of strong tea. The teacups were enamel, Dongfeng, brand white with red characters printed with grasp revolution promote production. The tea was jasmine with a few dried petals floating. Enamel teacups were the standard issue of this era. Everyone had one each printed with various slogans. Serve the people, grasp revolution, promote production, self-reliance, hard struggle. Teacups lost their enamel over time. White enamel chipped off to reveal black and black chipped off to reveal iron. Some people's cups had 3 or 4 spots of lost enamel like craters on the moon, yet they still used them. Broken things were not discarded. The word discard didn't exist in this era. Grey Wolf sneered, all the way disgusted. They had taken over the territory, but the transformation was far from impressive. Tisk tsk. Clothes were patched when torn soles were nailed when worn through, and teacups continued to be used even after the enamel chipped off. When a bowl broke, a tinker would mend it with staples, carrying his load through the alleys and shouting, "Mend bowls, mend bowls." Each staple cost 2 cents, and 3 staples would make the bowl usable again. Grey Wolf handed over a document. It was an allocation application form stamped with the official seal of the Provincial Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Qin Feng took it and flipped through it. 5,000 jean of cotton, 2 tons of kerosene, 300 bolts of cloth. 5,000 jean of cotton. In this era, cotton was more precious than gold. How much cloth could 1 jean of cotton spin? About 3 feet of coarse cloth. 5,000 jean of cotton could weave 15,000 feet, which sounded like a lot, but divided among hundreds of thousands of people in the city, it was less than half a foot per person. What could half a foot of cloth do? It couldn't make clothes or pants. At best, it could barely make a bib. So cloth was a hard currency in this era, even harder than grain coupons. Grain coupons were at least given to everyone, but cloth coupons were issued annually. Each person received 16 feet of cloth coupons per year. What could 16 feet do? An adult's single-layer garment required 7 feet of cloth, and a pair of pants required 6 feet. With 16 feet of cloth coupons making 1 garment, and 1 pair of pants left 3 feet, just enough for 2 patches. Qin Feng looked at the application form, calculating in his mind. He approved it, but planned to tamper with the transportation process to track down Grey Wolf's hiding spot. Qin Feng smiled and said, "Comrade Chen, this quantity is considerable. I need to go through the procedures. How about you leave the application with me, and he'll discuss it with the bureau. He'll give you an answer within 3 days." Grey Wolf nodded with a smile. "No rush, no rush. Take your time, Director Qin." They exchanged a few more pleasantries. Grey Wolf probed, "Director Qin, I hear you manage things quite well in the bureau, and the leadership thinks highly of you." Qin Feng sighed, putting on a look of unspoken grievances. "Think highly of me. The more you do, the more mistakes you make. My position as director might look glamorous, but it's like sitting on a stove." A flicker of light gleamed in Grey Wolf's eyes. There was a chance. "Director Qin is too modest," Grey Wolf said with a smile. "With your abilities, your future is boundless." "Future?" Qin Feng waved his hand. "It's good enough if I can handle the tasks at hand." Grey Wolf didn't press further. The time wasn't ripe yet. He stood up to take his leave. "Director Qin, I'll wait for your news then." Qin Feng saw him to the door. As Grey Wolf walked out of the commercial bureau gate, he passed the reception room. Old Zhang was listening to the radio, which had switched to a song. "Socialism is good, socialism is good. Socialist countries elevate the people's status." Old Zhang hummed along, took a sip from his enamel mug, tea leaves sticking to his lips, and he licked them in. Even the tea leaves were consumed. Nothing was wasted in this era. After brewing, tea leaves were dried and brewed again. After 2 brews, they were dried and mixed into cornbread as a vegetable. Bitter, but at least it was greenery. Grey Wolf turned away in disgust, afraid that a look of revulsion would reveal his true nature. Grey Wolf's subversion campaign unfolded intensively over the next half-month. He met with Qin Feng 4 times in total. Each time he cautiously broached sensitive topics. The second time he talked about official career. Grey Wolf offered Qin Feng a cigarette. Peony brand, 20 cents a pack, a step lower than the big front gate. Qin Feng smoked, but Grey Wolf deliberately smoked a cheaper brand to appear less well-off. Smoking had its own etiquette in this era. Big front gate, 30 cents a pack for cadres. Peony, 20 cents a pack for ordinary workers. Labor, 10 cents a pack for laborers. Economy, 8 cents a pack for the dirt poor. There was an even cheaper one, production brand, 5 cents a pack, basically ground tobacco stems rolled in paper. 1 puff would make you cough violently. What you smoked indicated your status. When 2 people met and exchanged cigarettes, the brand revealed each other's. Grey Wolf offered Peony, and Qin Feng accepted. Both understood tacitly that this was about building rapport. "Director Qin, with your seniority and ability, you must be a pillar of the bureau, right?" Grey Wolf lit his cigarette. "But you've been in this position for years, and still a director. Has the leadership never considered promoting you further? You are a combat hero, a man who licked blood from the blade, charged through a hail of bullets, and survived the artillery fire. I've heard all about your heroic deeds. They are truly admirable." Qin Feng gave a bitter smile. "Promotion isn't something I can decide. After all these years, the higher-ups haven't moved, and I can't do anything about it. For a transferred military cadre like me, it's good enough to have a salary. What more can I hope for?" This was half true, half false. Truthfully, he had indeed been transferred years ago and never promoted. The false part was that he didn't seek promotion. His goal in rebirth was not to climb the ranks, but to protect his child and eliminate the spies. But Grey Wolf believed it. He made a mental note, thinking that if his career was blocked, he could stir up discontent. The third time they talked about the world outside. This meeting was not in the office. Grey Wolf invited Qin Feng to eat at a state-owned restaurant. Dining at a state-owned restaurant was a big deal in this era. It wasn't a matter of affordability. A bowl of plain noodles cost 1 cent, a stir-fry dish 2 cents, and braised pork 5 cents. The key was the grain coupons. You had to bring grain coupons to eat at a restaurant. A bowl of noodles required 3 liang of grain coupons, a baked cake 1 liang. No grain coupons. Sorry, money alone wouldn't buy it. Grey Wolf was the host. He paid the money and Qin Feng provided the grain coupons. That was the rule. The two sat in a corner of the state-owned restaurant with 2 bowls of plain noodles and a plate of peanuts before them. The plain noodles were clear broth noodles with a few drops of sesame oil and a pinch of scallions floating on top. No meat, no eggs, just plain noodles. Yet in this era, a bowl of plain noodles was already considered delicious. The noodles were made from white flour, a refined grain. A bowl of noodles required 3 liang of refined grain coupons, equivalent to 1/3 of the daily ration of refined grains. Ordinary people couldn't bear to eat such a thing. But since Grey Wolf was treating Qin Feng ate. Peanuts were also a rare commodity. Peanuts were oil-bearing crops mainly used for pressing oil. Those who could eat peanuts were people with connections. A plate of peanuts cost 2 cents, no grain coupons needed, but it required oil coupons. Half a liang of oil coupons. Half a liang of oil coupons. One person had only 2 liang of oil coupons per month for cooking. Half a liang of oil coupons was a quarter of the monthly ration. Was it worth spending a quarter of one's oil coupons on a plate of peanuts? Grey Wolf thought it was. Because he wanted to discuss big matters with Qin Feng. Director Qin, have you ever thought that with your talent you shouldn't be confined to this small place, say? Grey Wolf lowered his voice. The world outside is vast. Qin Feng didn't respond. He picked up his bowl of noodles and took a sip of the broth. The broth was hot with a hint of salt and the flavor of sesame oil. He drank slowly, as if savoring some fine tea. A trace of hesitation appeared on his face, neither too much nor too little, just right. Grey Wolf saw it and was overjoyed inside. There was hope. This fish was about to take the bait. The fourth time a direct probe. This meeting was in Grey Wolf's guest house, more private than the commercial bureau or the state-owned restaurant. Grey Wolf brewed a pot of tea. It wasn't the broken tea leaves from the state-owned restaurant, but his own tiguanyin. The tea leaves were stored in a tin canoe. When he opened the lid, a subtle fragrance wafted out. Tiguanyin. In mainland China in 1960, tiguanyin was a rare tea, produced in Fujian and channeled through foreign trade routes to exchange for many scarce domestic resources. It was simply unavailable on the market. Those who could drink tiguanyin were either high-ranking cadres or people from over there. Qin Feng lifted the cup, smelled it. Indeed, it was excellent tea. It was far more fragrant than his jasmine tea, with a steady sweet aftertaste. He understood now. Grey Wolf was showing his hand. Director Qin, let me be frank with you. Grey Wolf adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. I'm not from the Provincial Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Qin Feng paused his hand, a faint pause. He had long known Grey Wolf wasn't from the cooperative. Oh, then Comrade Qin, you are. My identity is not convenient to disclose for now, Grey Wolf said, his expression turning serious. But I can tell you that the force I represent is greater than you imagine. Grey Wolf began to wax eloquent about the prosperity abroad. Technological advancements, various luxuries, all sorts of things, and the superior treatment cadres would receive the happiness of the people, and so on. To people of this era, never having been abroad meant not knowing the outside world. They would surely be drawn to the dazzling world Grey Wolf described. At home, many still washed clothes by hand, while abroad washing machines had already seen new iterations. And there were heavy weapons which held more appeal for men. Grey Wolf named several models and their power that ordinary people had never even heard of. Mr. Chen, how do you know so much? Haha, I have my channels. My family is a wealthy merchant abroad. If you are sincere, I can arrange everything properly for you and your family. Of course, on the surface, I am a democratic patriot returning to build the country, and I am quite welcome. The organization was short on funds. Whether in technology or people's livelihoods, there was a dire need for capital injection. If it weren't absolutely necessary to make an arrest, the first consideration would be to let the Chun family ship large amounts of money and supplies back to the country. Qin Feng set down his teacup and was silent for a few seconds. This silence was an act. He had to control the level of hesitation precisely. Too little and Grey Wolf wouldn't believe it. Too much and Grey Wolf would become suspicious. It had to be just right, like the gentle bob of a float when a Christian carp nibbles the bait, making Grey Wolf feel that one more tug and it'll be hooked, but always falling just short. Comrade Chun. Qin Feng weighed his words. Let me think about it. Those 4 words, let me think about it, kept Grey Wolf excited all night. He felt Qin Feng was wavering. One more push and he'd succeed. The 5th time Grey Wolf showed his final card. Director Qin, our people can help you. Grey Wolf's voice was very low. Not just with a promotion. We can help you reach a much bigger stage. Your talent shouldn't be buried here. Look at the hard life at home. You have to think about your children. Abroad, there are better universities, more advanced technology, a richer and more colorful world. Qin Feng was silent for a long time. The north wind howled outside the window, and a layer of water vapor had formed on the glass of the guest house window. Qin Feng reached out and drew a line on the glass. The vapor cleared, revealing the gray sky outside. "Let me think it over some more," he said. "Again, let me think it over." The corners of Grey Wolf's mouth nearly reached his ears. "Almost there. Just a little more push." So he requested reinforcements from his superiors, sending 2 more people. As soon as these 2 arrived, they were marked by Qin Feng and Comrade Zhou's people. Every time Grey Wolf upped the ante, he lost 2 people. But he didn't know that. All he knew was that Qin Feng was about to take the bait. This was the carrot. The carrot dangling before the donkey. It looked like it was about to be eaten. The donkey stretched its neck. Its tongue could almost reach it, but it was always an inch away. It kept walking and walking. In the end, the donkey never ate the carrot, but it pulled the millstone all the way. While Qin Feng was busy sparring with Grey Wolf, Qian Xiuying began her project. Every morning at 5:30, the light in the logistics section dormitory would turn on. The bulb in the corridor was 25 watts, its dim yellow light seeping through the crack in the door like a thread of gold. The corridor light had a pull cord switch. A cotton string hung from the bulb with an iron ring tied at the end. Pull once to turn on, pull again to turn off. After many pulls, the string would break. Then it would be fixed with an iron wire, pulled again, broken again, and mended again. Only a bold girl would dare use an iron wire to hook into that tiny hole. A single cotton thread could last 3 months. When attached to an iron wire, it could last half a year. Qian Xiuying rose quietly, careful not to wake Lin Xiu. She slipped into her clothes, a patched blue cotton jacket over a pair of cotton-padded trousers. These trousers were the hallmark of winter. Regardless of size, everyone wore them to brave the cold. No one faced winter in thin pants. They couldn't afford woolen or fleece-lined ones. Cotton-padded trousers were the sole defense against the chill. One advantage: they concealed any figure. For women, especially bundled in a padded jacket and trousers, they appeared round and plump, hiding any secrets beneath. Qian Xiuying perfected her disguise. She was already over 4 months pregnant. From June to now late October, her belly had begun to swell slightly, but beneath the thick padded jacket, it was barely noticeable. Unless she unbuttoned her jacket. She wouldn't. She fastened it tightly, wrapping a floral scarf around her waist twice, effectively concealing her midsection. From the outside, she looked like a plump, curvaceous 19-year-old girl in a thick winter coat. No one suspected a thing. Qian Xiuying went to the communal toilet at the end of the hallway to wash her face. The water from the pipe was icy cold enough to make her teeth ache. At the end of the corridor stood a coal stove, shared by 5 households, with a kettle of water boiling on top. Qian Xiuying scooped half a mug of hot water, mixed it with cold, and hastily washed her face. She too longed for a better life. For washing, she used Friendship brand cold cream sold in a tin box for 10 cents each. Friendship was the cheapest cold cream available. A step up was Pekelin, priced at 35 cents per flat tin box with a blue label, leaving a fragrant scent on the skin. Qian Xiuying used the most affordable Friendship brand. Yet she applied it meticulously, making a tin last 3 months, using only a tiny dab, rubbing it between her palms before smoothing it over her face. She wanted to appear polished, to be liked. After applying the cream, she glanced in the mirror. Her face was rounder, a full circle larger than half a month ago. The line of her jaw had vanished, her cheeks were fuller. At 19, a girl's vitality was at its peak. A little nourishment was all it took to thrive. Over 4 months along. She touched her belly, but through the thick jacket the feel was indistinct. A tender smile graced her face. What tiny life was growing within? A treasure. A child of Qin Feng. She lowered her hand, took a deep breath, and left the toilet. Regarding her pregnancy, Qian Xiuying had been prepared. It was no accident, it was premeditated. That night, 4 of them had gone to Qin Feng's house and administered the drug. Afterward, the other 3 girls, overwhelmed with shame, dressed quickly and fled. Only she endured the discomfort and humiliation following the method Lin Xiu had taught her. What method had Lin? This story began a month earlier. Back then, Qian Xiuying hadn't yet moved in with Lin Xiu. They only worked together in the mending workshop. One day during the lunch break, a few female workers gathered to chat, discussing childbirth. One said, "When I had my first, it took a whole day and night." Another chimed in, "Mine was quick. I gave birth in 2 hours." The doctor said, "I have a fertile constitution." Qian Xiuying listened, then interjected, "How can one get pregnant more easily?" Lin Xiu, busy stitching a trouser leg, casually remarked, "I heard from older women that after the act, if you lift your legs against the wall and stay still for a while, it's easier to conceive." Really? Who knows? It's an old wives' tale. Qian Xiuying remembered it. She etched it into her bones. That night she did exactly that. She leaned her legs against the wall, remaining still for a full incense stick's time until her legs grew numb. Why hadn't the other 3 girls gotten pregnant? Because they were too embarrassed and quickly dressed, pacing around the room afterward. Only she endured the discomfort, executing every step perfectly, because she couldn't afford to be willful. She was the daughter of a minor landlord of poor class background, her family mired in suffering. Her father was being criticized, her mother paraded through the streets, and her younger siblings were gnawing on tree bark in the countryside. She needed a child to latch onto Qin Feng, her lifeline. With this child, she would have leverage. Qin Feng wouldn't abandon his own seed. As long as he took responsibility, her family would be saved. That was Qian Xiuying's calculation. At 19, she schemed more shrewdly than an old accountant. Lin Xiu also woke up. She sat up, rubbing her eyes, eyeing, "You're up early again." "Just a habit," Qian Xiuying smiled. "Sister Lin Xiu, I'm getting breakfast." "What would you like?" Just a cornbread and a bowl of porridge. All right. Qian Xiaoying took an aluminum lunchbox to the canteen. The logistics department's canteen was on the second floor. Today's breakfast was cornbread porridge and pickled vegetables. A notice was posted on the canteen wall: starting this month the canteen will stop serving rice. We ask for the understanding of all staff. No more rice. It was the finest of fine grains, more precious than white flour. Qian Xiaoying got 2 cornbreads, 2 bowls of cornmeal porridge, and a dish of pickles. The cornbread was golden yellow, hard, and crumbly when broken open without a trace of oil. The porridge was so thin you could see your reflection in it. After breakfast, they went to work together. The mending workshop of the logistics department was on the first floor. It was just a large room with 4 sewing machines. 2 were Farron brand and 2 were Butterfly brand. The Farron machines went da-da-da as you pedaled. The Butterfly machines were a bit newer and quieter. In this era, sewing machines like bicycles were one of the 3 major items. The 3 items: a bicycle, a sewing machine, and a wristwatch. Households that owned all 3 walked with a swagger among neighbors. But most couldn't afford them. A bicycle cost 150 yuan, a sewing machine 120 and a watch 80, totaling 350 yuan. An ordinary worker earned 40 yuan a month. It would take nearly a year of saving without any expenses to afford them. And even with money, you needed coupons. Bicycle, sewing machine, and watch coupons were scarce. A work unit might get a few a year allocated by seniority. That was why Lu Xiaoman's Butterfly sewing machine caused such a stir in the compound. Not because it was valuable, but because it was coupon-free. Dowry items bypassed the supply cooperative system, needing no coupons. That was the true value of a dowry. Money alone wasn't enough. You needed connections to get items without coupons. Qian Xiaoying sat before the sewing machine, starting to mend a blue work overall. The knees had 2 holes that needed patch. The patch fabric was cut from old clothes, a shade darker than the overalls, looking like 2 plasters when sewn on. Patching was one of the main tasks of the logistics department. When the work clothes of the office cadres tore, they weren't replaced with new ones. There were no new ones to replace. They got 2 sets a year, wearing them until they tore, patching them, and wearing them again. Meticulous to the last thread. In 1960, these 4 words were not a metaphor, but a command. Not a single strand could be wasted. Qian Xiaoying pedaled the sewing machine, its rhythmic da-da-da echoing through the workshop. Lin Xiao sat nearby, hand-stitching the cuff of a cotton-padded jacket. Both were engrossed in their tasks. Qian Xiaoying's 3-step plan was proceeding more smoothly than she had anticipated. Step 1: laying the groundwork. She began to subtly praise Qin Feng in their daily conversations. "Sister Lin Xiao, don't you think Director Qin is a truly wonderful person?" Lin Xiao, still focused on her stitching, replied, without looking up. He is quite good. Not just good," Qian Xiaoying insisted, setting down her needle and thread with a serious expression. "Think about it. If it weren't for Director Qin, could you work in the logistics department? Could you have a place to stay in the city? Could you divorce Shen Gang and earn your own living?" Lin Xiao's hand paused. "If it weren't for Director Qin," Qian Xiaoying continued, "you'd still be in the Shen family, tormented by your mother-in-law, scolded by your sister-in-law, beaten by Shen Gang. You would never have held your head up. Director Qin changed your fate, Sister Lin Xiao." She paused, then added, "and mine too. If it weren't for Director Qin, I'd still be gnawing on tree bark in the countryside." Gnawing on tree bark. In this year's rural villages, those 3 words were not a figure of speech, but a stark reality. During the 3 years of natural disasters, many rural provinces truly resorted to eating tree bark. Elm bark was peeled, dried, ground into powder, and mixed with cornmeal to steam corn cakes. The cakes turned gray, were sticky to chew, and had a bitter taste. Some also ate guanine clay, a white edible clay that filled the stomach but could not be digested. It would swell in the belly, slowly suffocating a person to death. Qian Xiaoying's younger brother had eaten guanine clay. Last winter, driven mad by hunger, he stole half a corn cake from a neighbor. The neighbor chased him home and beat him. Her mother knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. Her father was dragged off for a public criticism session. Her brother was only 8 years old then. An 80-year-old child stole half a corn cake, and the entire family suffered. Such was the reality of the rural countryside in 1960. Did the city dwellers know? They did. But what could they do? Their own families barely had enough to eat. How could they help others? The only way out was to find a job. A job meant food coupons, and food coupons meant survival. Qian Xiaoying owed her position as a worker, her food coupons, and her ability to send money and grain home entirely to Qin Feng. This debt of gratitude was etched into her very bones. "Director Qin has been good to me too," Qian Xiaoying said, her voice softening. "If it weren't for him, my father would still be in struggle sessions, my mother paraded through the streets, my younger siblings skin and bones from hunger. Director Qin gave me this job, gave me the status of a worker. It told those who bullied my family that we had a combat hero protecting us. This life-saving kindness." She couldn't finish. Tears streamed down her face. Lin Xiao put down her needle and reached out to hold Qian Xiaoying's hand. "Don't cry. You're right. Director Qin is our great benefactor." Step 1 was a success. Step 2, the confession. A few days later, Qian Xiaoying chose an evening. Both women were lying in bed, the lights extinguished. In the darkness, only their breathing and the drip of a faucet in the hallway could be heard. Drip, drip. Someone had left the faucet running. Someone had placed a basin under it to catch the water. When it was full, they would take it back to their room. The north wind howled outside Wu. The window was pasted with newspaper, which flapped walla walla in the wind. A corner had come loose, letting cold air seep through the crack. Qian Shoying pulled the quilt tighter and touched her belly. She was over 4 months pregnant, occasionally feeling a faint flutter of movement. It felt like a tiny fish swimming inside her, light and ticklish. Sister Lin Xiao. There's something I need to tell you. Qian Shoying's voice trembled. Can you promise me no matter what you think after hearing it that you won't kick me out? Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Tell me. A few seconds of silence. The faucet in the hallway continued to drip. In the distance, a train whistle sounded long and low like the bellow of an old ox. Impregnant. Lin Xiao's breath caught in her throat. The child is Director Qin's. In the darkness, the silence was so profound they could hear each other's heartbeats. Lin Xiao lay still for so long that Qian Shoying thought she had fallen asleep. Finally, she heard a soft question. How long? For months. Are you sure it's his? I'm sure. Qian Shoying's voice was barely a whisper. That night, he gave me the best of himself. And I was so happy. Lin Xiao was silent again for a long time. What was she thinking? She was thinking of her own 3 children. Daniyu was 7. When she was born, Lin Xiao lay on the Kong in agony for a whole day and night while Shen Gang was out drinking. In the end, the neighbor Aunt Wang helped deliver the baby. The umbilical cord was cut with unsterilized scissors. Afterwards, Lin Xiao ran a high fever for 3 days and nearly died. Giving birth in those days was like walking through the gates of hell. But once born, a child had to be raised. To raise a child, you needed food rations. Where did the rations come from? From work. From Qin Feng. Qin Feng was their savior. So when Qian Shoying said I'm pregnant and the child is Director Qin's, Lin Xiao's first thought wasn't how could you be so shameless? You must be so scared. A 19-year-old girl, unmarried and pregnant. In this era, if such a thing were exposed, it meant social ruin. Losing her job, having her class status reinstated as a bad element, and being deported back to the countryside. Back in the village, her father was being struggled. Her mother paraded her siblings gnawing on tree bark. What could she do there? She would be just another mouth to feed, another target for abuse. Shoying, what do you plan to do? I want to have this child. Qian Shoying's voice trembled. But I'm not married. The child will have no status. Sister Lin Xiao, I beg you. Qian Shoying's plan was as follows. First, she would test the man's reaction, try to make him fall for her, and marry her. Then she could have the child with a proper status, securing the greatest protector for her family. If that failed, there was a second option. She would pretend she wasn't pregnant. Lin Xiao would pretend she was pregnant, claiming it was conceived during her marriage to Shen Gang, but she hadn't known at the time of the divorce. When Qian Shoying gave birth, the child would be announced as Lin Xiao's. The child's identity, the legitimate child of Shen Gang and Lin Xiao. Perfectly legitimate. As for Qin Feng, Qian Shoying would tell him. She would let him know she hadn't caused him any trouble and had solved the problem herself. This way Qin Feng would be grateful to her, or at least wouldn't hate her. If Qin Feng acknowledged the child, she would have secured her lifeline, saving her entire family. If he didn't, at least the child would have a legal identity. She would keep her job and could continue earning money to send home. An advance could turn into a retreat, a defense into an offense. Lin Xiao sat up. Shoying, do you know what you're saying? I do. Qian Shoying also sat up, grasping Lin Xiao's hand in the darkness. Sister Lin Xiao, Chief Qin has shown us great kindness. He helped you, helped me, saved so many lives. Now he's in trouble. If this child is exposed, his future will be ruined. I don't want to harm him. I want to help him. But I can't do it alone. I need someone to cover for me. Sister Lin Xiao helped me and helped Chief Qin too. Lin Xiao's hand trembled slightly in Qian Shoying's palm, but her voice no longer wavered. All right. Lin Xiao's voice was soft, but steady. He'll help you. Tears streamed down Qian Shoying's face, not feigned but genuine sobs. Sister Lin Xiao. Stop crying, it's the dead of night, someone might hear. Lin Xiao patted her hand. But we need to plan. What to tell others, when to show, and how to inform Chief Qin. As for Chief Qin, Qian Shoying hesitated. He'll talk to him. You'll go to him. Yes, I need to let him know about this, and also let him know my resolve to love him, my resolve to keep the child. Lin Xiao pondered. Then be careful. Don't let anyone see you. Step 2 was accomplished. The two women clasped hands in the darkness like comrades in a trench, finalizing. Qin Feng had no desire to know about this. He was currently preoccupied with sparring against Grey Wolf, with no attention to spare for why a plump 19-year-old girl kept stealing glances at him. She would cast flirtatious glances at him with a hesitant expression. Qian Shoying began her Step 3 approach Qin Feng. This step proved far more difficult than she had anticipated. Her first attempt to approach Qin Feng was at noon. That day the cafeteria served stir-fried cabbage, cooked in a large wok with the cabbage stems cut into big chunks and fried with lard cracklings. Lard cracklings. In this era, lard was a treasure. A caddy of pork leaf lard could render 8 taels of oil, and the cracklings could still be used for cooking. For an ordinary household, cooking meant heating a large iron wok and rubbing a piece of pork skin around the bottom to grease it. That counted as adding oil. This was called greasing the wok. A single piece of pork skin could be used over a dozen times. After each use, it was hung by the water vat to dry for the next time. When the skin finally became a thin, dry husk, it was chopped up and stir-fried as a dish. Qian Xiuying carried a bowl of egg noodles, made by her own hands. She went behind the Commerce Bureau building and waited at the intersection where Qin Feng always passed. The egg in the noodles was one she had saved for 3 days. With a ration of 3 eggs a month, she hadn't eaten a single one. She had saved them all. The noodles were exchanged with fine-grain coupons, 2 taels of coupons for 2 taels of noodles, costing her a whole day's fine-grain ration. In those days, love wasn't just lip service. It demanded far greater sacrifices. For this bowl of noodles, she went hungry for 3 days. But she deemed it worthwhile. Qin Feng arrived on his Yongzhou bicycle. Qian Xiuying took a deep breath and approached him. Chief Qin, I made you some noodles. Qin Feng glanced at her, furrowing his brow. Qian Xiuying, what are you doing here? I wanted to talk to you about something. What is it? Tell me back at the logistics office. Qin Feng took the bowl and placed it in his bicycle basket. Don't stand by the roadside, it's not good for others to see. With that he rode away. Qian Xiuying stood at the intersection. Didn't he see the enthusiasm on my face? No matter, he'll try again. A second time, a third time, a fourth time. Qian Xiuying, like a lovesick fool, was persistent. Each time she brought something. Once she brought 2 corn buns. Chief Qin, today's corn buns in the cafeteria are softer than yesterday's. Try one. Another time, she brought a dish of pickled vegetables. I pickled these radish strips myself, mixed with chili oil. They go well with the corn buns. Once she brought a pair of hand-stitched insoles. My craftsmanship isn't great, but I hope they'll do. Each time Qin Feng coldly pushed her away. Yet each time Qian Xiuying smiled and came back. On the 7th occasion, Qin Feng finally lost his patience. That afternoon, Qian Xiuying again happened to appear in the office corridor. Qin Feng stepped out of his office and saw her leaning against the wall, clutching a cloth bundle. Qin Feng strode over and lowered his voice. Qian Xiuying, come with me. He led her into an empty office and closed the door. What exactly have you been up to lately? Qian Xiuying looked up, her eyes bright. Chief Qin, there's something. Whatever it is, don't come again. Qin Feng's voice was icy. You're an employee of the Commerce Bureau now. Do your job properly and attend your night school. Stop coming around here, it looks bad if people see you. Qian Xiuying's smile faltered. But, no buts. Qin Feng turned around. Go back. He opened the door and walked out. Qian Xiuying stood in the empty office, placing the cloth bundle on the desk. Inside were a pair of hand-stitched cloth shoes which she had made over 3 nights. The stitches were dense and the soles were triple-layered. Embroidered on the insole was a tiny plum blossom. A plum blossom. Not because of Shen Meihua. It was because her name was Qian Xiuying. The character Xiu meant elegance, and the plum blossom was the most elegant flower of winter. She felt the plum blossom represented her. Blooming in the bitter cold, unseen by anyone, yet blooming all the same. She glanced at the shoes once, then turned and left. No matter. She would come again tomorrow. Back in his office, Qin Feng closed the door, leaned back in his chair, and rubbed his temples. He pondered for a moment. That girl has gained weight. The last time he saw her, her cotton-padded jacket buttons could still fasten. Today, the second button wouldn't close, revealing a strip of floral fabric underneath. Her face had also rounded. A few months ago, it was an oval face. Today, it was a round face. The line of her jaw had disappeared. Her cheeks bulged out, as if she were holding 2 walnuts in her mouth. Her walk had changed too. Before, her sway was due to her plumpness. Now the sway was because her center of gravity had shifted. She used to walk with light steps. Now her steps were heavier. Not the heaviness of fat, but the heaviness of something in the belly. And when she walked, one hand unconsciously supported her lower back. A thought flashed through Qin Feng's mind that all 4 of them had been drugged, and he and Qian Xiuying had been together. If Qian Xiuying were pregnant. No, it couldn't be that coincidental, could it? But what if? Qin Feng rubbed his face, forcing himself to calm down. He couldn't ask. Grey Wolf was still watching him. Old Lu was still watching Shen Meihua. If he got too close to Qian Xiuying now, and the spies discovered it, she would become a target. And if the pregnancy were exposed, he couldn't let that happen. So he had to pretend not to know, pretend not to see the eggs. She brought the cloth shoes she sewed, or the fervent. He would deal with this matter once the spy network was shut down. Qin Feng lowered his head and thought, this girl has gained weight. The last time he saw her, her cotton-padded jacket could still button up. Today, the second button could no longer fasten, revealing a patch of floral-patterned cloth underneath. Her face had also rounded. A few months ago, it was an oval face. Now it had become a full circle. The line of her jaw had vanished and her cheeks bulged out, as if she were holding 2 walnuts in her mouth. Her gait had changed too. Previously, her swaying was due to her voluptuous figure. Now the sway came from a shift in her center of gravity. She used to walk with light, brisk steps, but now her tread was heavier. Not the heaviness of fat, but the heaviness of something within her belly. Moreover, as she walked, one hand unconsciously supported her lower back. A thought flashed through Qin Feng's mind, that night's incident. All 4 of them had been drugged, and he had been with Qian Xiuying. If Qian Xiuying were pregnant. No, it couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? But what if? Qin Feng rubbed his face, forcing himself to stay calm. He couldn't ask. Grey Wolf was still watching him. Old Lu was still watching Shen Meihua. If he got too close to Qian Xiuying now, and the spies discovered it, she would become a target. And if news of the pregnancy came out, he couldn't let that happen. So he had to pretend not to know, pretend not to see the eggs. She brought the cloth shoes she sewed, or the fervent. He would wait until the spy net was closed before dealing with this matter. Qin Feng opened the drawer and placed the cloth shoes inside. Beside them lay a pair of insoles, also made by her. The two items rested together like two silent confessions. He locked the drawer, stood up, and walked to the window. Outside was the courtyard of the Commerce Bureau, where a few clerks were squatting by the flower bed chatting. The roses in the flower bed had long withered, leaving only bare stems. The chrysanthemums by the wall had also wilted, their petals curling inward, scattering with the wind. It was deep autumn. The days had grown short. By 5:30 it was already dark. The loudspeaker changed its tune. Sailing the seas depends on the helmsman, the growth of all things depends on the sun, and rain, the flourishing of seedlings depends on the dew, and revolution depends on the great leader's thought. This song was called Sailing the Seas Depends on the Helmsman, one of the most popular songs of 1960. The office loudspeaker played it 3 times daily, once at 8 in the morning when work started, once at noon during lunch, and once at 5 in the afternoon when work ended. The loudspeaker hung right there. You had to listen whether you wanted to or not. Qin Feng stood by the window for a while, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. In his past life, he had also stood here listening to the loudspeaker. But back then, after hearing it, he thought, what should I give Shen Meihua today? In this life, after hearing it, he thought, when will Grey Wolf come to test me again? The same window, the same song, yet a different man. Shen Meihua was living it up at her parents' home. Living it up meant turning the entire Shen household upside down. After Lu Xiaoman married into the family with a generous dowry, Shen Meihua's days did not become quieter. Instead, they grew more eventful. Event won the fight over the sewing machine. Lu Xiaoman's butterfly brand sewing machine was placed in the main hall. Every time Shen Meihua passed by, she would accidentally bump into it. Xiaoman, this sewing machine is in the way here. Move it somewhere else. Move it where? Lu Xiaoman asked. Move it into the inner room. You don't use it much anyway. And you don't even know how to sew. I can learn. Learn. This takes talent. Shen Meihua plopped down in front of the sewing machine, pumped the pedal twice, and sewed a straight line with a rapid swash. See that? That's talent. Someone as clumsy as you couldn't sew a straight line even after 3 years. Lu Xiaoman pursed her lips, too afraid to retort. Shen Meihua was her sister-in-law, and Zhao Guofan favored her. As a new bride, she dared not talk back. Zhao Guofan watched from the side and sighed. Meihua, don't bully Xiaoman. That sewing machine was a gift from her family. Mom, I wouldn't dare bully her. I'm just adjusting the machine for her. A sewing machine left idle too long can rust. Even if it rusts, you can't touch it. That's Xiaoman's property. Zhao Guofan rarely showed such backbone. Shen Meihua curled her lip. Fine, if she couldn't touch the sewing machine, she'd find something else. Event 2, freeloading. Lu Xiaoman's dowry filled half the kitchen: white flour pork liquor, white sugar malted milk, and white rabbit creamy candies. 100 jin of white flour, 20 jin of pork, 8 bottles of liquor, 6 packages of white sugar, a tin of malted milk, a box of white rabbit candies, a Shanghai brand wristwatch, 300 yuan in cash. Shen Meihua stood in the main hall of the Shun house, watching the dowry items being carried in one by one, her eyes wide. These things should have been hers. A sewing machine. She had one in her past life. But in this life, she didn't own a single one. Silk brocade quilts. In her past life, she had slept under the fine quilts Qin Feng gave her. White flour and pork. When she had plenty, she didn't crave them. Now that she couldn't get them, she yearned for them. Besides, she was eating for 2, so returning to her parents' home was the right choice. A wristwatch. In her past life, she wore the Shanghai brand watch Qin Feng gave her. In this life, no one had given her such an expensive gift. 300 yuan in cash. Shen Meihua's heart bled. If she had married Qin Feng instead of that crude truck driver. No, if she had married Qin Feng, what would these things be worth? Qin Feng had always given her face, valuable gifts were never lacking. Now it wasn't Lu Xiaoman who was the object of envy. It should have been her Shen Meihua, admired by all. But now, that blockhead even dared to hit her. Had he lost his mind? Who was he to boss her around? When you marry a beautiful wife, you should treat her like a goddess. And he dared to question her. This time she would teach him a proper lesson and set down the rules. That dim-witted fool Lu Xiaoman needed to understand she should let the man have his way and bring more stuff from her parents' home. Now there were 2 pregnant women in the Shen house. The expenses were considerable. Thinking of this, she still had to save face for Lu Xiaoman and couldn't speak her mind freely. How stifling. That cheap woman actually dared to answer when called sister-in-law. Had she forgotten how she seduced a married man? A worn-out shoe putting on airs. It was only out of pity that she was given this chance to marry into the Shen family and atone for her sins. The more Shen Meihua thought about it, the angrier and more resentful she became. So she began to help herself to things. In the morning, cooking noodles, she'd grab a handful of white flour. At noon, stir-frying, she'd cut a slice of pork. In the afternoon, feeling peckish, she'd brew a cup of malted milk. At night, craving sweets, she'd sneak 2 white rabbit candies. Lu Xiaoman noticed, but dared not speak up as Shen Meihua ate her things, and she couldn't stop her. Zhao Guofan noticed, but pretended not to see. Her daughter was pregnant. What was wrong with eating well? Shen Gang noticed, but dared not say a word with the confession letter hanging over his head. Shen Meihua ate with great relish. In her past life, she had grown tired of the fine grains and pork Qin Feng gave her. In this life, eating Lu Xiaoman's dowry goods, she found them more delicious with every bite. Things taken by force were indeed more satisfying. Event 3. Bossing Zhao Yu around. Every day after work, Zhao Yu rode his bicycle to the Shen house to help with chores, fixing pipes, moving coal briquettes, chopping firewood, and whitewashing walls. After finishing the work, he would leave without eating or speaking. Shen Meihua sat indoors cracking sunflower seeds, while watching Zhao Yu split firewood in the yard, sweat dripping from his brow. Mom, look at how foolish he is. He can't even split wood properly, holding the axe backwards. Zhao Guifan retorted impatiently. Isn't it good that he's here to work? If you think he's foolish, why don't you split the wood yourself? I'm pregnant, I can't do heavy labor. Then don't crack sunflower seeds while watching him work. Shen Meihua let out a tch sound, spitting the seed shell out the window, landing right by Zhao Yu's feet. Zhao Yu glanced down at the seed shell, said nothing, and continued splitting wood. Shen Meihua had been staying at her mother's home for over half a month, and Zhao Yu had been coming for the same duration, working like a beast of burden, laboring tirelessly day after day, watching her protruding belly, thinking the birth was imminent. Zhao Guifan's sympathy shifted from her daughter to her son-in-law. Meihua, go back with Zhao Yu. He comes every day to work while you do nothing but crack seeds. Is that proper? Mom, he hit someone. He didn't hit you. But I was frightened. I almost had a miscarriage. You've been on the verge of a miscarriage 800 times and nothing's ever happened. Zhao Guifan rolled her eyes. If you're not going back, then don't eat Xiaoman's white flour and pork. A married daughter living off her sister-in-law's dowry at her mother's home. How does that look? Shen Meihua was left speechless. Zhao Guifan, who had protected her daughter for most of her life, was now siding with an outsider for the first time. The reason was simple: Lu Xiaoman had money. Shen Meihua had no money and was troublesome. On Zhao Guifan's scale, money outweighed family. Shen Meihua angrily threw all the seed shells to the ground. Fine. He'll leave. He'll leave all right. She slammed the door to the inner room, threw herself onto the bed, and wept bitterly. Not for Zhao Yu, not for Zhao Guifan, but for her own ill-fated life. Why could a fool like Lu Xiaoman marry into the Shen family with a sewing machine and 300 yuan, while Shen Meihua could only marry a penniless truck driver? And he still supported his parents and siblings back in the countryside. A generous fool. The more she thought about it, the more disheartened she became. Why could a country girl like Qian Xiaoying attend night school and have a future, while Shen Meihua could only empty chamber pots and light kerosene stoves? Why could a peasant like Zhao Chunhua take her job in her dormitory, while Shen Meihua could only live in a broken-down bungalow without a toilet? She refused to accept it. She refused. Shen Meihua wiped her tears and sat up. No, she had to find a way. Old Lu had mentioned last time that he had relatives in the south who could get rare things. He also said he knew some people who could help her. Last time, Old Lu had even given her a Swiss watch. What if she did more? Could she get more benefits in return? Shen Meihua touched the Swiss watch on her wrist, her eyes growing brighter. She didn't know that the small things she thought she was doing would lead to a loss of life. She didn't know that her code name was Peony. It had already spread on the other side, where they regarded her as a figure, recorded her in files, and even spoke of promoting her. Lin Shu also became busy. After being beaten by Zhao Yu, he hid in the cultural center for 3 days with a bruised and swollen face. When colleagues asked what happened, he said, I fell. One lens of his glasses was broken, and he couldn't afford a new pair, so he taped it up. It made him look even more like a down-and-out scholar. When Old Lu came to see him, he was hunched over a desk, painting a propaganda poster, Grasp Revolution, promote production. Shaolin, what happened to your glasses? I fell. Fell. Looks more like someone hit you. Old Lu sat down with a chuckle. Is it because of Meihua? Lin Shu's brush stopped. Don't lose heart. Old Lu lowered his voice. I've inquired about your plan, but I need you to help with a few small favors. What favors? Deliver some letters, take a few photos. Find out about some people. Just small matters. Lin Shu hesitated. These tasks didn't sound right. Delivering letters. Taking photos. Gathering information. This didn't seem like helping with a secret escape. It felt more like, Uncle Lu, what do these things have to do with going to Hong Kong? It's to test your sincerity. Old Lu patted his shoulder. Our people won't help you for nothing. You have to prove your worth. After you help a few times, it'll arrange for you to leave. Lin Shu gritted his teeth. For Meihua, he would do it. He began working for Old Lu, delivering letters, taking sealed envelopes to designated locations, unaware of their contents. Drawing maps. Under the guise of sketching, he drew topographical maps of the area around the Commerce Bureau. Gathering information. Using his position at the cultural center, he approached several intellectuals with overseas connections and recorded their words and actions. Lin Shu didn't know that everything he did was passing intelligence to spies. He thought it was the price of eloping. In truth, he was tying himself to the spies' war chariot. At the same time, he began to harbor hatred for Qin Feng. If it weren't for Qin Feng bringing Zhao Yu here, Meihua wouldn't have married him. If it weren't for Qin Feng holding that confession, Meihua wouldn't be trapped. He started writing articles, submitting them to newspapers under a pseudonym. Certain cadres abused their power for personal gain, oppressing the masses, using their authority to control others' destinies. Such people will eventually be judged by the people. The newspaper didn't publish it. Such articles were too sensitive. But handwritten copies circulated in the cultural center. Some applauded, others shook their heads. Qin Feng saw the handwritten copy. After reading it, he was silent for a long time. Officer Liu asked, Director, should we deal with this person? Qin Feng shook his head. No rush. He's just a pawn now. Old Liu is still using him. If we move against Lin Shu, old Liu will find someone else. Let him continue. We'll settle accounts when we close the net. But he's writing articles attacking you. A few insults won't make me lose any flesh. Qin Feng tossed the copy into a drawer. A fool blinded by love, used as a pawn by spies, thinking he's fighting for the freedom to love. How pathetic. He stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the distant skyline. In his past life, his frantic efforts for Shen Meihua amounted to petty theft on the black market and hoarding goods, still within controllable bounds. In this life, he's actually committed treason. He's doomed. The gray wolf was becoming more and more interesting. In the end, the donkey never got the carrot, but pulled the millstone the whole way. The gray wolf was that donkey. Qin Feng was the one dangling the carrot, and the flour ground from the millstone was the spies being eliminated one by one. In the notebook, the list grew longer. Shao Chen dealt with. Courier B dealt with. Contact Station A dismantled. Liaison C dealt with. Technician D dealt with. Old Liu the fisherman temporarily spared. Peony Shen Meihua temporarily spared. The scholar Lin Shu temporarily spared. The gray wolf temporarily spared. 9 names, 5 crossed out, 4 remaining. Qin Feng closed the notebook and stretched. Gray wolf, send 10 more people, and he'll take them all. To win over capable revolutionary cadres, the gray wolf even funneled overseas funds to set up investment fronts to conceal his identity. A truly heavy investment. Using the Chun family's connections, he also established a channel in Hong Kong to transport special supplies. Qin Feng sneered inwardly at the gray wolf. He thought he was controlling the game, but he was just feeding meat to an eagle. That evening, Qin Feng returned home from work. In late October, dusk fell early. By 5 o'clock, the sky had darkened with a streak of crimson sunset clinging to the western horizon like a torn piece of old red silk draped over the treetops. The north wind howled woo-woo, sweeping fallen leaves off the ground and sending them spinning in the air. Pedestrians on the street wrapped their cotton-padded jackets tighter, hunching their necks as they hurried forward. Winter was approaching, and no one wished to linger outside. Yet the children by the roadside were unafraid of the cold. A few boys crouched by the wall playing with glass marbles, each costing a single cent. They flicked the marbles across the ground, and whoever hit their opponents won. Their fingers were red from the cold white puffs of breath escaping their lips as they played until they were drenched in sweat. Mine. I hit it. No, it doesn't count. Your hand slipped. Who slipped? You are the one who slipped. Their bickering dissolved into laughter echoing through the alleyway. This was how children lived in 1960. No video games, no cartoons. A single glass marble could bring them joy for an entire afternoon. There was even an exchange rate. For glass marbles, Dakiaman cigarette packs were the most valuable, as Dakiaman was expensive and rarely bought, making its pack scarce. 1 Dakiaman pack could be traded for 5 Laodong packs. 11 Laodong packs could be exchanged for 1. 21 mutant packs could be traded for 1 Dakiaman. This was the exchange rate among the boys of 19. A few girls were kicking shuttlecocks made of chicken feathers with a copper coin as the base and a ring of colorful feathers inserted around it. The shuttlecocks rustled as they were kicked, the feathers fluttering in the air like a colorful butterfly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They counted as they kicked, starting over if they made a mistake. The losers were unwilling to admit defeat, while the winners laughed heartily. On winter evenings, the alleyways were filled with the laughter of children. Though they were poor, the children's happiness cost not a single cent. As Qin Feng rode his forever bicycle past the entrance of the family compound, he caught sight of a curvaceous figure standing behind a parasol tree. It was the persistent Qian Xiaoying. She had come again. This was her 11th visit. Today she wore a floral-patterned cotton-padded jacket. Instead of the blue one, it changed to a print. The pattern featured pink dots on a white background, but after many washes the pink had faded to a grayish hue and the white dots had turned yellow. Yet she had washed the jacket spotlessly clean, with every button fastened neatly, except for the second one, which could no longer be done up. She had gained weight. She was a full size larger than half a month ago. Her face had rounded, but her eyes sparkled like 2 stars. Qin Feng sighed and pushed his bicycle forward. Qian Xiaoying, why are you? Director Qin. Qian Xiaoying leaped out from behind the tree, holding a cloth bundle. I made you a pair of insoles. For layers thick. Try them on. Qin Feng took the insoles and glanced at them. The stitches were dense and neat, and a small plum blossom. A plum blossom. His heart skipped a beat. Qian Xiaoying, I'll say this one last time, don't come looking for me anymore. Focus on your work and your night school. Don't think about anything else. Qian Xiaoying looked at him, the corners of her mouth curving upward. She smiled. After being rejected 11 times, she was still smiling. Director Qin, I know you're busy. I won't disturb you. I just came to see you, just a glance, and then I'll go. With that, she turned and walked away. After a few steps, she turned back. Director Qin, it's getting cold. Remember to add some clothes. The cabbage soup at the cafeteria has little oil, so add an egg for yourself. Then she walked off with a swaying gait. Qin Feng stood beneath the parasol tree, watching her silhouette disappear into the twilight. He mounted his bicycle and headed home. As he passed the Statron restaurant, the loudspeaker at the entrance was broadcasting the news. The national industrial production situation continues to improve. Steel output in the third quarter exceeded the plan by 3%. Rural areas across the country are actively engaged in autumn harvest and planting. The vast commune members welcome the harvest with full enthusiasm. The news was the same every day, with only the numbers changing, never the content. Steel output had exceeded expectations, but no one mentioned quality. The autumn harvest was bustling, but no one mentioned the famine. The world in the loudspeaker was separated from the real world by a veil. In the alley of the family compound, the old junk collector pushed his cart past, dragging out a long melodic cry, collecting junk. Old clothes, old shoes, exchange for money. Exchange for matches, exchange for needles and thread. The junk collector didn't take money. Instead, junk was traded for matches, needles, and thread. Because matches and needles were also rationed, and some families who had used up their coupons would exchange their junk for them. A torn cotton-padded jacket could be traded for 2 boxes of matches and a pair of worn-out shoes for a needle. This was the barter economy of 1960. Qin Feng pushed open the courtyard gate and entered the house. Qin Hai was sitting in the courtyard polishing his flying pigeon bicycle. He polished it every day, even more diligently than Qin Feng. The handlebars were buffed to a mirror-like shine, reflecting anyone's image. Qin Yin was sprawled on the steps, doing homework, chewing on the end of a pencil. The pencil was a Zhonghua brand, costing 3 cents each, with an eraser at one end. The eraser was already worn out, leaving only a metal band holding a few crumbs of rubber. Seeing Qin Feng return, Qin Yin jumped up. "Dad, my essay was praised by the teacher today. What did you write about?" "About my hero, Dad." Qin Feng smiled. It was the happiest he had smiled since his rebirth. "Well written. You'll get an extra piece of meat tonight." "Yage." Song Xiaoer poked her head out of the kitchen. "Director Qin, there's braised pork today. I used the last 2 liang of meat coupons." 2 liang of meat coupons. A month's ration was half a jin to 8 liang. 2 liang could buy 2 liang of pork, roughly 3 thin slices. Song Xiaoer diced the 3 slices of meat and stewed them with a large pot of cabbage. The meat pieces were hidden among the greens, requiring a diligent search with chopsticks to find them. But even that small amount of meat, when stewed, released an aroma that could perfume the entire alley. The neighbor's children, catching the scent, ran to Qin's doorstep and peered in through the doorframe. "Uncle Qin's family has meat. I can smell it. It's braised pork. My mom said we've used up our meat coupons, so no meat this month." Qin Feng heard them and fished out 2 pieces of meat from the pot, placing them in a bowl and taking it outside. "Here, 1 piece for each of you." The 3 children each received a piece of meat no bigger than a thumbnail, which they popped into their mouths and chewed twice before it vanished. But they chewed with extraordinary care, reluctant to swallow, letting the flavor linger in their mouths a little longer. A single thumbnail-sized piece of meat could make them happy for an entire evening. Qin Hai looked up at Qin Feng, said nothing, but the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Qin Feng sat down on the steps and gazed at the old locust tree in the courtyard. The locust leaves had all fallen, leaving the branches bare like an upside-down broom. The trunk was wrapped in straw, tied by Song Xiaoer, who feared the tree might freeze to death. Even the trees had to wear cotton-padded jackets. In those years, everything knew the cold. From a distant alley came the cry of a tofu seller. "Hot tofu. Freshly made hot tofu." The tofu seller carried his wares on a shoulder pole as he walked through the alleys, needing no lengthy advertisement. Just the 2 words, "hot tofu," sufficed. Hot tofu cost 5 cents a piece and required no coupons. With a bit of soy sauce and chopped green onions, it made a decent meal. Qin Feng closed his eyes, leaning against the old locust tree. Twilight enveloped everything, and cooking smoke began to rise. Chimneys from every household emitted grayish-white smoke, the smoke from burning coal briquettes. Coal briquettes were rationed, with each family receiving 100 jin per month. For those who ran out, they gathered firewood, fallen leaves, and even the coal discarded by others. Unburned coal cores could be found in the slag, broken up and mixed with fresh briquettes to stretch the supply for a couple more days. Everyone was struggling to survive, using every means possible. People collected coal cores, picked vegetable leaves, queued up for steamed cornbread, and traded junk for matches. No one complained. Or rather, complaining was useless. Life went on like this, day after day, meal after meal, saving 1 cornbread at a time. They saved and saved until winter arrived. Winter came. Could spring be far behind? It sounded sentimental, but that was exactly how the common people in this city thought. Endure the winter, and spring would come. I plant the fields in spring, and there would be a harvest in autumn. With the harvest, they could eat their fill. It was that simple. So simple that it required no grand principles. Life was something you lived yourself, not something given by others. Living well was your own achievement. Living poorly was something you had to bear yourself. Just to have a hot meal, to give the children a cotton-padded jacket, to keep a coal fire burning in the room during winter. Qin Feng felt the insoles in his pocket, the embroidered plum blossom slightly raised under his fingertips. Some things required patience. He would wait until the gray wolf case was settled and the spy network was wrapped up. Then he would have a proper talk with that plump, swaying young woman. In the distance, the loudspeaker switched to the final song. "Unity is strength. Unity is strength. This strength is iron. This strength is steel. Harder than iron, stronger than steel." The song drifted away into the twilight. Cooking smoke rose. The aroma of steamed cornbread wafted through the air. The laughter of children had not yet faded. Life moved forward.